Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 257, Chapter 257, The Goblin's Plan and Acquired. Chapter 257, The Goblin's Plan and Acquired. 1 hour after Aiden and the other three were captured. Whether the goblins had discussed some agenda or not, a group of goblins crowded around a goblin in golden robes, covered head to toe in gold, as they entered. The four stared straight at this golden-robed figure. "Insolent fools, how dare you look up directly in the presence of the king?" The goblins behind the golden-robed goblin king scolded, while the king himself looked at Aiden with obvious interest. "Golden circle, don't say that. Letting foreign peoples witness this king's glory is also the king's duty. Come, fully appreciate my sacred form." The goblin king spread his arms and swayed, the metal on his body clanging against each other. The goblins behind him began cheering and celebrating with all their might. The four wizards in the cage really found it hard to evaluate the scene before them. After a while, the goblin king, whose vanity had been greatly satisfied, turned back to Aiden and said, "Well then, child of foreign race, seeing that your pupils are also quite magnificent, I can bestow a few moments of patience." As he spoke, the goblins behind him quickly offered him a chair and fruits. "If your intelligence proves useful, I can make an exception and let you become my plaything. If it's useless, then the belly of the crocodiles below will be your burial ground." The goblin king proclaimed Aiden's fate from on high. "Your excellency has already seized Avalon's control core from the Wizards' Council. You should now be troubled by how to control Avalon and how to migrate to Avalon." Aiden immediately identified the goblin's greatest current predicament. "You wizards have researched a solution. However, your exploration of the mind is deeper than ours. You must be a descendant of the original explorers. Quickly, give me the method. I can bestow wealth and status upon you. I can even make an exception and let you join the goblin people." The goblin king jumped up from his chair in excitement and slowly walked toward Aiden. "My king, be careful, this wizard has ill intentions. Don't approach him," the guards on both sides quickly intervened. "Of course, I can help you," Aiden said, narrowing his eyes. The manipulator's powerful force radiated out, deepening the surrounding goblins' trust. "Good, you several go release him." The goblin king kicked the goblins around him, and immediately someone came over eagerly to release Aiden. But they only released Aiden. "My king, why are those three still in the cage?" Aiden asked with obvious confusion. "We need to ensure that if you betray us, those people will still be sent down to feed the crocodiles." It seemed the goblin king had some political skill after all, understanding the principle of keeping leverage. "Then let's go," Aiden said with a nod. Except for the goblin king, not a single goblin present could see the manipulator's true face clearly. Yet not a single goblin noticed this strange phenomenon. Golden chains bound Aiden's hands, and his eyes were also blindfolded. Aiden felt himself being led for a long time, through several black doors. Finally, Aiden sensed the footsteps around him stop, and someone came forward to remove his blindfold. Opening his eyes, the gold before him was so bright Aiden couldn't open his eyes. Gold flowed all around. Trees, animals, land, everything was made of gold. But these golden plants and animals all emanated the essence of life. "This gold seems to be," Aiden said, sensing mental power. "Yes, they're alive. This is the result we achieved using fragments of the Deep Realm King." The Goblin King solved the mystery for Aiden. "So you and the Eastern people?" Aiden was about to speak when the Goblin King angrily interrupted him. "Don't mention them here. If not for them, we goblins would have controlled the Deep Realm King and ruled the world long ago. Those hateful Eastern people." The Goblin King's roar echoed in the Golden World. After a while, maintaining his kingly dignity, he regained composure. "Remove the chains from his hands," the Goblin King said with a wave. "But my king," the guards wanted to say something. "Fools, this is our goblin dwelling. If someone can defeat us here, then we needn't resist the wizards, we might as well offer our heads early." The guards could only follow orders and came forward to remove Aiden's chains. Then the Goblin King pulled out a gem. This gem, which would ultimately fall into Aiden's hands, was now emanating a ghostly blue radiance. "Come, wizard, tell me your method," the Goblin King said, tossing the gem to Aiden. "The method is simple. As a continent existing in the mind, the only way to reach it is through the minds of living beings, their brains," Aiden said, narrowing his eyes. As Aiden's words fell, the Goblin King directly killed a servant and dug out his brain. Then he stuffed the gem inside and infused magical power. Indeed, a tiny passage was opened. "It's actually true." Ha ha ha, excellent, the Goblin King laughed wildly. Then, may I ask a question? Aiden said, bowing, though he already knew the answer. You have merit, you should receive. The Goblin King waved his hand, and the gold on the ground writhed. A spike quickly shot out from behind Aiden, piercing through Aiden's chest and pinning him to the wall. Cough. Aiden coughed up silver blood. It's actually silver. What a pity. I originally wanted to keep you as a collectible, but unfortunately you know too much, the Goblin King said, coming down from his throne. Cough cough, so, what exactly is your purpose for needing Avalon? Aiden asked weakly. Of course it's to kill all you foreign races, then use the power of life to transform the entire world into our paradise. The Goblin King described his grand vision to Aiden, completely unaware that the two were chatting like friends. Young and foolish wizard, do you know what you just taught me? Seeing Aiden in this state, the Goblin King activated the villain's signature skill, talking too much. He controlled the golden spike, lifting Aiden before himself and reaching out to stroke his face. A dragon nearby holding lemon juice found it very strange watching the Goblin King stroke empty air. Wizard, once all of us enter Avalon, we'll immediately awaken other Deep Realm kings. They will wreak havoc on the earth, clearing away other races for us. After all civilizations on earth are cleansed, we'll return and domesticate you as our servants. And you will be the first hero of the unified Goblin dynasty. Consider this my reward to you. Then the Goblin King casually waved, and the gold dragged Aiden into the ground. Well, you're quite nice about it. A familiar voice came from the throne. The Goblin King spun around sharply. Chapter 258, Chapter 258, Hell's Scroll. Chapter 258, Hell's Scroll. The Goblin King saw Aiden holding the Avalon control core he had been obsessing over, sitting leisurely on his throne. You. The Goblin King's eyes widened in fury, but before he could finish speaking, Aiden interrupted him. Speaking of which, do you goblins get vaccinated or undergo psychological treatment and such? The dragon on the throne smiled, bright as sunlight yet eerily unsettling. A snap of his fingers. Disaster began. The collective unconscious sea hummed with the whispers of countless souls, bone-chilling and ethereal. The mental plague that had spread for 3 days now covered nearly the entire Goblin Hill. The plague swept like an invisible storm, silently eroding every goblin's mind. Inside the hill, all goblins felt tearing pain in their minds. Then, countless mad thoughts began surging from the depths of their hearts. The goblins' eyes instantly filled with blood, and crazed expressions appeared in their eyes. They became beasts that had lost their reason, driven by inner madness. Finally, the first goblin couldn't resist pouncing on his kinsman. He frantically bit and tore at his fellow goblin. This manifestation of madness in reality intensified the chaos within their minds. More goblins began attacking their surrounding kinsmen. Some used weapons, others simply used claws and fangs. But what they didn't notice was that when they tore apart their companions' bodies, a layer of tiny filaments appeared on the sweat, saliva, and blood that fell to the ground. Countless microscopic bacteria floated in the air, spreading in all directions through the air currents stirred up by the surging goblin crowds. Howling and crying were tonight's theme at Goblin Hill. The Goblin King stared furiously at Aiden. What have you done? His voice came through gritted teeth. What? I'm just copying what you goblin brothers plan to do to others, Aiden said with innocent sweetness. Though the boy before him had an exquisite face, the smile it carried made the Goblin King's hair stand on end. The surrounding gold surged forward, protecting the Goblin King like city walls. Who exactly are you? The Goblin King's eyes were filled with anger and determination. Aiden Prewett. The dragon said, narrowing his crescent-shaped eyes with pleasure. You monsters, I'll remember today's humiliation. The Goblin King charged toward Aiden. Countless gold surged toward Aiden, their tips forming sharp spears, ready to give Aiden a piercing cold reception. Unfortunately, Aiden snapped his fingers and dissolved into butterflies, and all the golden spikes missed their target. The butterflies gathered behind the Goblin King, and Aiden emerged from them, his staff crackling with purple lightning. Lightning of destruction. The lightning that had twice shattered the Deep Realm King's body pierced through the Goblin King's heart. The surrounding gold immediately stopped its attack, and the entire golden world began to melt. Aiden walked over, preparing to loot the corpse, but the body before him also melted away. Aiden stared in confusion. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows? Aiden said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Most of the goblins had lost their reason and gone mad, but a small number of elites remained. Thanks to their magical power and mental barrier defenses, they were spared from the madness. Aiden walked out from the throne room, and they also spotted Aiden, immediately identifying tonight's instigator. You monster. A goblin launched an attack at Aiden. The goblins used special magic to attack Aiden, sealing the space around him. At the same time, intense crushing pressure emanated, as if trying to grind Aiden into dust. Your mental conditions are really quite good. What about your physical conditions? Aiden said, his mouth curving into a smile. Snap. Aiden snapped his fingers. Ugh! The two goblins standing at the front immediately vomited black blood. The blood splattered on the ground and immediately grew a layer of filaments. Combining the qualitative transformation spell and growing charm, Aiden achieved the utilization and transformation of microorganisms and bacteria. Now, a batch of seemingly good victims, enemies could serve as Aiden's practice targets. The other goblins' stomachs also suddenly swelled, and black things seemed to be surging through their blood vessels. No, I don't want to, ugh. An elegantly dressed goblin knelt on the ground about to beg for mercy, then exploded. Literally exploded. His burst flesh and blood flew everywhere, and wherever it stuck, large patches of bacterial colonies immediately began growing. What is this? Oh gods! Some goblins were already kneeling and praying desperately. Madness adorned the festival, with the growth of black bacterial colonies as the dance. The goblins' prayers served as the song, and thus a hellish scroll was completed. Gradually, the disturbance at Goblin Hill subsided because there were no more new victims, enemies. The dragon walked with light steps toward the prison. Along the way, the black bacterial colonies cleared a path for him, as if bowing to their deity. In the prison, the three living ancestors were doing nothing. Elvis, you think the master has been out so long, nothing happened to him, right? Sean asked with obvious worry. Can't you think positive for once? Iris snapped, turning to scold him. From the goblin's strength, they shouldn't be able to deal with the master, but I'm curious how they've been able to oppose wizards for so long. Elvis voiced his analysis, his eyes full of confusion. Because these goblins have been lucky enough, Aiden said, walking in from outside the prison. Master, came three voices in joyful unison. The three looked joyfully at the newcomer. Yo, are you all right? Aiden asked, walking up and tapping the bars with his wand. The bars and ropes binding the three turned to clear water and flowed to the ground. The three walked out of the cell. Master, what happened outside? The careful Iris asked, coming up to inquire. I got a little carried away, just a little bit, Aiden said, looking troubled and pinching his thumb and forefinger together. The sounds outside don't seem like a little bit, Sean said, walking straight out of the prison. Soon he ran back and began vomiting violently at the swamp below the prison. Two suspicious gazes looked toward Aiden. Hee, Aiden said, sticking out his tongue. Returning the wands to the three, Aiden led them outside. This is too terrifying, Iris said, covering her mouth. The entire Goblin Hill had become a land of death. Walls, floors, furniture, everything visible was occupied by crimson and remains. Large patches of bacterial colonies were growing on the ground and walls. What is this? Elvis asked, wanting to reach out and touch it, but was stopped by Aiden. This is part of a spell. Contact can easily cause infection. Though I have counter curses, you probably don't want to experience the torment this thing brings. Aiden's tone was very calm, yet it made all three shiver. They left this literal no man's land as if it were uninhabited territory. Aiden led the three ancestors back toward Hogwarts. However, the storm they had caused was far from over. Chapter 259, Handover, True Name Ceremony, and Lost Again. Chapter 259, Handover, True Name Ceremony, and Lost Again. On the return journey, to ensure no accidents occurred on the road, Aiden used apparition all the way back to the Scottish Highlands with the three. Outside Hogwarts Suspension Bridge, Aiden felt like he was coming home with obvious relief. Aiden, came four voices in unison. The four founders came up and surrounded Aiden with obvious excitement. Stop, one at a time. Aiden said, decisively having them line up. What magic exactly did you use at Goblin Hill? Salazar asked, being the most anxious and also asking on behalf of the other three. Magic I created myself, composed of two parts. One involves the transformation of material essence, the other is just an ordinary growing charm, Aiden explained patiently. The growing charm that makes crops grow bigger? Lady Helga exclaimed with obvious shock. Essence. Lady Rowena pondered thoughtfully. Due to the generational gap in magic they used, ancient wizards actually found it very difficult to achieve such fine control, unless they were four geniuses. Understanding this, Godric immediately cast a transfiguration spell on the chair before him. Under his spell, the chair transformed into flames. Matter to energy, then back to matter. Lady Rowena said, also catching on. She waved her wand at the flames, and they turned back into a chair. Helga and Salazar on the side also understood the principle of this magic. Suddenly, the four research fanatics realized they had directly asked for someone else's magic and learned it on the spot. Aiden, sorry, we can guarantee with an oath that this magic won't be leaked, Lady Rowena said with obvious guilt. It doesn't matter. Learning this magic requires extremely high prerequisites anyway. I'd rather hope more people could master it, Aiden said, clasping his hands together. All right, news of your return has spread. The council's people should already be on their way, Godric said, coming over and pulling Aiden along. Aiden was led by Godric to his office, and indeed, council representatives were already waiting in his office. Mr. Aiden, long time no greeting. I am the council's messenger, Alphalake Burke. Alphalake Burke had completely forgotten their previous encounter and stood up to greet him familiarly. Hello, Aiden said, maintaining a businesslike manner, while Godric covered his mouth to suppress laughter. Since you've retrieved the treasure, please come with us to headquarters. The true name ceremony is also ready to be completed, Alphalake Burke said, extending the invitation. Very well, I'll go find the people I need to bring, Aiden said with a nod. Please go ahead. Alphalake said, bowing slightly. Aiden pulled out his staff, white light shining from its tip as a dragon-shaped Patronus flew out. I didn't expect your Patronus to be so unique. It reminds me of the Dumbledore family, Alphalake said, coming up to make conversation. They indeed have unique research into magical creature bloodlines, Aiden said, casually responding to Alphalake. Soon, Salazar walked in with Iris, Sean, and Elvis. Mr. Aiden, isn't this too many people? If I remember correctly, you should only have 3 slots, Alphalake said with a frown, especially when he saw someone who made him feel disgusted. Elvis Prewett. That's correct. I'm only going to do stability work for the ceremony, and the 3 having their true names inscribed are my 3 disciples, Aiden explained. What? Came 3 voices in shock. No, teacher, we can't so shamelessly take your slots, Elvis said, jumping out to protest. Iris and Sean beside him also nodded in agreement. It's not taking them. My true name cannot be inscribed anywhere, Aiden said, showing a mysterious smile. Looking at the dragon horns on Aiden's head, the trio immediately thought of Lord Visionary and fell silent. Your decision is fine. After all, they're your slots. Alphalake's tone carried a hint of sourness, while he also curled his lip disdainfully. In the sky, several carriages pulled by thestrals descended gracefully. The group boarded the carriages and were taken to the Wizards' Council. At the council, many wizards were already waiting in the venue, apparently all wizards who had come to participate in the ceremony. A white-haired old wizard stepped forward and read out various matters to the crowd with official authority. Aiden took the opportunity to quietly ask Salazar, why aren't the other 3 participating in this ceremony? Because they don't care about inheritance. They're freer than I am. Aiden, you must be that kind of person too, Salazar said with some emotion. But Aiden, who knew his own situation, awkwardly lowered his head. The old wizard on stage finished reading, and other ceremony participants walked into the alchemical matrix. Sir, thank you, the 3 said, bowing to Aiden with obvious gratitude. Aiden stepped forward and handed Avalon's control core to the old wizard. He nodded and placed the trio inside. Aiden retreated to the edge of the alchemical matrix when a middle-aged man in white gold robes suddenly appeared behind him. Quite magnificent, isn't it? The men said to Aiden. You are? Aiden asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, let me introduce myself. We're Wizards of the Mental Faction, and I'm the president of the Mental Alchemy Association. Just call me President, the president said, extending his hand. An extremely familiar scoundrel aura hit him in the face, and for a moment several faces actually flashed before Aiden's eyes. Is shamelessness a prerequisite for exploring the mind? Aiden murmured with obvious suspicion. If you put it that way, there's actually some truth to it, the president said, analyzing seriously instead. So what exactly are you trying to achieve with all this elaborate true name ceremony? Aiden asked, now realizing things weren't simple. Sigh, actually the deep realm has begun stirring again. We need more power to help us suppress it. These wizard families have enormous influence in the real world. By borrowing their power, we can better stabilize the deep realm. Actually, this ceremony was agreed upon by everyone. Right now it's not just Britain holding this ceremony, the president said, calmly revealing shocking secrets. Though borrowing their power brings them closer to the deep realm kings, they can also reap benefits, can't they? The president said, winking at Aiden. Heh, like being more easily swept up by prophecies. Aiden said with obvious sneering. But also easier inheritance and easier access to power and wealth. Everything has 2 sides, good comes with bad, the president said calmly. Suddenly, the surrounding ground began turning to gold. Aiden immediately aimed his staff at the first spot that turned golden. The Goblin King jumped out from within, saying, haha, you garbage wizards never expected this. Then he received Aiden's warm welcome, a thick purple lightning bolt swallowed the Goblin King. But gold flowed under Alphalake, and spikes shot toward him, severing the hand holding Avalon's core. The Goblin King was burnt to charcoal, but the next moment, his shadow emerged from the gold again. Stuffing the control core into his mouth and swallowing it, the Goblin King quickly fled with obvious triumph. Chapter 260, Muggle Attack and Chaos Approaching. Chapter 260, Muggle Attack and Chaos Approaching. TSK, this Alphalake is really more of a hindrance than help. Aiden pulled out his staff, using himself as the core to replace Avalon's mass to stabilize consciousness. The president beside him also raised his wand to assist Aiden with obvious urgency. With everyone's efforts, the ceremony was completed without major incident. Inside the Matrix, the wizards who felt the blessing of destiny from the misty illusion all smiled and began chatting with each other with obvious satisfaction. "Hey, Avalon has been taken." Aiden shouted at them with obvious irritation. "So what if it's taken? The ceremony was successful, wasn't it? Even if Avalon eventually causes tremors in the collective unconscious sea, it won't affect us," said a portly wizard dismissively. "You bunch of..." Just as Aiden began, the president finished his sentence for him. "Vermin, right? To think that these people will control the wizarding world in the future is truly worrying. Then why did you let these people participate?" Aiden asked, glancing at him. "No choice. We need their resources, and besides, hope is still preserved." The president looked toward another group who had already begun organizing cleanup efforts and quickly forming pursuit teams. Dumbledore, Slughorn, Shacklebolt, Ollivander, Longbottom, Lestrange, Caro, Abbott. The president enumerated those who were busy fulfilling their duties with obvious approval. "And the Prewett, Weasley, and Greengrass you brought in. The seeds have been planted. What fruit they bear depends on their own actions." He turned and winked at Aiden. Then the president disappeared from the chamber in a flash. The Goblin King's matter would be handled by these families. Aiden took the three ancestors and Salazar back to Hogwarts. Time flew by, and 3 months passed with increasing tension. During these 3 months, under pursuit by wizards, the Goblin King actually chose to ally with Muggles. He lured Muggle royalty with vast wealth while dragging wizards from behind the scenes to the forefront. Since Muggles held an absolute numerical advantage, even wizards inscribing their names in the misty illusion couldn't counter this tide. Finally, the accumulated contradictions reached a breaking point, and war erupted. Muggle troops in iron armor marched toward Hogwarts in orderly formation. The Wizards' Council deployed large forces to Hogwarts, making it the center of the world. Inside Hogwarts, all faculty were engaged in pre-battle mobilization. Why has this become the front line? Aiden wondered with obvious confusion. Because that goblin leaked the location of our children, and Muggles know that to eliminate a race, you must first target their future, Salazar said coldly. Now isn't the time to discuss this. Think about how to respond, Lady Rowena said with a worried frown. Fight our way out. We need to teach them a lesson, Godric said with fierce determination. Yes, after all, we can't always appear with gentle faces, Lady Helga said, also entering Wolverine mode. The 4 founders reached consensus, and all teachers began mobilizing with obvious purpose. The 4 giants stood outside the castle, preparing to cast defensive magic over the entire castle. "Let me handle this," Aiden volunteered with confidence. He pulled out an alchemical solution and carved an alchemical matrix on the ground with precise movements. "What's this?" Lady Rowena asked, coming over with interest to record. "Solidifying a defensive spell," Aiden answered. After carving the matrix, Aiden placed his staff on it, where it floated above the matrix. Then Aiden infused magical power into the matrix, and it began operating with brilliant light. A massive barrier covered all of Hogwarts, making the castle look like it was enclosed in a soap bubble from outside. The moment the barrier formed, the Muggle army also reached Hogwarts. Countless armored soldiers held shields and spears, with mounted commanders at the front. The commander drew his sword, pointed at Hogwarts, and shouted with authority, "Charge!" Infantry began slowly advancing, their heavy footsteps creating dull thuds on the earth. They arranged themselves tightly together like a white torrent. Goblins mixed among them hurled magic at Hogwarts' protective barrier. Godric, being the most impatient, charged in with his sword raised high. Reinforcements from the Wizards' Council also began using combined magic to strike the Muggle army. Salazar waved his wand, flooding many spellcasting goblins, then drove his wand into the ground, freezing the goblins into ice blocks. Lady Rowena also raised her hand to summon gales, vigorously waving her wand as if cracking a whip. The gales roared and spiraled, becoming tornadoes that swept up large numbers of Muggle soldiers. Unfortunately, being heavy infantry, only a few were lifted by the wind. Seeing this, Lady Helga pulled out a golden cup with flames burning inside. She brought the cup to her lips and blew gently. Flames flew out like ribbons, igniting Lady Rowena's tornadoes. The wind tornadoes instantly became fire tornadoes, burning Muggle soldiers who rolled on the ground screaming. The 4 founders of Hogwarts displayed powerful spellcasting abilities that were remembered by all wizards present. Soon, Muggle soldier casualties reached 30%, and their morale began wavering visibly. No retreat. No retreat. The mounted commander still scolded other soldiers desperately. But Aiden's precise general attack magic sent his upper body to meet Merlin. Clang! The remains crashed to the ground, and Muggle soldiers' morale completely collapsed. They began dropping armor and weapons, trying to run faster. TCH, useless bunch, but the numbers are sufficient. The Goblin King emerged again with obvious triumph. He knelt and began praying as other goblins threw collected blood toward the Goblin King. Countless blood streams converged on the Goblin King as a strange pure gold altar rose from the blood. Great Lord, your power is like endless storms, destroying old order and bringing infinite change. May your power envelope the earth, breaking all bonds and rules, letting the world be reborn in your might, letting us bathe in your glory. Faithful servants offer you sacrifices here. Please descend, great deep realm king. Chaos. Other goblins chanted a different prayer with fervent devotion. You slumber in dreams, awaiting the moment when stars align, when you shall rise again to rule all things. We, humble believers, offer deepest reverence here. Our souls open to you, willing to become vessels of your will. Please hear our plea, Hell, grant us wisdom to perceive cosmic mysteries, grant us power to command abyssal tides. 2 purple beams shot skyward, shattering the sky like glass, revealing endless darkness behind. Deep Realm Layer 1, Desolate Court, Deep Realm Layer 6, City of No Return passages confirmed open. Chapter 261, Chapter 261, Dual Descent, Reinforcements, and Melee. Chapter 261, Dual Descent, Reinforcements, and Melee. In the sky, black ooze began flowing down from the massive hole with ominous purpose. The blood and flesh of Muggles were gathered, finally forming 2 monsters on the ground. One was a black giant serpent with purple flames burning around its body with destructive intensity. The other had a ferocious face, sharp horns, bat-like wings, and blood-red stripes on its body. Its skin was black, it wielded a giant sword, and it emanated an aura of evil and terror. At the same time, there seemed to be a row of neat bite marks on Chaos's chest, which looked somewhat familiar to Aiden. 2 Deep Realm Kings materialized on the battlefield, and all wizards pointed their wands at them with obvious determination. They began wreaking havoc. Hell released fiend fire, easily burning wizard after wizard to ash. TL note, Hell is the name of one of the Deep Realm Kings. Chaos, merely by existing, could naturally distort magical power, preventing wizards from casting spells. It could also restore things to their most primitive state. Ordinary wizards would be decomposed just by approaching. We'll have to fight desperately, Aiden said to the other 4. I'll take on Chaos. You try to hold off Hell. All right, came 4 voices in determined unison. Aiden charged forward, lunging and transforming into a magnificent silver dragon. Chaos was drawn to him, reaching out to grasp this beautiful silver-white form. Aiden breathed dragon breath, freezing Chaos's entire arm, but dark red magical power flashed on Chaos's body, instantly dispersing the ice. Using this gap, the scales on Aiden's body began turning white, mysterious symbols appearing. Roar. The mind dragon's roar echoed as strange thoughts surged in the surrounding wizards' hearts. With a spatial flicker, a wizard in platinum robes led a group of wizards in black gold robes onto the field. The president saw this scene, sighed, and decisively sent requests for aid to other nations. More and more wizards arrived, organizing attacks against the 2 Deep Realm Kings. Chaos raised its giant sword and struck hard at Aiden. Aiden spread his wings and immediately flew up. Airborne, Aiden turned back and breathed mental breath at Chaos with precise aim. The breath collided with Chaos's body, knocking out a large layer of black particles. Nearby wizards tried to apparate close to Chaos but were covered by these black particles and immediately underwent horrific aberration. Don't get close to them, the president immediately warned with urgency. The wizards could only cast spells from a distance, but unfortunately, the spells would be restored to magical power and dissipate before touching Chaos. Roar. Chaos ignored the other wizards completely. Instead, it locked its gaze on Aiden, and its giant sword began emanating black radiance. It swung at Aiden, and a massive beam roared toward him. Aiden saw the incoming beam, made a sharp turn in the sky, and circled around the beam with aerial grace. Then he rapidly approached Chaos. Chaos immediately released its power, dispersing the surrounding spacetime. But a clock face appeared in Aiden's eyes, the second hand moved, and combined with the Bone Church's power, spacetime stabilized. Chaos obviously hadn't expected Aiden to resolve its methods and was caught off guard by Aiden's freezing mental breath. Another large cloud of black particles flew from Chaos's arm, and Aiden took the opportunity to whip his tail. The dragon's tail struck Chaos's arm with a crisp crack. The arm was shattered. Good. The wizards present clenched their fists with obvious hope. But from the hole in the sky, black gel flowed out, rapidly repairing Chaos's body. A war of attrition, Aiden thought with growing concern. On the other side, the president led people to capture the Goblin King, decisively cutting off its head, but the ritual was complete, the passage open. Killing the Goblin King was futile. Damn, let's deal with hell first. Leave chaos to that guy. The president saw the heterochromatic pupils in the dragon's eyes and knew he was friend, not foe. A mass of wizards surged toward hell, using patronuses to resist the flames, fighting hell to a standstill. On the main battlefield, the dragon used the high-speed mobility from flight to attack chaos from all directions. Chaos swung upward, Aiden dodged sideways, and bit down on chaos again with fierce determination. This won't work. How do we deal with this guy? Aiden muttered mentally. Strike the core. The system reminded. Exclamation point. Aiden also realized with sudden understanding. He cancelled his mythical creature form. A dragonoid flew in the sky with renewed purpose. Aiden raised his right hand, and from within the barrier, a completely silver-white staff flew into his grasp. Gripping the staff with both hands, Aiden smiled at chaos with dangerous intent. Let you taste love from 1,000 years in the future. Centered on Aiden, purple lightning erupted violently, filling the entire sky. In the sky, massive storm clouds accumulated, shrouding the entire battlefield. Lightning of destruction. Lightning gathered, and the center of the clouds caved inward, creating a void. Purple lightning shot from the center of the void, enveloping chaos completely. Purple lightning continuously burnt chaos, and the spell-carrying mental power prevented chaos from completely dispersing it. With a thunderous bang, chaos exploded, and the surrounding wizards were also drawn to this scene. Did we win? Someone asked hopefully. Then they saw Aiden streak past them at extreme speed. The other wizards shuddered, seeming to realize something. Comrades, doesn't this boss look like it's entering its second phase? As an experienced player, what do you do when someone jumps in your face while you're smuffing? Obviously, chaos demonstrated the answer for everyone. The hole in the sky grew larger. A giant hand forcibly tore open the hole, stretched down covered in wounds, grabbed the entire patch of land, and pulled it into the deep realm. The wizards felt space warp. After compression, they finally arrived at a place filled with ruins. This was flatland composed of ruins. Looking around, one could see broken pyramids, collapsed great walls, half-severed hanging gardens. Nearly all the world's famous landmarks' remains were piled here, forming a bizarre metropolis. Deep Realm Layer 6, the city of no return, the president murmured with obvious recognition. Troublesome. We've been pulled into their home turf, Aiden said, rubbing his forehead and walking over. Where's hell? Aiden asked. Already captured. Behind the president, a black giant serpent was bound in golden chains emanating stellar aura. It struggled constantly but to no avail. What about this one? Godric asked, also coming over. No good. Too difficult. It's fighting on home turf now. Does your mental alchemy association have any targeted weapons? Aiden asked, glancing at the president. The president gave him a meaningful look. Not yet. So we're stuck here? Lady Rowena asked, also coming over. Don't scare people, Rowena. Would you abandon your students? Salazar asked, also stepping forward. Of course not, Lady Helga said, coming over with her golden cup. Then let's have a proper meeting with it, Aiden said, gripping his staff tightly. The wizards behind also stood together, raising their wands toward the Deep Realm King with unified determination. Chapter 262, Final Battle, Sacrifice, and Chains of Order. Chapter 262, Final Battle, Sacrifice, and Chains of Order. Roar. An even more massive Deep Realm King rose from the ruins with terrifying majesty. Its form was so enormous that the shadow hanging from its palm could easily cover a large group of wizards. Chaos reached into the ruins with its right hand and pulled out an identical giant sword. The giant sword crashed down on the numerous wizards, the accompanying wind pressure making everyone gasp for breath. Despair spread through everyone's hearts, and some wizards had already given up with obvious defeat. But a gray-white scaled dragon flew up, magical power flickering in the mysterious symbols on its scales. The dragon opened its mouth and bit the giant sword, sparks flying where teeth met blade. The shockwave from the collision of powerful forces scattered the wizards in all directions. Sensing its nemesis's aura, the wound on Chaos's chest began to ache faintly and drove it even more insane. Hey, pull yourselves together. Behind us are the people we love. Aiden's voice, accompanied by mental waves, spread across the entire battlefield. With the 4 legendary wizards casting spells to enhance him, combined with his own magical power, the gap in size was finally bridged. The Deep Realm King's power began eroding the surroundings as a church made of bones descended from above. Like a nail, it pinned down the entire Deep Realm's space-time. 2 forces pulled against each other, and the church creaked ominously. Act quickly. Its ability to modify the world has been nullified. Aiden shouted back with urgency. The wizards raised their wands together, hurling flames, frost, and lightning at Chaos like they cost nothing. Chaos took advantage of Aiden's moment of speaking to pull back its giant sword, preparing to strike the wizards again. Aiden could only open his mouth to bite at its shoulder. Chaos cried out in pain and changed the direction of its sword swing. The blade carved a long wound across Aiden's back with brutal force. Whimper. Pain triggered Aiden's ferocity. Violence flashed in his heterochromatic eyes as frost carried mental breath poured forth. The attack poured directly through Chaos's wound, freezing its shoulder while causing tears in its body. The surrounding black gel surged again, preparing to repair Chaos's body. Stop it, the president shouted with desperate determination. Godric, Salazar, Rowena, and Helga all attacked the black gel simultaneously, but unfortunately with little effect. President, what do we do? A young man asked, looking toward the president. Of course, we use humanity's consistent cheating methods. The president took off his robes and handed them to the young man, saying with resolve. Neville Cole, in my name as president, I command you to take over my duties. A golden rune flickered on his body, the sacrifice rune to Oz. With apparition, the president appeared above the black gel. The golden rune blazed with light as his deathly resolve merged with his magical power. An explosion sounded, and a massive golden pillar shot skyward, dispersing the surrounding black gel. President. Before Neville Cole could grieve, the gel began surging again. Herman Ortega, in my name as president, I command you to take over. Soon Neville followed in the president's footsteps with the same sacrifice. Joy Rowland. Weber Schroeder. Joan Sherman. The platinum robes passed continuously among the wizards. More wizards saw the situation and lit up their tuwas, runes. With resolute will, they passed on threads of insignificant hope. I'll go too. Godric said. Runes appeared between his fingers. But another wizard stopped him, saying with obvious urgency. You must maintain the spells on the dragon. And children, we're counting on you. After speaking, this wizard also charged into the black gel with determination. Aiden felt the deadly resolve behind him and worked even harder to breathe dragon breath at Chaos. Through Aiden's efforts, Chaos's core was finally exposed to everyone. The gray-white dragon pushed Chaos away with its claws. Chaos reached out to grab him but was covered by more spells. Aiden flapped his wings and flew into the air. Ignoring his still bleeding back, lightning began gathering on his body. Rage and killing intent condensed. After witnessing so many wizards sacrifice their lives, Aiden's heart could not remain calm. Sorrow slowly tinted the purple lightning with dark red radiance. Someone on the fourth layer throne of the deep realm suddenly sensed this. At this moment, golden particles scattered around suddenly gathered toward Aiden. Young man, sober up. Don't let hatred cloud your mind. The president's voice echoed in Aiden's mind. The killing intent in his heterochromatic eyes gradually subsided, returning to their previous calm. Don't try to kill them. These filthy things can't be killed. Make good use of everyone's sacrifice. More voices reached Aiden's heart through the golden particles. The wills of numerous wizards echoed, and the collective unconscious sea above the deep realm trembled. Aiden turned his gaze to the four giants, thoughts flowing into their minds. The four giants also nodded to Aiden with understanding. Aiden's gaze pierced through the deep realm, reaching the collective unconscious sea. A castle broke through the deep realm's layers of seals and appeared in the sixth layer. The dragon flew toward the castle and landed there. The castle slowly absorbed the golden particles from Aiden's body. The gates opened, and golden chains flew out, wrapping around the Deep Realm King. Roar! The Deep Realm King began struggling to rise with desperate fury. The surrounding gel surged more violently, but the wall formed by the sacrificial explosions of numerous wizards prevented them from breaking through. Then let this final strike serve as our farewell. Aiden raised his staff. The manipulator's ability combined with magical power as massive amounts of purple lightning burst from the staff's tip. Lightning wrapped around the staff like fabric, with a thin line connecting both ends. A great purple bow appeared in Aiden's hands. Aiden drew the longbow, and golden particles gathered toward it again. At the same time, Aiden's magical power and ability seeped in, and a seven-colored arrow appeared. Aiden released the bowstring. The arrow disappeared the moment it left the bow. The next moment, a cracking sound rang out as the colorful arrow precisely pierced through Chaos's core. The core shattered, and Chaos could no longer resist Hogwart's castle's spectral grasp. The remaining fragments were wrapped in golden chains and imprisoned within Hogwart's castle. We won. It was the same wizard as before, but this time his companion punched him in the face, making him swallow his words. Cheers echoed throughout the entire Deep Realm. Aiden also used Hogwart's reflection to open the path back. Returning to the real world, the Muggles had been completely defeated, and the militant elites among magical creatures were all eliminated. Years of war finally came to an end at this moment. The last person to appear before Aiden with the platinum robes was a child. Aiden didn't know his name. He just patted the child's shoulder and extracted the particles of the sacrificed. Placing the particles into parchment, something magical happened. This single scroll actually split into 3 items. A book, a quill, and a list. Aiden forced himself to hand the list to the boy before collapsing unconscious with exhaustion. Chapter 263, Chapter 263, Awakening, Dispute, and Scattering. Chapter 263, Awakening, Dispute, and Scattering. Opening his eyes to see an unfamiliar ceiling, Aiden found himself lying in bed with obvious disorientation. "You're awake," a familiar voice came with obvious relief. "Don't tell me I've turned into a girl." "I can feel my condition," Aiden joked, which was rare for him. "Haha, that's a good joke. Next time I'll say that to Salazar." The visitor was Godric, with obvious amusement. "How's the battle situation?" Aiden asked with concern. "It's over. Muggles, goblins, and other magical creatures have all surrendered. We separated out the spellcasting goblins and implanted special runes in their minds. The first batch has already been sent to Hogwarts to begin work, with the public story being that Helga discovered and took them in. The book and quill you created after the battle now serve as Hogwarts recruitment tools. Because they carry the wills of many departed wizards, young wizards across Britain being monitored don't resist them." Godric briefly explained the situation with obvious satisfaction. "That's good," Aiden said, burying his head in the pillow. "By the way, we've decided to make this tower a medical facility. We'll call it the hospital wing and recruit a healer," Godric said with obvious excitement. "Indeed, children practicing spells will inevitably get hurt. Having a resident healer will be much safer," Aiden said after thinking for a moment. "Also, what's the situation with the Deep Realm King?" Aiden asked. Godric put away his playful expression and became serious. "Come with me." Aiden touched his clothes with his right hand, and they automatically became neat. Getting out of bed, he followed Godric. The two walked all the way to Hogwarts Underground, where the castle's original core appeared again. Inside the core, Lady Rowena was standing guard, secretly yawning with obvious fatigue. "Oh, Aiden, good to see you've recovered. Congratulations on earning the title, Battlefield Rose. Your legend has even spread in the Muggle world." "What the hell is Battlefield Rose?" Never mind. What's this about a legend?" Aiden asked with obvious puzzlement. "Well, as the person who personally imprisoned the Deep Realm King, wizards believe you possess some kind of destiny, and in times of need, they can pray to you to oppose the Deep Realm King," Godric said with a smile. Lady Rowena filled in the details. "Those who worship you include both wizards and muggles. Oh, and they've even established an organization called, what was it, the Hermitage?" Aiden stared in shock. "But I don't have such abilities. What are they worshipping?" "This legend is just a dream," the system completed his sentence. "So my ritual was completed just like that?" Aiden felt somewhat absurd. "Otherwise, did you want to fish up another Deep Realm King to slaughter?" The system retorted. "What's wrong, Aiden?" Lady Rowena asked, seeing Aiden spacing out. "Nothing, just a bit surprised." Not continuing this topic, Aiden asked again, "What's the current situation with the core?" "As you can see, after imprisoning chaos, the core manifested within Hogwarts. But this ritual connects to the young wizards, so there's a certain danger," Lady Rowena explained. "Because of this matter, we've thought of many solutions and even had some disagreements," Godric said. "So what do you plan to do?" Aiden asked with a bad feeling. "I, Rowena, and Helga hope to use our bodies and souls as locks to seal the core again and sink it into the misty illusion," Godric said, his eyes showing a trace of determination. "But Salazar disagrees. He believes the culprits behind all this are muggles and those magical creatures, so they should bear the consequences," Lady Rowena added. "None of us four can convince the others, so we could only shelve the dispute and wait for your awakening," Lady Rowena continued. "Now that you're awake, you'll support us, right?" Godric asked, carelessly patting Aiden's shoulder. "No." Aiden refused without thinking. "Do you agree with Salazar's thinking then?" Lady Rowena asked with obvious surprise. "No, I disagree with both of your ideas," Aiden said decisively. "But..." Godric was about to speak when Aiden interrupted. "Find another way. Don't rely on sacrifice anymore," Aiden said, his voice somewhat low. Both realized their thinking was somewhat irresponsible and fell silent. The next day, after finishing lunch in Hogwarts Great Hall, Helga hurriedly found Aiden. "Something's happened," Helga said, immediately delivering bad news. "What is it?" Aiden asked, putting down his knife and fork. Originally it was Salazar's turn to stand guard today, but when Godric went to bring him food, he discovered that Salazar had disappeared along with the largest piece of the core, Lady Helga said, briefly describing the situation. Let's go see. Aiden said, shooting up from his seat. The two hurried to Hogwart's core area. You're here, Godric said. At the core, he and Lady Rowena were already studying the chains. 6 chains of order showed cracks, with the central seal broken open with a small gap. It looked like Salazar had taken the fragment from here. Can we find Salazar and bring him back? Aiden asked. No, people who reach our level are very hard to find if they're determined to hide their whereabouts, Lady Rowena said. Aiden pulled out his staff, extracted a virtual personality, and used the transfiguration curse to modify concepts, turning it into a silver chain to temporarily plug the gap. The group left the core area. At the other end of the sky, a purple beam shot into the sky. The 4 exchanged glances and immediately rushed toward where the beam originated. Deep in the forest, there was now a flat area that appeared to have been leveled by Salazar's spells. A massive alchemical matrix was carved on the ground, with corpses of various races placed within the matrix. Salazar used their remaining bodies as conduits, connecting Chaos's core to the various races. Are you insane, Salazar? Godric said, rushing up and punching him. Scattering chaos like this will only result in our children also becoming linked to chaos. Lady Rowena said, rarely showing an angry expression. No, we still have Hogwarts ritual. After children enroll, they'll be protected by the chains of order, able to isolate chaos's influence, Salazar answered, covering his face. But have you considered that if you let the vast majority of creatures immerse in chaos, while it might share Hogwarts' burden, their continued chaos will cause order to decline while making chaos itself and folly even stronger? Aiden said. That's still better than having us wizards sacrifice as a single race. Salazar roared with obvious desperation. In the end, it was Lady Helga who mediated. After this incident, Salazar seemed to develop disagreements with the other 3 giants. Whether influenced by chaos or not, his thinking became extreme. Finally, on a rainy night, he left Hogwarts alone. Chapter 264, Method, Advancement, Slumber, and School Motto. Chapter 264, Method, Advancement, Slumber, and School Motto. Sigh. After Salazar left, Godric also lost his usual cheerfulness with obvious sadness. At the same time, due to chaos's leakage, Aiden's sealing methods became increasingly ineffective. The other 3 founders worried endlessly about this matter, and Lady Rowena even collapsed from exhaustion once. With another summer's arrival, Lady Rowena's daughter also entered the school. Looking at the young Lady Grey before him, Aiden finally understood what her gaze meant when he first entered Hogwarts. Haha, get up, Helena. This level of training won't be enough to handle the dangers outside. In the dueling classroom, Aiden's spell passed over Helena's head, detonating the ground behind her. Are you trying to kill me, you bastard? Helena said, getting up and kicking Aiden's shin. Haha. Aiden said, patting her head and handing her a candy. I told you I'm not a child. Though Helena protested, she honestly took the candy and popped it in her mouth, her eyes curving into crescents. Aiden. Lady Rowena approached with obvious urgency. Little Helena pouted and turned away. I still suggest you spend more time with your daughter, Aiden advised gently. I'd like to, but chaos's fragments, sigh. Lady Rowena said with a deep sigh. What do you need me for? Aiden asked, seeing Rowena's dejection and changing the subject. Hogwarts seal might not hold much longer, Lady Rowena said with obvious worry. They immediately rushed to the core, where Godric and Lady Helga held up their wands, desperately plugging the gaps. The silver chains Aiden had bound earlier were now cracked, and the entire seal was becoming precarious. So we 3. Godric began, but Aiden interrupted. Let me do it, Aiden said with determination. No, came 3 voices in unison. If we let a child sacrifice himself, we old folks would lose all face, Godric said firmly. No, you don't understand. I don't belong to this era, Aiden revealed to them. So? Lady Rowena asked. You already knew. Aiden asked, his eyes widening in shock. After all, your creations called taps and water supply systems aren't something people of our era could conceive, Lady Helga said with a knowing wink. Just don't know why Salazar liked that thing so much, Godric complained. Haha, perhaps snakes and dragons are related, Aiden said, also breathing a sigh of relief. Don't worry. I'll suppress chaos until the world enters peace, and I won't die. If I can calculate the time correctly, I'll be able to safely return to my era. Aiden stepped forward and gave each of them a heartfelt hug. When it came to Lady Rowena, she whispered in Aiden's ear, You're a Ravenclaw, aren't you? Aiden gave her a look without speaking, but Lady Rowena smiled knowingly. Well then, everyone, I'm glad to have met you and to have encountered you all. Aiden said, bowing to them with respect. Then he pulled out a test tube filled with pure water and removed the gem from his neck. Inside the gem, a wisp of thin mist floated up, mist that seemed like an unreal, dream-born, gray-white brain. Using magic to pinch the mist and merge it with pure water, the water immediately became a potion reflecting starlight. The potion emanated points of starlight, like individual dreams floating within. Aiden brought the test tube to his lips and drank the potion completely. His body dissipated before the three's eyes. Helga, Rowena, and Godric stared in shock. Aiden felt like he was merging with the collective unconscious sea. His physical body continuously turned to smoke and finally combined with his spirit. He was carried by gentle winds to above the collective unconscious sea. The dreams Aiden had woven for wizards and muggles became countless dreamscapes surrounding him. Innumerable thoughts grew from his body, merging into these dreams. Finally, the dreams spiraled and constructed his body inch by inch. This is Sequence 3. Dream Weaver. With a single thought, Aiden could construct incredibly detailed dreams to immerse enemies within. Well, though the system knows the host is feeling great right now, could you wait to feel great? Your friends outside are going crazy with worry, the system untimely interrupted. Aiden stared in exasperation. Dreams swirled around as clothes were woven onto Aiden's body. With a thought, he returned to Hogwart's core. Aiden, came 3 relieved voices. Sorry, I just went to enhance my abilities, Aiden explained sheepishly. Are you trying to scare us to death? Lady Rowena asked, knocking Aiden's head. But this time it's really goodbye. And don't tell little Helena, Aiden said, winking at Lady Rowena. She'll hate you to death, Lady Rowena said, her brows drooping with obvious sadness. Haha, then tell her I'm waiting for her in the future. Laughing heartily, Aiden walked toward the seal. His ability activated, and he became a wisp of smoke merging into the seal. The bone church manifested, completely sealing the flow of spacetime within. In the collective unconscious sea, the shattered deep realm King Chaos had been waiting. Come, my enemy. Let us be enemies again until 1,000 years hence, Aiden said with resolve. On this battlefield of consciousness, 2 divine beings began endless combat. Outside, the remaining 3 founders sadly left Hogwart's core as the purple light within began to slumber. Hogwart's entire core trembled and reintegrated into the collective unconscious sea. Mom, where's Aiden? Helena asked, cheerfully coming to Aiden's office but seeing her sorrowful mother. Lady Rowena didn't know how to explain to her daughter. Life at Hogwarts continued. From some unknown point, a school motto called, Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus, never tickle a sleeping dragon, began circulating in the school. In Hogwarts core, 2 figures slumbered through over 1,000 years of changes. Meanwhile, Hogwarts secrets were detected one by the system. Hidden mysteries buried in history were extracted as characteristics by the system, dissipating into the river of time. Immersed in dreams with no sense of time's passage, they reached 1942. Aiden felt his old adversary suddenly weaken, as if someone outside was draining its power. Chaos's sudden weakness gave Aiden a great opportunity, and he intensified his ability output. After several more decades of slumber, Aiden finally completed the dream's lock, creating a vast dream to imprison chaos within. Using Sequence 3's ability, he separated out the identity of the hero fighting the Deep Realm King, leaving it in the collective unconscious sea to guard chaos. Aiden opened his eyes again and activated his ability to escape from the collective unconscious sea. The transformation from spiritual to material form brought uncomfortable sensations. A falling sensation came as Aiden felt himself plummeting from the sky, finally crashing hard into something. Aiden. An aged but familiar voice sounded with obvious surprise. Aiden looked back to see Dumbledore with recognition. Bad dream, Professor. Aiden said, showing a tired smile. Chapter 265, Chapter 265, The Burrow and Shifting Dark Clouds. Chapter 265, The Burrow and Shifting Dark Clouds. Dumbledore and Harry's proclamation of Voldemort's return dealt a massive blow to the Ministry of Magic's conservative forces. In their fear, the Ministry chose the British government's usual approach with predictable steps. Stage 1, the Ministry declared that nothing had happened. Stage 2, perhaps something happened, but the Ministry shouldn't take action. Stage 3, maybe action should be taken, but the Ministry can't do anything. Stage 4, perhaps something could have been done back then, but now it's too late. Clearly, the Ministry was still in Stage 1. Ministry employees from bottom to top conspired to conceal Voldemort's return, trying to whitewash the truth. Dumbledore and Harry were therefore heavily attacked, called a crazy old man and a lying boy. Speaking of which, I quite like Rita's commentary article about me, even though she called me a conservative old fool. Dumbledore handed Aiden previous newspapers with obvious amusement. Could you give me a moment? Didn't I tell you about my experiences? At this moment, Aiden's brain was still a mess with obvious confusion. After all, not everyone could sit calmly in the headmaster's office discussing beetles with Dumbledore after battling a deep realm king in dreams for 1,000 years. Very well, you should rest properly. I'll come find you in a few days, Dumbledore said, also sympathizing with Aiden's difficulties. Having Fawkes take Aiden away, Dumbledore turned to look at the Sorting Hat. Why are you looking at me? Even if he's not my creator, I can't reveal this without his consent. Besides, didn't the four founders leave you hints? Never tickle a sleeping dragon. The Sorting Hat huffed with obvious attitude. Inside the headmaster's office, a book and quill also glowed, indicating the Sorting Hat was right. Sigh, Dumbledore let out a weary sigh. The headmaster's office fell silent again. Fawkes carried Aiden through space back to the burrow. Oh, Aiden, you're back. Hearing his aunt's voice again, Aiden felt like he was in another lifetime. Good afternoon, Aunt, but I need to rest. After saying this, Aiden flickered back to his room and fell into deep sleep. Aiden slept for a full week with exhausted rest. During his slumber, Aiden felt someone tickling his nose. He suddenly opened his eyes. Ah! A feminine scream came with obvious surprise. Ginny? Aiden asked with obvious puzzlement. Mom, Aiden's awake. Ginny said, running straight out. Then came the sound of footsteps on stairs as Mrs. Weasley burst through the door. Merlin's beard, you're finally awake. We were about to transfer you to St. Mungo's, Mrs. Weasley said with obvious relief. There was an accident, Aiden could only explain awkwardly. Never mind, as long as you're okay. After all, you Prewetts are like this. Mrs. Weasley was actually getting used to it with obvious resignation. This reaction from Mrs. Weasley made Aiden start reflecting on whether he was being too dramatic. After a normal lunch, Aiden again felt how good it was to be home. In the afternoon, Sirius sent Aiden a message, asking him to come to Grimmauld Place. Aiden used apparition to reach Grimmauld Place, where Sirius was already waiting outside. Aiden. Sirius said, giving him a warm hug. What's wrong? Why the rush to bring me here? Aiden wondered with curiosity. Come on, let's talk inside, Sirius said, looking around and quickly pulling Aiden into the ancestral home. Entering the parlor, there were many familiar faces. Lupin, Kingsley, Tonks, Moody, Snape. This is a Phoenix gathering? Aiden asked, raising an eyebrow. Dumbledore arranged for me to summon Order members, so I called everyone, Sirius said with a shrug. Wait, I'm not an Order member. Aiden said with a frown. Came 7 confused voices. Then everyone looked at Snape. He didn't invite you. Then how did you? Never mind. This time it was Snape's turn to frown. Anyway, you know about his business, and everyone here holds no secrets from you, Snape said, clenching his fists on the table. What do you mean? Moody asked, looking at him. Our famous Ravenclaw genius has walked to the forefront of the world in matters of the mind, hasn't he? Though Snape's words were ornate, Aiden heard no praise in them. You flatter me, Aiden said politely. Enough, we're not here to discuss this today. We need some action regarding Voldemort, Sirius said, standing up to moderate the meeting. What's there to say? He's already gathering an army. I can sense it. Knockturn Alley has been suspiciously quiet lately, especially their so-called queen, Moody said, pulling out his flask for a drink. Snape frowned at him with obvious disapproval. What? This isn't polyjuice potion. Smell it if you don't believe me, Moody said, trying to shove the flask under Snape's nose. Enough, Snape said, pushing his hand away. Tell us about the ministry. Your information is more current. Aiden questioned Moody while covering the tension between him and Snape. Same old story. Lots of idiots in the ministry think suppressing the news will solve everything. I think they just want to offer Voldemort a surrender gift. Moody snorted disdainfully, putting his hand on his walking stick and using it to support his head. The problem now is we can't wake these pretending sleepers, can only watch their actions, and Dumbledore himself doesn't seem to want to directly confront the ministry, Sirius said with obvious frustration. So what should we do? Tonks asked, raising her hand. Escalate the problem, Aiden said, narrowing his eyes. What do you mean? Sirius asked, becoming interested. As the wizarding world's only administrative body, where does the ministry support come from? Aiden leaned back in his chair, his legs slightly crossed, his good figure faintly visible under his clothing. Wizards, no, merchants. They're closely connected to other wizards' daily lives, Sirius said, quickly catching on. Yes, as controllers of merchant raw materials, what do we need to do? Aiden asked, lightly tapping the table with his finger. Cut off. No. Claim to merchants that our raw material supply has been hijacked. Through subtle ways, let the message pass from merchants to ordinary wizards. Sirius said, understanding Aiden's meaning. Aiden nodded with satisfaction, pointing at Sirius with his finger to show the others. TSK, why aren't you two Slytherins? Snape asked with obvious marvel. I have a good relationship with the old hat, Aiden said with a smile. Having clarified their action plan, everyone began their respective tasks. The alliance between the Black and Prewett families caused severe market fluctuations in the wizarding world in a short time. Meanwhile, a strange rumor slowly spread with growing intensity. Along with violent commodity fluctuations in the wizard market, other wizarding families entered seeking profit. But Aiden and Sirius sniped them before they could enter, leaving these purebloods' hoarded goods worthless. Multiple pureblood families' massive losses made some economy-focused wizards believe they'd been targeted by the ministry. This further confirmed the rumor's existence. The entire wizarding world, amid these treacherous changes, approached September with growing unease. Chapter 266, Chapter 266, End of Summer and the Dudley Family Chronicles. Chapter 266, End of Summer and the Dudley Family Chronicles. The hottest day of summer was about to end with oppressive heat. On the Muggle streets, those square houses were shrouded in drowsy silence. The lush green lawns had been scorched yellow by the intense summer heat, and due to the severe drought, few people used watering hoses. In Devon, Little Whinging, Prewett Drive, a famously resentful boy was rummaging through trash bins for newspapers with obvious desperation. Petunia and Vernon couldn't understand Harry's daily news-watching behavior. After all, 15-year-old British kids should be spending time with cartoons and the Premier League. Unable to stand it, Petunia and Vernon mocked this nephew who had suddenly become interested in current events. Left with no choice, Harry was forced to hide under flower beds to secretly listen to the news. Today's celebrities are really exaggerated, they repeatedly broadcast even the tiniest things, Petunia criticized with obvious disdain. Those neighbors too, wasting water every day, and these workers constantly on strike. If it were me, I'd make them lose their jobs forever. As a middle-class couple, Vernon and Petunia clearly had different views on the TV news. Outside the window, Harry saw the TV starting to show swimming parrots, figured there wouldn't be anything worth listening to next, and prepared to get up and leave. Meanwhile, Mundungus, who had been assigned by Dumbledore to protect Harry, had used apparition to slip away due to some stolen goods business. The spatial fluctuations and explosive sounds made Harry alert. He shot up and pulled out his wand with obvious caution. Then his head banged into the windowsill, swelling up with a large bump. "Get in here," Vernon said, hearing the commotion and opening the window, thinking Harry was causing trouble and wanting to drag him inside. But during their struggle, Harry suddenly felt his scar hurt with sharp pain. Vernon felt an electric current pass from his nephew's body, making him let go immediately. "Enough. What exactly are you doing, sneaking around all day?" Vernon asked, losing his temper. Listening to the news, Harry replied simply. For people like you, there probably isn't any news worth hearing." Petunia approached Harry, bent down and said to him with obvious contempt. "We're not idiots. Don't think we don't know, those plague birds are delivering messages to you." "Oh, you're not idiots. Now that's really news," Harry shot back with obvious venom. After the argument ended, Harry angrily returned to his bedroom and viciously kicked a cabinet. Then he ended up with both a sore head and a sore foot. To better receive news, Harry even paid to subscribe to the Daily Prophet with his own money. He only ever read the front page, hoping the ministry would promptly publicize Voldemort's return, but unfortunately his hopes were destined to be dashed. Outside, the sound of owls came again with familiar hooting. A grayish owl crashed into the window. It was the Weasley family's owl. Having spent the entire summer on edge, Harry eagerly anticipated what news the owl might bring. Opening the letter, inside was a chocolate cake and a note. Harry couldn't wait to unfold the letter and read it with growing excitement. "About that matter, we can't say much. Someone told us not to mention anything important, it might be intercepted. We're very busy, hope to see you soon." Harry still couldn't gather any information from the letter, and he could sense between the lines that Ron and Hermione seemed to be getting quite close. The two were sneaking around doing something together. Three-person friendships really were crowded. Even though Harry was far away on Prewett Drive, he could feel the sense of alienation. This strange emotion made Harry angrily throw the chocolate cake in the trash, though he regretted it later when faced with that evening's diet meal. The next day, Harry wandered aimlessly near the park with obvious boredom. He thought this summer had been absolutely terrible. As a warrior who had escaped from death's door, digging through trash bins for newspapers every day, touring Avada's dreamscape every night, frequently dreaming of Aiden being killed. Enduring Petunia's bland cooking every day, receiving no news, throwing away chocolate himself, and seeing no results from his investment in the twins' joke shop. After this entire summer, Harry was thoroughly resentful, though fortunately he had unique ways to vent. In the distance, Dudley with his gang had evolved from a young whale to a strong young man after a year of dieting. He had practiced boxing and even won a boxing competition medal at school. During this vacation, he outwardly told the Dursley couple he was going to study and have tea with classmates. In reality, he led his gang in vandalizing public property, bullying younger kids, and causing trouble around the neighborhood. At this moment, Dudley was once again approaching Harry with his gang. Dudley strode powerfully forward, surrounded by his gang, quite intimidating. "Oh, if it isn't our little Duddy. Where are you off to?" Harry asked with obvious teasing. "Hey, who are you? How dare you talk to our D-boss like that?" The little thugs behind Dudley immediately defended him with obvious aggression. Clearly, Harry knew Dudley was afraid of him, while Dudley's cronies didn't know Dudley was afraid of Harry, and Harry knew that Dudley's cronies didn't know Dudley was afraid of Harry. Therefore, whenever Harry mocked Dudley, he could watch Dudley's expression shift from anger to unease to being caught between a rock and a hard place for the sake of face. This was Harry's rare source of entertainment during the summer. "Shut up!" Dudley roared at Harry with obvious frustration. "Out bullying little kids again today. 9-year-olds or 10-year-olds. Harry taunted mercilessly. "They deserved it," Dudley said with obvious anger. "Why's that? Did someone else say you look like a pig that learned to stand up?" Harry continued mocking. You. Dudley stammered, so angry he became incoherent. "Hey, that wasn't an insult, because it's the truth," Harry said, his green eyes revealing his obvious amusement. Pushed to his limit, Dudley fought back, saying with desperate malice. "Well, do you think you're so clever with words? At least I'm not like some people who howl and wail every night. At least I'm not afraid of my own pillow. Ha 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 ha." Dudley's gang began mocking Harry with obvious cruelty. "Don't kill Aiden. Speaking of which, who is Aiden, your boyfriend?" Dudley continued his counterattack. "Shut up, shut up, shut up," Harry said angrily, rushing forward and pressing his wand against Dudley's chin. "Ha ha ha ha, little stick." The nearby thugs still wanted to continue mocking. But just then, the sky was suddenly covered by dense clouds. Sunlight retreated into the clouds, making the entire park dim. Strong winds began blowing around them, swirling scraps of paper into the air. "What did you do?" Dudley asked with obvious trembling. "I don't know," Harry said, looking around nervously. "Looks like a storm's coming. Let's go, D-boss." The surrounding thugs called out to Dudley, but they had no intention of waiting for him and scattered in all directions. Before long, rain began falling from the sky. Harry and Dudley had no choice but to run and take shelter under a bridge tunnel. Chapter 267, Dementors and 5 Owls. Chapter 267, Dementors and 5 Owls. Under the railway bridge tunnel, Dudley thought Harry was behind everything, so he punched him, knocking his wand away, then quickly ran off with obvious panic. Suddenly, a cold current struck. The entire bridge tunnel's lights instantly went out, and puddles on the ground froze into ice. Dudley slipped on the ice blocks and slid all the way to the end of the tunnel with terrified screams. "Lumos," Harry said, casting wandless magic for illumination. Light appeared, revealing 2 Dementors with obvious menace. One Dementor grabbed Harry's throat and pressed him against the wall. The other Dementor moved its gaping mouth toward Dudley with deadly intent. Harry's eyes rolled back. Suddenly, a strange power enveloped the entire area. Harry's green eyes changed to heterochromatic amber and blue with mysterious transformation. An invisible dreamscape covered the area, turning everything into clouds. Scorching white light flashed, completely obliterating the 2 Dementors. "Huff, huff," Dudley said, turning completely pale and sitting on the clouds, gasping for breath. Harry cautiously held his wand, looking around to guard against possible dangers. Then he saw a beautiful face with obvious recognition. "Aiden!" Harry exclaimed with obvious delight. "No, what's left here isn't the main body, just a precautionary measure the main body left on you," the exquisite figure before him said, seeming mechanical like a doll. "Then what's the situation now? Where are we?" Harry asked with growing confusion. Cough cough, diverted a bit of processing power here. "Wow, you're really something, kid." The originally mechanical doll suddenly came to life with an obvious personality. "Ah," Dudley said, startled by the transformation. "Hello, Dudley Desley. I'm Aiden Prewett, your cousin's classmate, but not his boyfriend," Aiden said, giving Dudley a calming influence. "As for where you are, you're in my dream. There are quite a few Dementors outside. I need to wait for the wizard protecting you to arrive before I can let you out," Aiden explained patiently. "Protection? Why do I need protection? And who?" Harry said, his words being cut off. Then they heard familiar cat meowing from outside. "Hello to you too, Tibbles," Aiden said, going over and petting the cat's head. "All right, it's time for you to go back," Aiden said, waving his hand as the 2 began falling from the clouds. "Wait," Harry said, still wanting to ask clearly, but the falling sensation interrupted his words. The 2 crashed to the ground and struggled to get up with obvious difficulty. Outside, an elderly woman holding a wand was using the Patronus charm to drive away Dementors. "Harry Potter," the old woman said, putting away her wand and approaching. Mrs. Fig. Harry said, his eyes widening in shock. He never imagined that Mrs. Fig, who had been with him for 15 years, was actually a witch. You're a witch? Harry asked with obvious disbelief. Recently became one. Come with me, Mrs. Fig said, beckoning to them. Harry shouldered Dudley and followed with obvious struggle. What's going on, Mrs. Fig? On the way, Harry struggled to carry Dudley while questioning Mrs. Fig. Dementors appearing in the Muggle world, the Ministry's power struggle has entered a white-hot stage, Mrs. Fig warned grimly. Since Voldemort returned last year, did you think Dumbledore would still let you wander around alone? My lord, Mr. Prewett told me you were quite clever. Mrs. Fig held her wand alert, escorting Harry and Dudley all the way to number 4, Privet Drive. By the way, Mr. Prewett asked me to tell you, you won't be expelled, Mrs. Fig said and turned to go home. With a spatial flicker, a shortman appeared. Mrs. Fig directly grabbed his ear and dragged him inside with obvious authority. After Dudley entered, he immediately vomited on the carpet, frightening Aunt Petunia into screaming. Vernon, Vernon. Petunia screamed for Vernon with obvious panic. Vernon came over and saw Dudley, looking at Harry with obvious disgust. Now you're satisfied, turning my son into an idiot. Then an owl flew in with a letter. The letter turned into a mouth, notifying Harry that he'd been expelled from Hogwarts and someone would come to destroy his wand. Justice is served, Vernon said, laughing with obvious satisfaction. Then another owl flew in, also turning into a mouth, with Mr. Weasley's voice coming from inside. Potter, listen. Aiden and Dumbledore have intervened in the case. There's now a turning point. Don't leave your residence, don't surrender your wand. A third owl flew in again, notifying Harry that his expulsion was postponed. A fourth owl brought a note from Sirius. What misfortune, Vernon complained with obvious frustration. The owls circling the living room reminded Vernon of the scene when Harry enrolled 4 years ago. I think you owe us an explanation, Vernon said, suppressing his fear and glaring at Harry. It's Voldemort. He's back, with his ambitions, assembling an army. Left with no choice, Harry had to tell the Dursley family all about the major events that had happened in the wizarding world. You say Vol what? What does this have to do with us? Why should my child suffer this kind of harm? Vernon sneered with obvious dismissal. Vernon, don't say that person's name, Petunia said, knowing Voldemort's terror and stopping Vernon. This child is too dangerous. He'll implicate us. Drive him away, Petunia. Vernon muttered quietly with obvious fear. But just as Vernon had this thought, a fifth owl appeared. It dropped a letter on the sofa and quickly fled. This is a howler. I suggest you open it quickly, Harry said, sitting in the corner with green eyes wide, looking at the three of them. Ha, do you think we'll fall for your tricks again? Vernon said, shaking his head left and right. Then the letter on the sofa flew up and burnt in midair. A terrifying voice came from inside, echoing throughout the Dursley house. Don't forget your promise, Petunia. Petunia lifted her head with obvious difficulty, while Vernon swallowed hard. Let him stay here, Vernon. Petunia said, making some kind of resolution. Seeing his wife like this, Vernon didn't pressure her further. Now get back to your room, Vernon said, pointing his finger toward the second floor. Harry lowered his head and went upstairs with obvious defeat. Then Harry spent 4 extremely torturous days at the Dursleys. He wrote notes to several friends and his godfather, but since Hedwig was out hunting, he had to delay. After a while, well-fed Hedwig finally flew back. Harry couldn't help mocking with obvious frustration, you actually know to come back. Hedwig looked at Harry strangely. Harry quickly tied the letters to Hedwig and fell into deep self-reproach as Hedwig flew away. Over the next few days, Harry had no communication whatsoever with the Dursley family. But Petunia still brought him 3 meals a day upstairs. On Friday, a figure in platinum robes came to the Dursley house's front door. A mental breeze swept through the Dursley house, magnifying the 3 Dursleys' desire to travel. Then they actually went off happily on vacation with sudden enthusiasm. Leaving only Harry alone to watch the Dursley house. Chapter 268, Chapter 268, Journey Through the Collective Unconscious Sea and Harry's Little Goblin. Chapter 268, Journey Through the Collective Unconscious Sea and Harry's Little Goblin. That night, Harry was once again awakened by nightmares. Nightmares jolted Harry awake yet again. A weight shifting on his mattress sent him bolt upright, wand pressed to an intruder's chest before he could think. I don't think I've offended you, came a gentle youthful voice. Aiden. Harry said, grabbing the glasses from his bedside table. Blinking into focus, Harry saw them all, a small crowd flanking Aiden. Lupin, Moody, Kingsley, Daedalus from that awkward handshake, Hestia Jones. What are you doing here? Harry asked curiously. Put away your wand, kid. You'll poke someone's eye out, Moody said, delivering his first line. A witch with a pale, heart-shaped face and violet-spiked hair ran over and shook Harry's hand. "Hello, I'm Nymphadora Tonks," she said, introducing herself warmly. "Ahem," Lupin coughed, interrupting the moment. "Come on, kid, we need to pack your luggage," Moody said, reaching out and pulling Harry toward the kitchen. In the kitchen, Tonks used less than stellar spells to help Harry pack. Moody asked Harry for a glass of water, and Harry picked up Petunia's cup and handed it over. "You know, ever since that incident, it keeps getting stuck," Moody said, popping out his magical eye and dropping it in the cup to wash. A group of wizards ransacked Harry's house, with only Lupin leaving a note for the Dursley family explaining that Harry had been taken away. Soon Harry's luggage was packed, and the group came outside. "How are we going to leave here?" Harry asked. "Of course, through the dream channels," Aiden said, winking at Harry. Having become a dream weaver, Aiden had the ability to bring others into the collective unconscious sea. To maximize avoidance of ministry tracking, Dumbledore decided after discussing with Aiden to take Harry for a tour. It was also to let him get acquainted with the good friends behind him in advance. "Ready?" Aiden asked, glancing at everyone. "Maybe you need to give Nymphadora some preparation time," Moody joked. "Don't call me Nymphadora," Tonks said as her hair changed color. "Go," Aiden said as his staff materialized in his hand, tapping lightly on the ground. Silver-white rings of light began spreading from where his staff touched the ground. Enveloping all 10 people, the wizards then felt a falling sensation and tumbled down. After falling through the air for a while, they felt themselves crash to the ground. Several people looked up and found themselves in a gray, hazy world. "Where's Aiden?" Harry asked, looking around the group and noticing one person missing. "Where do you think you're standing right now?" A clear, youthful voice rang out. They looked up to see a massive dragon head floating above them, heterochromatic dragon eyes revealing playfulness. "Merlin's beard," Lupin exclaimed. Finally, Harry and his group discovered they were standing on a gray-white giant dragon. There were many bubbles floating around them. Focusing on them seemed to reveal images within. Don't get too absorbed watching them. You'll fall into other people's dreams. Even if these ordinary people have no magical power, the combined force of minds is not something ordinary wizards can withstand. Aiden's voice startled the group, and they quickly closed their eyes. "I'll fly lower so you can see the full view of this place." With Aiden's voice, the wizards felt a pushing sensation and then dove downward. "All right." Aiden's voice came again, and everyone reluctantly opened their eyes. Below them was a boundless ocean of silver-white fluid. Surrounded by oddly shaped islands, with bubbles rising from the peaks of mountains on the islands. Countless bubbles piled up in the sky, seemingly forming a cloud layer that obscured the sunlight. "What is this place?" Harry murmured in wonder. The collective unconscious sea, a cluster of biological consciousness, Akasha, Alaya, the misty illusion. Since ancient times, wizards and ordinary people have had all sorts of names for this place, Aiden explained. "Look at your back, Harry," Aiden said mischievously. Harry turned around, and everyone also looked toward his back. "Ah!" Harry cried out in alarm. On his back, an ugly baby was clinging tightly to him, and the baby seemed to have many wounds on its body. The baby's face was exactly Voldemort's. "What's on his back?" Lupin asked with a frown. From their perspective, Harry's back was completely empty, but from Harry and Aiden's reactions, this was clearly not the case. "I've heard Dumbledore say that this region requires walking a certain distance on the mental path before one can enter. And our mental path can at most allow us to examine ourselves, we can't see others' situations," Moody shared his speculation. "Yes, Professor Moody is right. Truly worthy of being a well-informed veteran Auror," Aiden said, nodding in praise. "I'm no longer a professor, and you're truly worthy of being a student praised by Dumbledore," Moody replied seriously. The two engaged in mutual compliments while Harry beside them was already vigorously trying to shake off the Voldemort on his back. "Aiden, what's going on?" Harry said after shaking for a while and finding no effect, turning to seek help. "You should have encountered his secret of immortality. 15 years ago, he used your mother as a sacrifice and shared part of himself with you," Aiden explained. "So I'm his." Harry was about to speak but was interrupted by Aiden. "So, I instructed Sirius before the summer holidays to teach you occlumency. Any progress?" Aiden turned his head back to watch ahead, controlling his body's direction. "Didn't learn, probably Sirius was too busy," Harry said, evading the topic. Clearly, this father and son pair had completely ignored his words. "Now you know why you keep dreaming about him during your holidays. Study occlumency properly," Aiden emphasized again. "Okay," Harry said, obediently lowering his head. "All right, hold on tight. We're about to surface," Aiden reminded the people on his back. Then they all pressed themselves against Aiden's scales. With the sensation of upward thrust and airflow, Aiden brought them to Grimmauld Place in London. "By the way, How do you travel from there to here? Does the sea of consciousness connect the entire world? Lupin suddenly asked with interest. No, but it can at least connect to any place where living beings exist. It won't appear when you're bathing, Senior Tonks, Aiden said, narrowing his eyes without turning back. Just as Professor Snape said, everyone present has no secrets in front of you, Tonks complained with embarrassment. Chapter 269, Chapter 269, The Order of the Phoenix. Chapter 269, The Order of the Phoenix. Moody pressed a slip of parchment into Harry's hand. The moment he read, the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix may be found at number 12, Grimmauld Place, London, the flanking houses began sliding apart like heavy curtains. Then, a quaintly decorated house was revealed between them. The Black family home wrapped them in serpentine grandeur. Snake-shaped door knockers gleamed in brass, silver serpents coiled around chandelier arms, and even the coat rack resembled a cobra poised to strike. Every surface declared generations of Slytherin pride. They really are consistently Slytherin, Aiden joked. But Sirius is a Gryffindor, Lupin said, winking at Aiden. At the entrance stood an umbrella stand made from a troll's leg, and the walls were covered with house elf heads. At the end of the corridor was a narrow sitting room where many Order of the Phoenix members gathered for discussion. Harry peered through the doorframe and saw his godfather, smiling at Sirius with relief. Aunt Molly walked over, extending her hands. Harry, it's so good to see you. You've lost some weight. Aiden tried to slip past his aunt into the meeting room but was knocked on the head by Mrs. Weasley. She pointed inside, and Aiden quickly slipped over. Mrs. Weasley sighed and turned to Harry. You go upstairs first. Ron and Hermione are already up there. In the sitting room, Aiden casually found a place to sit. Sirius, your thinking is too radical. There are no witnesses, no casualties, and no evidence, Arthur reasoned calmly. Due to Dumbledore's break with the Ministry, Arthur was sidelined at the Ministry, so he naturally joined the Reformed Order of the Phoenix and appeared at the meeting. He nearly killed Harry. Isn't that evidence enough? Sirius retorted. But monitoring that secret weapon is most important. Hestia Jones spoke up. We should trust Dumbledore. Lupin also shared his view. But that thing was destroyed by me last year. I'm guessing he probably won't rebuild it in the same place, Aiden said, raising his hand. Everyone's gaze turned to Aiden, their eyes filled with confusion. Moody's magical eye swiveled toward Aiden, both pupils fixed on him with uncomfortable intensity. You know what we're discussing. The secret weapon at Riddle Manor. Aiden shrugged casually. Already dealt with. Destroyed it during our last encounter. See, I told you we should act tonight, Sirius said, lightly tapping the table. What's the situation at the Ministry? Aiden asked, seeing the tense atmosphere and changing the subject. Very bad, Arthur said, shaking his head. Moody's scarred face twisted in disgust. The Ministry split completely. Amelia Bones leads the Hawks, while Fudge commands the Ostriches. Neither side will budge an inch. And Barty Crouch, after his recovery, he returned to the International Magical Cooperation Department. Due to his son's incident, his power is greatly constrained, Tonks added. But as a neutral party, he actually has the most followers under him, Arthur spoke again. So the Ministry is completely unreliable, and he's getting stronger every minute. We need to act, Sirius proposed again. Then everyone turned their gaze to Aiden. Why are you all looking at me? Aiden asked, somewhat puzzled. You speak up. After all, you're the strongest fighter here, Moody voiced everyone's thoughts. Let's lie low and see what the Ministry wants to do. No matter what, we should wait for the monsters to show themselves before cleaning them up. Otherwise, how can we judge who's an enemy and who's a friend? Aiden said, crossing his hands under his chin. But the mysterious. Sirius wanted to say something more but was interrupted by Aiden. Don't worry, everything is under control, Aiden said, giving him a reassuring expression. Then what about Harry Potter? From the corner, Snape spoke up. Tell him the truth, Sirius immediately jumped out. No way, he's still a child. Molly immediately objected, while Aiden watched the drama from the side. He's not young anymore, Molly. We should let him decide his own future, Sirius reasoned. Oh really? He's not James, Molly shot back. He's not your son either, Sirius retorted. I think this boy shouldn't become a serious criminal like his godfather, Snape said sarcastically. In fact, he also didn't want Harry to know the truth. Shut up, Snivellis. Then the two started arguing. Moody, annoyed by their bickering, simply declared the meeting over. After the meeting, Aiden was sent upstairs by Molly, while Snape left without accepting Molly's invitation to stay. At the door, Hermione was already hugging Harry. Ahem, Aiden pretended to cough, and the two immediately separated. Ron, have you gotten stronger? Aiden asked, looking at his cousin behind Hermione with puzzlement. We're together every day, Ron replied, equally confused. How could you not notice? Aiden, who hadn't seen Ron for over 1,000 years, stared blankly. Never mind, don't worry about these details, Aiden said with a wave. Hedwig immediately flew into Harry's arms, affectionately nuzzling him. Hedwig has been restless and anxious. She's very worried about you and kept pecking me to urge us to write back, Ron said, raising his hand to show Harry the wounds. Sorry, Hedwig, Harry said, stroking Hedwig's head. Downstairs, Mrs. Weasley was also calling everyone for dinner, so they all went down together. The twins appara'd downstairs in a flash. It seemed they had good talent in this area. Enough. Just because you're allowed to use this magic now doesn't mean you should use it for everything, Molly said, giving each twin a smack. Just then, Harry appeared at the bottom of the stairs with Ron, Hermione, and Aiden following behind. Harry. Sirius pushed past the Weasley family and pulled Harry into a fierce hug. Everyone came to the dining table where Molly had prepared a sumptuous dinner. Crookshanks was nestled on Sirius's legs being affectionate, while Tonks was changing into pig noses and playing with Ginny. Aiden watched Tonks's magical flow with interest. This amazing talent was probably a remnant from her ancestors' exploration of magical creature transformation. Soon Aiden lost interest. Arthur spoke up, I don't know why, but it seems the entire Wisingamot court will attend your hearing at the ministry. Arthur was hinting at something, but Aiden saw through his little scheme. He wanted to tell Harry the truth. I don't understand what grievance the ministry has against me. Harry said, his green eyes filled with confusion. Tell him. He'll find out sooner or later. Moody said. Kingsley slid a copy of the Daily Prophet across the table. Harry's own face stared back at him beneath the mocking headline, The Boy Who Lies. Inside, his name had become a punchline scattered throughout articles and editorial cartoons. The back of the paper read, with Fudge, all is well. Dumbledore and Aiden's photos were prominently featured as well. Dumbledore was labeled as an old madman, while Aiden was portrayed as the new generation's war maniac of the Prewett family. Chapter 270, Scars and the Locket. Chapter 270, Scars and the Locket. Aiden's grin sharpened. War maniac. I rather like the sound of that. The Ministry's conservative faction is using every means to suppress any wizard who dares claim the Dark Lord has returned, Sirius said, raising his orange juice. Aiden was still voraciously eating Mrs. Weasley's steak, while Harry looked very confused. Why? Because those fools think Dumbledore wants to seize power. Aiden decided it was time to show Harry how the adult world really worked. He looked up and exhaled a dreamscape toward the ceiling, and images began to appear. Fudge's rise to power, apart from the political situation at the time, depended entirely on Dumbledore's reputation. He made people believe he was appointed by Dumbledore to serve as Minister of Magic. The image flickered, showing Fudge standing on a high platform waving to the crowd supporting him below. But this source of political status is very unstable. To win re-election, Fudge, who had no political achievements, could only choose to merge with the conservative forces within the Ministry. The scene changed to show Fudge extending his hand with a seal, while a black hand reached out with a money pouch, the two hands gripping tightly together. So the entire conservative force of the Ministry has been consolidated, and those purebloods' ambitions are burning fiercely again after the Dark Lord's return. The ceiling image changed again to show a group of black-robed wizards kneeling at Voldemort's feet, with Riddle Manor in the background. Harry frowned, seeing this scene. Yes, their entire faction believes that once Dumbledore takes power, he'll launch a purge against them and steal their positions, Lupin also spoke up. Aiden waved his hand, dispersing the dreamscape on the ceiling. That's too stupid. No one thinks Dumbledore. Harry said, his words being interrupted by Lupin. But they're afraid. Fear makes people's minds muddled. Our minister will probably do everything he can to avoid the truth. We believe Voldemort may be planning to build an army again. 14 years ago, he had a massive army that included wizards and various dark creatures. But gathering followers is probably not the only thing he wants to do. We think he might be searching for something. Sirius spoke up. Ahem. Aiden, Moody, Lupin, and Arthur all coughed simultaneously. You mean a weapon? Harry asked, staring at him. Something he didn't have time to use last time, Sirius said quietly. Enough. Molly put down her dinner knife and ran over. He's still a child. If you say any more, you'll be dragging him into the Order of the Phoenix. No problem. I'll join. If Voldemort is assembling an army, I want to fight him too, Harry said, his eyes resolute. Seriously? Aiden asked. Of course, Harry nodded. Then Aiden tore off his robe, revealing a tiny wound on his chest. Endless chaotic aura leaked out. Harry felt himself being watched by some terrifying predator. Massive magical power surged through the room like a physical weight. Harry gasped, feeling as if invisible boulders were grinding him between them, the air becoming too thick to breathe. His scar blazed with agony, and his soul felt torn between opposing forces. The other young wizards winced and shifted uncomfortably. Mrs. Weasley, unable to bear watching the young wizard's distress, rushed over. "Enough," Molly said, giving Aiden a knock on the head. Aiden pulled his robe back on, covering the wound again. "What was that?" Harry gasped, slumping back in his chair as if the strength had drained from his body. "The power Voldemort serves," Aiden said grimly. "What we must stand against." Later that night, Grimmauld Place fell silent. Harry lay awake, staring at the ceiling of his borrowed room. On the staircase, Aiden watched Creature's nightly routine, the ancient house elf polishing portrait frames with obsessive care. Creature stopped and looked at Aiden, who was observing him, and spoke. "Prewett, those who betrayed glory. Why oppose the mysterious men? With your abilities, you could completely help him gain power. Isn't glory good?" "Creature, that's enough." Sirius emerged from the shadows, his face dark with familiar irritation. "Wait." Aiden's calm voice stopped Sirius mid-stride. "Don't send him away just yet. I have questions for him." "Questions for Creature?" Sirius's eyebrows rose in surprise, but he nodded slowly. "All right, but I'm staying right here." "Wastrel. The Black family treasures will not be handed over to outsiders." Creature refused sternly. "I need you to give me the thing that Regulus Arcturus Black ordered you to destroy," Aiden said with a knowing smile. "What?" Sirius went rigid, his brother's name hitting him like a physical blow. His face drained of color. "You, how do you know?" Creature's voice rose to a shriek. "No. You're a Legilimens, just like the Dark Lord." Creature's screaming roused Sirius's mother's portrait, and her shrieking voice soon had the entire house in uproar. "Aiden, what are you talking about?" Sirius seized Aiden's shoulders, his voice cracking. "My brother served Voldemort. He was a Death Eater. Let Creature take us to get the thing first." "Sirius, give him the order," Aiden said. "Creature," Sirius commanded without hesitation, "I order you to give Aiden what he's asking for." Creature reluctantly led the two to the kitchen and took out a locket from the cabinet. With obvious anguish, Creature produced the locket while striking his head repeatedly against the cabinet door. It's Creature's fault for not completing Master Regulus's instructions. "Wah wah wah," Creature wailed while banging. "What is this?" Sirius said, reaching out and snatching the locket. A vicious thought invaded his mind: kill the Prewett. Take his dragon blood. Sirius felt everything go dark before his eyes, and his right hand uncontrollably reached for his wand. Aiden's hand shot out, covering Sirius's eyes. "Soothe," he commanded quietly. The Sequence 3 level of soothing immediately freed Sirius from the strange state, and he directly threw the locket away. "Hey, as someone from a pureblood family, don't you know you can't directly handle dark magical objects?" Aiden teased. "Maybe that's why I'm different from them," Sirius muttered, still dazed from the Horcrux's influence. Seeing Sirius's vulnerable state, Aiden abandoned his teasing and carefully approached the fallen locket. The chaotic aura surrounding it paled compared to Aiden's wound, like a candle flame beside a roaring fire. "What exactly is this?" Sirius asked. "Voldemort's secret to immortality, a Horcrux," Aiden revealed the answer. "Ha. So he hid his filthy secret in the Black family home. Typical of those Death Eaters." Sirius's mocking tone died as understanding dawned on his face. "Tell me why." Sirius's voice cracked as he stared at Creature with reddened eyes. "Why would my brother try to destroy this thing?" The Dark Lord demanded Creature's life to protect this object. Master Regulus. He couldn't bear it, went in Creature's place instead. Creature's head struck the cabinet repeatedly, each thud echoing his anguish and failure. "Enough." Sirius seized Creature's shoulders, stopping the self-harm. "I order you to tell me the whole truth about what happened to my brother." What followed was the most painful story Sirius had ever heard and the most beautiful. His little brother, the Death Eater, had given his life to save a house elf and strike back at the Dark Lord. Chapter 271, Chapter 271, The Unknown Hero and Funeral. Chapter 271, The Unknown Hero and Funeral. An unknown hero, huh, Aiden murmured thoughtfully. Sirius slumped in a chair, covering his face with his hand. "All right, Creature, can you still find the place where Regulus sacrificed himself?" Aiden asked. "Of course." Creature responded eagerly. "Take us there now, immediately, I order you." Sirius said, standing up and grabbing Creature's clothes. "But it's filled with dark magic left by the Dark Lord," Creature said, cowering. "We're responsible for handling magic." "Just lead us there," Aiden explained calmly. "Fine," Creature nodded reluctantly. Aiden and Sirius exchanged a glance and grasped Creature's hand. After a shift in space, the three arrived inside a dark, foreboding cave. Here, where is he? Sirius asked Creature urgently. Master Regulus fell into the water. There are many corpses beneath, Creature said, curling up in fear. Sirius ran straight to the water without hesitation. But once he touched the water, a piercing cold surrounded him. His body stiffened, and he fell straight into the water. Aiden's staff appeared in his hand, flickering at the tip. Several chains shot out, binding Sirius and pulling him back to shore. What is this thing? Sirius asked, trembling with cold and barely able to speak clearly. I already told you there's dark magic below, and you still rushed in like that. Look, it's been activated. Aiden raised his wand, and a light orb flew to the cave ceiling, illuminating the entire cave. In the lake water, countless inferi were continuously climbing upward with grotesque movements. All right, from now on, you carefully identify which one is your brother. If it's not him, I'll cremate them all. Aiden waved his wand, and a circle of ghostly blue flame surrounded the three. An Inferius at the front lunged at the three, then immediately turned to ash in the fiend fire. Sirius widened his eyes watching the inferi horde, afraid of missing one and letting his brother's corpse be reduced to ashes. As time passed, more and more inferi were cremated. The ashes from the burning piled up in a small circle around the three. I see him, Regulus. Aiden, at your 11 o'clock. Sirius suddenly shouted. Aiden looked in the direction Sirius was shouting. A corpse wearing dark green robes was advancing toward them. With a finger gesture, the Inferius flew toward them. Snap. Aiden snapped his fingers, and several white chains bound the Inferius. Then he raised his wand, pointing it at the stone platform in the center of the cave. A complex magic array appeared at the wand tip, with magical power gathering toward the center. An attack spell roared through the stone platform, penetrating the entire cave. Creature, let's go, Aiden called out. Creature immediately ran over, grabbed the group, and disappeared in a spatial flicker. At this moment, Voldemort, far away in Europe, suddenly felt his spell being broken and immediately stood up. Master, where are you going? Asked a black-robed Death Eater nearby. He kept his head down, thinking his vile gaze hadn't been noticed. But as a Legilimens, Voldemort already knew everything. With a wave of his wand, a cruciatus curse struck. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking in your hearts. Also, I'm returning to Britain. After saying this, Voldemort disappeared into the night without explanation. When he arrived at the cave, only a huge hole remained. The lake water and stone platform had all turned to ash under Aiden's attack. No. An unwilling howl echoed through the night. On the other side, Sirius held Regulus's corpse and wept bitterly on the ground. What happened? The huge commotion woke everyone up. Who is this? Harry asked, finding the pale, waterlogged corpse very strange. The second son of the Black family, a hero who sacrificed himself fighting Voldemort. After answering everyone's questions, Aiden took off his hat and placed it over his chest. The next day, Sirius wrote to inform Dumbledore. Dumbledore hurriedly rushed to the Black ancestral home. I've understood the situation. Let's hold a funeral for him, Dumbledore suggested solemnly. After some preparation, Order of the Phoenix members gathered at the Black family cemetery. Although the confrontation with Voldemort was becoming increasingly intense, all 20 Order members still attended the funeral. Dumbledore rarely wore black robes, and the others also wore suits. Today, we have suffered a great loss. A warrior who fought Voldemort hidden in darkness has lost his life, Dumbledore said, his voice heavy and melancholy. He was as obscure as his name suggests, but we will not forget his sacrifice, because forgetting means betrayal. Dumbledore's voice became inspiring, giving everyone encouragement. Thanks to his sacrifice, we have successfully moved one step closer to killing Voldemort. Therefore, please remember him, remember his name, Regulus Arcturus Black. Then Dumbledore waved his wand, and Regulus's coffin slowly sank into the earth. The surrounding soil gently isolated him from the mortal world. This hero finally found peace 13 years later. Aiden wore a well-tailored black suit. He took the flower from his chest pocket, placed it in front of Regulus's tombstone, and mourned for him for a while. I really never thought. Sirius said, tears glimmering in his eyes. Harry stood beside Sirius, supporting him, experiencing the deep pain in his godfather's heart. Aiden stood up, preparing to leave, but a black-robed figure appeared beside him. Sirius told me you got something from Creature, Dumbledore said, raising his eyebrows. Tom's Horcrux, Aiden said, knowing what Dumbledore was getting at. Shall we go take a look together? Dumbledore inquired. Let's go. Reaching out to grasp Dumbledore, the two traveled through the collective unconscious sea back to Grimmauld Place. It can be used this way. No place with consciousness can stop you. Dumbledore asked. No, you can raise mental defenses to resist me, but whether they can be broken depends on how far the person has walked on the path of the mind, Aiden explained. Then he led Dumbledore through the stairs. Dumbledore even bowed slightly to Creature. The two came to the top floor. Originally there had been a ghoul here, but because the floor had been set up with multiple layers of space, it couldn't see Aiden now. In the attic at the top of Grimmauld Place, Aiden had set up complex alchemical matrices. Slytherin's locket was placed in the center of the matrix. Are we going to clear out Tom's soul fragment like last time? Dumbledore asked. No, I left hints for Salazar, so he should have made some preparations for it in advance, Aiden said mysteriously. For some reason, Dumbledore always felt strange hearing Aiden directly call the founder by his name. Chapter 272, Chapter 272, Spring Cleaning and Going to the Ministry. Chapter 272, Spring Cleaning and Going to the Ministry. After handing the locket over to Dumbledore to handle, Aiden returned to Grimmauld Place. Lupin was taken away by Dumbledore to carry out some secret mission. Before leaving, he asked Aiden for a Prewett family crest with a magical mark. With 3 days until Harry's hearing, the group at Grimmauld Place with nothing to do decided to do some thorough cleaning. Don't you have a house elf? Aiden, wearing a mask and apron, waved his wand to clean the dust. Creature never cleans the house, and every time I'm cleaning, he secretly hides some trash. Sirius complained with frustration. Aiden looked at Sirius with a teasing expression for a while until he embarrassedly slipped away, then continued cleaning the house. Aiden lifted the sofa with one hand and found a large pile of dead puffskeins underneath. Sirius pulled back the curtains, and a large group of doxies ran out from behind them. Seeing a large swarm of black-haired pests the size of southern cockroaches rushing toward him, the dragon's hair stood on end. Puff! A breath of dragon fire shot out, freezing the entire curtain along with them. My God, are you trying to kill me? Sirius said, putting down his wand. The shield charm in front of him had turned into a large ice ball. At least we dealt with the doxies, didn't we? Aiden said with a wink. The two then used cleaning charms together to clear away the ice debris around them. Ron, Harry, and Hermione were cleaning cabinets in the attic. Harry opened a cabinet door, and suddenly a large black spider crawled out. Ron's face changed dramatically. I'm a bit thirsty. I'll go out for some tea. Then he disappeared for a whole hour. When Mundungus returned with intelligence from Nocturne Alley, the entire old house had been completely renewed. Oh, Sirius, can you give me these useless pieces of junk? Mundungus said, showing a mercenary smile. Aiden glanced at him and saw through his little scheme immediately. Those silver items are very valuable. If you want to dispose of them, you can go to legitimate shops in Diagon Alley, Aiden reminded him. Oh. Mundungus made a disappointed sound. All right, what are you here for? Sirius said, seeming to really dislike him. Intelligence from Nocturne Alley. The actual controllers of Nocturne Alley now seem to have plans to side with the mysterious men, Mundungus said, not wasting time as he told them the intelligence. All right, I know. We'll notify Dumbledore. After hearing the intelligence, Sirius directly sent Mundungus away. The silverware, think about it. Mundungus still didn't forget about the Black family's silverware as he left. Then he was driven out the door, and Sirius slammed it shut heavily. Sirius, why do you dislike him so much? Harry asked with some curiosity. He's a hypocrite, a thief, a scoundrel. Harry, you'd better have less contact with him, Sirius said, warning him seriously. By the way, I suddenly remembered something. How is your occlumency practice going? Aiden suddenly showed a teacher's expression, seriously looking at the two of them. Having experience teaching at Hogwarts, Aiden could now completely transform into Professor McGonagall. The same aura made Sirius and Harry instantly return to school and start trembling. Learning, we're learning, MC, no, Aiden, Harry stammered. Let me test you. Aiden said, giving them a direct look. Magical power attached to their thoughts, and the power of legilimency seemed about to pry open their mental defenses. But Aiden felt weak resistance, though it was quite feeble. At least you haven't been slacking off. You must remember. Aiden was about to speak, but the two could already skillfully continue his words. Voldemort is a powerful legilimens. If you can't learn occlumency, you can't even stand in front of him, Harry answered. Good. Aiden nodded with satisfaction. On Monday, Harry's hearing was about to begin. On this day, Harry was again awakened by nightmares and sat at the dining table eating bread with orange jam. Aiden, on the other hand, was eating Mrs. Weasley's prepared oatmeal muffins, smoked fish bacon, and fried eggs without any politeness. After eating, the four people dressed neatly and walked toward London's subway station. Along the way, Arthur was like a curious child. The crowds, revolving doors, and automatic ticket machines could all make him extremely excited, forming a sharp contrast with the worried Harry beside him. On the subway, Harry said to Sirius. Sirius, if we get expelled, can we come live with you at Grimmauld Place? You'd rather come to Grimmauld Place than go back to those damn muggles. Sirius said, his focus not on the same point as Harry's. Aiden teased Arthur, Uncle, the reason you're taking the subway is completely because you want to see ordinary people's technology, isn't it? Don't tell Harry, Arthur said, winking at him. Passing through the crowded crowd and coming out of the subway station, they found a red telephone booth between Downing Street and Parliament. Arthur led the three into the cramped space and pressed buttons on the telephone. The telephone booth descended, taking the four into the Ministry of Magic's visitor hall. Black stone bricks covered the entire hall, with many golden sculptures around. In the middle were two fountains, with a male wizard standing in the center of the pool, surrounded by house elves, centaurs, and goblins looking at him with worshipful eyes. Aiden inexplicably felt this wizard looked somewhat familiar. Then a man in platinum robes appeared behind Aiden, trying to put his hands on Aiden's shoulders. But the next moment, he felt as if he had shuttled back and forth between dreams and reality dozens of times. The director stared in confusion. "Heh, nice try," Aiden said with a smug smile. "Aiden, who are you talking to?" The three people nearby were very curious, and Sirius boldly asked. Then the director materialized from virtual to real, walking in front of everyone. "Hello, I am the director of the Department of Mysteries," the director said, performing a wizard's bow to everyone. "This guy is one of us, he'll help us vote later," Aiden said, introducing him to them. Hearing this, Harry immediately felt much better and found the director's mysterious behavior much more agreeable. The group set off for the Wisengamot in the basement, while the director used some special communication method to chat with Aiden. "Hiss, why are you reciting prayers to me for no reason?" Aiden's left eyebrow raised slightly. "Well, there are some little secrets I don't want to share with them," the director said with a wink. "Speak quickly if you have something to say." Aiden replied. "What exactly are you trying to do now?" "I'm starting to not understand your thinking," the director inquired. As Aiden's power and strength continued to expand, the director was very curious why Aiden still wanted to play power games with those vermin at the ministry. "Order built on force alone doesn't last long. I need a bottom-up transformation that people spontaneously form," Aiden answered. The director wanted to ask more, but unfortunately, the group had already reached the door of Arthur's office. Chapter 273, Chapter 273, Clown Show and Hearing. Chapter 273, Clown Show and Hearing. Arthur's office was very cramped, filled with all sorts of muggle objects, with several posters stuck on the walls. Sharp-eyed Aiden even spotted an engine blueprint. A small paper aeroplane flew to the director's ear, and a voice message played from inside. "Director, the trial has been moved up, and the venue has been changed from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to the Wisengamot. Fudge has also temporarily summoned all Wisengamot members." The voice from the paper aeroplane was Oliver's, and from the footsteps in the recording, it seemed to be a notice sent in haste. Aiden glanced back at Harry. "Fudge didn't send you any notification?" "No." Harry was beginning to understand the dirty politics involved. "That damned politician," Sirius cursed. "Hurry to the Wisengamot now, there's still time," Aiden said. "We'll leave Harry in your hands," Arthur said to the director and Aiden. The group rushed to the Wisengamot without stopping. At the main entrance, the director wanted to follow them in but was stopped by Aiden. The director looked at Aiden with puzzlement. "Don't go in directly, it would expose your relationship with us," Aiden explained. Harry walked in and sat in the chair. The surrounding elevated seats were packed with people, and Amelia Bones impatiently glanced at Fudge. Then the director arrived fashionably late. Fudge frowned but hammered his gavel and began the trial. Standing outside the door, Aiden sensed a massive magical presence approaching. "Waiting for me?" Dumbledore asked. "Aren't you afraid your student will be devoured by them?" Aiden spoke with double meaning. "By them?" Dumbledore said, his mouth curving upward, unclear whom he was referring to. In the courtroom, Fudge kept reciting his own and his colleagues' names, trying to pressure Harry. Then Aiden burst in. "Quite lively, huh?" A certain dragon flashed a sweet smile at the entire courtroom. Though the smile was sweet, some people on the tribunal inexplicably felt a chill rising. "Who are you? What right do you have to interfere with the court?" Fudge said, wanting to use this opportunity to drive Aiden out. "I am Aiden Prewett, recipient of the Order of Merlin 2nd Class, founder of Magical Creature Transfiguration and the Qualitative Transformation Charm, Cure of the Werewolf Curse, and the current head of the Prewett family." Aiden's long string of titles immediately suppressed Fudge's momentum. He casually leaned against the courtroom railing, showing his disdain for them. "Oh, and I'm also a witness in this case. According to magical law." "Enough, you can stay." Fudge had no way to deal with this troublemaker. Aiden smiled and prepared to watch the show. "Now, we will try the criminal Harry James Potter, residing at 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. And of course his defense attorney, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore." Dumbledore walked to the center, waved his wand to conjure two pink floral cushion-polished armchairs, plopped down, and gestured invitingly to Aiden. When it comes to mockery, experience matters. Aiden decisively sat down and pulled out lemonade to offer Dumbledore. Looking at the afternoon tea duo before him, Fudge was furious. Enough. You're no longer the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards or chief warlock of the Wizengamot. Show some respect now. The poor clown had no idea who he was yelling at, but unfortunately, the afternoon tea duo had no intention of showing him respect. Beside them, Madame Amelia Bones, to prevent this hearing from becoming a farce, had to snatch Fudge's gavel and bang it forcefully. Fudge calmed down and instructed Percy to fetch the trial materials. Percy walked out with his head down, not daring to meet Aiden's gaze. This cousin of Aiden's had broken with his family in pursuit of power, had a big fight with Arthur, and moved out. Later, when Mrs. Weasley went to find him, he coldly rebuffed her, which angered Aiden enough to punch him and embed him in the wall. In the end, Mrs. Weasley had to drag Aiden away. Now, Percy's relationship with his family had hit rock bottom. Percy kept his head down as he delivered the materials to the tribunal. Fudge flipped through the files and began questioning. You are Harry James Potter. 3 years ago, didn't you receive a warning for using magic? Fudge asked. Yes, but that was. Harry began but was interrupted. Then this time you used the Patronus charm again, right? Fudge pressed his advantage. Yes, but that was because. Harry tried to explain but was interrupted again. You know that those under 17 cannot use magic outside school, right? Fudge said with a slight smile. Yes, but. You know you were in a muggle gathering place at the time, and there was a muggle beside you when you cast the spell, right? Fudge felt victory was within his grasp. Yes, but. All right, distinguished Wizengamot members, we. Fudge was about to speak when it was Harry's turn to interrupt him. I used the Patronus because there were Dementors around, Harry shouted. Dementors. Amelia Bones caught the key point and repeated it. Muggles can't see Dementors, can they? You're lying, Fudge said, wanting to crush Harry. Perhaps we should talk about the Dementors. A child under 17 who can use such pure white magic shouldn't be a chronic liar, Amelia Bones spoke up. How do you know? Fudge wanted to steer the topic back. But this time it was his turn to be interrupted. Aiden spoke. Distinguished Wizengamot members, would you be willing to give this boy, who has deep attainments in white magic, a chance to prove himself? Please cast your votes. The tribunal members thought for a moment and raised their hands one after another. Then, as the first witness, I present my evidence. Aiden directly pulled out a remembrall. Fudge's eyes immediately widened, and he turned to look at Umbridge, who shook her head vigorously at him. The remembrall displayed images showing Azkaban, where 2 figures in black robes drove away 6 Dementors. The 6 Dementors were driven all the way to Little Whinging and attacked Harry. Most crucially, the remembrall's perspective slowly approached the 2 black-robed figures, capturing their faces clearly. The 2 were personnel from the senior ministry official guard Aurors, organized under Fudge's orders and controlled by Umbridge. As everyone knows, magical world videos cannot be edited. Once these 2 faces appeared, all eyes focused on Fudge. Moreover, the ministry should have no record of detecting Harry Potter using magic. Aiden said, narrowing his eyes. Someone witnessed it. They witnessed Harry Potter casting spells while passing by. We can provide proof. Fudge said hurriedly, trying to shift the topic and wanting to pull the incident back to his own playing field. Chapter 274, Chapter 274, Timely Severance, Semi-Public, and Curtain Call. Chapter 274, Timely Severance, Semi-Public, and Curtain Call. Ahem, Umbridge, due to major negligence in managing subordinates, you are temporarily relieved of your deputy minister position, Fudge then ordered. But according to magical law, isolated evidence cannot be used as the basis for a final verdict, Fudge said, still wanting to struggle. Unfortunately, his clownish behavior only earned more contempt. Well then, I have another witness here, don't I? Dumbledore said, snapping his fingers as the Wizengamot doors opened automatically. Mrs. Fig walked in, and Dumbledore stood up to offer her his chair. Ha, you want her to testify? A squib, Fudge mocked. Mrs. Fig pulled out a wand from her bag, and some people laughed at this scene. Expecto Patronum. Mrs. Fig's wand tip lit up, and a British blue cat Patronus ran out from in front of her wand. This is impossible. A large number of people stood up in shock. She's just a squib, there's no reason. Fudge said, his glasses falling to the ground and shattering, but he was so shocked he didn't even notice. How did you become a wizard? Some people couldn't restrain themselves and wanted to grab Mrs. Fig for interrogation. Aiden frowned, raised his right index finger, and lightly tapped the armrest of his chair. The sound echoed throughout the Wizengamot. In an instant, everyone's emotions were wiped blank. Without any motivation, they entered a state of complete calm, their shock at Aiden vanishing entirely. Gentlemen, I know you're eager to explore the secrets of Mrs. Fig, since who can guarantee their descendants won't have squibs? But the focus now is Mr. Harry Potter's case, isn't it? Aiden stood up and paced around the courtroom. A complex diagram appeared in his hand, and everyone's attention was drawn to it. Well, it's time for this farce to come to an end. Those in favor of Harry Potter being guilty, raise your hands. Madam Bones couldn't stand Fudge using the sacred court as a tool for retaliation and simply pushed the case forward. Among those present, only Fudge and Umbridge raised their hands. Oh, this lady seems to have been dismissed. Her vote shouldn't count, right? Aiden said, raising an eyebrow at Umbridge. Then he happily watched her smiling face twist and swell. Now, those who disagree with Harry Potter being guilty, raise your hands. Most of the Wizengamot wizards raised their hands. The farce ended. Fudge couldn't resist the will of the majority, or his blessing would disappear. Dumbledore took out his wand and made the flowery chairs disappear, bowed politely to them, and turned to leave. Harry called out, "Professor," but unfortunately didn't receive a backward glance. Aiden also wanted to leave, but Fudge called out to him. "Mr. Prewett, the means to transform ordinary people into wizards should be under the Ministry's control." Fudge spoke from on high. Aiden left without looking back, giving Fudge the middle finger and leaving him with a mocking silhouette. The Wizengamot wizards all chased after him, leaving only Fudge alone in place, furious. "Minister," Umbridge said, approaching pitifully. "You'll serve as the general manager of my Diagon Alley shops. After accumulating political achievements for a certain time, I'll transfer you to the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." Fudge left this sentence and walked out as well. In the Ministry's main hall, Aiden dealt with enthusiastic wizard after wizard. Finally tired of dealing with them, he could only use psychological invisibility to create an illusion to handle them. He sat in a nearby lounge with the director, drinking tea. "So why did you suddenly ask me to make the technology public?" Aiden asked. "There are too many. If this continues, we'll be discovered," the director said with a bitter smile. "What do you mean?" Aiden asked with some puzzlement. "During this period, we've successively transformed a total of 300,000 wizards," the director revealed an astronomical number. "What? How can there be so many?" Aiden said with a frown. "The Deep Realm King's recovery speed is too fast. We performed a second cut on the core and reached agreements with guardians from other regions to jointly transform wizards. Now the projected transformed wizards are spread throughout Europe, and large parts of Africa have also begun trial transformations," the director explained. "Where are all these wizards hidden? Won't this cause large-scale exposure incidents?" Aiden asked. "Temporarily hidden using extension charms and confundus charms. Muggles have reported large-scale disappearances, but their leadership doesn't seem to care much," the director said with a shrug. "You specifically targeted populous countries, didn't you?" Aiden said, his eyes curving like crescents. The director also smiled and lifted his tea for a sip. Communication between two foxes didn't need to be so detailed. Harry's hearing finally ended, and Sirius escorted him all the way to King's Cross Station. "Well, looks like I can only take you this far," Sirius said. "I'll write to you," Harry said, giving him a hug. "But where is your luggage?" Sirius asked curiously. Aiden said he hid the luggage in dreams. "Do you know what kind of magic this is, Sirius?" Harry expressed to Sirius his desire to learn this magic. "Ah, it might be their family heritage. But don't worry, I'll teach you all of the Black family magic in the future," Sirius said, patting his chest to resolve the awkwardness. The train's whistle sounded. Young wizards boarded the train one after another, carrying their family's blessings and expectations as the Hogwarts Express began its journey. Look who this is. After a summer vacation, you seem even more charming," a familiar voice sounded from inside the compartment. "I became immune to that word when I was 6, Edmund," Aiden said, putting down his book. "See, I told you he wouldn't react." "Pay up," Ethan said, emerging from behind. "TCH." Edmund reluctantly pulled out 10 nuts and handed them to Ethan. "You two actually made bets about me," Aiden said, roaring like an evil dragon and pouncing. "He started it," Ethan said, decisively betraying Edmund. "You disloyal guy." Edmund dodged the dragon's attack and pounced on Ethan. The group playfully wrestled in the compartment. The train arrived at Hogwarts at nightfall. It was another new school year, and many young wizards followed Professor McGonagall to the lakeside to board boats. "Professor McGonagall?" Aiden said, tilting his head. "Maybe Hagrid is ill." "How rare," Edmund sighed. Several people walked through the path and came to the forest behind the station to wait for carriages. "Merlin, what is that?" Edmund was suddenly startled. "You can only see thestrals now," Ethan said with a smile. "What?" Edmund asked with puzzlement. Magical creatures that can only be seen by those who have witnessed death. Did you witness someone's passing during the break? Aiden asked. Someone raided our family during the vacation. That person was killed by the accompanying guards, Edmund said, recalling those hateful eyes. Then you'd better strengthen security, because the storm is about to come, Aiden said ominously. Chapter 275, Chapter 275, New Professor and Neville's Parents. Chapter 275, New Professor and Neville's Parents. At this year's banquet, the old hat composed a very long song, using the departure of one of the founders, Salazar Slytherin, to warn the young wizards about the importance of unity. After the song ended, Professor McGonagall brought the young wizards into the Great Hall. No one noticed a dragon chatting with the hat. What's wrong, old hat? This isn't like you, Aiden said, chatting with it. He watched as it was placed on various young wizards' heads one after another. Aiden, I have witnessed batches of young wizards leaving Hogwarts over the millennia and once felt immense pride in my work. But now, facing such a Hogwarts, I begin to wonder if it was my sorting them into different houses based on their traits that led to the current divisive situation in the wizarding world. Though the old hat was still sorting on the surface, Aiden had connected a light cable to it, and the two were chatting together. Hat, do you remember the blessing they gave you when you were taken from Godric's head? Aiden asked. To discover the traits of young wizards and let them become who they want to be based on their hearts, the sorting hat answered. The sorting nearby had ended, so Aiden moved over and stroked the edge of the old hat. So, you're just a hat. Don't fantasize about solving all problems from the root. The more you think like this, the easier it is to fall into nihilism. So don't be afraid. Besides, I'm still here, aren't I? I won't let the hard work of the four of them go to waste. Aiden smiled confidently at the old hat. True, it's good you're here, good that. The old hat seemed tired and fell silent. Soon after, Dumbledore walked up to the podium to give his opening speech to the young wizards. Good evening, young wizards. This year we have 2 staff changes. First, welcome back Professor Grubblyplank, who will serve as the Care of Magical Creatures Professor. Dumbledore pointed to a witch in grey robes with short grey hair, and everyone applauded in welcome. Also, we welcome our new Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, Dolores Umbridge. Of course, Filch asked me to remind you. Dumbledore's words were cut off by a toad-like cough. Then Umbridge stood up from her seat and began delivering what seemed like a prepared political speech. Thank you, Headmaster. Thank you for your warm welcome. I believe I will get along very well with you young, vibrant, enthusiastic faces. You're just watching her cause trouble in the school? Aiden asked, creating an illusion for Dumbledore. Dumbledore maintained his composure and glanced at him. Seeing Dumbledore remain silent, Aiden said again. They can't discover us. I've allocated some computing power here. Then what else? Train the students to be soldiers to fight the Ministry. This is a school. Dumbledore, finding that indeed no one could see anything unusual, sat directly on the platform with Aiden. The Ministry has always considered educating young wizards very important, and the headmasters of recent years have all been quite progressive. But now, this progress for the sake of progress must stop. Umbridge continued her endless speech. Below, the sharp-nosed Hermione and Edmund simultaneously sensed the Ministry's intention to interfere with school teaching. Recent headmasters, that's directly insulting people by name, Aiden sneered. Dumbledore innocently shrugged and reached for the coconut ice cream Aiden handed him. Let us maintain what we should maintain, perfect what we should perfect, and abandon what we should abandon. Umbridge hunched her neck and chuckled, then returned to her seat. Let the feast begin, Dumbledore's illusion announced. Cliched, very hollow, full of political meaning, hollowing out authority so she can interfere with Hogwarts affairs at will. Standard politician tactics. You shouldn't be stupid enough to let them do whatever they want to this school, should you? Aiden critiqued sharply. But he found Dumbledore didn't respond. Aiden stared silently. You know, I don't have that much energy anymore. If someone can help manage this school, why not? Dumbledore said, his eyelid twitching slightly at Aiden. I guarantee they will absolutely destroy this school, Aiden said with a frown. But the hidden founder wouldn't watch his life's work have problems, Dumbledore said, determined to pass the buck. This is an irresponsible attitude. The dragon began to panic. Sigh, moralising is ineffective. The old be prepared to slip away. That night, on the Gryffindor side, Harry and Seamus had a conflict, which Ron quelled using his prefect authority. In the room of requirement, Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey, Snape, and Aiden had all arrived, with Neville being the last to arrive. Also present were 2 old acquaintances, Severin Wendell and Elena Sophia. So you're saying you want to help mentally locked people reconstruct their minds? How is that possible? Severin asked, finding it somewhat incredible. But the head of St. Mungo's dared to hand over patience to him, which shows they've recognized his abilities, Elena muttered to herself. So why exactly has this Ravenclaw genius called me here in the middle of the night? Snape asked, crossing his arms. I need your and Madame Pomfrey's care, as well as the nursing of 2 St. Mungo's healers. I need to perform a little surgery on their minds. Aiden said, pinching his thumb and forefinger together. Having communicated with Aiden before, Madame Pomfrey already knew what Aiden meant and explained. His surgery should affect the physical body to some extent. We need to care for them and suppress their magical outbursts. So, the division of labor? Snape asked. He sensed something wrong as soon as he spoke because everyone looked at him with hopeful expressions. Well, Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape handle magical control, the 2 healers handle timely physical damage repair, and Madame Pomfrey provides backup. Is that okay? Aiden quickly arranged everyone's tasks. Seeing no one objected, he took Neville's hand and brought him into his parents' consciousness. In the collective unconscious sea, 2 very strange islands appeared before them. Aiden released his mythical creature form and carried Neville soaring above the islands. Both islands were entirely black with no bubbles rising from them, covered in thick thorns. Many parts of the islands showed gaps and inversions. Are you ready, Neville? Aiden asked. Ready. And regardless of the outcome, I represent the Longbottom family in thanking you. Grandmother told me to say these words to you. The first sentence made Aiden think the Gryffindor Swordmaster was coming online, but the second sentence made him revert to his original impression. No choice. Taking Neville with him, he broke through a crystalline barrier and entered his father's consciousness island. Chapter 276, Chapter 276, The Second Project and Mind Firewall. Chapter 276, The Second Project and Mind Firewall. Let me take a look. Aiden took Neville deep into the island. The space here was very chaotic, filled with fragments of memories everywhere. Neville, I'm going to extract your memories, okay? Aiden reminded him. Go ahead. Neville said, beginning to undress. Hey, wait, stop. Who taught you this? Aiden hurried to stop Neville to prevent any awkward situations. George and Fred said. Neville said, scratching his head embarrassedly. Those 2 guys. Aiden clenched his fists. No extra movements needed. Relax your emotions and just stand still. I promise you won't be harmed. Aiden cast a soothing charm on him. Walking to Neville's side, Aiden raised his hand and directly reached into Neville's head. He carefully extracted his memory. A golden orb of light was caught in Aiden's hand. Is this what it means to be a wizard? The mind carries all the records of a wizard, taking priority over the soul. Even if the physical body hasn't fully developed and the soul can't yet remember everything, the pure mind can still preserve love. Aiden looked at the orb in his hand, analyzing this information from within. Aiden, are you done? Neville asked, with his eyes tightly closed, feeling the surrounding silence. It's ready now. Aiden's voice entered Neville's ears. Opening his eyes, Neville saw a divine being standing there, holding a golden orb with both hands. Fine threads extended from the orb, radiating in all directions. Countless threads connected to the entire island, piecing together the broken parts of the island bit by bit. Neville was stunned by the scene before him, not knowing what to say. Aiden lifted the orb, letting it slowly float above the island. The fixed point is set, now. His slender palm grasped at the void, and a silver-white staff appeared in his hand. Placing the staff at the center of the island, white halos spread outward. White light gathered on the ground, outlining an alchemical matrix with strange runes. Sacred Blessing Wunjo, Justice Rado, Cycle Jera, Defense Iwaz, Protection, and Spiritual Guidance Aljais. 5 faintly glowing runes rose from the alchemical matrix, and the matrix formed a pathway. In the collective unconscious sea, an infinitely large castle rose from the depths, gently welcoming the wanderer home. In the room of requirement, sensing something, Dumbledore and Snape both raised their wands simultaneously. Frank Longbottom and Alice Longbottom's magic both flared up wildly. All the equipment in the temporary medical room created by the room of requirement began floating. The floating equipment spun around as if caught in a tornado. Dumbledore and Snape waved their wands simultaneously, and all the items fell down, returning to their positions. They pressed their wands against the Longbottoms' bodies, and powerful magic flowed from them, firmly sealing the Longbottoms' magic within their bodies. Different magical energies clashed within the Longbottoms' bodies. Blood vessels appeared on their skin, and some areas began bleeding due to excessive pressure. 2 doctors, Dumbledore reminded them. Severin and Elena, who had been watching from the side, quickly reacted and pulled potions from their medical kit to apply to the bleeding areas on the Longbottoms. The rest is up to them now, Dumbledore murmured. On the Consciousness Island, Aiden used himself as a conduit, continuously channeling the castle's power. During the 1,000 years of slumber in the castle, Aiden had not been idle. Using his abilities, he wove a massive dream catcher over Hogwarts. This net could filter malicious intent from the mental level for students within Hogwarts, protecting their minds from the deep realm's interference. This was originally a follow-up plan prepared by Salazar, but after he parted ways with the other 3 founders, Aiden and the remaining 3 perfected and established the plan. Godric, Rowena, and Helga traveled throughout Britain, planting anchor points with Hogwarts as the core, and it finally took shape. Aiden named it the second project, Mind Firewall. He connected the net to the Longbottom's Mind Islands and increased the output of the Golden Orb. In the Deep Realm, some creatures drawn by the scent began radiating their power upward, but they were all intercepted by the net before approaching the Longbottom's Consciousness Islands. The threads slowly repaired the Longbottom's Consciousness Islands. After the last broken piece was fitted, the threads exploded, transforming into golden particles that scattered into the islands. Stop watching, let's go. Aiden lightly patted Neville's forehead and pulled him back to reality. In the room of requirement, the group watched as Aiden and Neville materialized from virtual to real, then slowly descended to the ground. How did it go? Dumbledore asked nervously. The repair is complete. They just need to rest for a while longer to fully recover, Aiden answered. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces showed joy. Professor Snape snorted and turned to leave. Move them back to St. Mungo's. I've woven dreams for them and cleaned their memories. After they wake up, absolutely don't mention those things, and don't wake them up. Aiden gave medical instructions to the 2 doctors and had them take the patients away. The next day, Aiden received many gifts from Neville's grandmother. If Hogwarts hadn't been closed during the school term, she probably would have come to visit in person. At breakfast, Aiden ate Hogwarts' specialty dish, fish and chips. Damn it, whoever invented this dish? Aiden said, gritting his teeth. Some wizard who loved fish. Edmund asked, sitting down and wearing a shiny new prefect badge on his chest. You're a prefect? Aiden said, raising an eyebrow. You didn't notice? He was howling off all day yesterday. Oh, you went night roaming. Ethan stopped mid-sentence, suddenly remembering something, and changed his tone. After eating and drinking his fill, Aiden prepared to leave the hall, then a group of small snakes surrounded their new prefect and walked over. It was the long-absent Draco. Since his father was removed from the Board of Governors, he had been quiet for quite some time. Now that he had become Slytherin's prefect again, wielding the power to deduct points, he was back in form. First, he bumped into his beloved Harry at the entrance. I can't believe the Ministry would let you wander around, Draco mocked. You. Harry said, about to charge forward but being held back by Hermione and Ron. Be careful or I'll dock points, Scarhead. Draco and his followers laughed mockingly. You'd better stay away from him. You're not the only prefect. Ron stepped forward and said. You'd better behave, Scarhead, because I'll be watching you like a hound. Draco pointed 2 fingers at his own eyes, then at Harry. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, Complex Coursework and Emotional Estrange. Chapter 277, Complex Coursework and Emotional Estrange. After Draco left, Hermione looked at Harry and told him about what she had experienced. Harry, Lavender told me last night. Hermione described the situation in their dormitory to Harry. You surely said bad things about me for the sake of dormitory harmony, Harry said with a frown. Harry, don't take your frustration about your parents out on your friends. Ron and I are both supporting you. Sorry. Harry felt very guilty. It's okay. Hermione said, her expression serious. The 2 urgent voices intertwined, but their friendship wasn't affected by this. Meanwhile, the show-off Draco continued his bullying behavior until he saw a figure wearing a broad wizard hat from behind. Well, look who this is. Ravenclaws rose. You're so popular but still didn't become a prefect. Draco's confidence soared as he approached what seemed like easy prey, unknowingly walking into a trap far beyond his comprehension. Aiden looked up and gave Draco a sweet smile. Then the entirety of Hogwarts began to disintegrate. Draco and his followers were brought by Aiden into a completely real dream. Could you say that again, prefect brother? A certain old dragon acted cute. I. Several people felt the powerful magic and were frightened speechless. So then, may I ask this prefect brother, what should students who did wrong things do? The dragon brought his face close to Draco's. Very sorry, please forgive me. Lowering his head, admitting fault, and apologizing, all in one fluid motion. Snap. A finger snap echoed throughout the space, and the next moment Draco found himself back at Hogwarts. Draco and his group had fallen to the ground, still hugging each other, while the young wizards around them were pointing and whispering. With OWLS approaching, the coursework pressure for 5th years became incredibly heavy. The first day of school consisted of 2 charms classes and 2 care of magical creatures classes. Professor Flitwick stood on a platform built from books and spent 15 minutes giving all the students an OWLS pep talk. This lesson will review the summoning charm. Based on past experience, this spell should be required on this year's exam. Professor Flitwick's attitude toward the summoning charm was, this test point is required anyway and worth 20 points. Love it or leave it. After charms class ended, Professor Flitwick assigned everyone a long essay, leaving every young wizard exhausted. Even the subsequent care of magical creatures class lacked enthusiasm for learning, making Professor Grubblyplank wonder if her teaching wasn't as good as Hagrid's. At noon, when Aiden was carrying books to the Great Hall for lunch, he encountered 2 drained people and 1 energetic witch. What happened to those 2? Aiden asked. They were playing games during History of Magic class, so I decided to refuse to lend them my notes. Hermione said, crossing her arms. No, actually it was the calming draft in potions class. We failed at brewing it, and Snape made us drink the whole thing, Ron answered weakly. Aiden reached out and placed his hand on Ron's shoulder, letting magic seep into his body to examine him. Trace toxins and a sense of lethargy. I estimate you tried to save time when adding ingredients and didn't preheat the cauldron, plus the daylily grass juice wasn't cleaned out properly. When Aiden mentioned toxins, a flash of worry appeared in Hermione's eyes. It's fine. They should recover in about an hour. Let them learn their lesson during this time, Aiden said, winking his right eye. After hearing this, Hermione snorted and walked directly into the hall. Well then, goodbye. Aiden waved at his cousin and also went inside. Wait, Aiden, save us. Ron's weak cry didn't win back his cousin's love. But it did summon heavy blows from 2 older brothers. The twins appeared from behind and gave each of them a hit. What was meant to be a friendly pat directly knocked both of them down. Oh, looks like little Ronnie got drained, George said, stroking his chin. Was it that witch named Parvati? Fred said, raising his eyebrows at Ron. Aiden. Harry, who had been poisoned silly and thus had reflexes stretched to the heavens, called for help. Oh, Aiden won't work, the twins said in unison. The twins exchanged a smile, left the 2 outside, and walked into the hall themselves. Due to Aiden's course selection, his afternoon was actually quite relaxed. He found time to practice magic in the room of requirement for a while, attended divination class, and dealt with Trelawney using unfortunate futures. The entire afternoon passed like this. At dinner, the young Gryffindor wizards seemed to be discussing Harry's deeds. Mr. Know-It-All, what's the situation on their side? Aiden asked. Show some respect. Right now I'm A. Edmund also wanted to put on airs. But when Aiden's cold hand was placed on his neck, he immediately became obedient. They say Harry Potter openly defied Professor Umbridge in class and wildly proclaimed the Dark Lord's return. He might be crazy, Edmund said. So, how does young Master Lestrange view this matter? Aiden said, deliberately changing his form of address. He's back, no doubt about it. According to Lestrange intelligence, the recent movements of dark wizards are very abnormal, though we don't know why that person hasn't made a high-profile comeback. Edmund used the wrong approach but reached the correct conclusion. Then why are you still staying here? Aren't you afraid that woman in Azkaban might be released? Aiden said. My father recommended I transfer, and most of our clan members have already returned to Paris, but I smell a strange scent here. It's the eve of a storm. Edmund frowned. The Lestrange family has this ability. Aiden said, raising his eyebrows. Yes, because of a prophecy, each of my ancestors could keenly grasp the signs of change and participate in it. Rodolphus Lestrange, my cousin, though his end wasn't great, did indeed gain power when the mysterious person rose to prominence, Edmund said. So, are you planning to join Voldemort? Aiden's words carried deeper meaning. No, he won't be the victor, though this is just my intuition, Edmund said. Your father trusts you and stays with you based solely on your intuition? Aiden asked with some surprise. We Lestranges are ruled by emotion rather than logic. Our hearts guide our choices, not our heads. Edmund spread butter on his bread, took a bite, then continued. This emotionality has caused us great trouble, leading some family members to always indulge in dark magic and often turn against each other. Sometimes I really feel there might be some kind of destiny that allows us Lestranges to barely survive until now. Perhaps, Aiden said, also picking up his steak and beginning to eat. Chapter 278, Chapter 278, Poor Defense Against the Dark Arts and Professor Prewett. Chapter 278, Poor Defense Against the Dark Arts and Professor Prewett. As expected, Harry was punished with a week of detention. Umbridge employed her cursed blood quill to torture Harry during detention. Because this year at the Wisengamot, Harry had seen Dumbledore's lonely figure after being stripped of all his positions, he didn't dare seek out Dumbledore. Harry, who had clashed with Umbridge, was called to Professor McGonagall's office. Sit down, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall said. Harry sat uneasily in the chair, awaiting McGonagall's storm. Have a bite, Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall picked up a cute ginger newt biscuit from the table. Professor, Harry started to speak but was stopped by McGonagall raising her hand. I already know what happened. Professor McGonagall was silent for a moment. You need to keep your head down, Harry, and try not to cause trouble. Control your temper. Professor McGonagall addressed Harry by his first name. Seeing Harry's cold expression, Professor McGonagall forced him to take another biscuit and then sent him away. After this, Harry's situation became even more miserable, and rumors about his delusional episodes spread throughout the school. Friday finally came, and it was Ravenclaw's turn to begin defense against the dark arts. Good afternoon, children. A pink-clad toad appeared at the entrance. Ordinary wizarding levels, abbreviated as OWLS. Study hard and you might achieve good results, but failing has severe consequences. With a wave of Umbridge's wand, the textbooks behind her floated toward the wizards. Your curriculum has always been fragmented. Starting today, you will have the privilege of learning the correct, focused defense against the dark arts curriculum approved by the Ministry of Magic. Umbridge's bizarre accent echoed throughout the classroom. Aiden immediately sealed his ears with magic. Ethan raised his hand, and Umbridge pointed her wand at him. Are we really not allowed to cast spells like the rumors say? Then how are we different from muggles? Oh, dear, not at all. You just need to use defensive magic safely and without risk. Of course, I must reiterate, this is the Ministry's position. You only need to master the theory to help you pass the exam. Umbridge smiled at Ethan, causing his hair to stand on end. But the Dark Lord. Ethan tried to say something. Enough. That's just an outdated clown spouting nonsense. There is no such thing as a dark mystery man. Umbridge shrieked loudly. Well then, let's begin our lesson. She turned and smiled again. First, please read the preface of the textbook. I will select a student to read it aloud. Umbridge held up the children's picture book. Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook and surveyed the classroom. The young wizards, afraid of embarrassment, all lowered their heads. Let me see, let Mr. Prewett come up and read. Aiden Prewett. Umbridge's gaze locked onto a slacking dragon. Unfortunately, the dragon was focused on his own world. After all, the second project was completed independently by him, and there were still many areas that needed debugging. It seems our Mr. Prewett is quite shy. Umbridge walked in front of Aiden and snatched his book away. This action caused Aiden to misconnect a spirit thread, making a week's worth of effort go to waste. Now, can you stand up and read this preface, Mr. Prewett? Umbridge tore his book in half right in front of Aiden. Huff. The dragon frowned and expelled the stale air from his lungs. With a ripping sound, Aiden's right sleeve exploded directly, and a dragon claw emerged from the shadows of the torn fabric. The claw brought fierce winds, striking heavily against Umbridge's toad-like cheek. The Sequence 3 Dragon Pathway Beyonder displayed his immense power to the fullest. Umbridge was like being hit by a speeding train, flying toward the wall, smashing through 2 consecutive stone walls before falling unconscious in the rubble. Aiden, did you kill her? Edmund exclaimed. No, I controlled my strength, probably. Aiden raised his right hand, and a virtual clock appeared. Everything seemed to rewind and restore itself. After mastering the Time Turner spell and part of the entropy reversal core fragment, Aiden could interfere with spacetime to a certain extent. What he was using now was one of his research achievements. Umbridge stood unharmed in front of him. Aiden snapped his fingers and made her faint. All right, let's pretend today never happened, understood? Aiden walked up to the podium, and the aura of a veteran teacher naturally emerged. The little ravens and badgers below nodded repeatedly. After all, those 2 walls that had just been smashed had only just been repaired. For this class, to hell with the proper textbook. Aiden raised his right hand, his textbook flew into his grasp, flames appeared from nowhere and burnt it to ashes. Now, it's Professor Prewett's teaching time. Raise your wands. Aiden said. At the same time, his staff materialized in his hand. He lightly tapped the ground, and the classroom expanded dozens of times wider. Yeah. The young wizards below cheered. Listen well. For the theoretical exam portion, I hope Ravenclaw students will help their Hufflepuff classmates. I'll distribute the assistance arrangements later. If even one badger falls behind, you'd better think carefully. We all live under the same roof. Aiden gave the little ravens a mild threat, making them all swallow nervously. For our first real defense lesson this year, I want everyone to master the shield charm. Aiden raised his staff and wrote letters in the air. The incantation is Protego. Repeat after me. Aiden said. Protego, came multiple voices in unison. Very good. You must remember, when casting this spell, you need strong protective emotions. I suggest you try recalling the feeling of falling downstairs. If students haven't had this experience, I suggest you try it after class. Aiden's teaching was humorous and entertaining, and the class quickly ended. Wow, who knew Professor Prewett had such teaching abilities? Edmund said, coming over teasingly. You're well informed. Help me create an assistant schedule. Aiden immediately transformed into an unscrupulous boss and began exploiting Edmund. Edmund's mouth curved up as he rubbed two fingers together. I'll teach you the method of Patronus messaging. Aiden said, rubbing his forehead. Deal. Edmund took the bait. Suddenly, Aiden felt like he'd seen this scene somewhere before. Aiden pondered while walking toward Ravenclaw Tower. Chapter 279, Chapter 279, The Real New Professor and Joke Shop's Second Week of Operation. Chapter 279, The Real New Professor and Joke Shop's Second Week of Operation. Another weekend ended, and Edmund handed the list to Aiden while Aiden gave him the Patronus research notes he had recorded. Then, looking forward to Professor Prewett's brilliant performance, Edmund said, waving the notes. On Monday's Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall again explained the vanishing spell to all students. She had all the young wizards practice making mice disappear. After class, Aiden picked up his books to leave, but Professor McGonagall called him over. Mr. Prewett, could you come here for a moment? Of course, Professor, Aiden nodded. In her office, Professor McGonagall poured Aiden a cup of black tea and offered a plate of ginger newt biscuits. But these things didn't taste good. Aiden knew this from his dream-weaving experiences. Quietly pushing the biscuits away, Aiden asked, Professor, did you need me for something? Yes, I heard your fifth-year defense against the dark arts class is going quite well, Professor McGonagall said, rubbing her hands. Yes, Professor Umbridge is a very dedicated, good professor, Aiden said, narrowing his eyes. Perhaps Mr. Prewett could share his expertise with students in other years as well. Professor McGonagall suggested delicately. Aiden's expression went blank. Wait, are you asking me to? He paused, realization dawning. Are you serious? Yes, the cat professor nodded. But wouldn't this be discovered? Aiden hesitated. Are you kidding me? The deputy headmistress questioned. If you agree, all the teachers will turn a blind eye to your absence from other classes, Professor McGonagall said. Deal. The dragon took the bait. The deputy head smiled with satisfaction. Aiden realized he'd walked straight into McGonagall's trap. From that point forward, all defense classes mysteriously became far more effective. Meanwhile, a certain heterochromatic-eyed dragon smiled slightly, hiding his achievements. On Tuesday, the twins' joke shop opened. They sold their products in school through mail order. They also secretly placed ads in the Daily Prophet without telling Mrs. Weasley. Fortunately, because of Harry's situation, Molly had cancelled her Daily Prophet subscription, or they would have been receiving howlers constantly. Our lovely little brother. Care to sample some skiving snack boxes? George grinned, throwing his arm around Aiden's shoulders in a familiar way that hadn't changed since they were kids. Just one sickle each for guaranteed class freedom, Fred grinned, completing the twin sandwich by wrapping his arm around Aiden's free shoulder in classic sales mode. Give me 3, Aiden said, pulling out 3 sickles and handing them over. The boss is generous, George said, pulling candies from the box. Aiden took off the drugged parts and stuffed them all in his mouth. Wait, that's not how you eat them, Fred said, scared out of his wits seeing this. Aiden burped and commented, not bad taste. Merlin's beard. You just consumed enough candy to hospitalise a fully grown dragon, and you're not even dizzy. George exclaimed in disbelief. See, they have no effect on me, Aiden said with a shrug, originally intending to warn them not to keep promoting products to him. Unexpectedly, this only sparked their interest. Try this. Tung toffees. Fred said, pulling out a candy from the second drawer. Aiden ate it with no effect. What about this? Canary creams. George said, also pulling out candy. Acid pops, constipation nuts, exploding wand candy. Huff, huff. Both twins sat gasping on the ground while Aiden stood there completely unaffected. How do you do it? George asked. Setting aside your attempted murder of a shareholder, after completing magical creature transformation, my magical system differs from yours. Regular drugs and magic probably can't affect me anymore, Aiden explained. Could you? Fred said, showing a sly smile. Not a chance, Aiden said, crossing his arms. In the afternoon herbology class, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw studied together. Aiden headed to the greenhouse as usual. On the way, Aiden saw Harry and Luna standing together. Walking quietly over, the two were talking. Hello, Harry Potter, Luna said without turning around. Aren't your feet cold? Harry asked. A little. My shoes like playing hide and seek with me, but they'll show up on their own, Luna said. Accio Luna's shoes, came a clear young voice. A pair of shoes flew out of the castle and landed in front of Luna. See? Luna said, smiling at Harry. Aiden. Harry said, turning around, and then the Thestral beside him nuzzled him. What is this? Harry said, falling back in fright. Thestrals. Only people who have witnessed death can see them, Aiden said. But I haven't, Harry tried to argue. Of course you have. Your mother, Aiden said, softening his tone. Oh. Harry lowered his head. Don't be so downcast. Witnessing death is a required course for all of us, Luna said, stepping forward and helping Harry up. My mother died from a magical experiment when I was young, but fortunately, I still have my father, Luna said, her words seeming jumbled. But Aiden could tell she was reminding Harry to focus on his living friends and family. Anyway, we all know the mystery man is back. We believe you. Luna made a fist gesture to Harry, then quickly put on her shoes and left. Come on, time for herbology class. That girl's inner strength far exceeds yours, Aiden said, patting Harry's shoulder. In herbology class, Professor Sprout also rambled on about the importance of OWLS for a long time. She also required everyone to fertilize the plants. After class, everyone was covered in the smell of dragon dung and got an essay assignment. Smelling terrible, Aiden hurried back to Ravenclaw's washroom to clean up. By the time he went to dinner, he was quite late. Ron came out of the Great Hall excitedly and gave Aiden a bright smile when he saw him. What good thing happened? Aiden asked. I'm trying out for Quidditch keeper this Saturday. I just submitted my application to Angelina, and she agreed, Ron said, smugly raising his eyebrows. Wait, with all this complex coursework, you still have time to practice Quidditch? Aiden asked curiously. Humph, don't underestimate me. I can use regular time for studying and practice at midnight. Ron said, patting his chest. Then, I wish you success, Aiden offered his blessing. Rare that you'd actually bless me. Ron said with some surprise. Wait, what's my usual image in your eyes? Aiden said, tilting his head and quietly releasing mental power to guide him. Silver-haired demon, homework Superman, tattletale king. Ron actually started counting in front of Aiden. Aiden stared in stunned silence. Chapter 280, Revelation, Failure, and Inspector. Chapter 280, Revelation, Failure, and Inspector. Harry, returning from detention, bumped into Ron, who was sneaking out to practice. Oh Harry, what happened to your hand? Sharp-eyed Ron noticed Harry's trembling right hand. Nothing, Harry said, hiding his right hand. Ron grabbed Harry's hand. After a week of writing with Umbridge's cursed quill, Harry's hand bore deep, ugly scars where the words had been carved repeatedly into his flesh. She's physically punishing you. You must tell Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore, Ron exclaimed. No, better not to trouble them, Harry said, lowering his head. No, I have to tell Aiden. Ron said, yanking off the necklace around his neck. A little silver dragon Patronus flew out of the necklace. Why so late? I didn't sense you were in danger, Aiden's voice came from the little dragon. Umbridge physically punished Harry, making him write confessions with a dark magic item. Ron reported. Oh right, I'd forgotten about this if you hadn't mentioned it, the silver dragon said, tapping its head. Then, far away in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, resting Umbridge suddenly fell into a nightmare. She frowned and stood up, took out a piece of parchment, picked up the pen that had been used to punish Harry, and began writing. I, Dolores Umbridge, Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, now consider Harry Potter's punishment sufficient and hereby announce. Then Umbridge waved her wand, and the parchment flew and stuck itself to the Great Hall entrance at Hogwarts. All right, starting tomorrow you won't need to go to Umbridge for detention anymore, yawn. The silver dragon yawned, then flew back into Ron's necklace, which automatically repaired itself. That's it? Harry asked, looking at Ron. Should be resolved. Aiden is quite reliable, Ron said, not knowing how else to respond. By the way, where are you going dressed like that? Harry looked at Ron, who was wearing protective gear and carrying a broom. Going to practice Quidditch. I applied for Angelina's keeper recruitment, Ron said, still willing to share with Harry. Really? Then I wish you success in advance, Harry said, happy for Ron. Just watch. Ron said, patting his chest. The next day, news that Harry had been exempted from detention by Umbridge spread throughout the castle. What? How can he be let off so casually? A platinum-haired boy in the crowd complained. Students buzzed with discussion, but it didn't change Umbridge's decision. She didn't even know she had let Harry Potter off. The pink toad excitedly went to the Great Hall for breakfast and saw her blood letter. What? Umbridge said, her eyes widening. I didn't write this. This is invalid. Umbridge shouted. But the blood and magic on it can't be faked, Professor McGonagall said, coming out to retort. I think as professors, we should have the right to. Umbridge started but was interrupted by McGonagall. I also think that as professors, we should have some credibility, rather than clinging to authority like old relics and going back on our word, McGonagall said seriously. Excuse me, Professor, you seem to be implying something. Umbridge said, raising her voice. I only hope that when you act as a professor, you can better follow our school's standards. McGonagall didn't back down. It seems like you're questioning my conduct, Minerva. Umbridge said, deliberately walking up 2 steps to look down at McGonagall. The deputy headmistress, noticing her little move, also stepped up 2 steps, using her height to suppress Umbridge. Below, Aiden frowned. Why had Umbridge broken free from his hypnosis? I'm very sorry, dear, but questioning my teaching is questioning the Ministry of Magic, and furthermore, you're questioning the minister himself, Umbridge said, using power to pressure. I am a tolerant person, but the one thing I cannot tolerate is disloyalty. Umbridge said, turning to look at the young wizards. Disloyalty. McGonagall said, sensing something and stepping back 2 paces. Waves from the collective unconscious sea, stirred by wizards' recognition of the ministry, surged toward her. But a castle appeared in the collective unconscious sea, blocking the waves. At the same time, a net drew McGonagall's island of consciousness under protection. McGonagall calmed down and glanced at Aiden. Aiden shook his head at her, indicating that his control over Umbridge had failed. In light of Hogwarts' alarming decline in standards, Minister Fudge has appointed me as Senior Undersecretary to the Minister and High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. The Minister's decree transformed public trust in the Ministry into tangible magical protection, wrapping Umbridge in institutional power. Umbridge proudly raised her head, surveying the wizards below as if she could already see them trembling under her command. Pure power, pure evil. Aiden said, looking at Umbridge on the platform and murmuring. What did you say? Edmund asked. Nothing. Have you already read the materials I gave you? Aiden asked back. Already finished. This time will definitely bring down Fudge. By the way, the Ministry's elections are so strange. Why every 8 years? Edmund complained. Although 7 is a magical number, 8 represents infinity, symbolizing the beautiful wishes of past wizards for us, Aiden said, his delicate face showing a gentle smile. This made everyone around who was looking at Aiden fall into a daze. What happened next was largely within Aiden's expectations. Fudge immediately signed Decree Number 23, officially appointing Umbridge as Hogwarts' senior investigator. At the same time, through the conservative faction's influence in the Daily Prophet, the news spread widely. After reforming defense against the dark arts, Umbridge will have the authority to reorganize Hogwarts, whose teaching quality has been declining. Fudge's voice was recorded on a recording stone and sent to all parts of Britain through the Lestrange family's channels. The Lestrange family thus gained favor with the Ministry's conservative faction, receiving green lights in all business channels. However, they didn't notice that a dragon's shadow was mixed in, being transported to various places. Having gained power from Hogwarts, Umbridge was in high spirits. She began patrolling around Hogwarts with a clipboard. At the same time, she used her authority to issue multiple restriction orders targeting Hogwarts. She clearly intended to strangle all students' freedom in regulations. On Thursday, in Potions class, a pink toad circled around Professor Snape. Professor Snape, experiencing helplessness for one of the few times in his life, actually cast a pleading look toward Aiden. Meanwhile, Aiden entertained himself by imagining Snape's thoughts. Umbridge, would you be willing to be my son? He pictured the professor saying with mock affection. Oh, Severus, I'm willing, the pink toad said. Then please maintain a 1.6-mile distance from me, Professor Snape sneered coldly. Daydreaming in class. 5 points from Ravenclaw, Professor Snape's tapping brought Aiden back to reality. Chapter 281, Prophecy, Ley Line Master, and Detention Again. Chapter 281, Prophecy, Ley Line Master, and Detention Again. For a whole week, Umbridge caused chaos throughout Hogwarts. More and more prohibitions were posted on the walls, including, no use of Weasley products, no music, no laughter. Meanwhile, Umbridge infiltrated every professor's classroom. She occasionally asserted her authority by interrupting professors and interviewing students during class. Professor Flitwick seemed to be doing well, but when Aiden looked at him, the light in his eyes had disappeared. Impressive, Aiden said quietly, giving him a thumbs up from below. Days of torment stirred up resentment among Hogwarts students. Even the traditionally power-following Slytherins had grown dissatisfied with Umbridge's interference. At night, a beautiful dragon sat atop the dream clouds, carefully weaving a protective net. In the collective unconscious sea, waves accumulated by the young wizard's dissatisfaction were gently allowed to pass, surging toward a professor's office within Hogwarts. Thursday, divination class. Umbridge still sat on Trelawney's cushion, holding her scoreboard. Trelawney was very impatient with this unexpected intruder, but remembering Professor McGonagall's instructions, she endured. "Come now, children, report to me the dreams you've collected recently," Trelawney said to the young wizards. Meanwhile, the dragon sitting in the corner spread out his hands, with silver-white threads hanging down. The threads supported a small net with crystal-clear droplets shimmering on it. If someone looked closely, they would discover these weren't water drops at all, but glowing dreams. When Trelawney was about to call on Aiden, he was still debating whether to submit this thing. However, Umbridge timely came to Aiden's rescue. "Professor Trelawney, could you make a prophecy for me?" Umbridge interrupted the class. Finally, Trelawney's anger was ignited, and she raised her trembling hand. A tremendous force took control of Trelawney's voice. Aiden sensed the fluctuation of power and turned around to see an old friend. "How is it you?" Aiden said, raising an eyebrow. "The old man said I should take over some of his work," Oliver answered. "I didn't expect that after being away so long, the teaching environment here would be polluted like this. How can you just watch this vermin run wild on your territory?" Oliver looked at Umbridge with disgust while teasing Aiden. This time Fudge elevated her, completing his merger with conservative forces. Next, she'll become the first falling stone when the edifice collapses. The dragon sat on the high platform, pronouncing Umbridge's fate. Speaking alongside him was Professor Trelawney. Oliver took out a crystal ball and aimed it at Trelawney. "The dream dragon has woven a great net for all. The storm of war approaches, and your path leads only to endless darkness." Trelawney's throat seemed filled with thousands of people, men, women, children, elderly. Their voices mixed together, creating an extremely eerie sound. "Lovely," Umbridge said with a smile, marking an X on her record board. "Ah, what did I just say?" Trelawney said, looking confused. Oliver stuffed a glowing crystal ball into his chest. "Take care of yourself, brother. I have a feeling it won't be peaceful down there," Aiden warned him. "Isn't the biggest source of turmoil you yourself, dream dragon, who weaves the great net?" Oliver gave Aiden a hug, then dissipated into the air. "Source of turmoil?" Aiden said, looking out the window and smiling. Friday afternoon, Umbridge used her investigator's authority to dismiss Trelawney. She packed all of Trelawney's belongings and threw them out the door. In the cold wind, both wore thick clothes, but Professor Trelawney looked particularly desolate. "I've taught here for 16 years. Hogwarts is my home," Trelawney said, her voice choking. "You can't do this," she pleaded. "Actually, I can," Umbridge said, raising her letter of appointment. Professor McGonagall pushed through the blocking students, ran to the middle, and embraced Trelawney. "Do you have anything to say?" Umbridge provoked. "Oh, of course, I have plenty to say," Professor McGonagall said, glaring fiercely at her. Click. Behind them, Hogwarts' main gate opened. The dragon and phoenix walked out, their immense magical power spreading freely, causing some students to distance themselves. "Minerva, take Sybil back inside," Dumbledore said. Professor McGonagall nodded and helped Trelawney walk inside. "Thank you," Trelawney said, grasping Dumbledore's robe as she passed him. "Dumbledore, need I remind you that according to Decree Number 23 signed by the Minister." Umbridge prepared to show off. "You have the authority to dismiss my teachers, but..." Dumbledore said, interrupting Umbridge, then stepped aside to reveal Aiden behind him. "According to ancient contract, I am the ley line manager of this land." As Aiden spoke, he raised his hand, and the entire Hogwarts castle glowed, the light gathering into a piece of parchment. Unfolding the parchment revealed Aiden's name written on it. "Liar, fake. This land belongs to the Ministry. What authority do you have?" "Oppression," Aiden spoke. The magical power of the surrounding ley lines directly pressed Umbridge to the ground. The stone-paved floor was smashed into a shallow pit, and cracks continued expanding. Even the most unlearned wizard could feel this world rejecting her. "Let her go. She's Ministry personnel after all," Dumbledore said. "Humph," Aiden snorted coldly, and the pressure disappeared. Umbridge stood up from the ground, disheveled and dirty. "According to the contract my family ancestors made with Salazar Slytherin, owner of the castle, 1,000 years ago, I, as ley line manager, permit Miss Sybil Trelawney to reside here." After speaking, Aiden turned and left. Dumbledore also walked into the castle. Harry wanted to catch up with them but was blocked by the scattering young wizards. Umbridge stood in place, using all her strength to maintain her false smile, while the swollen parts of her face continued twitching. Hogwarts teaching continued. In subsequent classes, all professors unconsciously began avoiding practical courses and turning to theoretical teaching. Because Umbridge had protection from the Ministry, Aiden couldn't fully control her, and the quality of classes returned to what it was before. Hermione had memorized the entire textbook to deal with Umbridge's harassment but still lost 10 points for being too loud. This behavior angered Harry so much that he shouted at Umbridge on the spot and was again sentenced to detention writing in blood. Chapter 282, The Spark, Celebration, and Running a Newspaper. Chapter 282, The Spark, Celebration, and Running a Newspaper. On the 8th floor corridor, a hunched figure followed behind Aiden. Argus, I'm giving you an order, Aiden said, stopping in front of the windowsill. Yes, sir, Filch nodded respectfully. I want you to infiltrate Umbridge Circle and monitor the school for her. If I encounter misfortune, I want you to protect the young wizards in the school to the greatest extent possible. Also, never reveal the fact that you can use magic in front of her. Aiden gazed out at the scenery outside the window. The gloomy clouds seemed ready to bury Hogwarts. No, sir. How could a wizard as powerful as you possibly? Filch said, immediately becoming anxious. No, I need to be fully prepared. Prepared to spread the spark of magic throughout the world even if I'm gone. Aiden pulled out a book and handed it to Filch. It contained records of how to utilize the Deep Realm King's remains and the key to connect to the mental server. The key is on the last page. Memorize it, remember it firmly, then burn it, Aiden said. Filch tore off the last page of the book, imprinting every word into his mind, then burnt the paper in front of Aiden. Now, carry out your orders. After speaking, Aiden's figure slowly dissipated into the air. Filch bowed toward where Aiden had vanished, then walked with determined steps toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Aiden, heading in the opposite direction from Filch, went to the kitchen. Ron was fortunate enough to join Gryffindor's Quidditch team, and George and Fred proposed holding a small celebration party. They also sent an invitation to Aiden. Don't you think it's strange to have a Ravenclaw mixed in among a bunch of Gryffindors? Aiden asked, grabbing a chicken leg at the kitchen's long table. There are also Slytherins and Hufflepuffs here. The kitchen doesn't have so many rules. Anyone who can find this place are kindred spirits. Cedric put his arm around Aiden's shoulder. Ever since Aiden changed his fate, Cedric's relationship with Aiden had mysteriously improved a lot. This year, he had also successfully been elected head boy, giving his father something to boast about. Where's Harry? Aiden asked, turning to Ron. He went to detention with Umbridge. He'll be here soon, Ron said. Soon after, the kitchen door was pushed open again, and Harry walked in. Am I late? Harry asked. No, we were just waiting for you, Ron called out. Harry took his seat. The twins raised their glasses and laughed, congratulations to Ronnie for successfully joining the Quidditch team. Cheers. Cheers, came from 5 voices. Harry's hand holding the glass suddenly trembled. Hermione, who had been doing needlework, immediately noticed Harry's unnaturalness. She directly reached out and grabbed Harry's hand, turning it palm up. On the back of his hand, lines of irreparable scars formed the words, I must not tell lies. What is this? Hermione said, seeing her dear friend treated this way and feeling heartbroken. It's Umbridge. Her detention method is using dark magic items to punish young wizards, Ron explained. You knew about this and didn't tell me. Hermione yelled at Ron. But what good would telling you do? Ron asked, confused. The old married couple began arguing, with Harry caught awkwardly in the middle. All right, let me treat that for you, Aiden said, grabbing Harry's hand. He pulled a potion bottle from his left pocket, uncorked it, poured out a little, and evenly applied it to Harry's wounds. Soon, the scars on his hand quickly scabbed over, and the scabs fell off, revealing smooth skin. What is this? Harry asked. Prewett, no, now it's called Raven Alchemy Workshop's new product. Scar Remover. Knowing he'd face the ministry soon, Aiden quietly split up Prewett Alchemy's business and reorganized everything. Now Prewett Alchemy had closed down, while underneath, a behemoth called Raven Alchemy had quietly swallowed up the market left vacant by Prewett. All right, look, Harry's hand is healed. Ron said, being grabbed by the waist by Hermione and quickly begging for mercy. While everyone was chatting, a Slytherin student behind them turned on a radio. Fudge's voice came from it, echoing throughout the kitchen. Recently, we have indeed encountered some unpleasant disappearance incidents, but there is evidence proving these were caused by the escaped murderer Peter Pettigrew. That damn fat Fudge, and that evil old witch Umbridge, Hermione cursed. Harry. Sirius's voice suddenly came from Harry's pocket. Aiden cooperatively tapped the table, casting a silencing charm to envelop the group. Sirius, what are you doing here? Harry said, pulling out the mirror from his pocket. Clearly a two-way mirror. Replying to your letter. You told me your forehead scar hurts when you encounter Umbridge, Sirius asked. Yes, I think Voldemort might be possessing her, like with Quirrell, Harry said. Probably not. I haven't sensed any chaotic aura from Umbridge, Aiden hinted meaningfully. Aiden's right. She's probably just a purely evil person. So what else has she done? Training you to kill mixed-blood creatures. Sirius joked. No, she won't even let us use magic, Hermione complained. That's just how it is. Fudge fears Dumbledore might raise an army, Sirius said. Either way, Fudge's actions have crippled the Order of the Phoenix. Sorry we can't assist you. Be vigilant. Someone seemed to be tracking Sirius from behind, and the two-way mirror was cut off. If Umbridge refuses to teach us, we need to spread defensive methods ourselves, Hermione suggested. Also, you need your own voice to spread the message, Aiden said, winking at Hermione. What do you mean? Hermione said, not catching on. The Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, Aiden reminded her. You mean we should run a newspaper under the name of SPEW? Hermione said, grasping the key point. Yes. Who would care about a rights promotion society with such low visibility? After all, wizards are used to being arrogant, aren't they? Aiden said, turning back and winking at Dobby. Dobby smiled at Aiden and served him coconut ice cream. First get the newspaper running, and use the ministry's few correct advantages to expand influence. Then the future propaganda content won't be something the ministry can control, Aiden explained. Good idea. Hermione nodded, flames flickering in her eyes, while Harry and Ron quietly swallowed nervously. Chapter 283, Business Expansion and Secret Society Formation. Chapter 283, Business Expansion and Secret Society Formation. The next 2 weeks went smoothly for everyone as Harry's detention ended. Ron's Quidditch skills steadily improved, and Hermione's vanishing spell gradually became effective on large objects. During these 2 weeks, Aiden successfully completed the second project's deployment in Britain and began expanding business to Egypt. At Hermione's suggestion, Harry gathered a group of people willing to believe him to prepare for forming a secret society. Aiden received information from Egypt saying they would send people to discuss related matters. On the weekend, the four went together to the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade. Inside the Hog's Head, there were many suspicious-looking idle individuals. When Aiden walked over, a strange man wrapped in bandages inexplicably fainted. Aberforth glanced at him and directly used magic to throw the bandaged man out. Harry and his companions discussed forming the society. Meanwhile, Aiden unexpectedly encountered some acquaintances. Amir. Aiden said, recognizing the visitor. Long time no see, Mr. Prewett. I'm not the only one here today. There are 2 familiar faces, Amir said, stepping aside to reveal 2 figures. Mr. Priest, long time no see. No, I should call you Wizard Sir now, the grown-up Nura said, smiling at Aiden with an exotic charm. Nura, why are you being so polite to him? The boy beside her spoke jealously. Amin. Nura gently knocked his head. So, what's going on? Aiden said, looking toward Amir. Actually, after we took them away, we discovered special talents in them. These 2 have special compatibility with the Golden Scriptures. Oh, here they should be called silent slates, Amir explained. Your silent slates require compatibility? Aiden asked with puzzlement. Don't yours? Amir said with confusion. Then a flame appeared out of nowhere and singed Amir. Amir stared in silence. Ah, I'm very sorry. I'm not an unspeakable, Aiden said, understanding somewhat. Can't blame you. Didn't expect another Dumbledore-type figure. Your British wizards really have personality, Amir said, rubbing his forehead helplessly. These 2 children's mission is to come and coordinate with you. I can't reveal anything else, Amir said with a smile. Then please take care of us, Wizard Sir, Nura said, bowing slightly. Humph. Amin originally wanted to act cool but was pressed by Nura to bow as well. Well then, I'll leave them to you and head back, Amir said, immediately standing up. Wait. Aiden wanted to detain him, but he flickered and disappeared in the pub. The 3 were left staring at each other. Come on, follow me first. I'll find you a place to stay with Dumbledore later. Aiden waved his hand, casting psychological invisibility on the 2, and walked up to the second floor's private room. Inside the room, voices of doubt could be heard, with Harry nervously keeping his head down. Aiden walked behind him and placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. Go ahead, say what you want to say, Aiden encouraged Harry. Harry pressed his lips together, then suddenly stood up. I'll tell you why. Even if everything I say is false, can you guarantee you'll never encounter a dark wizard in your lifetime? Harry's challenging voice echoed in the room, immediately drowning out all other sounds. But the ministry says we're safe, a Ravenclaw student raised his hand. Really? Aiden said, using a levitation charm to lift him up. AI. Aiden. The student clearly recognized Ravenclaw's celebrity. Now tell me, Michael Corner, if I were a bad person and you were caught by me, what would you do? Use the knowledge you learned from Umbridge's books to fight against me. Aiden hooked his finger, and the floor's wooden boards automatically grew into a vine chair. The dragon sat on the throne. Though shorter than everyone else, people inexplicably felt they were being looked down upon. Call the Aurors and warn you that this behavior is illegal, Michael Corner said, his tone very weak. Good answer. If this were in class, I wouldn't mind giving you 10 points. But guess how many times I could kill you, or how much torture you'd endure, from when you call for help until the Aurors arrive. Aiden said, narrowing his eyes. A tremendous oppressive force emanated, making everyone feel as if they were being watched by a giant dragon. Snap. Aiden snapped his fingers, and Michael Corner was slowly lowered while the powerful aura disappeared without a trace. Aiden gave Harry a look, then walked behind him. So we can't place our hopes on the Ministry's ridiculous regulations. We need the ability to quickly and timely protect our own lives. Harry stepped forward. Everyone was convinced, and Hermione timely produced a contract. They lined up to sign their names on it. Now, I must tell you that the parchment is enchanted. If anyone reveals our affairs, the word traitor will be carved on their face. Hermione finally played the bad guy once, threatening fiercely. The meeting ended. Harry and the others returned to Hogwarts via the Long Bridge, and the scene was coincidentally discovered by Umbridge. Aiden, who had separated from them earlier, took Amin and Nura to find Dumbledore. So, these are your illegitimate children from Egypt. Dumbledore said, teasing Aiden. Did eating too much candy clog your brain? Aiden said, rolling his eyes. Don't tell me you didn't receive any message. Aiden inquired. What happened? Dumbledore asked back. TSK, I can't believe you really locked yourself in the castle and did nothing, Aiden marveled. At the same time, he raised his hand to isolate Nura and Amin's perception. I'm old. Cornelius's actions have completely disappointed me, but I'm very afraid of being put on Power's gallows. Dumbledore shivered thinking of that scene. Then why not leave it to young people? Aiden said, lightly interlacing his 10 fingers. Who? Amelia Bones, Aiden mentioned a name. I heard you have a close relationship with her. Cornelius even targeted her because of it, Dumbledore said, hinting meaningfully. Can't deny she's a competent person, and she's not loyal to anyone. She's only loyal to the law, Aiden said, looking toward Dumbledore. Let's observe for a while longer, Dumbledore nodded. By the way, what are these two children for? Dumbledore said, pointing at the resentful-looking Amin and Nura. Aiden quickly removed their shielding. They were sent from Egypt to coordinate the project. After all, fighting the Deep Realm King is everyone's responsibility, Aiden said, showing a mercenary smile. So why did you bring them to me? Dumbledore said, not being fooled by Aiden. Wanted to ask you to find them a place to stay. Aiden said, embarrassedly lowering his head. Dumbledore stared in silence. Chapter 284, Restrictions and Venue Confirmed. Chapter 284, Restrictions and Venue Confirmed. Although Aiden hypnotized the bandaged men, Willie Wittershins, at the Hog's Head, he couldn't stop Harry and his friends from frequently gathering there. Umbridge leveraged Willie Wittershins' criminal activities, demanding he monitor Harry's every move outside school. Harry Potter and his friends' plan to form a secret society was discovered by Umbridge. So Umbridge preemptively signed and issued Educational Decree No. 24, dissolving all student groups and assemblies and prohibiting the formation of any organizations or clubs without permission. This move put all 4 houses' Quidditch activities in jeopardy. The entire activity specifically targeted Gryffindor. The other 3 teams' captains were quickly approved upon application, but only Angelina's application was blocked. In History of Magic class, suddenly sensing something, Harry turned around to find the heavily injured Hedwig flying in. Harry reached out to catch Hedwig, quickly ate a skiving snack box, and slipped out of the classroom. He took Hedwig to Professor Grubblyplank for treatment and learned that Sirius had invited Harry for a fireplace conversation tonight. Harry was very curious why Sirius wasn't continuing to use the two-way mirror to contact him. That evening, the trio gathered around the fireplace, and a familiar face appeared in the flames. Harry, I heard you're forming a defense against the dark arts group. Congratulations, and well done, Sirius was about to praise when a hand pushed him away. Oh Harry, it's so good to see you. Mrs. Weasley's face emerged from the fire. Harry now understood why Sirius was reluctant to use the two-way mirror. Mum. Ron exclaimed, attracting Molly's attention in the flames. Ron Weasley, I forbid you from joining any secret groups. Mrs. Weasley's roar came from the flames. Oh, and of course, Harry and Hermione, I also advise you not to participate in these things. It would reduce trouble for yourselves. Mrs. Weasley treated Harry and Hermione with a completely different attitude. By the way. Sirius was about to speak. A fat, stubby hand wearing an ugly old-fashioned ring reached out from the fireplace and crushed the image in the flames. Back at Grimmauld Place, Sirius pulled his head out just in time to avoid being hurt by the exploding fire. Ah, came 3 startled voices. Ron, Harry, and Hermione were startled and stepped back. It's Umbridge. Harry identified the hand's owner. She's monitoring all of Hogwart's communications. Hermione recognized the type of magic. Looks like we can't contact the outside world for a while, Harry concluded. Ron's mouth curved into a smile. Meanwhile, in the Ravenclaw dormitory, which Aiden had expanded with an undetectable extension charm, Amin and Nura resided. Every evening, Aiden had to spare time to teach them the operation and maintenance of the mental firewall. Ethan and Edmund also snuck in every night to eavesdrop on Aiden's lectures, but since these two lacked compatibility, Aiden let them listen. However, teaching in the dormitory was quite limiting, so Aiden set his sights on a place he hadn't visited in a long time. The next day, in Professor Flitwick's office, Aiden sat on his book pile, mooching tea. Aiden, you haven't visited me in a long time. Suddenly appearing now. Have you brought some new spell? Professor Flitwick looked expectant. Professor, has the Mind's Edge Dueling Club been disbanded? Aiden inquired. Yes, that old toad forced me to disband the Mind's Edge Dueling Club when she arrived. Professor Flitwick waved his fist and gnashed his teeth at the air. Then let me modify the Mind's Edge Dueling Club's rules. I happen to have a recent project that could be integrated into it. The dragon sitting on the book pile smiled, with shadows behind him covering the ground. So in the office, the two modified the Unbreakable Vow contract and directly disbanded the Mind's Edge Dueling Club. At the same time, Aiden once again brought Professor Flitwick to the ethereal realm. This time, without the system's help, Aiden, having reached Sequence 3, constructed a dream as a stable anchor in the ethereal realm. Heh, old thing, your avatar is the most useless. Aiden said, touching the gem on his neck. Heh, the system spat at him. Connecting the mental firewall's pathway to the ethereal realm, using ancient wizards' technological crystals to extend the pathway to various countries. Simultaneously borrowing the ethereal realm's transmission capabilities, wizards from each country could freely weave protective nets covering themselves. Looking at his creation, Aiden indulged in self-admiration before leaving the ethereal realm. How was it? Did it work? Professor Flitwick said, looking at Aiden expectantly. Of course, Aiden said, giving a thumbs up. After teaching Professor Flitwick some weaving techniques, Aiden left his office. In the afternoon, Aiden hurried to the dormitory with books. Amin and Nura's stay wasn't long. After all, they had smuggled in. So Aiden's teaching time was tight and demanding, forcing him to frantically compress his time for instruction. After passing a corner, the trio pulled Aiden aside. What? Aiden said, sending Ron a look. Ground, surveillance, help, Ron said, sending Aiden a pleading look. Aiden thought for a moment and asked, would you accept training in dreams? In dreams, came three voices. But wasn't the Mind's Edge Dueling Club disbanded? Hermione, who closely followed school events, naturally knew this information. Yes, but the venue hasn't been abandoned. I made some modifications to it. I believe you'll like it, Aiden said with a smile. He handed Hermione a net woven from silver-white threads. Upon receiving it, Hermione immediately understood how to use the net. This. Hermione was about to say something, but Aiden put his finger to his lips. Then Aiden turned and left. In the following days, Hogwarts classes continued as usual, with Umbridge watching the trio daily. Finally, clever Hermione devised a solution. She used magic to change the numbers on galleons and used this to pass messages. What should have been an ordinary student gathering was turned by her into an intelligence organization's contact system. The effect was immediate. No matter how hard Umbridge tried, she couldn't figure out how these people determined meeting times. Every time she rushed to capture them, they had already vanished. In this strange atmosphere, Harry's secret society welcomed its first official gathering. Saturday night, everyone went to sleep early. A pink toad constantly prowled Hogwarts corridors, having exclusive intelligence that Harry's group would meet tonight. A Sequence 3 Dreamweaver quietly passed behind her, returning to Ravenclaw. Chapter 285, Chapter 285, Teacher Harry's Online Teaching and Dragon Aiden's Casual Participation. Chapter 285, Teacher Harry's Online Teaching and Dragon Aiden's Casual Participation. In the invisible dreamscape, the secret society students felt like they were being stuffed into a toilet, spinning endlessly. A dragon nestled in the clouds held threads in his hands, constantly swaying them. Teacher, stop playing around, Nura sighed. Oh, oops. The dragon, who had been grinning just moments before, realized he'd gotten carried away. He quickly placed the Hogwarts group onto the cloud layer. Bloody hell, do we have to go through this every time we come here? Ron said, standing up and supporting himself against a cloud. Cough, well, it's the first time opening, it's still in debugging mode. It's stabilized now. This won't happen again next time, Aiden said, awkwardly making excuses. Alright, let's not waste time. We need to elect a society leader, Hermione suggested. Everyone looked toward Harry. What? I don't. I mean, why not choose Aiden? Harry said, somewhat fearful. Kid, I don't have time to manage your society. See these two kids? They're wizards sent by the Egyptian ministry, and I still have to teach them. Aiden pointed to Amin and Nura behind him. Amin secretly made a face at him, then got knocked on the head by Nura's chop. Still should be Harry, I also think Harry's good. Of course it's the boy who lived, Harry Potter. Through unanimous selection, Harry became the leader of the secret society. Then they began choosing the society's name. Anti-Umbridge Alliance, Ministry of Magic Our Idiots Group, Defense Association. Various names were suggested, but none seemed satisfactory to everyone. Ginny suggested, how about choosing a name the Ministry fears most, Dumbledore's Army? This suggestion gained everyone's agreement, and the secret society was renamed Dumbledore's Army. Cough, I should remind you. You can call yourselves Dumbledore's Army behind closed doors, but don't have any written records or insignia. Aiden threw them a bit of cold water. Why? Ron asked with puzzlement. Because the Ministry is attacking Dumbledore by framing him for using students to secretly organize an army. If DA is discovered, it would confirm this rumor, putting Dumbledore at a disadvantage. You don't want to see Hogwarts completely fall into Ministry hands, do you? Aiden gave Ron a brief explanation. Whether the other young wizards understood didn't matter. What mattered was that Hermione was thinking. So we need a name to use publicly, Hermione said, stroking her chin. Let's call it Dream Chasers then, Harry suggested, looking at the surrounding clouds. The leader had spoken, and since the codename wasn't unpleasant, everyone quickly approved. Now, let's begin our association's first activity. Today's lesson is the disarming charm. Harry immediately entered teaching mode, while Aiden lounged on the sidelines. See that girl called Luna? She's an example of how excessive mental power can affect magical control. A certain dragon sat like an old woman on a sofa made from clouds, weaving something with silver-white threads. Pfft. Amin was amused by Aiden's actions, and the channel he was weaving immediately broke. A ruler extended from Aiden's hand, smacking Amin on the head with a sharp sound. I told you to focus when using mental power. Right now you're using my spirit threads. When you return to Egypt, you'll be using your own reserves. How much accumulation would be wasted if you messed up? Aiden scolded. TCH, I know, Amin pouted, while Nura beside him also quietly pursed her lips. Pfft. She had also been distracted. Impartially, Aiden gave her the same ruler treatment on her head. Sorry, teacher, Nura said, lowering her head. Speaking of which, why did you suddenly start calling me teacher? Aiden waved his hand, indicating the two could take a break. Because a teacher is a teacher, Nura said, smiling at Aiden, successfully overturning the vinegar jar beside her. Humph, probably because a certain teacher is too attractive, Amin said, crossing his arms and looking away. Nura sensed Amin's jealousy and reached out to pat his head. He immediately returned to his previous appearance. Aiden secretly gave Nura a thumbs up. After practicing with the two for a while longer, Aiden sent them back to sleep. Creating pathways was extremely draining on mental power. The two underage children had plenty of time to learn slowly. There was no need to rush them to learn quickly. Such an approach would actually hinder their growth and isn't what a good teacher should do. With nothing else to do, Aiden could participate in the nearby practice session. Parting the clouds, Aiden walked in. Aiden. Ron and Hermione's duel was no less impressive than that of adult wizards. Even Ron, trained by Aunt Molly for years, had the leisure to greet Aiden. Don't underestimate me. Hermione had also undergone 3 years of Mind's Edge dueling club training. Taking advantage of Ron's distraction, she hit him with a disarming charm, knocking away his wand. Ha ha. Aiden decisively sent mocking laughter toward his cousin. Shut up. Ron's face reddened. Seeing the two had determined a winner, people gathered around. Haven't been active in a while. How about a duel? Aiden suggested. Me against you. Ron said, his eyes widening as he immediately began shaking his head. You, Harry, and Hermione, plus George and Fred, and Ginny too, Aiden cheerfully sent them a group battle invitation. Really? George said, raising an eyebrow. You can't use those weird abilities of yours. Fred imposed restrictions. Fine, magic only, Aiden nodded. You. Ron wanted to say more but was interrupted by Hermione's elbow. Don't be cowardly. He's your younger brother. With so many restrictions, why not ask him not to use magic at all? Hermione couldn't help but complain. A certain dream weaver, doing stretches, stared in silence. After warm-up exercises, 7 people stood on the platform facing off. Zacharias stood in the middle as referee, raising his wand and firing a firework. Everyone watched the firework rise into the air and explode. The duel began. Ron showed no hesitation in throwing a stunning spell at Aiden, stating this was definitely not personal revenge. Aiden closed his eyes, slightly moved one small step to the left, and the red spell shattered a piece of cloud behind him. He's a legilimens. Focus fire on him to prevent him from reading our minds to avoid attacks. Ron sold out his brother's intelligence without hesitation. Then Harry, Hermione, Ginny, and the twins simultaneously began firing disarming charms at Aiden. Aiden's finger lightly hooked, and the cloud Ron had shattered flew over to form a shield, blocking 4 disarming charms. The shield's sudden appearance caused the 5 to lose visual lock on Aiden. With a spatial flicker, Aiden appeared behind Ron. Your magical power, technique, and accuracy have all improved so much. Well done. Then a hand glowing with white light reached toward Ron's forehead. Chapter 286, Chapter 286, The Long-Awaited Duel. Chapter 286, The Long-Awaited Duel. At this critical moment, Ron suddenly lifted his foot and went straight for Aiden's lower body. Aiden stared in silence. He stepped back slightly, which caused his hand to miss Ron's forehead. At the same time, Ron rolled backward, creating distance from Aiden. Aiden tried to strike again, but 4 stunning spells were already flying straight at him. Reducto. Ginny fired a blasting curse at Aiden without hesitation. The blasting curse hit Aiden, and he exploded directly in midair. Ginny, did you kill him? Michael Corner, watching from the sidelines, cried out in horror. Shut up. At this moment, Ginny felt that developing feelings beyond friendship with this guy seemed rather hasty. Aiden's particles flew through the air, slowly transforming into a swarm of butterflies. Ah, my dear little sister, why did you strike so hard? The butterflies circled around Ginny, with one hand formed by the butterflies. Reducto. Ginny didn't hesitate to blast Aiden apart again. At the same time, George apparat to Ginny's side, then disapparated away with her. More and more butterflies appeared, finally outlining the shape of a dragon, which was indeed a dragon. The silver dragon quietly completed his transformation hidden among the butterflies. He opened his mouth and breathed dragon fire toward the 6 people. Protego, came 6 voices in unison. 6 ice pillars stood in place, while the ground behind them was frozen in a fan shape. The 6 cancelled their shield charms and walked out on the ice. George, Fred, is there a way to deal with that? Harry asked. If we weren't here where we can't die, George said, his eyes showing none of their usual playfulness. We'd really want to turn and run, Fred completed George's thought. Roar. The dragon flying in the sky let out a roar. Expelliarmus. Harry led the attack. Aiden made an agile turn in the sky, dodging the disarming charm's trajectory. Then he began diving toward the group. Here he comes. Ron said, raising his wand. Impedimenta. Impedimenta, came 2 more voices. Ginny and Hermione also drew their wands and cast the impediment jinx. Harry and the twins coordinated to cast spells at Aiden to slow his diving speed. But the 3 spells bounced off immediately upon hitting Aiden's dragon scales. As Aiden dove, the defensive barriers summoned by the impediment jinxes rubbed against Aiden's claws, producing sharp, ear-piercing sounds. Incendio. Ron fired a fire-making spell, but without magical support, the impediment jinx was torn apart instead. George and Fred grabbed Hermione and Ginny, respectively. Ginny also pulled Harry, and several people disapparated away, avoiding the descending flames. Ron stared in confusion. The flames covered Ron, while Aiden breathed dragon fire down on him. Ron, subjected to both ice and fire, became the first to be eliminated. The collision of flames and dragon breath stirred up a large amount of water vapor. Aiden took advantage of this to contract his form, and a dragon-human hybrid walked out of the smoke. Be careful, this is his most troublesome stage, George warned those behind him. Aiden raised his right hand, and a black walnut wand appeared in it. The reason he didn't use new magic was that only a few of those present had learned new magic. To teach them offense and defense based on traditional magic to the greatest extent, Aiden and his group had put considerable effort into this. Expelliarmus. Several people fired spells at Aiden again. Aiden raised his wand like a conductor's baton, gathering the surrounding clouds. The clouds writhed and transformed into green vines, which grew and wove into a large net. The vines grew and attacked the group. Harry used a severing charm to cut the tendrils apart. Ginny wanted to help, but a dangerous sensation surged from her spine to her brain. Somehow, Aiden's wand was already pressed against her back. Stupefy. The spell's light flashed, and Ginny lost consciousness. Expelliarmus. Reducto. Jelly legs jinx. Deflating draft. For spells flew toward Aiden but only stirred up a large cloud of mist. Using the mist, Aiden's figure became hidden again. This won't work. We need to force him out, Hermione said, looking at Harry. Combined casting. Hermione raised her wand and used a weather charm to create a tornado in the dreamscape. Incendio. Harry coordinated by casting a fire-making spell on the tornado. The flaming tornado swept across the entire arena. Puff. A cold breathing sound echoed. The entire tornado was instantly frozen by the rising cold air. Snap. The sound of fingers snapping came from within the tornado ice block, and the entire ice formation shattered. Aiden's figure appeared before them once again. He's too strong. Magical technique, physical form, and mental control. How can we deal with him? Hermione frowned. I know a bit of a clemency, Harry said, raising his hand. The group exchanged glances and quickly arranged their tactics. George and Fred charged at Aiden, both releasing numerous disarming charms simultaneously. Aiden stood in place and flicked his wand, precisely intercepting the disarming charms the two had fired. Repulse. Aiden hooked his finger, and George and Fred were blasted away. At the same time, his wand tip flickered with red light. Two stunning spells flew out, and George and Fred exited the stage. CONF Ringo. Hermione cast an enhanced blasting curse that exploded beside Aiden. Protego. Aiden didn't hesitate to release a shield charm. The smoke cleared, and Hermione had reached Aiden's front. Her wand emanated silver-white light. What? Aiden was startled. Silencio. Hermione cast a spell, and the light circle focused on Aiden, instantly destroying his shield charm. Aiden only had time to push with his right hand, and Hermione also flew away. Expelliarmus. Harry, who had quietly circled behind Aiden, launched his killing move. Powerful magic gathered on his wand, and the red lightning formed by the spell cut through the air, hitting Aiden. Finally, through their cooperation, Aiden's wand flew from his hand. Yes. Hermione said, climbing up from the ground in the distance and making a fist-pumping gesture. Clap clap clap. Aiden applauded them. Well done. At the same time, he waved his hand to bring the others back. Ron's expression was very smug at this moment. We defeated Aiden. We actually defeated that Aiden. Hermione couldn't stand it and gave him a knock on the head. Group attack, and you were the first one eliminated. So what? He's Aiden. Ron said, his tail practically reaching the sky. So what exactly am I in your mind, some kind of monster? Aiden couldn't help but complain. Forget it, that's not the point. What did you all learn from that duel just now? Aiden said, turning to look at the observers. Defense is very important, the young wizards below reached a unanimous conclusion. Yes, any magical conflict is a battle of offense and defense, which can be simply summarized as, hit the target, dodge successfully, and defend effectively. For you at present, the skills you most need to master are hitting and defending. Therefore, this week's activity is over. After you return, you need to master the disarming charm thoroughly. Is that clear? A certain Professor Dragon couldn't help but have his occupational disease flare up again and began to ramble. I really feel like he's becoming more and more like a professor, Ron whispered in Harry's ear. But after being swept by Aiden's death stare, he immediately became obedient. Chapter 287, Locket, Message, and Hagrid's Return. Chapter 287, Locket, Message, and Hagrid's Return. After the activity ended, Harry and Cho Chang huddled together whispering. Cho's roommate Marietta gave them a sour look, then exited the dream. What's wrong with her? Harry asked with some puzzlement. Don't take it to heart, Cho whispered. She really didn't want to come. I made her come with me. You know her mom works at the ministry and forbids her from doing anything that might upset Umbridge. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the two exited the dream. Aiden folded up the dreamscape, stored it away, and waited for the next use. Over the next 2 weeks, the DA held 2 activities each week. With training from several good friends, Neville was gradually able to use the disarming charm properly. Seeing his companion's progress, Harry's mood improved considerably each time Umbridge asked him to recite in class. Aiden continued teaching Amin and Nura the creation of mental pathways every evening as usual. Before they knew it, time had reached November. Hogwarts' annual Quidditch Cup was about to begin. Since Umbridge hoped to use Quidditch as leverage against Harry, Professor McGonagall finally couldn't stand it anymore and went to Dumbledore. Dumbledore intervened to pressure Umbridge into forcibly approving the Gryffindor Quidditch team. However, the newly reorganized Quidditch team only had 3 weeks of training time left. This made Angelina so anxious that she practically tethered Harry to the pitch for daily training. Amin and Nura had completed their basic training, and the rest was up to them to practice on their own. There was still a long time before the appointment with Amir, so Aiden finally had some free time. Sneaking away from everyone, Aiden went alone to the Room of Requirement. Inside the Room of Requirement, in a chamber Aiden had hidden away, everything was wrapped in countless silver threads. The threads twisted to form special symbols, enclosed within a large circle, combining into an alchemical matrix. At the very center of the matrix, a locket was suspended. That's right. This was the layout that Aiden and Salazar had jointly left behind, spanning nearly 1,000 years. If Sister Tom knew she had been jointly deceived by her ancestor and an outsider, she would probably be angry enough to twist her newly grown nose out of shape. Aiden stood before the locket and extended his index finger. The threads began rhythmically wrapping toward the locket. After a long period of analysis, Aiden had also successfully discovered the location of Voldemort's soul. The moment the threads connected to the locket, black threads also wrapped back from it. The two colors of threads became entangled, and Aiden took the opportunity to slip crystal-clear dreams through the threads into the locket. Initially, the black threads tried to resist, but blue light flickered faintly on the locket, and the dream droplets were immediately absorbed completely. When the dream bubbles fully filled the locket, Aiden easily slipped inside. A dream meticulously woven by a sequence 3 dream weaver specifically for Voldemort. Even the Deep Realm King had fallen for such tricks. Much less now, when only 1/7 remained, tainted with some chaotic aura, of a remnant soul. Wandering in the dream, the entire world was under the dragon's control. Extending his finger in a beckoning motion, the dream began to rotate and fold, and a woman with a good figure was delivered to him. Oh, can changes in the main soul actually affect the Horcrux? Do you share some kind of quantum entanglement? Aiden looked at her curiously and snapped his fingers. The soul fixed on Voldemort directly dissolved. Aiden Prewett, you damned bastard, you $$ hashtag at asterisk carrot dollar hashtag dot. Lady Voldemort began exploring the beauty of language. Taking out a small vial, Aiden trapped the linguistically creative Lady Voldemort inside and left the locket. In the room of requirement, as Aiden's figure materialized, all the threads began contracting into his body. The locket also flew into his hand, but a flash of blue light appeared. The silhouette of a tall, thin man emerged. Long time no see, Aiden. The man smiled at Aiden. Long time no see, Salazar. Aiden greeted him. How long has it been? Salazar asked. It's been 1,000 years now, Aiden answered. 1,000 years, how wonderful. Our ideals still remain on this land, and this is the chamber designed by Rowena, isn't it? Salazar looked around, then found a place to sit. Where did you go after you left? Aiden asked casually. After parting with them, I went to another continent where I restarted research on chaos. I finally discovered that Fellow is a binary twin with order, able to simultaneously draw power from people's desires and the real environment. This is probably why he was able to become the strongest Deep Realm King. Aiden, you must be extremely careful of him, even though he was once defeated by us. Salazar earnestly warned Aiden. But right now, he's mixed up with your only descendant, a certain dragon said, squinting his eyes teasingly. Sigh, it's all destiny. When necessary, end my descendant. Don't consider my feelings. Salazar spoke as blue light began emanating from his figure. It seems I can't stay much longer. Aiden, 1,000 years of unknown vigilance. You've truly worked hard. Finally, Salazar suddenly turned back, leaving Aiden with a gentle smile. Hey, how could it be unknown? The clear, bright laughter of a youth echoed in the empty chamber. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor vs. Slytherin match had ended. Although Slytherin's underhanded tactics were quite dirty, Harry withstood the pressure and caught the snitch to win. After the match, Draco heavily mocked Ron because of the loss. Unable to restrain themselves, Harry and the twins went up and beat him up, successfully getting their brooms confiscated by Umbridge and receiving lifetime bans. Dolores, I don't think you have that kind of authority, Professor McGonagall said, unable to watch any longer and stepping forward. Authority, Minerva. Would you like to see the latest educational decree number 26 granted to me by the ministry? Umbridge said, standing with hands on hips and extremely proud. Nearby, Hermione gripped her wand tightly, but Aiden suddenly intervened, blocking her way to prevent Hermione from exploding on the spot. Although the Gryffindors had won the match, losing 3 players at once caused morale to plummet. Harry and Ron nearly got into a fight, but news brought by Aiden calmed them down. Hagrid's back, Aiden said. He said nothing else, just used this sentence mixed with comfort to quell their anger. Let's go see him quickly. Harry immediately suggested. But Umbridge's educational decree forbids us from leaving the castle at this time, Hermione said, pointing to the pink toad standing on the platform overlooking everything. Then the 3 turned their gaze to Aiden, who was fiddling with the locket. Sigh, let's go. Aiden also knew what the group meant. He cast invisibility over them and headed toward the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 288, Giant Rebellion and Last Lesson. Chapter 288, Giant Rebellion and Last Lesson. The group arrived at Hagrid's hut, their footsteps crunching softly on the frost-covered path. Harry raised his fist to knock, but the door creaked open before he could make contact. Hagrid's massive frame filled the doorway, and the sight that greeted them made Hermione gasp audibly. His usually wild hair was matted with dried blood, creating dark streaks against his scalp. His left eye had swollen shut, the skin around it a violent tapestry of purple and blue bruises. Fresh cuts crisscrossed his weathered face and hands, some still weeping crimson droplets that caught the lamplight. Merlin's beard, Hagrid, Ron breathed, his voice barely above a whisper. What happened to you? Oh, it's you lot. Hagrid's voice was hoarse, each word seeming to cost him effort. He stepped aside, moving with the careful precision of someone whose ribs might be cracked. Come in then, before someone sees you. Inside the familiar warmth of the hut, Fong was contentedly gnawing on what appeared to be a chunk of green, scaly meat. The smell of herbs and something medicinal hung heavy in the air. Hagrid lowered himself onto his sofa with visible pain, then reached over and snatched the dragon meat from Fong's jaws. Raw dragon meat for the swelling, he explained, pressing the bloody chunk against his battered face. Hermione's jaw clenched at the sight, and Aiden could actually hear her teeth grinding together. The sound made him wince. Never mind that medieval treatment, Aiden said, already drawing his wand. Let me help you properly. Episki. Golden light flowed from Aiden's wand, and Hagrid's collapsed ribs began to realign with audible pops and cracks. The half-giant's face contorted in discomfort, his massive hands instinctively moving to scratch at the healing bones. Don't touch, Aiden warned sharply, then bit down on his own finger. A small bead of silver blood welled up, floating in the air like liquid mercury. He touched it with his wand tip, and it dispersed into a fine mist that seeped through Hagrid's skin. Within moments, the cuts sealed themselves, the bruises faded to nothing, and Hagrid's swollen eye returned to normal. Your blood can do that? Ron asked, raising an eyebrow hopefully. Could you maybe? Absolutely not, Aiden cut him off before he could finish the request. A sharp rap at the door made them all freeze. That sickeningly sweet voice rang out like nails on a chalkboard, open up. Senior investigator from the Ministry of Magic, Umbridge. Hagrid's eyes went wide as dinner plates. Aiden's wand moved in a swift arc, and the group vanished from sight just as the door handle turned. Hagrid composed himself and opened the door, his movements now fluid and pain-free thanks to Aiden's healing. Oh, you must be the former care of magical creatures professor, Umbridge said, her toad-like eye surveying the hut's interior with obvious distaste. Listen carefully. I'll be conducting teaching evaluations on you for some time, so do prepare yourself. Also, as a Hogwarts professor, your extended absence requires explanation. What exactly have you been doing? Well, Hagrid stammered, affecting an embarrassed expression. Family matters, you understand. We half-breeds have complications. The moment Umbridge heard the word half-breed, her face twisted with unconcealed revulsion. She took a step backward, as if Hagrid's very presence might contaminate her. I see, she said coldly, then turned on her heel and left. Outside, they could hear her frantically spraying perfume, the floral scent wafting back through the open door. Aiden snapped his fingers, and the group reappeared. Hagrid, Hermione said, her voice deadly serious, you must tell us what happened. Even Dumbledore wouldn't send you on a mission this dangerous without good reason. Don't even think about lying, Ron added, jerking his thumb toward Aiden. We've got a legilimens right here. Hagrid sighed deeply, the sound like wind through trees. He glanced around nervously before leaning forward. All right, I'll tell you. But this is top secret, understand? Not a word to anyone. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper. Dumbledore sent me to negotiate with the giants. Giants. Hermione's voice pitched higher with alarm. Show. Hagrid pressed a finger to his lips, eyes darting toward the windows. To avoid Fudge's surveillance, I went through France first. Madame Maxime and I searched across Europe until we found them on a highland in the far north. His expression grew wistful. I delivered Dumbledore's gifts. Gained their friendship, I did. Just when I thought they'd side with us. His face darkened. A rebellion broke out. The new giant king accepted the Death Eater's recruitment. We were driven out like common thieves. They beat you. Hermione's voice carried genuine heartache. Well, not entirely, Hagrid said with a rueful shrug. But it's not all bad news. Some of them still remember Dumbledore's kindness. And I found news about my mother in their settlement. His expression became strange, shifting between grief and something like relief. She's dead, but at least I know now. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Aiden said, raising an eyebrow meaningfully. Hagrid gave him desperate, pleading looks, clearly wanting to avoid further discussion. Seeing his discomfort, Aiden decided not to press the matter of whatever family complications Hagrid was hiding. By the way, Hagrid, Hermione said, her tone almost pleading, please don't try raising blast-ended skrewts or chimeras anymore. Umbridge will definitely find a way to fire you if you do. All right. I'll do my best, Hagrid nodded, rising from his chair. Well then, it's getting late. You should head back before someone notices you're gone. As they prepared to leave, Hagrid caught Harry's arm. Harry, he said quietly, his eyes serious. Be careful. The storm is coming. The next day's Care of Magical Creatures class proved Hermione's concerns were well-founded. Following her advice, Hagrid had chosen to work with the Thestrals he'd tamed, preparing large chunks of raw meat to demonstrate their feeding habits. What he hadn't anticipated was that only a handful of students could actually see the winged skeletal creatures. To everyone else, it appeared as though chunks of beef were being torn apart by invisible jaws, the meat disappearing into thin air with wet, tearing sounds. Several students turned green at the grotesque display. Umbridge scribbled furiously on her pink clipboard, her quill scratching like claws on parchment as she recorded every perceived failure. Hermione's hands clenched into fists, her knuckles white with the effort of restraining herself. Only Ron's firm grip on her arm prevented her from hexing the Ministry toad on the spot. As Christmas approached, the DA prepared for what would be their final meeting before the holidays. In the dreamscape that night, Aiden felt an unusual melancholy settling over him as he watched Amin and Nura practice their techniques. Teacher, Nura said softly, approaching him as the other DA members continued their spell practice. I'll miss you. She wrapped her arms around him in a warm embrace, and despite his usual composure, Aiden felt his throat tighten slightly. Humph, Amin muttered nearby, trying to maintain his aloof facade. But Aiden could sense the longing radiating from the boy's thoughts. With a gentle gesture, Aiden drew Amin into their embrace. The three stood together in the shifting dreamscape, surrounded by the silver threads of woven magic. There's plenty of time in the future to develop advanced techniques, Aiden said softly. But tonight, as our final lesson, I want to show you something different. He waved his hand, and the practice area dissolved around them. The DA members, absorbed in their spell work, didn't notice as their section of the dream separated and drifted away. Aiden merged his memories into the dreamscape, crafting a vivid recreation of his encounters with the Deep Realm King. Using his abilities as a Sequence 3 dream weaver, he shielded his two students from the corrupting influence while weaving spirit threads through the vision to maintain their sanity. For the first time, Amin and Nura faced the true enemy directly. Teacher, Nura whispered, her voice trembling as she witnessed the cosmic horror of their foe. This is... Yes, Aiden nodded gravely. These are our future enemies. The ones you, as the next generation of Silent Slate's leaders, must oppose. Amin's voice shook, but he forced himself to speak through his fear. I will protect you, Nura. And the teacher too. A gentle smile curved across Aiden's delicate features. He placed his hand on Amin's head, ruffling the boy's hair with affection. I hope that one day you'll understand, he said quietly, that our daily battles against the Deep Realm are fought so that moments like this can be repeated again and again. Though Amin and Nura couldn't fully comprehend his words, they committed their teacher's image to memory with fierce intensity. Years later, when Nura had become Egypt's Minister of Magic and Amin headed the Sunboat organization, they would still remember this lesson in the dream and the teacher who had shown them both the darkness they must fight and the light they must protect. Chapter 289, Harry Spring and Arthur's Script. Chapter 289, Harry Spring and Arthur's Script. The day before Christmas break arrived with a crisp bite in the air, frost painting delicate patterns across the castle windows. Everyone gathered for the final online DA activity in the shimmering dreamscape, their breath visible in small puffs as excitement mingled with melancholy. Amin and Nura had been collected by Amir earlier that evening, leaving behind only the echo of their laughter and the lingering warmth of fond farewells. High above in the dream realm, a certain dragon sprawled across the clouds like a sunbathing cat, utterly boneless in his relaxation. So, our courses end here, Harry announced, his voice carrying across the ethereal training ground. We'll reunite after the holidays, so please practice diligently when you return home. Disappointed murmurs rippled through the gathered students like wind through wheat. Aw, came the collective groan, faces falling in unison. Also, Harry continued, straightening his shoulders with newfound confidence, everyone performed exceptionally well today. I believe your efforts will bring you the rewards you deserve. Enthusiastic applause erupted from the group, hands clapping together in a rhythm that seemed to make the dream clouds shimmer more brightly. As the activity wound down, young wizards approached Harry one by one, their voices overlapping in a chorus of gratitude and well wishes. The Weasley twins, however, had different priorities entirely. Harry, they called out, practically bouncing on their heels. We've been working on some brilliant new products. Do you think any of them might be potent enough to poison Umbridge? Just a little bit. Maybe make her voice sound like a dying toad for a week or two. Harry diplomatically dismissed their homicidal entrepreneurial spirit, weaving through the crowd toward where Cho Chang stood apart from the others. She was gazing intently at a Quidditch portrait that flickered and moved within the dream clouds, her expression distant and troubled. Are you all right? Harry's voice carried genuine concern as he approached. I heard Umbridge punished you again. I'm fine, Cho replied, though her downcast expression suggested otherwise. Just some family troubles, and when I think about everything that's happening. Her voice trailed off into uncertainty. High above the clouds, the dragon had somehow procured a bowl of popcorn from thin air, crunching away with obvious delight as he watched the romantic drama unfold below. Oh, they're kissing, Aiden murmured to himself with a mischievous grin, adjusting the monocle that had mysteriously appeared over his left eye. How terribly scandalous. The dream dissolved like morning mist, leaving Harry to stumble groggily toward the Gryffindor common room. Golden sunlight streamed through the tall windows, painting everything in warm honey tones and mercifully signaling the start of a new day. Harry, why are you so ridiculously slow? Ron grumbled from his position sprawled across one of the overstuffed armchairs near the fire. Because. A familiar dragon wearing an absolutely ridiculous expression materialized from the left side, somehow managing to squeeze himself onto the already occupied sofa with supernatural grace. Aiden. Hermione looked up from her correspondence, quill poised mid-sentence as she recognized the newcomer. Our pure-hearted Harry just surrendered his first kiss, Aiden announced with the solemnity of someone delivering earth-shattering news, completely ignoring the other two as he shared this fresh gossip. What? Ron and Hermione exclaimed in perfect unison, their voices cracking with excitement. Hermione hastily folded her letter and practically launched herself across the room, squeezing onto the sofa until all three gossip-mongers were pressed together like sardines in a tin. Harry resignedly settled himself on the soft carpet, looking up at the trio with a mixture of exasperation and fondness. Do you three have nothing better to do than dissect my personal life? So, Ron leaned forward eagerly, eyes sparkling with curiosity. How did it feel? Well, wet, Harry admitted with a slight frown. But wait, we were in a dream, so why was there such a vivid sensation? Unless a certain dream creator was projecting their own experiences into the construct. He directed a pointed look at the dragon, who was still munching contentedly on his popcorn. Absolutely not, Aiden protested, though his cheeks flushed slightly pink. This dreamscape operates as a lucid dream, constructed based on your own physical condition and psychological state. If you felt she was, that could only mean, well, speaking of which, Cho did look like she was about to cry. A certain dragon, suddenly concerned about the story's rating, awkwardly changed the subject with the finesse of a charging bull. Your kissing technique can't possibly be that catastrophic, Ron teased mercilessly. This comment made Hermione bristle with indignation, particularly since her own romantic interest seemed to be flourishing quite nicely. Thank you very much. Harry's kiss must have been memorable, she said firmly. Cho has been emotional lately. Don't you understand what she's going through? Family troubles, developing feelings for Harry while fearing Umbridge might retaliate against her mother, worrying about upcoming exams, and possibly being removed from the Quidditch team for poor performance. All these complex emotions intertwining together, of course she's distressed. Hermione, the relationship expert, frowned thoughtfully, her analytical mind working through the romantic complications like a particularly challenging arithmancy equation. One person worrying about that many things simultaneously is bound to have an emotional breakdown, Ron observed. Then, noticing Hermione's quill moving steadily across parchment, he asked, "What are you writing anyway?" "A letter to Crumb," Hermione replied without looking up. Unlike someone whose emotional range could fit comfortably in a teaspoon. She rolled her eyes dramatically, completely missing the fact that Ron's particular teaspoon was currently overflowing with vinegar. Ron said nothing for a long, tense moment, his jaw working silently as he angrily scribbled his way through his neglected essay. He muttered several uncomplimentary things about Bulgarian Quidditch players under his breath, then abruptly broke free from Aiden's casual embrace and stalked out of the room. "What's gotten into him?" Hermione asked Aiden in genuine confusion, watching Ron's retreating figure with puzzled concern. "Youth," Aiden replied sagely, raising his eyebrows in a way that somehow conveyed volumes about the tragic complications of teenage romance. Hermione remained thoroughly baffled and headed upstairs with her letter, leaving the two boys alone by the dying fire. Aiden, Harry hesitated, struggling to find the right words. "You weren't particularly thrilled while kissing Cho, were you?" Aiden immediately zeroed in on the heart of the matter with surgical precision. It didn't have that magical quality you read about in romance novels, flowers blooming, birds singing, the earth moving beneath your feet. "So you do understand." Harry began, then stopped abruptly as realization dawned. "Wait, were you actually spying on us?" "My dear boy," Aiden said with exaggerated patience, "you kissed someone in a dream that I personally wove together. Did you honestly expect me to meticulously filter out every hormonal surge and emotional fluctuation? I'm not omniscient, you know." The truth was, of course, that the dragon had simply wanted to witness the pure-hearted savior's first romantic encounter. But the facts also demonstrated that Harry might not harbor feelings for Cho as deep as he'd imagined. Perhaps he had only fallen for the confident, commanding presence she displayed on the Quidditch pitch, rather than the person beneath. "Need to note this down and pass it along to Ginny later," Aiden muttered under his breath. "Note what exactly?" Harry tilted his head curiously. "Nothing important." Christmas is approaching in just a few days, and I suddenly thought of your gift. Wanted to jot down some ideas before I forgot. Aiden deflected casually, rising gracefully to his feet. Anyway, farewell for now. He departed the Gryffindor common room with a theatrical flourish, leaving Harry sitting alone by the crackling fire. A peaceful day drifted by like a lazy summer cloud. Although Christmas vacation loomed just around the corner, all the professors dutifully completed their final lessons with varying degrees of enthusiasm and relief. That evening, deep within the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, Arthur Weasley found himself assigned to guard duty. He sat with his legs comfortably crossed, holding a steaming cup of tea that had been thoughtfully provided by the department director. Speaking of which, Arthur mused aloud, you're all so formidably capable here. Why do you still need us ordinary folk to stand guard? Because we're frustratingly constrained by ministry bureaucracy, the director replied, rubbing his temples with obvious exhaustion. He handed Arthur a thick stack of official decrees, all bearing Fudge's increasingly elaborate signature. Look at this nonsense. Those incompetent pests upstairs are drowning us in regulations and prohibitions. So what exactly do I need to do tonight? Arthur asked, his years of navigating ministry politics having given him a keen nose for detecting brewing conspiracies. Well, perhaps it would be better if your nephew explained the situation directly. The director reached into his robes and withdrew what appeared to be an ordinary white net, though it seemed to shimmer with an inner light. A net. Arthur examined it with the fascination of someone who collected plugs and other Muggle curiosities. Droplets of condensed dreams gathered toward the center of the net, and soon Aiden's three-dimensional projection materialized like a magical hologram. Speak quickly, I'm in the middle of. Aiden's voice cut off abruptly as he processed what he was seeing. Uncle Arthur. Oh, hello there, Aiden. Arthur's face lit up with genuine pleasure. Is this some sort of new magical innovation? Absolutely fascinating. Not exactly new, no, Aiden replied, clearly thrown off balance by the unexpected family reunion. Why are you contacting me in the middle of the night? Well, he had some questions about that particular matter we discussed, the director interjected with a casual shrug, somehow managing to squeeze himself into the projection's field of view. I wasn't entirely certain whether I should elaborate, so I thought it best to consult with you first. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Aiden sighed deeply, the sound carrying clearly through the magical connection. You are aware that the Ministry's internal power struggle has reached a rather critical stage, aren't you? Aiden asked carefully. As someone who's been publicly labeled as belonging to Dumbledore's faction, what sort of treatment do you imagine you'll receive? Just some social ostracism, I'd expect. Arthur replied with genuine confusion, his tone suggesting he considered this barely worth mentioning. In his fundamentally decent worldview, mere workplace politics seemed like a trivial inconvenience at worst. After all, hadn't the Weasley family lived quite contentedly in the wizarding world despite holding various unpopular opinions over the years? If only it were that simple, Aiden said, shaking his head with obvious frustration and growing concern. Chapter 290, The Serpent's Script. Chapter 290, The Serpent's Script. Uncle, first we need to clarify something fundamental, Aiden began, his projection flickering slightly as the magical connection stabilized. How do you think the Ministry of Magic gained ruling power over scattered individual wizards in the first place? Rather than rushing to answer Arthur's confusion, Aiden posed this question with the patience of a seasoned teacher. Through Aurors, perhaps. Or maybe the united army of the old Wizarding Council. Arthur replied uncertainly, scratching his head in that familiar gesture that reminded Aiden so much of Ron. You actually know about the Wizarding Council. The Weasleys really are an old family, the director muttered beside them, impressed despite himself. Wrong on both counts, Aiden said, shaking his head. If a wizard is truly determined to live in complete seclusion, even someone as powerful as Dumbledore couldn't locate them. The magical world is vast, and there are countless hidden places where one could disappear entirely. Arthur leaned forward, his curiosity piqued by this unexpected history lesson. So the problem becomes obvious when you think about it, Aiden continued. In that turbulent era, faced with invasions from other magical races and threats that could destroy our entire civilization, wizards voluntarily banded together to form the Wizarding Council. The Council's authority over individual wizards came from willing surrender and mutual agreement, not from violent conquest or subjugation. The dream's ethereal doors suddenly swung open with a soft whoosh of displaced air, and Aiden stepped through in his physical form, the magical projection dissolving like morning mist. This creates a very specific result, he said, settling into a conjured chair that materialized with a subtle shimmer. Wizards Collective will protect and empowers the Wizarding Council, or what we now call the Ministry of Magic. The relationship between the two is symbiotic, like water and fish, completely inseparable and interdependent. But what does any of this political theory have to do with me personally? Arthur asked, bringing the discussion back to its starting point with characteristic directness. Currently within the Ministry, the conservative faction led by Fudge and the reform faction led by Bones are locked in a fierce, escalating struggle, Aiden explained, his voice taking on a more serious tone. As purebloods, or rather, as those whose family names have been inscribed in the ethereal realm for centuries, we're naturally drawn into such political storms whether we want to be or not. Don't think you can stay neutral by simply keeping your head down and doing your job. Besides, Percy has already placed a very public bet for the Weasley family. At the mention of Percy's name, Arthur's expression darkened like a storm cloud passing over the sun, then quickly cleared with visible effort. So in the Ministry's view, the Weasley family has become duplicitous hypocrites, betting on both sides to ensure we come out ahead regardless of who wins. Arthur asked, finally grasping the political implications. Exactly, Aiden nodded grimly. Which is why I plan to use Sister Tom's hand to temporarily extract you from the Ministry's immediate reach. Think of it as a strategic retreat before the real battle begins. How does that sound? Are you willing to go along with this plan? The director asked, studying Arthur's face carefully for any signs of hesitation. Arthur was quiet for a long moment, the weight of the decision settling over him like a heavy cloak. Then he straightened his shoulders with characteristic Weasley determination. Fine, let's do it. In the Department of Mysteries, after thoroughly discussing their elaborate strategy, the director cooperatively withdrew all defensive forces from the Hall of Prophecy, leaving it seemingly vulnerable to infiltration. Under the concealing cover of midnight darkness, a massive serpent slithered through the Ministry's corridors with deadly grace. Her scales caught what little light filtered through the windows, creating an almost hypnotic pattern of shadow and gleam. The snake wandered purposefully through the Hall of Prophecy, her forked tongue tasting the air as she searched for one specific crystal orb among the thousands that lined the shelves. When she passed by Arthur's supposedly sleeping form, she deliberately disturbed his rest, causing him to wake with a convincing start of surprise and alarm. Arthur raised his wand with theatrical panic and launched several spells at the serpent, but they bounced harmlessly off her magical protection like raindrops off glass. Finally, following their carefully rehearsed script, the snake suddenly coiled around Arthur with bone-crushing force and bit him multiple times, her fangs leaving him bloody and appearing thoroughly mangled. This vivid, terrifying scene was transmitted to 3 distinct locations through some mysterious magical connection that defied normal understanding. The first to receive the haunting memory was Harry, sleeping peacefully in his dormitory bed at Hogwarts. The second recipient was Sister Tom, currently hiding somewhere in the mountains of Europe, who seemed to be, otherwise occupied at the moment. The third and final recipient was naturally the glass vial secured in Aiden's pocket, though he had cast such intricate mystical concealment techniques upon it that its distance from other soul fragments appeared both infinitely close and infinitely far simultaneously. At Hogwarts, Harry jerked awake from his nightmare with a strangled gasp, immediately shaking Ron's shoulder with desperate urgency. Ron, wake up. Quick, we need to get to the Department of Mysteries. Your father's been attacked by something terrible. Harry clutched his scar, which was burning with white-hot pain. Neville, roused by the commotion, quickly padded barefoot across the cold stone floor to fetch Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall arrived with her tartan dressing gown billowing behind her, bringing several confused students to the headmaster's office through corridors that seemed unusually dark and foreboding. Meanwhile, in the Department of Mysteries, Arthur picked up a conveniently placed stone from the floor and lobbed it at Aiden with surprising accuracy. This really does hurt quite a bit, Arthur said with remarkable composure, even managing a weak smile. Got any of those excellent painkillers you're always carrying around? You're absolutely amazing at this acting business, Aiden replied with genuine admiration. After administering some pain-relieving potions, he pressed the crucial vial into Arthur's palm. Tell everyone you've been carrying this protective charm with you. It's essential to the story. Aiden then departed in a spatial flicker that left only the faintest disturbance in the air, returning to Hogwarts with supernatural speed. Just as he materialized in his dormitory, a magnificent silver phoenix soared through his window, its ethereal voice instructing him to hurry immediately to the headmaster's office. Aiden quickly changed into appropriately rumpled pajamas and rushed through the castle's sleeping corridors, his bare feet silent on the ancient stones. Inside the headmaster's office, all the Weasley children had somehow already arrived, with Harry standing at the center of the gathered group, describing his terrifying vision in vivid, disturbing detail. Everard, Dumbledore addressed one of the portraits with crisp authority. Arthur is on guard duty tonight at the Ministry. Send our people to rescue him immediately. Fawkes, he continued, turning to his magnificent Phoenix companion, notify Molly at once, then keep careful watch on Umbridge's movements throughout the night. The Phoenix disappeared in a burst of flame and golden feathers. Finally, Dumbledore selected a delicate silver instrument from his desk and tapped it gently with one finger. The device immediately sprang to life, producing rhythmic chiming sounds like tiny bells, while small silver tubes at its apex began emitting wisps of pale green smoke that gathered and swirled hypnotically in the air. After several tense seconds, the ethereal wisps transformed into a steady stream of smoke, growing thicker and more substantial as it coiled upward through the air. The smoky tendrils eventually formed into the unmistakable shape of a serpent's head with its mouth gaping wide in silent menace. They remain separate in essence, don't they? Dumbledore asked the mystical instrument with barely concealed anxiety. The silver device provided him with what appeared to be an affirmative response, its chimes taking on a more harmonious tone. Dumbledore released a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding, his shoulders sagging slightly with relief. Soon the portrait returned with welcome news that Arthur had been successfully rescued and that the Dark Lord's primary objective had not been achieved. Phineas, Dumbledore commanded another portrait, return immediately to Grimmauld Place and notify Sirius. We need to transport the children there for their safety. Harry, who had been repeatedly ignored throughout these rapid-fire orders, felt anger rising from somewhere deep in his chest like molten lava. He found himself unconsciously beginning to move forward, an inexplicable urge to bite Dumbledore overwhelming his rational thoughts. But Aiden's steady hand came to rest on his shoulder, and with a single clear, bell-like chime that seemed to resonate through Harry's entire being, the violent impulse vanished completely. Professor, what's happening to me? Harry asked, his voice trembling with confusion and fear. Your connection with her runs far deeper than we initially realized, Aiden said with a concerned frown. You need to calm yourself immediately and employ your occlumency training. Harry nodded and tried his absolute best to control his chaotic thoughts as Aiden had suggested, focusing on the mental exercises Sirius had attempted to teach him. But his immature, underdeveloped skills proved utterly insufficient to resist this powerful, invasive connection. Good grief, did Sirius actually slack off during those lessons? Aiden muttered, rubbing his temples as he prepared to render Harry unconscious for everyone's safety. But Dumbledore raised a hand to stop him. Leave Harry to me and Professor McGonagall. Take your family members back to Grimmauld Place immediately. Dumbledore raised his wand, preparing to transfigure something into a portkey, but the office filled with precious, irreplaceable silver instruments made him visibly reluctant to sacrifice any of them. Allow me, Aiden said with a casual snap of his fingers. A magnificent dragon-shaped Patronus rose up with ethereal grace, its silver form swallowing Ron, Ginny, and the twins in gentle, protective light. Aiden himself dissolved into shimmering mist that merged with his Patronus. The Patronus carried its precious cargo through the collective unconscious sea, traveling at impossible speeds through dimensions that defied normal physics, and soon they materialized safely at Grimmauld Place. Sirius came rushing to meet them, his appearance disheveled and travel-worn, while simultaneously shouting at the perpetually cursing creature to make himself scarce. George and Fred immediately demanded to go to St. Mungo's to see their father, but Sirius firmly prevented them from leaving the house's protective wards. Fred launched into a heated argument with Sirius, his voice rising with each exchange, but eventually their host managed to calm the agitated twins with generous servings of warm butterbeer and gentle but firm reassurance. Everyone remained at Grimmauld Place until nearly 3 a.m, anxiety filling the air like a suffocating fog, until Mrs. Weasley finally arrived with the blessed news that Arthur was completely out of danger and would make a full recovery. Chapter 291, Chapter 291, St. Mungo's and Worried Little Harry. Chapter 291, St. Mungo's and Worried Little Harry. Everyone was so consumed with Arthur's condition that they failed to notice Creature's conspicuous absence from the house. The ancient house elf had slipped away under cover of darkness, making his way to the imposing gates of Malfoy Manor. Though bound by magical contracts that prevented him from revealing the Order's deepest secrets, he managed to share one particularly damaging piece of information with another branch of the Black family tree. Narcissa Malfoy now knew about the close father-son bond that had developed between Harry Potter and Sirius Black. The following morning arrived grey and drizzling, with London's characteristic winter gloom settling over the city like a heavy blanket. Everyone changed into their best Muggle clothes, the unfamiliar fabrics feeling strange against skin accustomed to wizarding robes. They navigated the underground system with varying degrees of success, the metallic screech of train wheels and the musty smell of the tunnels creating an oddly surreal backdrop to their mission. Moody and Tonks accompanied the group, their constant vigilance evident in every scanning glance and subtle wand movement. Tonks showed particular interest in Harry's prophetic dream about Arthur's attack, her hair shifting from bubblegum pink to concerned purple as she peppered him with questions. That's some serious magical connection you've got there, Harry, she observed, but Harry's shoulders hunched defensively, clearly unwilling to discuss the disturbing implications. Kid, you don't happen to have seer blood running through those veins, do you? Moody speculated, his magical eye whirring as it focused intently on Harry's face. Absolutely not, Harry replied with perhaps more vehemence than necessary. The memory of Professor Trelawney shivering pathetically in the cold wind outside Hogwarts made him feel somehow insulted by the very suggestion. Their destination proved to be a deliberately unremarkable building tucked between thriving shops in one of London's busiest districts. The abandoned Purge and Dow's Ltd department store stood like a decaying tooth among gleaming shopfronts, its boarded windows and peeling paint creating an almost aggressive atmosphere of neglect. They pushed through the heavy glass doors, and the familiar sense of antiseptic and healing potions immediately replaced London's exhaust fumes and rain-soaked concrete. The magical hospital's interior buzzed with controlled activity, with welcome witches directing visitors while various magical maladies wandered past in varying states of treatment. On the second floor, in a cheerfully lit ward of the creature-induced injuries department, Arthur lay propped up against white pillows, looking remarkably well considering his supposed ordeal. Dad. Ron, Ginny, and the twins chorused, rushing forward in a tangle of red hair and relieved embraces. All right, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Arthur laughed, though he winced slightly as Fred squeezed him a bit too enthusiastically. It takes more than a snake bite to keep a Weasley down. Aiden moved to follow the family reunion, but an iron grip suddenly clamped down on his collar, dragging him unceremoniously out of the ward with surprising stealth. Now then, Mrs. Weasley's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper once they were safely in the corridor. Explain clearly what you two have been plotting behind everyone's backs. What plotting? Is there something more to Uncle's injury than we've been told? Aiden adopted an expression of such innocent bewilderment that it would have made angels weep. Mrs. Weasley fixed him with a stare that could have melted steel, slowly raising one threatening fist. Cough, well. The dragon's resolve crumbled immediately under that maternal glare, and he quickly spilt the entire elaborate deception. Sigh, Percy. Molly's shoulders sagged with exhaustion and worry. Clearly, she had no idea how to handle her third son's consuming ambition for power and status. By the way, how did you figure out that Uncle and I staged the whole thing? Aiden asked with genuine curiosity. Who do you think taught you potions in the first place? And knowing Arthur's character, what are the chances he just happened to be carrying pain-relieving potions in his pocket? Mrs. Weasley rolled her eyes with exasperated fondness. Ah, oversight. I didn't think that detail through properly. Aiden smacked his forehead in realization, the gesture perfectly synchronized with Mrs. Weasley's knuckles rapping him smartly on the head. Don't you dare pull something like this again. Do you have any idea how terrified I was when I received that message? Molly's tone shifted from anger to worry as she switched from fist to palm, gently ruffling Aiden's silver hair. Should we tell the others? Aiden gestured toward where the twins, Ron, and Ginny were still clustered around their father's bed. Absolutely not. Better they don't know about these dangerous games we're playing. The more they understand, the easier it becomes for them to get pulled into something they can't handle, Molly said, fixing Aiden with another meaningful stare. Understood completely. My lips are sealed, Aiden raised both hands in theatrical surrender. Back in the ward, Arthur had struck up a conversation with his unfortunate roommate, his natural curiosity overriding any sense of privacy. So, friend, what exactly bit you? Arthur asked with the cheerful interest of someone who collected such information as a hobby. Werewolf. The wizard in the neighboring bed replied, his voice hollow with despair. A werewolf, you said. Well, cheer up, my friend. I actually know a werewolf personally, and he's doing quite well for himself these days. Besides, you've got perfect timing. My nephew developed a cure for lycanthropy and made it freely available to everyone, Arthur boasted with obvious pride. Unexpectedly, the revelation made the injured wizard's head drop even lower toward his chest. Perfect timing. How about offering that perfect timing to someone who can actually use it? He turned his face to the wall and refused to speak another word. What's gotten into him? Arthur asked when Aiden and Molly returned, genuinely puzzled by the hostile reaction. Well, the werewolf cure requires genuine phoenix tears as a primary ingredient, and we haven't found any adequate substitutes yet. The treatment cost is so astronomically high that ordinary werewolves simply can't afford it, Aiden explained with visible regret. Upon hearing the phrase, astronomically high, Arthur cast a deeply sympathetic look toward the wizard in the neighboring bed, finally understanding the man's bitter response. After a while, several adults wanted to discuss more sensitive matters and politely shooed the younger generation away from Arthur's bedside. Since they were in St. Mungo's and couldn't risk casting eavesdropping spells on the doors, George and Fred resourcefully deployed their extendable ears through the gap under the door. Dumbledore suspects that Harry has been possessed by you-know-who. Moody's gravelly voice filtered through the magical listening device with crystal clarity. Several people immediately turned to stare at Harry with expressions ranging from concern to poorly concealed alarm, and Harry felt his heart plummet into his stomach like a stone dropping into deep water. He felt completely unworthy of staying with these people who cared about him, afraid that his very presence might endanger them. Without a word, he turned and walked purposefully toward the higher floors of the hospital. Ron, Ginny, and Aiden quickly followed, their footsteps echoing in the sterile corridors as they tried to catch up with Harry's increasingly frantic pace. After several false starts and wrong turns, they finally cornered Harry on the 5th floor, near a window overlooking London's sprawling cityscape. Come on, Harry, you heard what they said. Dumbledore is only suspicious, nothing more. Don't let it consume you like this, Ron said, placing a comforting hand on his best friend's shoulder. No, you don't understand what it feels like, Harry's voice cracked with suppressed panic. I think Dumbledore's instincts are absolutely correct. That night, it felt exactly like I had physically transformed into that massive snake to attack Mr. Weasley. What if I really am that snake? What if I'm transforming at night and Voldemort is sending me out to attack innocent people? Harry's greatest fear was losing control completely and hurting someone he cared about. But Aiden couldn't suppress a snort of laughter. What exactly are you laughing at? Ron elbowed him sharply in the ribs. Harry, look carefully at this, Aiden raised his hand with theatrical flair, and a miniature silver dragon began weaving gracefully between his fingers like liquid mercury. That's a Patronus. Harry watched the ethereal creature with fascination. This also happens to be my animagus form. Aiden reluctantly draped his arm around Harry's tense shoulders and continued his explanation with patient understanding. Uncle's wounds were clearly caused by a magical creature with very specific characteristics. If Sister Tom possessed the power to help you skip years of intensive training and leap directly past ordinary animagus transformation to become a full magical creature, then she wouldn't deserve the title Dark Lord. She should be called the greatest magical pioneer in history, Aiden concluded with an exaggerated wink. Exactly right, Harry. You need to relax, Ron added his own reassurance. Relax. Why should anyone here be feeling particularly tense? A melodious voice interrupted from behind them. A blonde, blue-eyed wizard in elegant lilac robes flashed them a dazzling smile that seemed to light up the entire corridor. Gilderoy Lockhart. They all recognized the famous face immediately. Oh, who is this Gilderoy Lockhart fellow? Never mind that trivial question. Here are some lovely autographed photographs for each of you wonderful young people. Lockhart beamed and handed each of them a glossy promotional photo, though the signature read simply Tutu in shaky handwriting. Well played, Dumbledore, Aiden thought silently, giving the absent headmaster mental applause for this perfectly executed memory modification. Leaving St. Mungo's behind, they discovered that Mundungus had somehow procured a remarkably ordinary-looking car that had been secretly enhanced with an undetectable extension charm. The interior proved spacious enough to transport the entire Weasley family back to Grimmauld Place in unexpected comfort. During the journey through London's twisting streets, Harry kept anxiously touching the back of his head, consumed by the terrifying worry that he might suddenly transform into a second Quirrell and sprout Voldemort's face from his skull. Even after arriving safely at Grimmauld Place, Harry's paranoia had reached such heights that he packed his belongings and prepared to leave immediately, convinced that he might transform into that giant serpent again and harm everyone he cared about. It seemed that Aiden's careful reassurances at the hospital had completely failed to penetrate Harry's spiral of self-doubt. The deeply worried Harry was carrying his hastily packed trunk down the stairs when he found himself immediately intercepted by Aiden, who had been strategically positioned near the front entrance like a patient guardian. Let me go, Aiden. I'll end up getting you all killed, Harry's voice overflowed with crushing self-blame and desperate fear. My dear boy, try breaking free from my grip first, Aiden replied with a gentle smile that somehow managed to be both reassuring and utterly immovable. And while you're under my protection and control, who exactly do you imagine you could possibly harm? Chapter 292, Chapter 292, The Longbottom Family and Christmas Gathering. Chapter 292, The Longbottom Family and Christmas Gathering. Just as Harry struggled frantically, wondering how Aiden's seemingly delicate frame could possess such overwhelming strength, the distinctive sound of knuckles rapping against wood echoed through Grimmauld Place. Sirius, who had been lounging on the worn velvet sofa watching the two wrestle with obvious amusement, instantly straightened and drew his wand with practiced efficiency. He pressed a finger to his lips, signaling for absolute silence, then approached the heavy front door with the cautious movements of someone who had survived too many surprise attacks to take any chances. Aiden had sensed the visitors' approach long before they knocked, but seeing an opportunity to make his usually unflappable companion experience genuine anxiety for once, he deliberately remained silent, his lips curved in the faintest hint of mischief. The ancient hinges creaked as Sirius opened the door, revealing two familiar faces that made his entire expression transform with joy. Frank. Alice. Sirius exclaimed, immediately embracing the couple with the enthusiasm of someone greeting family members returned from the dead. How? I heard you were. Sirius caught himself mid-sentence, realizing the impropriety of his words, his face flushing with embarrassment. My mother insisted we should thank the Prewett heir properly, Frank explained with a warm smile, lifting the elegantly wrapped package in his hands. Hearing he's staying here, we brought gifts and hope to pay our respects in person. Come in quickly, please, Sirius urged, stepping aside and ushering them into the warmth of the house, away from London's biting winter air. Inside the newly renovated interior, the sound of approaching guests caused Aiden to instantly transform his posture from casual sprawl to dignified composure. The dramatic change was so complete and sudden that Harry's eyes widened in genuine surprise, his mouth falling slightly open. After all, having received extensive training in proper wizarding etiquette from Lady Rowena during his time at Hogwarts, Aiden could display the refined bearing expected of an heir to one of the most ancient magical families when circumstances required such formality. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom, Aiden said, offering them a perfect bow that would have made his etiquette instructors proud. Please, there's no need for such formality, Frank replied with genuine warmth, carefully placing his packages on the polished oak table. We should be the ones expressing our deepest gratitude for your extraordinary assistance. Harry found himself irresistibly drawn toward the mysterious gifts, but Sirius intercepted him with movements even more eager than the teenager's curious advance. Today's visit is perhaps somewhat presumptuous, Frank continued, touching the brim of his hat with unconscious nervousness, but being able to see our benefactor's face in person is already more than sufficient reward. I believe we should take our leave now. Wait just a moment, Frank, Sirius interjected quickly, his voice carrying hopeful enthusiasm. Since you've already made the journey here, why not stay and spend Christmas with us? It would mean a great deal to have you here. But Neville and my mother are still waiting at home, Frank replied, his expression showing genuine conflict between politeness and family obligation. Then I'll fetch them myself, Aiden announced, rising gracefully to his feet with fluid movements that seemed to defy ordinary human limitations. After exchanging a meaningful glance with his wife, Frank's face brightened with genuine pleasure. That would be wonderfully generous of you. My home is located at... Frank began, but Aiden was already sensing the location through the subtle ripples in the collective unconscious sea that connected all magical minds. It's perfectly fine, I already know the way, Aiden replied with casual confidence, then vanished from the room in a barely perceptible flicker of displaced air. What in Merlin's name was that? Frank asked, blinking at the spot where Aiden had been standing just moments before. Most likely a highly skilled legilimens, Alice answered thoughtfully, her healer's training making her more familiar with such rare magical abilities. At the cozy Longbottom residence in Godric's Hollow, Aiden materialized silently at the front door and knocked with polite restraint. The immediate sound of excited footsteps racing across wooden floors came from within the house. Aiden. Neville burst through the door, his face absolutely radiant with delight at this unexpected visit from his friend and mentor. Hello, Neville. Is your grandmother available? I'm here to escort you both to Grimmauld Place for Christmas celebrations. Your parents have already given their enthusiastic approval, Aiden explained with a conspiratorial wink. Oh, this is absolutely wonderful news. Grandma. Neville called out as he practically bounced back into the house, his voice echoing through the comfortable rooms. After several minutes, an elegantly dressed elderly woman wearing her signature vulture-topped hat emerged alongside a beaming Neville. I do apologize for any inconvenience, Mr. Prewett, Mrs. Longbottom said with the gracious dignity of old magical nobility, though her eyes sparkled with genuine warmth. Not inconvenient in the slightest. Neville and I are close friends, so please don't feel any need for such formality, Aiden replied with sincere friendliness. He gently took hold of both their arms and brought them directly to Grimmauld Place with the smooth precision of an expert. By pure coincidence, the Weasley family, who had spent the afternoon shopping for Christmas feast supplies in Muggle London, arrived at the square at precisely the same moment, their arms laden with bags and packages. Aunt Molly. Aiden called out cheerfully, and the entire expanded group entered Grimmauld Place together, filling the normally quiet house with laughter and animated conversation. The historically gloomy Grimmauld Place found itself unexpectedly hosting its most heartwarming and joyful moment in decades. Sirius had spent hours decorating the ancient house with countless Christmas ornaments that twinkled with magical light, transforming the oppressive atmosphere into something approaching festive cheer. The Longbottom couple had brought a magnificently huge Christmas tree that completely covered the offensive black family tapestry, its pine scent filling the air with holiday magic. Arthur distributed colorful Christmas hats to everyone present, then, with characteristic enthusiasm, he stuffed the remaining hats onto the heads of the preserved house elves mounted on the walls, creating a bizarrely cheerful gallery of decorated creatures. This place, which had held nothing but Sirius's painful childhood memories for so many years, now offered him the precious gift of genuine familial warmth and belonging. As evening settled over London, everyone gathered in the Black family dining room, which Aiden had thoughtfully expanded using an undetectable extension charm to accommodate their enlarged party comfortably. Allow me to say a few words, Sirius announced, standing up with his wine glass raised high, his voice thick with emotion. My godson has given me the gift of family once again. To Harry. To Harry, came the enthusiastic chorus from around the table. Mrs. Weasley waved her wand with practiced efficiency, and an incredible array of delicious dishes automatically filled every inch of the long dining table. Perfectly roasted turkey emitted the most enticing aroma, while pumpkin pies were stacked impressively high, accompanied by various magical candies and festive beverages that sparkled with enchantment. The Weasley family clustered together in animated high spirits, their red hair catching the warm candlelight like flames. Ron excitedly discussed innovative new Quidditch tactics with Harry, gesturing wildly as he described complex aerial maneuvers, while Hermione watched her two dearest friends with obvious happiness radiating from her face. Arthur engaged Sirius in fascinating conversation about his adventures shopping in the Muggle world that day, their shared laughter echoing warmly through the grand hall and bouncing off the ancient stone walls. The Longbottom family sat nearby, forming their own island of contentment. Neville was no longer the timid, frightened boy who had once cowered from his own shadow. He wore a confident smile that transformed his entire appearance, enthusiastically discussing recent discoveries in advanced herbology with his grandmother. Alice Longbottom gazed at her son with tender pride, her eyes reflecting years of recovered love and hope. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill of the magnificent feast, Mrs. Weasley ceremoniously brought out the Christmas gifts she had lovingly knitted by hand throughout the autumn months. Ron received a brand new sweater embroidered with his initials in gold thread. He pulled on the sweater with an expression of fond helplessness, accepting this annual tradition with good grace despite his mock protests. Hermione and Harry received wonderfully warm scarves that felt like gentle hugs around their necks. They both understood that these handmade gifts represented Mrs. Weasley's deep maternal love and acceptance of them as family members. Aiden produced gifts he had prepared weeks earlier, presenting each person with exquisite bracelets topped with what appeared to be perfectly crystal-clear gemstones that seemed to contain swirling depths of captured starlight. What exactly are these? Ron asked with fascination, turning his bracelet to catch the candlelight in its mysterious depths. Protective talismans, Aiden explained with casual understatement. When the person wearing this accessory receives what would normally be a fatal injury, the crystallized dream contained within will substitute itself and absorb that deadly attack completely. After all, alchemical items created by combining his unique abilities with concentrated magical power had surprisingly potent effects that rivaled the most legendary protective artifacts. The moment he finished his explanation, everyone's expressions transformed as they truly comprehended the incredible value of what they held in their hands. Isn't this far too precious a gift? Frank Longbottom asked with genuine concern, clearly understanding the immense magical skill and personal sacrifice required to create such items. It's simply a Christmas gift, something practical and useful. Besides, they're not really that precious since I crafted them myself, Aiden replied with deliberate casualness, downplaying the bracelet's true extraordinary worth. After hearing Aiden's modest words, everyone accepted the gifts with deep gratitude while secretly resolving to find something equally valuable to give him in return next year. Hermione presented Aiden with a leather-bound notebook that would automatically offer encouraging words and useful advice whenever opened, the pages filled with her careful handwriting and thoughtful magical enchantments. Mrs. Weasley's gift was her traditional hand-knitted scarf, this one in silver and blue with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and move in the light. Arthur gave Aiden a complete and impressively comprehensive toolbox, though judging by his slightly guilty expression, this particular gift would probably be borrowed back by its giver within the week. Harry's contribution was a set of expensive cologne in an elegant crystal bottle. Seriously? Aiden asked, raising one eyebrow with amused skepticism. I honestly couldn't think of what to give someone who seems to have everything, the earnest boy immediately confessed, so Ron suggested cologne and assured me you'd appreciate it. Really? I absolutely love it, Aiden replied, flashing Harry a brilliant smile, while Ron suddenly felt the unmistakable sensation of impending doom approaching from behind. Just as the celebration reached its peak of joy and warmth, Errol came crashing through the window with his characteristic lack of grace, carrying a package that made everyone's hearts sink. Percy had coldly returned the Christmas gift Mrs. Weasley had lovingly sent him, without even a note of explanation. This cruel rejection made Molly break down crying during what should have been the most festive moment of their holiday gathering, with Arthur constantly trying to comfort her while his own heart broke watching his wife's pain. Aiden's eyes narrowed dangerously as he sensed the deliberate cruelty behind this gesture. Someone known as the prefect quietly separated from the warm gathering, walking out into London's cold streets and arriving silently at Percy's residence near Parliament, where the lights burnt late into the night. Chapter 293, Holidays End, Training, and Jailbreak. Chapter 293, Holidays End, Training, and Jailbreak. The Christmas winter break had dwindled to its final precious days, each one slipping away like sand through an hourglass. Sirius wandered through Grimmauld Place with the dejected air of a man facing his own execution, his melancholy so thick it seemed to seep into the very wallpaper and infect everyone within reach. His negative energy spread through the ancient house like a contagious plague, transforming what should have been cheerful post-holiday conversations into subdued whispers and worried glances. Mrs. Weasley's professional assessment, delivered with the brisk efficiency of someone who had raised 7 children, was that Sirius was experiencing a severe depressive episode brought on by impending separation anxiety. Sirius, maybe I should stay here instead of returning to school. Harry suggested hesitantly, his own voice betraying the fear that had been growing in his chest like a cold knot. After all, at Grimmauld Place he could remain close to his godfather, providing comfort and companionship. But returning to Hogwarts would surround him once again with isolation, suspicious stares, and the constant worry that he might lose control and harm someone innocent. That evening, as London's winter darkness settled over the house like a suffocating blanket, an unexpected visitor arrived at their doorstep. The sharp, authoritative knock cut through the house's melancholy atmosphere like a blade. Sirius opened the heavy door with reluctant movements, his already drooping expression becoming positively venomous when he recognized their unwelcome guest. Unfortunately, Professor Snape was also a sworn member of the Order of the Phoenix, which meant Sirius had no choice but to invite him into the sanctuary of the old house, though every fiber of his being rebelled against the courtesy. "What brings you here?" Sirius asked through gritted teeth, his voice dripping with barely contained disgust. "Because certain arrogant father and son pairs consistently treat others' vital reminders as meaningless background noise," Snape replied, his tone maintaining that characteristic steady dullness that somehow made even insults sound like academic observations. "I find myself with no alternative but to waste my exceedingly precious time cleaning up after their predictable failures." The calculated criticism made Sirius's jaw clench so tightly that his teeth nearly cracked under the pressure. "Enough time wasting," Snape continued with cold efficiency. "Harry Potter, you will accompany me immediately." Harry jerked in alarm, his concentration shattered so completely that Ron easily captured one of his chess pieces with a triumphant grin that quickly faded when he noticed the tension filling the room. "Wait just one moment," Sirius roared, leaping to his feet and grabbing Snape by the front of his black robes with both hands. "If I discover that you're using this so-called teaching as an excuse to torment Harry psychologically." "How amusing," Snape's mouth twisted into that familiar cruel half-smile that had terrorized countless students over the years. "I don't possess unlimited free time like certain unemployed individuals, but Mr. Potter should have inherited the same remarkably thick skin as his arrogant father. A little verbal correction shouldn't cause any permanent psychological damage." The deliberate provocation was too much for Sirius, who immediately drew his wand and pointed it directly at Snape's heart, magic crackling dangerously in the air between them. At that precise moment, a certain dragon holding a fizzing butterbeer wandered into the room and observed the two grown men locked in their ridiculous standoff with the detached interest of someone watching a mildly entertaining theatrical performance. Snap. Aiden's fingers produced a crisp sound that seemed to resonate through the very foundations of the house, activating an immediate calming effect that washed over both combatants like cold water dousing flames. "All right, Sirius," Aiden began diplomatically, "having Harry learn proper clemency was actually my original suggestion from the very beginning. Your teaching progress has been disappointingly slow, to put it gently." Then he turned his attention to Professor Snape with a meaningful look that carried layers of unspoken warning. "Professor, I trust you're aware that using aggressive legilimency to forcibly break through a subject's mental defenses while they're actively resisting can result in your own private memories being accidentally discovered by that same subject. You do understand the implications of such an oversight, don't you?" Aiden's hint was delivered with the subtle precision of a master strategist, leaving no doubt about what secrets might be at risk. Professor Snape crossed his arms defensively and responded with a cold snort that revealed nothing of his inner thoughts. "I knew that Greasy Snake was planning something underhanded." Sirius began to rise again but found himself gently but firmly pressed back into his chair by Aiden's surprisingly strong grip. "That's quite enough from both of you," Aiden said with finality. "Harry, you'll go with the professor immediately. Learning a clemency isn't optional anymore, it's absolutely essential for your survival." Harry reluctantly departed with Snape, his shoulders hunched with resignation and dread. Over the following days, Harry endured daily clemency sessions that felt more like psychological torture than education. Before each lesson began, Snape would meticulously extract his most sensitive memories and secure them safely in his personal pensieve, creating an elaborate ritual of preparation. Then came what Snape privately considered his most enjoyable time of day, forcibly using legilimency on Harry Potter, watching the boy's pathetic mental defenses crumble like wet parchment under his relentless assault. When Harry dragged his exhausted, emotionally battered body back to Grimmauld Place each evening and witnessed Ron and Hermione playing wizard's chess together in comfortable companionship, the bitter sourness in his heart intensified to nearly unbearable levels. But such torturous days couldn't continue indefinitely. Soon the dreaded time arrived for their return to Hogwarts, marking the end of their extended holiday respite. On the final night of their break, everyone gathered around the expanded dining table for one last communal dinner. Mundungus arrived with his characteristic blend of nervous energy and suspicious glances, while Moody's magical eye whirred constantly as it surveyed every corner for potential threats. Tonks brought her infectious laughter and hair that shifted colors to match her fluctuating moods. Sirius made valiant efforts not to spoil everyone's final evening together, forcing bright smiles that never quite reached his eyes. He enthusiastically cheered for the twins' latest magical pranks and served generous portions to every guest, playing the perfect host despite his inner turmoil. But Harry's increasingly keen observation skills, honed by weeks of unwanted legilimency training, noticed that between moments of forced laughter and animated conversation, Sirius would occasionally reveal expressions of such profound dejection that they seemed to physically pain him. When morning arrived with its cruel finality and the time came for inevitable goodbyes, Harry was suddenly overwhelmed by a terrible premonition that settled in his stomach like swallowed ice. "Sirius, I need to warn you about." Harry began urgently but found himself already being hustled onto the waiting vehicle before he could complete his desperate warning. During the journey aboard the night bus, with its characteristic lurching movements and the nauseating smell of magical transportation, Moody and Tonks took turns threatening poor Sten Shunpike with increasingly creative hexes if he dared reveal Harry Potter's presence to any interested parties. Aiden observed this entire melodramatic performance from his comfortable position near a window, watching London's grey winter landscape blur past while thoroughly enjoying the absurd spectacle. At the imposing gates of Hogwarts, Lupin and Tonks helped everyone manage their accumulated luggage with the efficient teamwork of people who had performed this task many times before. Meanwhile, the dragon lurking nearby seemed to detect some intriguingly familiar romantic scent drifting between the two adults, his enhanced senses picking up emotional undercurrents that others missed entirely. The new semester began with its usual mixture of excitement and dread, and the Weasley twins immediately resumed hawking their latest magical inventions with the enthusiasm of born entrepreneurs. Throughout the entire winter break, the two red-headed troublemakers had relentlessly pestered Aiden to analyze his unique abilities, initially treating it as an amusing intellectual exercise. At first, Aiden had assumed they were simply playing around with magical theory, but as weeks passed, their persistent research actually began yielding impressive practical results. Most invisibility cloaks available in the wizarding world functioned by targeting the wearer's physical form directly, bending light around their body to achieve concealment. However, the twins had discovered through careful observation that Aiden's invisibility operated on an entirely different principle, mentally causing observers to simply overlook his presence entirely, as if their minds refused to acknowledge what their eyes were seeing. Building on this revolutionary insight, they had successfully developed what they proudly called an invisibility hat that could completely hide the wearer's head when properly positioned, creating an effect that even impressed the usually skeptical Hermione. "So, what's your professional assessment of this product's market potential?" George asked with a carefully raised eyebrow, clearly fishing for specific information. "Definitely destined to become a bestseller," Aiden replied with deliberate casualness, knowing exactly what they were hoping to hear but choosing to play innocent for his own amusement. "Then, our beautiful and generous little brother," Fred said smoothly, draping his arm around Aiden's shoulders with practiced familiarity, "could you possibly provide us with some additional investment capital to properly launch this revolutionary product? You two are essentially presenting an untested concept product to your primary shareholder," Aiden observed with an amused smile, though his criticism was clearly affectionate rather than serious. Nevertheless, he reached into his robes and produced a heavy leather pouch containing approximately 200 gleaming galleons, handing it over without any visible reluctance. "The boss is incredibly generous," both twins chorused in perfect unison, immediately snatching the money pouch and vanishing into the crowd before Aiden could reconsider his investment. Meanwhile, far away on the windswept, soul-crushing island fortress of Azkaban, events were unfolding that would shake the entire wizarding world to its foundations. A Death Eater operative had successfully infiltrated the Dementor's primary dwelling place, moving through shadows and despair to make direct contact with their ancient, terrifying leader. Voldemort's promises to these creatures of darkness were as seductive as they were horrifying. When he inevitably came to power, the Dementors would be granted unlimited freedom to absorb happiness, hope, and joy from any victims they chose, creating a world perpetually shrouded in misery and despair. Thus began the largest and most devastating prison break in Azkaban's long, bloody history. Bellatrix Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, and more than 10 other dangerous Death Eaters successfully escaped from their supposedly impregnable cells, leaving behind only emptiness and the lingering scent of dark magic. This mass exodus filled Voldemort with such intense pleasure that his triumphant emotions transmitted directly to Harry Potter through their unwanted soul connection, causing the boy to wake in his dormitory bed with inexplicable feelings of malicious joy. Of course, this devastating rampage represented far more than simple prisoner liberation. It marked the complete defection of the Dementors from Ministry control and dealt a crippling blow to the government's already strained magical law enforcement capabilities. The Ministry's conservative faction responded with immediate emergency mobilization, their propaganda machine roaring to life at full capacity like a great mechanical beast awakening from slumber. The Ministry has already issued appropriate warnings to the Muggle government. Death Eater escape, did they truly escape, or is this elaborate misinformation? Everything remains under complete control with Minister Fudge's steady leadership. Of course, we have strong reason to suspect this entire operation was merely planned and executed by a prisoner who has previously escaped from Azkaban custody, Peter Pettigrew, Fudge announced from his elevated platform, desperately showcasing his extremely limited vocabulary while trying to project confidence he clearly didn't feel. In perfect coordination, the influential Lestrange family praised Fudge's leadership to unprecedented heights through every propaganda channel they controlled, flooding the wizarding media with carefully crafted messages of support. Inside Hogwart's warm stone walls, Aiden smiled knowingly while reading the morning edition of the Daily Prophet, until Edmund snatched the newspaper away with obvious frustration. "What exactly are you trying to accomplish here?" Edmund demanded with genuine confusion. "Boosting Fudge's public reputation at a critical time like this, do you actually want him to win this year's election?" "How could that possibly be my intention?" Aiden replied innocently. "Have you completed withdrawing your family's funds and personnel as we discussed?" "Completed successfully, but the financial cost was absolutely staggering." Edmund complained with visible pain at the memory. "And what about the new newspaper? What will you be calling it?" Aiden reclaimed the Daily Prophet from Edmund's grip. "Wizard Daily," Edmund replied with an exaggerated eye roll that suggested he found the name somewhat ridiculous. "Then let's settle back and quietly wait for this fascinating show to begin," Aiden said, his smile widening with anticipation of events yet to unfold. Chapter 294, Chapter 294, Romance Falls Through, Freelance Writer, and Review. Chapter 294, Romance Falls Through, Freelance Writer, and Review. The mass breakout of Death Eaters sent shockwaves through the wizarding public like ripples spreading across a still pond, finally making everyone realize that something was terribly, dangerously amiss in their carefully ordered world. Since the escaped prisoners were all individuals the young wizards were uncomfortably familiar with, from their defense against the dark arts lessons and whispered horror stories, Harry's battered reputation at Hogwarts began to slowly climb out of the depths where it had been languishing for months. In response to the crisis, Umbridge's iron grip on the school tightened even further, her control becoming so suffocating that students could barely breathe without permission. She issued Educational Decree No. 26 with the triumphant air of someone unveiling a masterpiece, prohibiting professors from discussing anything remotely unrelated to their assigned lessons during class time. The decree's parchment crackled ominously as it was posted on bulletin boards throughout the castle, its official ministry seal gleaming like a fresh wound. After school reopened following the winter break, Jo actively sought out Harry with the determined persistence of someone on a mission, her dark eyes sparkling with nervous anticipation as she asked him to meet her in Hogsmeade on Valentine's Day. Oh, of course, Harry responded with the romantic awareness of a particularly dense brick wall. Is it to discuss the Dream Chasers organization? Humph. Jo's face flushed scarlet with indignation at this spectacularly unromantic response. She spun on her heel and stalked away, her robes billowing dramatically behind her like storm clouds. Only then did the perpetually slow on the uptake Harry finally realize she had been inviting him on an actual date, and he hurriedly chased after her retreating figure, his feet slipping slightly on the stone floors in his haste. The two ventured to Hogsmeade together on Valentine's morning, the village looking simultaneously festive and ominous. Shop windows were draped with pink and red decorations that somehow managed to look cheerful despite being partially obscured by Death Eater wanted posters, their grim faces staring out like unwelcome party guests. Inside Madame Putafoot's famously romantic tea shop, the air was thick with the cloying scent of rose petals and chocolate, while every surrounding table seemed occupied by young couples engaged in enthusiastic public displays of affection that made Harry's collar feel uncomfortably tight. The atmosphere between Harry and Jo grew increasingly awkward with each passing minute, filled with pregnant silences that stretched like taffy between them. Harry had absolutely no idea what he was supposed to say in such circumstances, his mind as blank as a fresh piece of parchment. Later, in a desperate attempt to ease the suffocating, uncomfortable atmosphere that pressed down on them like a physical weight, Harry made what he thought was a helpful suggestion. Want to come with me to the Three Broomsticks later? I'm meeting Hermione at noon for something important. Jo's perfectly shaped eyebrows rose toward her hairline in a gesture that somehow managed to convey both surprise and growing irritation. You're meeting Hermione Granger? Today? On Valentine's Day? Yes, she specifically asked me to come, Harry replied with the oblivious honesty that was both his greatest virtue and most tragic flaw. Do you want to join us? She mentioned it would be perfectly fine if you came along. Humph, how wonderfully thoughtful of her, Jo's voice dripped with sarcasm so thick it could have been bottled and sold as a condiment. But judging from her increasingly frigid tone, she clearly didn't think Hermione's consideration was wonderful at all. On the contrary, her voice had become as cold and distant as winter wind cutting through mountain peaks. The conversation deteriorated rapidly from there, escalating into a full argument that drew curious stares from nearby couples. Jo accused Harry of having absolutely no business asking her out if he already had plans with another girl, her voice rising with each word until other patrons began shifting uncomfortably in their seats. Then she fled the tea shop in tears, leaving Harry sitting alone among the floating cherubs and heart-shaped confetti, completely bewildered by the emotional minefield he had apparently stumbled through. He regretfully paid the bill with coins that clinked mournfully against the table, never understanding what exactly had gone wrong from beginning to end. Harry scratched his perpetually messy hair in confusion and made his way to the Three Broomsticks, where the familiar warmth and bustle provided a welcome contrast to the suffocating atmosphere of the tea shop. Hermione, Aiden, Edmund, and Luna were already waiting for him at a corner table, their animated conversation creating a bubble of normalcy in the crowded pub. Harry. Hermione's face lit up with genuine pleasure when she spotted her dear friend appearing through the crowd, and she waved enthusiastically to catch his attention. Harry made his way over and settled into the remaining chair, the familiar sense of butterbeer and roasted meat helping to soothe his frazzled nerves. Soon after, a visibly down-and-out woman pushed open the heavy pub door and walked inside, her once elaborate robes now showing signs of wear and her famous blonde curls slightly disheveled. Since her professional fate had been thoroughly controlled by a certain Dreamweaver's machinations, Rita Skeeter hadn't been permitted to write her trademark gossip stories in quite some time. This enforced silence had caused her social status to plummet dramatically, perhaps serving as a perfect example of how those who manipulate public opinion can eventually find themselves manipulated by the very same forces. Well then, Miss Rita Skeeter, Hermione began with the businesslike efficiency of someone conducting an important negotiation, we need you to write a comprehensive article about Harry's direct encounters with Vol. You know who, giving the public access to the truth they've been denied. But I'm currently being systematically excluded by the Daily Prophet's editorial board, Rita replied with obvious frustration, spreading her hands in a gesture of helplessness. And Minister Fudge keeps blocking my writing credentials at every turn, effectively silencing my voice. About that particular obstacle, we can actually provide some meaningful assistance, Aiden said, straightening in his chair with the confident air of someone holding valuable cards. He gestured meaningfully to Edmund, who handed Aiden an official-looking document with visible reluctance, then fixed him with a pointed glare that promised future retribution. We have launched a completely new newspaper venture, and we would like to extend a special invitation for you to become our freelance correspondent, Aiden explained smoothly, sliding the document across the wooden table toward Rita. Speaking of which, this peculiar feeling of playing multiple roles simultaneously was quite marvelous, like being both chess player and chess piece in the same elaborate game. What? You're actually starting your own newspaper? Hermione's finely tuned political instincts immediately sensed the deeper implications behind the seemingly simple announcement. Of course we are. You can also write compelling content about house elf rights protection and publish it through our platform, Aiden replied with casual confidence. In wizarding politics, you may not need to perform constantly, but you absolutely cannot afford to be without any performance at all. The fundamental key to becoming an influential political figure in the wizarding world is learning to become an entertaining clown for the audience's amusement. Aiden's eyes narrowed slightly as he delivered this cynical observation. Clown sounds unnecessarily harsh, Hermione muttered, though her expression suggested she was beginning to understand the unfortunate truth behind his words. Clearly, Cornelius Fudge serves as a typical example of someone completely without any meaningful performance skills, Edmund added, his tone overflowing with barely concealed mockery. Perhaps he's simply become entangled by rackspurts. Luna contributed this non sequitur comment with her characteristic dreamy detachment, as if discussing the weather rather than political strategy. Well then, Miss Rita, now you have the opportunity to use your considerable abilities to freely write content that will genuinely stir up the audience and create the kind of buzz this newspaper needs to succeed. Aiden set the tone for this impromptu business meeting, and a brand new media venture was born right there on that crowded tavern table, surrounded by the cheerful noise of other patrons and the scent of mulled wine. Harry proceeded to reveal every detail he could remember about his terrifying encounters with Voldemort, his voice growing stronger and more confident as he spoke. The weight of finally being able to tell the truth seemed to lift from his shoulders like a physical burden being removed. Luna and Rita departed together with the precious manuscript tucked safely away, while Harry followed the others back toward the castle with lingering skepticism etched across his features. Won't this kind of sensationalist tabloid approach actually make my words seem even less credible to serious readers? Harry asked Aiden with genuine confusion, his brow furrowed with concern. What do you think are the three most essential elements of effective news dissemination? Aiden responded with a question of his own, his teaching instincts automatically engaging. Accuracy, truthfulness, and timeliness. Academic Hermione provided the textbook answer without hesitation, her voice carrying the confidence of someone who had memorized countless journalism primers. Edmund, Aiden called out to their resident media heir with obvious amusement. Opposition, sensationalism, and taking things completely out of context, Edmund replied with the cynical wisdom of someone who had grown up in the newspaper business, clearly offering a very different perspective on the industry. But this approach is... Hermione began to protest indignantly, then paused as a troubling realization began to dawn on her features, her expression shifting from outrage to uncomfortable understanding. This is the fastest way to create genuine buzz and spread important news with maximum speed and impact, Aiden explained patiently, watching her internal struggle with obvious interest. Fine, but only this once, and only to fight against Voldemort's influence, Hermione conceded reluctantly. Obviously, young Miss Granger hadn't yet realized what kind of journalistic Pandora's box she had just helped to open. Meanwhile, their pure-hearted savior listened to this entire exchange with visible confusion, shaking his head dismissively to clear away thoughts he couldn't quite grasp. After all, Ravenclaw students always seemed to speak in frustratingly complex riddles that made his head spin. By the way, Hermione, I wanted to ask you about something. Harry suddenly remembered his spectacularly unpleasant parting with Cho, the memory making him wince slightly. Since there happened to be two Ravenclaws conveniently present, he decided to seek their presumably superior wisdom on matters of romance and interpersonal relationships. He recounted in painstaking detail everything that had transpired between him and Cho at Madame Putafoot's tea shop, then asked with genuine bewilderment where exactly he had managed to go so catastrophically wrong. My God, are all Gryffindors really this devastatingly straightforward? Edmund stared at him in complete disbelief, as if Harry had just announced his intention to juggle flaming torches while riding a unicycle. Hermione was simultaneously amused by her dear friend's hopeless romantic cluelessness and exasperated by his complete inability to understand basic human emotions. Ha! You must be missing a crucial part of your brain. How could you possibly tell Cho you were planning to see another girl while you were supposed to be on a romantic date with her? Mama Hermione's tone carried all the disappointed authority of someone explaining why touching a hot stove was inadvisable. But you're not another girl. Harry protested with the desperate logic of the truly confused. I mean, you're Hermione. You're just Hermione. Harry remained completely incapable of understanding such bewilderingly complex emotional dynamics. Can't wrap your head around it. Want to experience what she felt firsthand? Aiden suddenly suggested with a mischievous glint in his heterochromatic eyes. Came three voices in perfect unison, their curiosity clearly piqued. Give it a try, Harry said with cautious expectation, while Hermione and Edmund leaned forward with obvious interest. Snap. With a single crisp finger snap, everyone felt themselves being gently enveloped by soft, silvery clouds that seemed to materialize from thin air. This is the training room. Hermione asked, looking around at their transformed environment with fascination. To be more precise, this is my personal dreamscape, Aiden revealed with that familiar mischievous smile that usually meant someone was about to learn an uncomfortable lesson. Are you all ready for this educational experience? A cloud drifted over with purposeful movement and somehow squeezed directly into all three visitors' bodies, merging with their consciousness in ways that defied normal understanding. Suddenly Harry felt heart-wrenching sadness crash over him like a tidal wave, as if he were being repeatedly stabbed with invisible knives made of pure emotional agony. Jealousy, resentment, heartache, and a dozen other painful emotions welled up from somewhere deep within his chest. Harry clutched desperately at the fabric over his heart and froze completely in place, overwhelmed by the intensity of feelings he had never truly experienced before. Hermione nearby had already begun crying genuine tears, her face crumpling under the weight of emotions that weren't originally her own. Edmund also looked absolutely ashen, his usual composed demeanor cracking under the emotional assault. Woo-woo. Aiden, please stop this immediately. Woo-woo. Edmund finally couldn't endure the intensity any longer and began crying openly, his dignity abandoned in the face of such overwhelming feeling. Aiden raised his hand with gentle mercy, the clouds withdrew from their minds like receding fog, and he released a soothing calming effect that washed over them like warm sunshine after a terrible storm. I need to go apologize to her immediately, Harry declared with newfound understanding and determination. Having recovered from the emotional demonstration, Harry finally comprehended the magnitude of what he had unknowingly done to Cho's feelings. Hermione nodded approvingly beside him, though she still looked somewhat troubled by the lingering echoes of the emotional experience. Aiden looked at Edmund with obvious amusement, making the young master shiver under that knowing gaze. What exactly are you staring at? Edmund demanded defensively, though his voice still carried traces of his recent emotional vulnerability. I didn't expect you to be surprisingly pure-hearted beneath all that cynical exterior, Aiden teased mercilessly. Accompanied by Edmund's indignant middle-finger gesture, everyone finally departed from the dreamscape and returned to the normal world, each carrying new understanding about the complexities of human emotion. Chapter 295, Exposure and Departure. Chapter 295, Exposure and Departure. The DA's training sessions had evolved into a well-oiled machine, each meeting flowing with the practiced efficiency of a seasoned military unit. Aiden had even extended special invitations to several former Mind's Edge dueling club members, their experienced voices adding depth and authority to the instruction. These veteran duelers taught the newer DA members Aiden's more advanced spells while assisting Harry in the delicate art of conjuring patronuses, their silvery forms dancing through the dreamscape like captured starlight. After weeks of intensive practice, most DA members could execute basic defensive magic with confidence that would have made their professors proud. Several core members had achieved the remarkable feat of summoning their own corporeal patronuses, each one unique and deeply personal. Expecto Patronum, Ginny commanded with growing authority, her wand cutting through the air in a perfect arc. A magnificent silver-white horse burst from her wand tip, galloping through the ethereal clouds with wild grace. Ron's Patronus materialized as an energetic terrier, tail wagging with infectious enthusiasm. Hermione's took the form of a sleek otter, diving and playing through the dreamscape's misty depths. Luna's appeared as a gentle hare, its nose twitching with curious intelligence as it explored its surroundings. But on Friday, disaster struck Hogwarts like lightning splitting an ancient oak. Due to Marietta Edgecombe's devastating betrayal, her conscience apparently overcome by fear for her mother's ministry position, Umbridge led her newly formed inquisitorial squad in a coordinated assault. They captured Ron, Hermione, Ginny, the twins, and Harry with the ruthless efficiency of a perfectly executed trap. Under the illegal administration of Veritaserum, that terrible truth serum that stripped away all pretense and protection, Umbridge extracted every precious secret about the dreamscape training from their helplessly honest lips. Simultaneously, Umbridge had gathered a formidable force of Aurors to storm Hogwarts itself, their official mission to arrest the dangerous criminal Aiden Prewett. The castle's ancient stones seemed to tremble under the weight of their collective magical presence. More than a dozen Aurors held their wands at the ready, their faces grim with professional determination, as Percy escorted a shackled Aiden through the corridors toward the headmaster's office. The sound of their footsteps echoed ominously through the usually cheerful passages. Cornelius, I told you I was right from the very beginning, Umbridge chattered beside Minister Fudge with the triumphant energy of someone savoring their moment of vindication. Look at these so-called dream chasers. They're organizing an illegal army, just like the Death Eaters were supposedly fighting. She pressed a thick stack of coerced testimonies into Fudge's trembling hands while the surrounding Aurors maintained their state of high alert, their magical senses attuned to any sign of resistance or escape attempts. We've finally seen through your elaborate plot to seize power from the rightful ministry, Umbridge continued, her voice rising with each word. At this moment, with more than a dozen highly trained Aurors positioned behind her like an impenetrable wall, she overflowed with confidence, her behavior resembling nothing so much as a small dog yapping at a chained wolf. No, Professor, I was the one who organized everything. Harry protested desperately, his voice thick with crushing guilt. If it weren't for his leadership, his friend wouldn't have fallen into this terrible situation. These restraints are getting rather uncomfortable. How about loosening them just a bit? Aiden asked with casual cheerfulness, raising his shackled hands as if requesting assistance with a minor inconvenience. Be quiet and stay still, Percy replied with forced coldness, though Aiden's enhanced perception could detect the genuine worry flickering behind his brother's stern facade. Didn't I warn you repeatedly to stay away from him? Now look what's happened because of your stubbornness. Not completely hopeless after all, Aiden thought with a slight smile curving the corner of his mouth. Harry, you are indeed brave, but as the evidence clearly shows. Dumbledore prepared to shoulder the responsibility for everything that had transpired. But suddenly he discovered that Aiden's presence had become impossibly prominent, radiating an aura of power and authority that made it absolutely impossible for anyone in the room to ignore him, regardless of their intentions or desires. Yes, precisely as the evidence they confessed under illegal Veritaserum administration demonstrates, everything was planned and instigated entirely by me, Aiden declared with calm certainty. The dragon sat casually on the office sofa, wearing heavy shackles and having more than a dozen wands pointed directly at his heart. He appeared to be in a state of complete surrender, yet somehow no one present dared to dismiss or overlook his commanding presence. So then, Aiden continued, his heterochromatic eyes beginning to shine with an inner light that resembled twin suns, what exactly do you plan to do about it? No one in the room could meet his piercing gaze directly, their eyes sliding away as if his very presence burned to look upon. That's quite enough of your dramatics. Fudge finally mustered the courage to shout, though his voice cracked slightly with nervous tension. Dawlish, Shacklebolt, he commanded the senior Aurors, escort this dangerous criminal to Azkaban immediately. He'll await trial for conspiracy, rebellion, and undermining the ministry's authority. Fudge carefully folded the precious testimony papers and tucked them securely against his chest like a protective charm. Dumbledore, do you have anything else to contribute to these proceedings? Umbridge asked sweetly, waiting expectantly for the headmaster to wade deeper into these treacherous political waters. Although Dumbledore couldn't fathom exactly what Aiden was planning, years of subtle cooperation and mutual understanding made him instinctively sense that his young ally wanted him to remain completely silent for the moment. And you, Prewett, Umbridge focused her predatory gaze directly on Aiden with the intensity of a hawk spotting wounded prey, are you absolutely certain that everything was your personal intention, with no outside instigation or manipulation whatsoever? She withdrew a small crystal vial from her robes, its contents glowing with an ominous inner light. Without her needing to explain, everyone present immediately recognized the terrible truth serum within. I believe this magical substance will help refresh your memory most effectively, Umbridge said, bringing the crystal vial dangerously close to Aiden's face. I think I failed to make something perfectly clear before allowing you to place these rather uncomfortable shackles on my wrists, Aiden said with a laugh that seemed to echo with hidden depths. We never had any intention whatsoever of surrendering peacefully, and naturally, I have absolutely no desire to visit the charming accommodations of Azkaban prison. He shook his head with obvious amusement, using his supposedly restrained hands to scratch his cheek with casual indifference. After all, I'd rather not meet any future students and have to introduce myself by saying, welcome to Azkaban, everyone. I'm your senior classmate, Aiden Prewett. Hold him down immediately. Umbridge barked her command with rising panic. Percy and another Auror stepped forward with obvious reluctance to physically restrain Aiden, their movements betraying their uncertainty about this entire situation. You brought this unfortunate situation entirely upon yourself, Brother Percy, the dragon said, flashing him a brilliantly warm smile that somehow managed to convey both affection and warning. Then, with a sharp metallic clang that rang through the office like a bell, Aiden used pure brute strength to tear apart the supposedly unbreakable shackles restraining his hands. Those restraints were forged from genuine mithril. Percy exclaimed, his eyes widening to impossible proportions with shock and disbelief. But his amazement was cut short as Aiden's fist connected solidly with his face, the impact sending him flying backward through the air like a rag doll. Percy crashed violently into an ornate cabinet in the headmaster's office, but since the antique furniture was protected by powerful defensive magic, he bounced off its surface with bone-jarring force and collapsed to the floor in an unconscious heap. The surrounding Aurors stood frozen in stunned disbelief for several precious seconds, their minds struggling to process what they had just witnessed, before quickly raising their wands in unison to restrain this impossibly dangerous prisoner. Aiden released a gentle breath, but his mental exhalation transformed into a supernatural storm that swept through the entire office with the force of a winter gale. A layer of crystalline frost immediately formed on every glass surface, while more than a dozen highly trained Aurors collapsed into unconsciousness as if they had been struck by invisible lightning bolts. Moving with fluid grace, Aiden approached the now terrified Umbridge and grabbed her by the collar, lifting her small form effortlessly into the air. I suggest you grit your teeth tightly, he advised with mock courtesy. This time I won't be healing your injuries afterwards. Aiden's fist struck with devastating force against Umbridge's toad-like face, and the sudden lifting of his long-maintained hypnotic influence allowed her to recall every detail of their previous violent encounter. The raw power of a Sequence 3 magical being made Umbridge feel as if she had been struck by a charging erumpent. Aiden's punch carried such tremendous force that it broke completely through the office floor, sending Umbridge plummeting down to the level below in a shower of stone fragments and dust. She fell straight through the newly created hole, her unconscious form eventually caught by the castle's revolving staircases, though no one could determine which floor she finally landed on. "Phew, that was wonderfully refreshing," Aiden said with obvious satisfaction, having finally vented all the accumulated frustration and anger that had been building in his mind for days. "So then, what do you plan to do now?" Dumbledore asked casually, flicking his finger to cast a subtle memory charm on the dazed Minister Fudge. "You're quite deviously clever yourself," Aiden observed with amusement. "We can't always allow them to bully us without consequence. Now, what about your immediate plans?" Dumbledore replied, paying no attention whatsoever to the confused minister. Professor McGonagall burst into the office at that moment, took one look at the unconscious Aurors scattered across the floor like fallen leaves, and immediately positioned herself protectively in front of Harry and the trembling Marietta. "What in Merlin's name has happened here?" the stern deputy headmistress demanded, looking with obvious anger at both the dragon and the old bee standing amid the destruction. The two powerful wizards exchanged knowing smiles that spoke of shared secrets and long-standing partnerships. "Professor McGonagall, as you can clearly observe, I attacked these ministry Aurors without provocation," Aiden explained with theatrical half-seriousness. "It was also I who instructed Harry Potter to form an illegal army specifically designed to oppose the ministry's authority." "No, it absolutely cannot be like this," Professor McGonagall immediately protested, her voice rising with genuine panic. "Come quickly, we need to find a secure place to hide you immediately, then we'll work out how to." She began making rapid mental arrangements for damage control. "Minerva, there's no need for panic," Dumbledore said soothingly, placing a calming hand on her shoulder. "No need for panic." Professor McGonagall's voice rose to near-shouting levels. "Look at what they've done to our school. If this madness continues, Hogwarts will be completely destroyed under our watch." She turned her fury directly on Dumbledore, her usually composed demeanor cracking under the enormous stress. "Professor McGonagall, thank you very much for your genuine concern and loyalty," Aiden said with sincere gratitude. "I do need to disappear into hiding for a while. As for the matter of restoring my reputation and clearing up this mess, I'll leave that complex task entirely to Professor Dumbledore's capable hands." Aiden smiled warmly at the deputy headmistress, then transformed into a wisp of silvery smoke that dissipated and vanished completely from the office. "Well then, it appears I need to pay some visits to old friends and allies," Dumbledore said with a meaningful glance at Professor McGonagall. "Minerva, please protect our students with everything you have." Before she could respond or protest, Dumbledore disappeared in a magnificent chorus of Phoenix song, golden flames briefly illuminating the destroyed office. "Albus, wait!" Professor McGonagall called out desperately, reaching toward the space where he had been standing. But both her most troublesome colleagues had vanished into the gathering storm, leaving her alone to face whatever consequences would follow this catastrophic confrontation. Chapter 296, Miss Witch and Nordic Journey. Chapter 296, Miss Witch and Nordic Journey. A somewhat disheveled figure materialized in the shadowy office of Nocturne Alley's infamous Dark Wizard Queen, dust motes dancing in the amber lamplight around him. "Well, well. The famous Mr. Prewett looks rather worse for wear," a young woman observed with amusement, gracefully pouring steaming tea beside his chair. The delicate porcelain clinked softly against the saucer. "I never expected that being rejected by the collective unconscious sea would feel quite like this," Aiden muttered, brushing debris from his travel-stained robes. Heaven knows how many coincidental mishaps had plagued his journey here. He accepted the crimson tea that Astoria offered, the warmth seeping through the cup into his cold fingers as he sank gratefully into the plush sofa. "What's troubling you?" Astoria moved behind him, her fingertips beginning a gentle massage at his temples, working away the tension that had gathered there like storm clouds. "The giants have thrown their lot in with Sister Tom. I'm afraid another journey to Northern Europe is unavoidable," Aiden said, releasing a deep breath that seemed to carry the weight of the world. "Why burden yourself so heavily? If you're truly exhausted, simply find somewhere to hide. Voldemort could never locate you, could he?" Pain flickered briefly across Astoria's delicate features, there and gone like lightning. "Because I need to forge my own path forward," Aiden replied, turning to smile at her with that expression that could melt winter itself. "Your sequence advancement," Astoria whispered, understanding immediately. "Indeed. I should depart for Northern Europe soon. Please be careful here in Diagon Alley." Aiden reached for his traveling hat, but slender fingers pressed firmly against his shoulder. "I'm coming with you," Astoria declared, preventing him from rising. "Whatever for?" Aiden asked, genuinely puzzled by her sudden determination. "Since it'll inevitably become my responsibility to clean up the aftermath anyway, I'd rather participate from the beginning for better coordination," Astoria said with a teasing smile that didn't quite mask her deeper concerns. "Ah, very well then," the dragon replied, nervously averting his gaze from her knowing look. "You'll need someone to manage Nocturne Alley in your absence," Astoria noted practically, moving about the room as she gathered her belongings with efficient grace. That won't be problematic. Aiden snapped his fingers with casual authority, and countless silver-white threads began separating from his body like luminous spider silk. The threads danced through the air, weaving together with mesmerizing precision until they formed a stunning woman with an impossibly perfect figure. My. I hadn't realized you harbored such particular hobbies, Astoria remarked with a sideways smile that held dangerous amusement. This was simply an identity I once required, Aiden protested, scratching his head with embarrassment. You've actually played a woman. Astoria's surprise was genuine, her mind already considering the intriguing possibilities of having such an understanding companion. Absolutely not, the dragon denied firmly. Those fools merely assumed I was one based on appearances. Wait just a moment, Astoria said slowly, studying the created figure with growing recognition. Heterochromatic pupils, extraordinary beauty, bearing some resemblance to a legendary teacher from Hogwart's history. Our family archives contain records of her. That was indeed me, the silver-haired woman confirmed with Aiden's voice. For certain necessary reasons, I once traveled back through time and participated in Hogwart's founding era. Aiden gestured helplessly as if to say, there you have it. Impressive work, though there remain some subtle differences in appearance, Astoria observed, finishing her packing and tucking everything into pockets that seemed far too small to contain such items. The Twilight Hermit Society's specialized clothing provided more than just protection, transformation, and cleansing enchantments. Aiden had thoughtfully added undetectable extension charms to every pocket, a benefit that made the unspeakables practically green with envy. Several young witches had immediately requested transfers, only to be firmly blocked by their director. She's merely a phantom construct of the Dream Weaver, Aiden explained with mysterious satisfaction. The silver-haired woman began shifting and shrinking until she perfectly mirrored Astoria's appearance down to the smallest detail. How do I look? Convincing, the false Astoria asked with a playful spin, flashing a peace sign at her original. Your expression needs to be considerably colder, and there are other mannerisms I must teach you properly, the Real Astoria said, approaching with an intimidating expression as she guided her double toward a private chamber. France stretched before them like a romantic painting, and Aiden had originally planned to experience the legendary atmosphere along the Seine with Astoria by his side. However, a well-meaning elderly Frenchman sporting a small Paris flag quickly disabused him of such notions. After all, more than a century of industrial discharge had transformed the once poetic river into something far less appealing than the romantic waterway praised by poets of bygone eras. With their scenic plans abandoned, Aiden navigated through French smuggling networks, making their way toward the Polish border via the circuitous route through Minsk. After several careful transfers and false identities, they finally reached the contested border region between northern and eastern Europe. The giant village loomed before them like something from a primordial nightmare. Aiden and Astoria stood at the entrance, where two massive giant guards crossed their enormous swords directly in their path, forming an imposing barrier that could crush ordinary humans without effort. I come bearing goodwill and hope to meet with your leader, Aiden announced clearly. With a casual snap of his fingers, treasures and massive pieces of crafted armor began raining from the sky like metallic hail. These gifts represented items Aiden had painstakingly crafted using advanced alchemy during their 2-day journey. As for why steel reinforcement bars kept mysteriously vanishing from ordinary construction sites across Europe, even Aiden couldn't explain that particular phenomenon. Wait here, one giant grunted, turning to lumber into the village with earth-shaking steps. After what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, Aiden and Astoria found themselves escorted into the settlement proper. Calling it a village seemed generous. The place resembled more of an enormous, primitive camp sprawling across the landscape. The towering giants had no concept of permanent structures or architectural planning. Even their clothing consisted of roughly sewn wild animal pelts, and their complete lack of sanitation management meant the entire camp reeked with an odor no less pungent than English towns from 1,000 years past. Having experienced medieval conditions firsthand, Aiden possessed some immunity to such assault on the senses. Surprisingly, Astoria also walked through the camp with an unchanged expression. Her time managing Nocturne Alley had apparently exposed her to quite a variety of unpleasant experiences. Wizards. What brings you to our territory? The giant leader emerged, dragging a freshly killed wild boar behind him like a grotesque trophy. As he approached, he continuously tore chunks of raw meat from the carcass and stuffed them into his massive maw, presenting a scene of primitive savagery that made Aiden's head throb with impending complications. Giants, we come with sincere intentions, hoping you will abandon your alliance with the Death Eaters and join our cause instead, Aiden stated his purpose with diplomatic clarity. Upon hearing this proposal, the giant leader's face twisted into something that might have been amusement in a creature capable of subtlety. The Death Eaters promise that when they claim power, we can kill whoever we please without consequence. What exactly can you offer that compares? The giant leader asked, studying them with calculating eyes where greed began surfacing like oil on water. Around them, the other giants flexed their tremendous muscles and shifted their weight, ready to respond to their leader's command at a moment's notice. I've heard that giants value strength above all other qualities and that the defeated must surrender everything to the victor. Astoria stepped forward boldly, invoking ancient giant tradition with perfect confidence. Ha! So the little wizard woman wishes to challenge me. The giant leader's laughter boomed across the camp like thunder, his massive hands slapping his thighs while nearby giants joined the derisive chorus. Unless, of course, you're too frightened to accept a challenge from a mere weak woman. Astoria added with calculated provocation. Wizard, you play with forces beyond your understanding, the giant leader growled, his amusement evaporating as he loomed over Astoria like a mountain of muscle and malice. Then his gaze shifted meaningfully to Aiden, tactical intelligence gleaming behind the brutish exterior. And you? A man who cowers behind a woman's skirts, the giant leader sneered, attempting to goad Aiden into the confrontation he truly wanted. Though giants channeled their magical power entirely into physical enhancement, this particular leader clearly possessed the dangerous combination of overwhelming force and cunning intelligence. He had keenly identified the relationship dynamics between the visitors and targeted Aiden, whom he correctly assumed held the real authority and resources. Her decisions reflect my own completely, and should she lose this challenge, I will naturally pay whatever ransom you demand, Aiden replied with a serene smile that revealed nothing of his true thoughts. Seeing that his psychological manipulation had failed utterly, the giant leader snorted with frustrated displeasure, but the gleam in his eyes suggested this was far from over. Chapter 297, Chapter 297, Dragon Shadow over the Village and Malfoy's Treasure. Chapter 297, Dragon Shadow over the Village and Malfoy's Treasure. Inside the giant village, tension crackled through the air like lightning before a storm. Astoria faced off against a massive giant warrior, his crude axe gleaming with dried blood from countless battles. The weapon looked like it could cleave a horse in half with a single swing. Just a curved blade? Aiden asked gently, though his eyes held predatory interest as he observed the proceedings. That's more than enough. Watch me work. Astoria patted her traveling robe with practiced efficiency. The enchanted threads woven throughout the fabric shimmered and transformed, revealing a sleek black combat outfit that hugged her lithe form like liquid shadow. The material seemed to absorb light itself, making her appear almost ethereal against the primitive backdrop. This outfit should be added to the wager, the giant leader suggested from his elevated viewing platform, his voice carrying obvious lust as he tilted his enormous head. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Of course. Similarly, if you lose, this warrior becomes our property, Aiden replied smoothly, raising one elegant eyebrow while his fingers drummed against his thigh in anticipation. Fine, as long as you don't cheat with magic during the combat, the giant leader nodded eagerly, showing a satisfied grin that revealed teeth like yellowed tombstones. After all, how could any slip of a girl possibly compete against a giant in pure physical combat? The very idea was laughable. Begin. A referee-like giant struck a massive war drum with bone-crushing force. The thunderous boom echoed across the camp like cannon fire, and immediately the axe-wielding giant charged toward Astoria with ground-shaking steps. Dust clouds erupted around his feet with each thunderous impact. He raised his enormous axe high overhead and swung it down at Astoria with enough force to split boulders, the blade whistling through the air like a falling meteorite. Astoria moved with fluid grace that seemed almost supernatural, lightly sidestepping at the last possible moment. The giant's axe crashed into the earth where she had been standing just heartbeats before, sending explosions of mud and stone fragments in all directions. Without missing a beat, the giant swept his weapon horizontally toward Astoria's slender waist, trying to bisect her in one devastating blow. The axe blade sang through the air with deadly precision. Astoria raised her curved blade and struck with viper-like speed toward the giant's attacking weapon, her movements flowing like water around stone. The curved blade and giant axe collided with a sound like thunder splitting the sky. Sparks showered the arena in brilliant cascades of light. The giant leader had already risen from his seat expectantly, wanting to witness the anticipated slaughter of the presumptuous wizard woman. Clang! The metallic ring of weapon against weapon split the air as sparks flew where steel met steel. Then both combatants were pushed backward by the tremendous opposing forces, their feet sliding through the packed earth. Impossible. The giant leader could hardly believe the scene unfolding before his bulging eyes. A wizard matching a giant's raw physical strength without employing even the slightest trace of magic. Such a thing defied everything he understood about the natural order. They came prepared for this exact scenario, the giant leader realized with growing unease, then glanced meaningfully toward Aiden. A certain leisurely dragon had somehow produced a bottle of fresh lemon juice and took a long, refreshing gulp. His face showed an expression of pure satisfaction, as if he were watching an entertaining theatrical performance rather than a potentially deadly combat. In the makeshift arena, Astoria looked up and made direct eye contact with her giant opponent. Battle hypnosis activated with surgical precision, her enhanced mental abilities piercing through the creature's primitive psychological defenses. The giant raised his axe to deliver another crushing blow, but suddenly his five-finger joints began experiencing intense discomfort. Sharp pains shot through his hands like red-hot needles. Unable to maintain his grip, he involuntarily released the axe handle. The massive weapon went flying outside the designated combat area, landing with an earth-shaking crash. Astoria seized this perfect opportunity and leapt from the ground with inhuman agility, appearing directly in front of the now defenseless giant. Since this was a subordinate she intended to claim rather than destroy, Astoria carefully moderated her attack. She delivered a single devastating punch to the giant's head. Her slender form looked almost comical contrasted against the giant's massive skull, like a hummingbird attacking an elephant. But the giant was knocked completely unconscious by Astoria's precisely calculated strike and crashed to the ground with tremendous impact, sending tremors through the earth. What in the seven hells? The giant leader's eyes widened in absolute fury, his face turning crimson with rage and disbelief. Then, according to our binding agreement, this warrior now belongs to us, Aiden observed with narrowed eyes that glittered with satisfaction. He raised his right hand with casual authority, and a levitation charm effortlessly lifted the unconscious giant to float behind him like a grotesque trophy. Astoria walked over with obvious satisfaction, her delicate features covered with battle dust and her clothes stained with mud. The combination made her look wild and dangerous, like some primordial goddess of war. Aiden produced a pristine white handkerchief and gently wiped her face clean, then turned his calculating gaze toward the increasingly agitated giant leader. Shall we continue this entertaining contest? Now it was Aiden's turn to deliver carefully crafted provocations. No way, absolutely no way. The famous giants actually lost to a little slip of a girl. It turned out that the dragon's psychological manipulation was considerably more sophisticated than the giant leader's crude attempts. Soon, more red-eyed giants stepped forward to challenge Astoria, their pride wounded beyond endurance. Masculine roars of outrage echoed across the camp. Astoria rose to meet each challenge with deadly grace, defeating them one by one through a combination of superior technique, supernatural reflexes, and strategic hypnotic manipulation. When the collection of unconscious giants floating behind Aiden grew to an impressive 6, the giant leader finally couldn't maintain his composure any longer. After all, these captured warriors represented his core power base, and there were still some members of the tribe who remained loyal to the previous leadership structure. If he lost too much of his fundamental support, he might face another internal rebellion. After weighing his rapidly diminishing options, he decided to abandon all pretense of honor. Enough of this deception. You despicable wizards must have secretly employed magic throughout these combats. The giant leader drew his enormous great sword and pressed the blade against Aiden's throat with threatening pressure. The metal felt as cold as winter against skin. Don't even think about moving, he snarled, using Aiden as a human shield while addressing Astoria. Excellent female warrior, I hope you will remain in our village permanently. Your superior bloodline combined with our giant heritage will surely produce invincible warriors for future generations. This giant leader possessed unexpected diplomatic skills, Aiden noted with genuine amazement. The creature was actually capable of making strategic marriage proposals under pressure. However, hearing such crude suggestions made Astoria's expression darken like storm clouds as deeply buried traumatic memories began surfacing in her mind. Snap. Astoria's fingers produced a sharp sound that seemed to resonate through the collective unconscious. Instantly, two nearby giants fell under her hypnotic influence and charged toward their own leader with berserker fury, their eyes glazed with artificial rage. What treachery is this? The giant leader was genuinely startled and immediately released Aiden, raising his weapon to desperately parry his suddenly rebellious subordinates. After fierce combat filled with blood and screaming, he managed to fight 2 against 1 and severed both of his former followers' heads with brutal efficiency. Gore splattered across the primitive arena. Roar. He bellowed at the remaining giants, re-establishing his dominance through raw intimidation and fresh violence. So you possess this ability as well, the giant leader said, now understanding the true scope of their capabilities. He looked at Astoria with even greater greedy hunger than before. Are you simply going to stand there and watch? Astoria's calm gaze swept over Aiden with pointed expectation. Aiden recognized that she had reached her absolute limit of patience, so he nodded once and stepped forward with predatory grace. Right before the giant leader's horrified eyes, Aiden began to expand and transform. The dragon's shadow fell across the earth like a living eclipse. After advancing to sequence 3, Aiden's mythical creature form had become truly colossal, dwarfing even the largest giants. Mysterious runic symbols flickered and danced across the gray-white dragon's hide, making the giants feel alien thoughts rising unbidden in their primitive minds. Whispers in languages that predated human civilization echoed through their consciousness. The magnificent dragon spread wings that could blot out the sun and soared into the sky with impossible grace, opening jaws that could swallow buildings whole. When he breathed, invisible flames of pure mental energy cascaded earthward. The entire camp instantly became a sea of ethereal fire, with giants crying out in terror and fleeing in all directions like scattered ants. Their primitive minds simply couldn't process the cosmic horror looming above them. Through ripples in the collective unconscious sea, Aiden could now perceive these giants' thoughts directly without requiring virtual personas to invade their minds. Their fear tasted like copper and desperation. Quickly identifying giants still harboring hostile intentions, Aiden descended upon them with terrible purpose. Dragon breath turned the giant leader to charcoal in seconds and eliminated several of his most loyal followers with surgical precision. The scent of burnt flesh and terror filled the air. Within moments, the surviving giants prostrated themselves before the dragon hovering above them, their spirits completely broken. The dragon's shadow gracefully descended from the sky, and Aiden materialized beside Astoria in his human form, not even breathing hard from the exertion. Excellent work. Now it's time for our beautiful Miss Astoria to handle the administrative details. The muscle had been applied successfully. Now the skilled negotiator could take center stage. Astoria approached the terrified giants with businesslike calm and began discussing compensation matters with the newly elected leader, who had assumed power through the simple expedient of being the only senior giant left breathing. Yes, compensation. Astoria, who had spent years navigating the treacherous currents of Nocturne Alley politics, had detected something unusual about this entire situation from the beginning. The previous giant leader and his followers joining Voldemort's cause must have received substantial material benefits in exchange for their loyalty. After all, he hadn't seemed like the type to be swayed by mere promises of future glory. Unfortunately, her enforcer had eliminated him too quickly to permit proper interrogation. Now she could only extract maximum value through careful negotiation with the survivors. Astoria Greengrass, acknowledged Lord of Nocturne Alley and Master Hypnotist, quickly extracted detailed information about hidden treasures from the giant's lips through a combination of psychological pressure and supernatural persuasion. She also forced them to sign binding indenture contracts that would ensure their future cooperation. Returning triumphantly from her negotiations, Astoria beckoned playfully with one finger for Aiden to follow her deeper into the camp. Let the new leader Lotta handle the remaining tribal reorganization, she explained with obvious satisfaction. So what exactly did Sister Tom offer them to inspire such devoted loyalty? Aiden asked, his curiosity thoroughly piqued. Astoria led him to a concealed cave entrance and blasted open the sealed doorway with a precisely controlled blasting curse. Stone fragments scattered like confetti. Inside the hidden cavern, golden galleons filled the entire space from floor to ceiling, creating a treasure hoard that would make dragons weep with envy. Suddenly, Aiden spotted an ornate painting mounted above one of the more expensive artifacts. His eyes widened with recognition and delight. The Malfoy family crest gleamed in the torchlight like a beacon of irony. There's your answer, Astoria said, pointing toward the familiar heraldic symbol with obvious amusement. Both young people couldn't help but burst into delighted laughter in the treasure-filled cave, their voices brightening the dark stone chamber with genuine mirth. The sound echoed off ancient walls like music, carrying notes of victory, discovery, and the sweet satisfaction of uncovering their enemy's secrets. Chapter 298, The Twins' Preparations and Trip to Paris. Chapter 298, The Twins' Preparations and Trip to Paris. Inside Hogwart's ancient stone walls, the atmosphere had grown suffocating since Dumbledore's dramatic departure. Umbridge had immediately seized the opportunity to issue a flurry of educational decrees, officially declaring herself acting headmistress with all the pomp and authority she could muster. However, the headmaster's office door had sealed itself with a resounding click the moment Dumbledore vanished, and no amount of magical coercion could force it open. The ancient castle itself seemed to reject her presumptuous claim to power. Meanwhile, the relentless efforts of the Wizard Daily and the Quibbler's persistent opposition campaign had begun bearing fruit throughout the wizarding community. Public dissatisfaction with Fudge's leadership grew like a festering wound, spreading through every magical household in Britain. Countless howlers arrived at the Ministry daily, their screaming voices creating such enormous pressure that the stress cascaded down through every bureaucratic layer until it landed squarely on Umbridge's already overburdened shoulders. The pink-clad tyrant had attempted multiple times to force Veritaserum down Harry's throat, desperate to extract whatever secrets Dumbledore might have shared with the boy. But Harry had grown cleverer and more cautious, managing to evade every one of her increasingly frantic attempts through a combination of quick thinking and loyal friends watching his back. After witnessing Dumbledore's exile, the Weasley twins had finally made their decision to leave Hogwarts behind. With generous financial support from two wealthy benefactors, Harry and Aiden, they had already secured and rented a prime shop location in the heart of Diagon Alley. During their final weeks at school, they were determined to burn bright with the fires of youth, leaving behind a legacy that would be remembered for generations. They began by preparing massive quantities of spectacular fireworks, then systematically distributed them throughout the student body like magical contraband. Young wizards would set them off at random intervals from dawn to dusk, keeping Umbridge running frantically through corridors like a demented pink hurricane. The professors, meanwhile, observed Umbridge's increasingly desperate struggles with barely concealed amusement, their faces masks of professional neutrality that couldn't quite hide their satisfaction. The twins had also combined their considerable talents to cast an elaborate spell in one of the main corridors. By merging advanced transfiguration techniques with an undetectable extension charm that Aiden had contributed through tremendous magical effort, they transformed an entire passageway into a bottomless swamp that trapped anyone foolish enough to enter. Enough of this chaos. Who is responsible for these disruptions? And why don't you professors do anything to stop the students' behavior? Umbridge shrieked at the assembled faculty during lunch, her face flushed with rage and exhaustion. If we recall correctly, Professor McGonagall said with deadly precision, adjusting her monocle with deliberate slowness, your educational decree number 29 explicitly prohibits professors from engaging in any activities unrelated to direct classroom instruction. Indeed, Professor Flitwick added cheerfully, also adjusting his monocle with theatrical timing. We wouldn't dream of violating ministry regulations. Umbridge felt a chill of horror as she realized that every single professor in the Great Hall was now wearing identical monocles, their lenses catching the light like predatory eyes. She turned toward the student seating area with growing dread, only to discover rows upon rows of uniform monocles staring back at her with silent accusation. The sight triggered vivid memories of being punched through the office floor, and the psychological trauma came flooding back. Ah! Umbridge screamed in genuine terror and fled the Great Hall like a woman possessed. Ha ha ha! The students erupted in delighted laughter that echoed off the ancient stone walls. Silence, Professor McGonagall commanded, though the slightly upturned corners of her mouth revealed her excellent mood. Please continue with your meals. That same evening, Jo sought out Harry with obvious distress etched across her delicate features. She desperately wanted to explain Marietta's situation and begged Hermione to remove the curse that had left her friend hospitalized. Marietta had spent more than 10 agonizing days in the hospital wing, but the traitor pustules covering her face showed no signs of disappearing. Even Madame Pomfrey's considerable healing skills had proven completely ineffective against Hermione's vindictive magic. But Harry firmly refused Cho's tearful pleas, his resolve hardened by the betrayal that had nearly cost his friends their freedom. The two had an explosive argument that ended with both parties storming away in opposite directions, their brief romance officially dead and buried. Meanwhile, on the romantic streets of Paris, delicate snowflakes drifted down like crystalline confetti. A striking blonde girl wrapped in an elegant white coat walked alongside a silver-haired boy dressed in sleek black, their footsteps creating a synchronized rhythm against the cobblestones. So where exactly are we heading now? Astoria asked with barely contained curiosity, her breath forming small clouds in the crisp winter air. Can't we simply enjoy a pleasant stroll through the city? The dragon replied, though the cold air seemed to have made him somewhat lethargic and drowsy. Are you preparing to hibernate like a proper dragon? Astoria teased with obvious affection. Unfortunately, we need to visit the Lestrange family ancestral grounds, Aiden explained with a weary sigh. I strongly suspect Bellatrix might be hiding there, and we can't afford to let that particular loose end remain untied. Suddenly, Astoria's ice-cold hand slipped inside his collar like a striking serpent. The dragon shivered violently from the unexpected contact. Oh ho ho, Astoria revealed a mischievous smile that promised future retribution. In response, she was immediately hit in the face with a perfectly aimed pile of fresh snow. The dragon holding his wand raised one elegant eyebrow at her with mock superiority. Aiden Prewett, I challenge you to combat. Astoria declared with theatrical grandeur, scooping up ammunition from the ground and launching herself at him with fierce determination. An epic snowball fight ensued between two individuals whose physical abilities far exceeded normal human limitations. They hurled frozen projectiles at each other with supernatural accuracy and force. The battle continued until one particularly enthusiastic snowball flew wide of its target and completely demolished a nearby telephone pole, sending splinters and metal fragments scattering across the street. Both combatants immediately froze, staring at the destruction they had accidentally caused. Perhaps we should focus on our actual mission, Aiden suggested diplomatically. Agreed, Astoria replied with equal diplomatic grace. They apparat directly to the Lestrange cemetery, where the path leading to the central mausoleum was completely blocked by debris. The surrounding landscape still showed clear evidence of charred earth from ancient fiend fire burns that had never fully healed. Hell, Aiden murmured under his breath with obvious recognition. What did you say? Astoria's enhanced hearing naturally caught his whispered observation. Where do you think fiend fire comes from originally? Aiden asked instead of answering directly, posing the question like a teaching riddle. That flame that's impossible to extinguish and spreads automatically through any available fuel. Fiend fire, devil's flame, hellfire, Astoria repeated thoughtfully, her analytical mind working through the implications. After several moments of contemplation, understanding dawned across her features. The Deep Realm King. Hell itself. Precisely. This scarred ground represents proof that past generations of wizards successfully defeated them in direct combat, Aiden nodded approvingly. That's truly remarkable, Astoria said with genuine admiration for their ancestors' courage. Unfortunately, this particular magical fire was also originally created by those same entities, Aiden observed with dry irony. The pair carefully navigated through the cemetery grounds toward a small, innocuous house nearby. Both dragons immediately retreated into the hidden corners of consciousness, allowing their human facades to take complete control. The area surrounding the modest structure seemed to pulse with numerous powerful dark magic traps, their malevolent energy crackling just beneath the visible surface. Aiden lightly tapped the frozen ground with his wand, and white rings of pure light spread outward like ripples on a pond. The expanding magical force directly paralyzed every single trap in the immediate vicinity. Sudden commotion erupted from inside the house as space itself began folding and twisting, someone attempting emergency apparition. But with a sharp bang that echoed across the cemetery, the fleeing occupant was violently bounced back by powerful anti-apparition wards that had been quietly established around the perimeter. Astoria followed Aiden as they burst through the front door with coordinated precision, and Bellatrix Lestrange's wild figure immediately appeared before them like a cornered animal. Aiden released his wand, which began floating autonomously in the air while countless silver-white chains erupted from nowhere to completely seal the house from any outside interference. The two dragons hiding within their consciousness finally revealed their true nature, their combined presence filling the cramped space with overwhelming supernatural authority. "So it's you two?" Bellatrix snarled, having obviously obtained sufficient intelligence about their activities from external sources. "You pure-blood traitors and blood betrayers." Bella raised her wand with manic fury, sickly green light beginning to flicker around the tip. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse erupted from her wand like a lance of pure death. Aiden's figure, struck directly by the lethal spell, dispersed harmlessly like smoke in a gentle breeze. A slender finger emerged from the shifting shadows and touched her wand with casual indifference. Instantly, Bellatrix felt all her magical power seemingly draining away like water through a broken vessel. "This is absolutely impossible," she screamed with genuine madness, her voice cracking under the psychological strain. "You're now completely muggle," the gentle youth's voice whispered directly in her ear with deadly softness. "Think carefully about how your beloved master will react when he learns this devastating news." Suddenly, Voldemort's terrifying face materialized before her with perfect, horrifying clarity. "I'm sorry, my dear Bella, but you're no longer a witch. You've become useless to me." Then Sister Tom's beautiful but cold face turned away dismissively, abandoning her most faithful servant. "No, no, this can't be happening." Bellatrix collapsed to the floor, curling into a fetal position while wailing like a lost soul. In actual reality, the two dragons sat comfortably on a conjured sofa, watching the scene unfold before them with detached professional interest. "That's absolutely terrifying," Astoria observed with a mixture of admiration and concern. "Exploring psychological weaknesses and weaving targeted dreams to make opponents sink into their own worst nightmares. It's reasonably effective." "I simply wove together some of her most painful memories and fears," Aiden replied with casual understatement. "If I really wanted to permanently damage her psyche, I could use memories of actual death and dying. Make her heart produce massive quantities of negative energy, artificially catalyzing the formation of an obscurial." As if summoned by his words, black particles began emerging from Bella's prone form on the floor, swirling around her like manifestations of pure despair. Astoria's teasing gaze turned toward him, her eyes meaningfully glancing sideways toward Bella's increasingly unstable condition. Aiden, Omega. Chapter 299, Return to the Forbidden Forest, Encounter, and Centaurs. Chapter 299, Return to the Forbidden Forest, Encounter, and Centaurs. Reluctantly, Aiden lifted the oppressive dream from Bellatrix's tormented mind and carefully cleared away the fabricated traumatic memories, since he still required her services for future operations. A virtual persona quietly detached itself from his consciousness, slipping away to lurk within her mental landscape like a shadow waiting for the perfect moment to strike. "Is she completely under our control now?" Astoria asked, watching with professional interest as Aiden completed his psychological manipulation of the infamous Death Eater. "Not exactly. I need her original, authentic personality to remain intact. Only at the most critical moments will I trigger her complete breakdown," Aiden explained, shaking his head thoughtfully. "Subtle influence is far more valuable than obvious control. What a pity. I was genuinely hoping to use her reputation to intimidate those stubborn fools back in Nocturne Alley," Astoria said with obvious regret, already imagining the possibilities. The two departed the modest house, leaving no trace of their presence behind. Bellatrix slowly opened her eyes to find herself lying on the worn sofa, apparently having suffered through nothing more than a particularly vivid nightmare. She shivered involuntarily and quietly slipped out into the night, her mind still focused on the vital task of recruiting new followers for her beloved Dark Lord. Returning from the romantic streets of Paris to the familiar countryside of Britain, Aiden moved with supernatural stealth as he infiltrated the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Among the many dangerous magical creatures that called these ancient woods home, besides the giants and goblins, the third major potential threat was the proud centaur herds. These creatures possessed both the capability and temperament to incite widespread rebellion, and they might potentially be swayed by Sister Tom's persuasive offers of freedom and revenge. The giant situation had already been permanently resolved by Aiden's direct intervention, and the goblin population should theoretically be bound by mandatory contracts and kept under careful surveillance. Aiden's final target during this clandestine mission was the centaur tribes, and the very thought of dealing with them made his expression darken considerably. As a race completely obsessed with prophecy and divination, Aiden harbored genuine dislike for their kind. After all, the ancient feud between spectators and diviners was both well-known and deeply rooted in fundamental philosophical differences about the nature of fate and observation. Seeing substantial displeasure appear across Aiden's usually composed features, the ever-considerate Astoria moved closer and gently rubbed his face with her soft hands, trying to soothe whatever troubled thoughts were plaguing him. "What's bothering you so much?" Astoria asked with genuine concern, her voice carrying all the warmth of someone who truly cared. "You'll understand completely when you meet those insufferable creatures," Aiden replied, forcibly suppressing the growing displeasure in his heart through sheer willpower. Meanwhile, during Hogwart's regularly scheduled Quidditch match, Hagrid was attempting to discreetly locate Harry and Hermione without drawing unwanted attention to his mission. Unfortunately, his massive frame and obvious nervousness caused him to collide with numerous spectators, making him even more conspicuous than if he had simply walked normally through the crowd. Hagrid waved frantically to Harry and Hermione from across the stands, gesturing for them to approach. Hermione tilted her head in confusion and pointed to herself questioningly. Hagrid nodded vigorously in confirmation, so Hermione reluctantly pulled the match-obsessed Harry away from the exciting aerial combat and followed the groundskeeper toward the forest's edge. Hagrid led them both through increasingly dense undergrowth until they reached the heart of the Forbidden Forest, where ancient trees blocked out most of the afternoon sunlight. "Hagrid, where exactly are you taking us?" Harry called out with growing concern, stumbling slightly over a hidden root. "Hagrid, what's happened?" "You seem really worried about something," Hermione added, her analytical mind already trying to piece together the puzzle. "I didn't want to involve you kids in this mess, but since Dumbledore was forced to leave, I might be expelled from Hogwarts at any moment," Hagrid explained sadly, picking up a wildflower and nervously pulling at its delicate petals. "I just can't bear the thought of leaving him here all alone and defenseless. Entrusting this particular individual to young wizards is genuinely far too dangerous for everyone involved," a clear, spring-like youthful voice rang out from the canopy above. "Aiden," came three simultaneous exclamations of delight. Hermione, Hagrid, and Harry looked toward the source of the familiar voice with expressions of pure joy and relief. Aiden and an unfamiliar girl were casually perched on a sturdy tree branch like a pair of elegant birds, their presence somehow managing to be both surprising and perfectly natural. Crack, crack. A massive giant suddenly stepped out from behind an enormous tree trunk and reached out with one enormous hand, attempting to grab the two dragons sitting peacefully in the branches above. Astoria reacted with lightning reflexes, reaching out to catch the giant's approaching palm in her deceptively delicate grip. She leaped gracefully down from the tree and, with a tremendous burst of supernatural strength, threw the startled giant to the forest floor with bone-jarring impact. Without hesitation, she drew her curved blade from its concealment, clearly intending to send this potential threat directly to whatever afterlife awaited violent giants. Whoa, stop immediately. Please, this is my brother." Hagrid rushed forward frantically, his face pale with terror at the near disaster he had witnessed. "Oh, really? I'm terribly sorry." Astoria was genuinely stunned for a moment, then quickly hid the deadly blade behind her back and offered an awkward but charming smile of apology. Aiden also dropped gracefully from the branch and winked meaningfully at Astoria, only to feel a pair of pale little hands wrap around his waist and deliver a sharp, punishing twist. Aiden's expression remained completely unchanged as he calmly faced the others, giving no sign of the minor domestic violence occurring behind his back. "Aiden, where have you been all these days?" "I need to tell you how sorry I am," Harry began, his voice thick with emotion. The guilt of believing he had caused Aiden's exile through his own mistakes had been eating away at him constantly. "Nothing dramatic has happened to me. I've already sent word to Aunt Molly, so the family knows about my current situation. I've been doing quite well lately, so please don't waste energy worrying about me," Aiden replied with a reassuring wink. However, several smoking howlers currently decorating Astoria's office could serve as evidence that Mrs. Weasley was anything but calm about her nephew's circumstances. "What exactly are you doing now? Are you actively evading the Ministry's pursuit?" Trust Hermione to immediately focus on the most important strategic question. "Not exactly evading anything. We're dealing with magical creatures being actively recruited by Death Eaters for their cause," Astoria explained, finally putting away her curved blade with obvious reluctance. "You are?" Hermione asked with a slight frown, studying this new arrival carefully. "Astoria Greengrass," Astoria said warmly, extending her hand for a proper introduction. The moment their skin made contact, Hermione's suppressed memories came flooding back in a rush. "Astoria, but you, how is this even possible? Why would I have forgotten?" Hermione stammered, somewhat overwhelmed by the sudden return of lost experiences and emotions. "Calm down, just breathe slowly," Astoria said soothingly, patting Hermione's back while releasing a gentle beyond her ability to ease her distress. Astoria guided the confused girl aside to rest and recover, while Harry, Aiden, and Hagrid turned their attention to Hagrid's enormous and rather intimidating giant brother. "This is Grop, my little brother," Hagrid explained, beginning to sob with a mixture of joy and sorrow. "I found him when I traveled to the Giants' main gathering place for Dumbledore's mission. Our mother passed away some years ago, and Grop was being constantly bullied by the others because of his relatively small stature. I simply couldn't abandon him there. He would have died from their cruelty. We'll do our absolute best to help take care of him, Harry promised earnestly, patting Hagrid's massive arm in what he hoped was a consoling gesture. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed from deeper within the forbidden forest, growing louder with each passing second. Those must be the centaurs approaching, Hagrid said grimly, clutching his crossbow with white knuckles. They've become increasingly dangerous and unpredictable recently. The Ministry has been continuously restricting their ancestral territory, and I think they might be preparing to start an open rebellion against wizardkind. Excellent timing. Now it's our turn to take action, Aiden announced with obvious satisfaction, beckoning to Astoria with practiced efficiency. Before departing, Aiden pulled out a carefully sealed letter and handed it directly to Harry with serious intent. Make sure you give this to Professor Snape personally. Don't let anyone else see it first. Astoria immediately moved to follow, and both figures disapparated with barely a whisper of displaced air. Just before vanishing completely, Astoria managed to wave a cheerful goodbye to the still recovering Hermione. Who exactly was that girl? Harry asked with obvious curiosity, watching the spot where they had disappeared. That's classified information, Hermione replied with a mysterious wink, then led the way back toward the relative safety of Hogwarts Castle. At the Centaur settlement deep within the forest's most ancient sections, Aiden materialized with Astoria and prepared to enter the tribal grounds diplomatically. However, a full war party of centaurs burst out from the surrounding undergrowth with weapons drawn, their powerful bows aimed directly at the two unexpected visitors. How can there be exactly two people approaching when the prophecies spoke of only one? A particularly burly centaur stepped forward, his tone filled with genuine confusion and growing suspicion. Aiden simply opened his heterochromatic eyes and glanced at the speaker with mild annoyance. The dragon's supernatural might washed over all the surrounding centaurs like an invisible tsunami, instantly knocking every single one unconscious where they stood. Astoria's delicate features also showed clear displeasure at their hostile reception. Was that supposed to be an example of their famous prophecy abilities? Astoria asked with obvious disdain, frowning at the unconscious forms scattered around them like fallen leaves. Being constantly watched and analyzed doesn't feel particularly pleasant, does it? Aiden observed, raising his eyebrows meaningfully at her growing irritation. But their prophecies aren't even remotely accurate, are they? Astoria said, deliberately changing the subject to avoid dwelling on uncomfortable implications. They can no longer sense my true nature or predict my actions, Aiden explained patiently. My current physical form is composed entirely of woven dreams and illusions, and the constantly shifting tides of the collective unconscious sea make it nearly impossible for anyone to locate my authentic essence. So in order to avoid being locked onto by prophecy magic, I would need to reach your current level of advancement. Astoria asked, feeling somewhat frantic at the implications. Aiden hummed in confirmation, then took the lead as they entered the Centaur tribal grounds. Inside the settlement, two distinct factions of centaurs were engaged in a tense confrontation that threatened to erupt into violence at any moment. One faction was led by the aggressive Bane. They had already equipped themselves with battle armor and war bows, clearly prepared to march out and engage in glorious combat against their wizard oppressors. The opposing faction was led by the more moderate Ronin. These centaurs remained deliberately unarmed, their stance peaceful but determined. From their expressions and the emotional ripples flowing through the collective unconscious sea, Aiden quickly learned that Ronin's group was desperately trying to prevent their hot-headed kinsmen from launching a suicidal war against the vastly more numerous and technologically advanced wizard population. The stage was set for either diplomacy or devastating conflict, and the outcome would depend entirely on how skillfully Aiden could navigate the complex web of centaur pride, prophecy, and political ambition. Chapter 300, Creatures Hiding in Consciousness and Centaurs. Chapter 300, Creatures Hiding in Consciousness and Centaurs. Just as the situation between the two centaur factions was becoming increasingly tense, with weapons being drawn and ancient grudges surfacing like poison in an open wound, the two dragons chose that precise moment to intervene in the tribal dispute. Internal contradictions instantly transformed into external ones with the swift efficiency of battlefield tactics, so the centaurs immediately turned their shared animosity toward these unexpected visitors who dared intrude upon sacred tribal grounds. Bane and Ronin both approached with weapons raised and eyes blazing with unified purpose, their temporary alliance signaling just how deeply they resented outside interference in centaur affairs. Aiden said nothing in response to their hostile advance and directly expanded into his mythical creature form, his human facade dissolving like morning mist. Mysterious symbols flickered across his scaled hide with faint, otherworldly light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of ancient heartbeats. Bane and Ronin's eyes widened immediately in primal recognition and terror that reached back to their species' earliest memories, and soon every single centaur in the gathered crowd bowed deeply before Aiden's imposing draconic presence. Master of Consciousness, Ronin said with the reverence reserved for forces beyond mortal comprehension, stroking his chest in the traditional gesture of submission as he approached with careful, measured steps. So, what is the centaur's choice in this matter? The dragon's voice rumbled through the forest clearing like distant thunder. destruction or submission. The dragon opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of teeth like crystalline daggers, and deep dreamscapes began enveloping the centaurs as reality itself dissolved around them. They fell through an endless void where up and down lost all meaning, their screams echoing in dimensions that had no names. Aiden brought the terrified centaurs and fascinated Astoria through the boundaries between reality and illusion, crossing the ethereal realms' shifting landscapes and descending into the deep realms' forbidden depths where mortal minds were never meant to venture. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of falling through layers of existence, Aiden led them to the fifth layer of the deep realm, a place known with dread as the Spiral of Ecstasy. Here, in this realm where nightmares took physical form, Astoria witnessed the most authentic and horrifying form of the centaurs. The truth before her ignited her mind with white-hot horror, and fury rampaged through her heart like wildfire consuming dry tinder. How dare you commit such abominations? Astoria stepped forward several aggressive paces, her raised wand flickering with deadly green light that promised swift death to those who had violated nature's most sacred laws. Aiden's hand shot out like lightning and stopped her before she could complete the killing curse that burnt on her lips. As you can clearly see, this is precisely our way of survival in a world that offers us no other choices, Ronan said with crushing resignation, lowering his proud head while reaching backward with one trembling hand toward the source of their shame. Inside the Spiral of Ecstasy, countless bizarre vines spiraled and intertwined together in grotesque patterns that defied every natural law and moral boundary. The air itself seemed thick with corruption and whispered promises of forbidden knowledge. Protruding from the middle of the twisted vegetation were countless translucent eggs, each one containing a newborn centaur submerged within viscous fluid that glowed with sickly bioluminescence. But if you followed the arrangement from the innermost to the outermost layers, you could see with growing horror that the outermost row of eggs contained complete human infants in various stages of development, their innocent faces peaceful in artificial sleep. The eggs from outside to inside formed a complete transformation process from humans to centaurs, a horrifying metamorphosis that violated every boundary between species and transformed stolen children into something altogether different. Please calm your righteous anger, great dragons, Bane said with defensive defiance, though his voice wavered like a leaf in a storm. This merely gives dead children a second chance at life and purpose. After all, it allows them to see this world again rather than rotting in cold graves. Perhaps these children don't share your views about such a twisted gift, Aiden replied with cutting precision. After all, not everyone wants to become bait and guides for the Deep Realm kings in their games. Aiden's words finally exposed the terrible truth about the centaurs and the origin of their abnormal ability to actively connect to and observe the collective unconscious see with supernatural clarity. If it weren't for Eastern wizards capturing the entity known as life, you would probably just be batches of sacrificial offerings fed to hungry gods, Aiden continued with merciless honesty. Now you shamelessly talk about continuation and tribal survival, you cowards hiding in consciousness rather than facing reality. Aiden's face bore a mocking expression that cut deeper than any blade, while Bane and Ronan could only smile bitterly at his devastating assessment of their species' true nature. This is, after all, our ancestors' decision made in desperation long ago, Ronan pleaded with the dignity of the defeated. We had no say in their choices, but this cursed existence is already the only way for us to survive in this world. Please, show mercy to our people who had no voice in their creation. Ronan knelt before Aiden on his front hooves with desperate humility, his proud warrior's spirit finally broken. After hesitating for a long moment, even the defiant Bane knelt down beside his former rival. Forget it, Aiden said with casual dismissal that somehow carried more weight than any threat. Coming here today, I just need a simple answer from you. Please speak your will, and we shall listen, both centaurs responded simultaneously, their voices carrying the hollow echo of complete surrender. Are the centaurs preparing to incite rebellion against wizardkind, or have you already prepared to side with the Death Eaters in their war? The Dreamweaver's supernatural pressure was released without any restraint or mercy. The oppression from a high-level being made the centaurs struggle to draw breath, their lungs working frantically. No, we absolutely will not. Bane managed to speak with tremendous difficulty, his voice barely audible above the sound of his own labored breathing. Great dragon of the mind, I beseech you to spare them, a gentle voice appeared behind Aiden with unexpected authority and calm that seemed to push back against the suffocating atmosphere. Aiden turned around slowly to see a centaur emanating pure white light that seemed to burn away the deep realm's oppressive darkness, creating a small sanctuary of peace in this nightmare realm. Forenza, Aiden spoke the newcomer's name with recognition and perhaps a hint of respect. I am willing to make a binding magical oath on behalf of everyone gathered here, Forenza announced with quiet dignity that commanded attention. We will never actively antagonize wizards, and when wizards have internal conflicts among themselves, we will remain completely neutral. Is that acceptable to your requirements? Stop this madness. You cannot speak for the entire race. Bane wanted to protest this presumptuous declaration but was immediately silenced by Aiden's withering glare that promised unspeakable consequences for further interruption. Aiden raised his hand with the authority of absolute power, signaling for Forenza to continue with his desperate proposal. Forenza spread his arms wide in a gesture of complete surrender, and a golden oath flew from his body like a living thing made of pure light and binding magic. As the oath departed, the white light surrounding him faded significantly, leaving him diminished but resolute. The magical oath flew toward Aiden with purposeful intent, and he caught it deliberately in his grip before crushing it with casual violence. Golden particles immediately exploded outward and enveloped the entire deep realm with binding magic that would hold for generations. Firenze, you traitorous bastard. Bane's eyes turned red with rage that had been building for decades. Do you have any idea how many of us have longed to become a proper race instead of remaining these twisted abominations? His massive hands shot forward and grabbed Firenze's neck with murderous intent, squeezing with all the fury of a proud warrior who had watched his dreams die. Ronan pulled desperately at Bane's iron grip, using all his strength to prevent the enraged centaur from strangling Firenze to death in his consuming fury. Behave yourselves, Aiden commanded with the bored tone of someone addressing misbehaving children. The dragon returned to human form with fluid grace, completely uninterested in participating in whatever internal disputes would tear the centaur tribe apart, and led Astoria away from the deep realm's corrupted depths. On the winding journey back to Nocturne Alley through London's twisting streets, Astoria kept quietly observing Aiden with unreadable expressions that shifted like storm clouds across her delicate features. Go ahead and ask whatever's troubling you, Aiden said without turning, his enhanced senses picking up her emotional turmoil with ease. Those disgusting creatures we just witnessed, Astoria said with barely controlled revulsion. Why not destroy them completely and end their suffering? She was clearly prepared to learn from a certain excellent dropout's more direct methods of problem solving. The existence of centaurs is unfortunately necessary for the greater war we're fighting, Aiden explained with the patience of someone who had wrestled with this moral complexity for years. After they die, their corrupted bodies and twisted minds return to the deep realm and become nourishment for the deep realm king called life. Since that entity has already been forged into a weapon by Eastern wizards to fight against the deep realm's influence, the centaur's tragic cycle can continuously strengthen the wizard's power. Astoria fell into troubled silence, her analytical mind working through implications that made her stomach turn. Because this represented a classic trolley problem with no clean solutions. If you refuse to use these transformed deceased children, then the desperate struggle against the deep realm kings would necessarily require sacrificing the living instead. Aiden recognized that she could adjust her mindset given time and didn't interrupt her contemplation with unnecessary words or false comfort. Returning to the familiar shadows of Diagon Alley, they discovered that during Astoria's absence, Miss Witch had handled the complex administrative duties very well despite her inexperience. Why don't you just stay here permanently and let me have a proper vacation for once? Astoria teased with obvious affection, though exhaustion lined her features. No. Sister, no, mother. Miss Witch immediately rushed over and hugged Astoria's leg with desperate relief, her face showing the strain of days spent managing impossible people. Let me tell you about these insufferable Nocturne Alley fools. Then Miss Witch began complaining endlessly about her recent experiences dealing with the criminal underworld. Managing these wizards whose brains had been systematically damaged by prolonged exposure to dark magic was no simple administrative task, especially when dealing with those troublemakers who harbored hidden ulterior motives and schemes. Some had even repeatedly tried to set elaborate traps for Miss Witch, testing her authority and competence while probing for weaknesses they could exploit. Fortunately, as an avatar of a Sequence 3 dream weaver, she could naturally see through their convoluted thoughts and avoid their pathetic schemes time and again. Sigh, Astoria released a breath heavy with motherly exasperation. Didn't I explicitly tell you not to show any weakness to them, or they'd immediately think there's an opportunity to exploit? Astoria scolded gently while patting Miss Witch's head with affectionate comfort. Because. Miss Witch lowered her head with obvious shame, unable to meet her creator's eyes. Because her legend and corresponding identity originally brought the expulsion of pain and disease to suffering people, Aiden explained kindly, seeing her obvious hesitation. It's perfectly natural that she's not instinctively good at fighting or intimidation. Still want to play administrator to these criminals? Aiden asked with raised eyebrows and obvious amusement. No, no, no. I'm completely finished with that responsibility. Miss Witch immediately rushed toward Aiden with obvious relief and dissolved into countless white threads that merged seamlessly into his body like coming home. Oh, not good at fighting, you say? Astoria asked with dangerous sweetness, her voice carrying undertones that promised future retribution. What exactly does that make me then? Cough, cough, the letter I sent to Snape should have arrived by now, a certain dragon stammered, his usual composure cracking under her pointed stare. I really need to go find him immediately for urgent business. He fled the office in obvious panic, leaving behind only the echo of hurried footsteps. Heh. A meaningful laugh rang out from the office, low and rich with promise, followed by the deliberate sound of quill scratching against parchment as plans took shape. Chapter 301, Peeping Harry and the Twins' Departure. Chapter 301, Peeping Harry and the Twins' Departure. On Saturday, Harry went to Snape's office as usual to study occlumency. However, Snape had been called away to rescue someone because of a prank by the twins, leaving Harry completely alone in the dungeon office. During previous occlumency training sessions, Snape always extracted his most private memories and placed them safely in the pensieve. This time, with no one watching, Harry found himself overcome with curiosity as he stared at the swirling silver thoughts. Unable to resist, he stuck his head into the pensieve. Snape's memories immediately swept Harry back 20 years into the past. He witnessed how young Snape looked during his OWL exams, pale and greasy-haired even as a teenager. At the same time, he saw the timid Peter Pettigrew, the wan-faced Lupin, and the handsome, wealthy Sirius Black. Then Harry saw the person holding a wand and hanging Snape upside down for all to see, his underwear on display. It was his own father, James Potter. Harry browsed through 3 different memory segments in total, watching his father's casual cruelty with growing horror. The memory stopped at the devastating moment where Snape called Lily a mudblood in his humiliation and rage. Suddenly, a pair of large hands reached into the pensieve and forcibly dragged Harry out of the memory. "You arrogant little brat, just like your father." Lazy and conceited, Snape snarled, his black eyes blazing with fury. He grabbed Harry by the collar and threw him bodily out of the office. The door slammed shut with tremendous force, leaving only one sentence echoing in the stone corridor: "Your lessons are over." Harry fled through the castle corridors, feeling more mental anguish than physical pain. He had never expected that his father was truly such a proud and arrogant person, a bully who tormented others for sport. The devastating memories controlled his thoughts for days afterward. He didn't even listen to Hermione's sensible advice to continue attending occlumency classes, despite her repeated pleas. Previously, Harry had felt tremendous pride whenever he thought of his father, but now he only felt heartbroken and ashamed. The heroic image he had cherished lay shattered beyond repair. Similarly, his idealized views of Lupin and Sirius, whom he had always regarded as father figures and mentors, also crumbled under the weight of what he had witnessed. From the painful memories, Harry discovered that his mother seemed to actively dislike his father during their school years. This revelation made Harry wonder if his father had somehow forced his mother into marriage, a thought that made him sick to his stomach. A week passed in misery, and Harry sat listlessly in the Gryffindor common room, staring into the fire without really seeing the flames. Ginny noticed his depression and couldn't help but approach him with concern. "Harry, don't be so sad about romantic matters. If you really feel regret about Cho, you should go talk to her properly." "No, it's not about Cho at all," Harry said wearily. "I'm fine with that. It's about my father, and Sirius, and the others." He explained his situation to the gathered Weasleys, his voice heavy with disappointment. "Then you should definitely talk to them about it," George said, flipping over the back of the sofa to sit next to Harry. "But all communications in the castle are blocked by Umbridge, and the only external contact point is in her office." Harry shook his head hopelessly. Looks like someone needs his big brother's help," Fred announced, also appearing from behind the furniture. The twins patted Harry's shoulders together and grinned. "Leave it to us." The next day, the school opened career counseling activities for 5th years. In the Great Hall, Harry told Professor McGonagall with newfound determination that he wanted to become an Auror. Hearing this declaration, Umbridge immediately waddled over and mocked him openly. "That's completely impossible, Mr. Potter. Aurors won't recruit a student with such poor grades and an extensive criminal record." "Enough, Dolores." Professor McGonagall stood up sharply, her Scottish accent thickening with anger. "Is crushing a student's dreams something a professor should do? And if this young man wants to become an Auror, then every single professor at Hogwarts will help him achieve that goal." The other professors immediately stood with her in solidarity, as the founding principles of Hogwarts had always emphasized supporting student ambitions. Seeing that she had managed to anger the entire faculty, Umbridge's powder-caked cheeks twitched twice before she retreated with as much dignity as she could muster. At noon, the twins found Harry and told him they were ready to execute their plan. They would create maximum chaos in the Eastern Corridor, giving Harry exactly 20 minutes to make his communication attempt. Isn't this wrong? Harry's heart was full of moral conflict. After all, Professor McGonagall had defended him so courageously. Shouldn't he avoid disappointing her trust? "Cheer up, Harry. We're Gryffindors," George and Fred said together, patting his back with matching grins. "Sometimes doing the right thing means breaking a few rules." Then the two sprinted toward the Eastern Tower with bags full of explosive fireworks. Harry's conscience remained conflicted, but he ultimately decided that contacting Sirius was more important than following school regulations. He ran through the castle corridors to Umbridge's office and blasted open the door with a well-aimed blasting curse. Racing to the fireplace, he stuck his head directly into the flames and called out desperately, "Harry!" In Grimmauld Place, Sirius looked up from his evening drink in surprise. "What are you doing here? How did you get access to a fireplace?" Lupin also hurried over when he spotted Harry's head floating in their fire. "Sirius, Lupin, I saw both of you in Snape's memories." Harry hesitated, then told them everything about what he had witnessed in the pensieve, his voice breaking with emotion. Harry, you must understand that everyone has their foolish youth, Lupin said quietly after a long moment of silence. We weren't proud of everything we did as teenagers. As for Snevelis, he wasn't nearly as harmless as he appeared in his own carefully selected memories, Sirius added defensively. After all, he spent all his time studying dark magic and hanging around with future Death Eaters. Your father became an excellent person in his 7th year, and that's when your mother finally fell in love with him. Sirius recalled those distant days and showed a slight, nostalgic smile. They were perfect for each other by the end, Harry. Don't let one bad memory destroy that truth. Listen carefully, both men said seriously together. Your main task right now is your studies, and you absolutely must remember to continue attending Snape's occlumency classes, no matter how much you dislike him. They firmly pushed his head back through the flames before he could argue further. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Tower, the twins were scattering fireworks everywhere with wild abandon, turning the entire school into a spectacular mess of explosions and chaos. Umbridge tried desperately to catch them, but they kicked her directly into the magical swamp they had created earlier with advanced transfiguration. She sank up to her waist in the boggy mess. Haha, old hag, enjoy your bath. George lobbed another firework into the swamp for good measure, sending up a shower of sparks and foul-smelling water. But their glorious rampage soon faced interference when Umbridge's inquisitorial squad arrived in force and managed to corner them. This good show can't be ruined by you lot. Peeves suddenly materialized above the fray, wielding a large wrench as he began unscrewing the massive chandelier overhead. Professor McGonagall appeared with a stern expression and subtly reminded him, "You're turning it the wrong way, Peeves." Getting the hint immediately, Peeves quickly loosened the chandelier in the correct direction. The massive fixture came crashing down and knocked out 2 inquisitorial squad members in a shower of crystal and metal. Malfoy successfully dodged the falling debris thanks to Parkinson's quick push, but the twins seized this perfect opportunity to draw their wands with theatrical flair. Accio brooms. 2 confiscated broomsticks came flying through the air directly into their waiting hands. The twins mounted their racing brooms and began wildly throwing fireworks throughout the Great Hall while swooping and diving like professional Quidditch players. Umbridge struggled desperately to climb out of the swamp, mud and weeds clinging to her pink robes. She arrived at the Great Hall in a fury, only to find that the fireworks had already blown the surrounding area to magnificent pieces. The twins spotted Umbridge's approach and grinned at each other with perfect synchronization. Together, they lit their largest and most impressive firework yet. The massive explosive burst into brilliant life, forming a detailed silver dragon that swooped directly toward the terrified Umbridge with realistic roars and flashing eyes. Umbridge screamed in genuine terror and ran toward the Great Hall doors as fast as her short legs could carry her. But an old man leaning casually against the doorframe quietly stuck out his foot at exactly the right moment and sent her tumbling. The silver dragon swallowed Umbridge in one spectacular bite before exploding with tremendous force, throwing her against the wall and shattering every single educational decree that had been mounted there. Filch slightly tipped his hat to the twins in acknowledgement and quietly walked away, whistling tunelessly. George looked up at Peeves, who was hanging above the crowd in the entrance hall like a malevolent spirit, and rose to the same height as Fred on their broomsticks. "Give her hell from us, Peeves," they shouted in unison. Then the 2 brothers flew triumphantly out of Hogwarts Castle as fireworks continued exploding behind them in the sky, forming a huge, glittering W that could be seen for miles around. Inside the castle, Peeves saluted the departing twins with obvious respect before turning his attention to making Umbridge's life as miserable as possible. Chapter 302, Joke Shop and Department of Mysteries Preparations. Chapter 302, Joke Shop and Department of Mysteries Preparations. Haha, so you really threw fireworks directly at Umbridge's head. Inside Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, the twins and 2 idle dragons chatted comfortably by the crackling fireplace. The joke shop buzzed with colorful magical energy, shelves lined with pranking devices that occasionally sparked or giggled on their own. "Here, this is absolutely fantastic," George said with obvious pride, pulling out an ornate monocle and handing it to Aiden with a flourish. Aiden synchronized the magical content within the lens and transmitted it seamlessly into his own monocle, his eyes lighting up with appreciation as he reviewed their handiwork. "Brilliant work," Aiden said enthusiastically, giving the 2 entrepreneurs a thumbs up before transmitting a copy to Astoria for a review. "So, who exactly is this mysterious girl?" George asked with curiosity, hooking his arm around Aiden's shoulder in a brotherly gesture. "A business partner," Aiden replied diplomatically. I don't think that's the whole story," Fred said suspiciously, staring at Aiden, who was clearly trying to change the subject. "Hello, I'm Astoria Greengrass," Astoria said with a charming smile, extending her hand to shake with George and Fred in turn, her manner perfectly poised and confident. "Oh, now I remember," George exclaimed, slapping his forehead dramatically. "You're that Slytherin girl. How could we have forgotten you?" Fred said, turning to study Astoria with renewed interest and recognition. "The effect of a powerful memory charm that makes everyone related forget information about me," Astoria explained casually. And I'm currently the person in charge of a certain gentleman's organization. If you need some questionable materials in the future, you can come purchase them from me. She winked meaningfully at Aiden, then stood gracefully and disapparated with barely a whisper of displaced air. Oh ho, head of an organization, George said with a sideways grin, moving closer to Aiden with obvious intrigue. Questionable materials. Fred echoed with the same mischievous smile, also sliding closer with eager curiosity. All right, you two troublemakers. If you want a discount on anything she offers, go negotiate with her directly. I don't have that kind of authority anyway, the annoyed dragon said, standing up and walking toward the exit. Haha, the two remaining in the shop looked at each other and burst into knowing laughter. Inside Hogwarts, the twins' legendary departure continued to spread throughout the campus like wildfire, with students frequently paying tribute to their rebellious heroes through acts of creative mischief. Stink pellets and dung bombs were thrown everywhere with reckless abandon, making the ancient castle reek of sulfur and worse substances that defied identification. Peeves hadn't forgotten his sacred agreement with the twins either. He went completely mad, targeting Umbridge throughout the castle corridors and classrooms. Wherever she went, Peeves relentlessly attacked her with water balloons, stink pellets, and other creative projectiles that left her soaked and humiliated. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick deliberately ignored the complex transfiguration spells the twins had permanently cast on various corridors, allowing the magical chaos to continue unabated. Umbridge's administrative work at the school became increasingly difficult and frustrating with each passing day. On Friday morning, Lee Jordan smuggled a mischievous niffler into Umbridge's office through an open window. The creature nearly gnawed off Umbridge's ring-covered hand in its desperate search for shiny objects, so naturally Hagrid suffered the administrative consequences for poor supervision of magical creatures. Umbridge drew a large, vindictive X on Hagrid's evaluation form, citing inadequate oversight and security protocols. Meanwhile, Harry became increasingly agitated and unstable over these difficult days. First Aiden had been forced into exile, then Dumbledore, and now Hagrid faced dismissal. The people he could trust and rely on were continuously disappearing from his life. At the same time, Voldemort's psychological influence on him grew deeper and more invasive, with visions of the mysterious corridor at the end of the Department of Mysteries constantly flashing through his troubled mind. Closer, closer, Harry muttered repeatedly in his restless sleep, tossing and turning. Harry. Ron said urgently, shaking his roommate awake from another disturbing nightmare. Ha, Harry gasped, sitting bolt upright on his bed and breathing heavily. The next day, Ron told Hermione about these concerning episodes, and Hermione once again suggested that Harry continue learning occlumency from Snape but was firmly refused. At the intersection of Downing Street and the British Parliament building, 9 levels underground in the heavily secured Ministry of Magic, a familiar dragon once again visited the Department of Mysteries. Good morning, dragon. Come to play with me again. A certain elderly gentleman smiled warmly from behind his cluttered desk. How are the preparations progressing? Aiden asked without preamble, settling into a comfortable chair. Well, everything's completely ready. We have our most advantageous weapon against chaos properly positioned, the director said with satisfaction, squinting his experienced eyes. The prophecy orbs are all prepared. I'm curious about how Sister Tom plans to break through your legendary defenses. Aiden inquired about the tactical details of their carefully laid plan. She intends to incite a major riot on the 5th level, then break into our secure areas while we're busy suppressing the distraction, the old fox replied, having apparently completely figured out their opponent's predictable strategy. The 5th level. How did she manage to? No, wait. Is it the centaurs? Those treacherous bastards. Dragon scales began appearing along Aiden's jawline as his anger flared. No, you can't really blame them entirely, the director said diplomatically, pouring Aiden a glass of fresh lemon juice while handing him a coconut popsicle. After all, she collected quite a few centaur souls during the First Wizarding War. More than enough for her to hold proper sacrificial ceremonies. What about the Easterners? Have you managed to contact them? Aiden asked, taking a refreshing sip of the tart lemon juice. They've already received our urgent warning, the director confirmed, pouring himself some aromatic tea. Apparently, they'll be activating the Celestial Mystery Ritual for an extended period to ensure life doesn't suffer any unfortunate accidents. Celestial Mystery Ritual. Aiden looked at the director with genuine puzzlement and curiosity. Cough, I don't know extensive details about it, the director admitted somewhat sheepishly. Some things I learned accidentally, no, incidentally discovered during past diplomatic exchanges in the East. The director leaned close to Aiden's ear and whispered conspiratorially, in the distant past, Eastern wizards discovered that life and death have an extremely close, symbiotic connection. Using this profound discovery, they employed massive amounts of death to attract and successfully capture life itself. They established an incredibly complex alchemical ritual at the geographic center of their nation that deliberately blurs the boundary between life and death. They call this ritual that merges life and death into one seamless whole the Celestial Mystery Ritual. Where did they obtain such massive amounts of death? Aiden asked, raising an eyebrow with dark curiosity. That's an extraordinarily populous nation, the director replied with a knowing expression. Their annual death toll approaches the total population of an entire European country. Not to mention the tremendous energy generated by dynastic collapses throughout history, the director muttered without finishing his ominous sentence. But with this powerful ritual, their civilization has never experienced any significant gaps from ancient times to the present day, and they can produce large numbers of artificial wizards through controlled means. The director's tone carried obvious envy as he sipped his tea to moisten his throat. You're actually envious of their methods? Aiden asked with raised eyebrows. Humph, I certainly am not. And stop reading my mind, you intrusive dragon, the old fox said with exaggerated indignation. Don't we also have effective methods to transform ordinary people into wizards now? Aiden pointed out, spreading his hands reasonably. Sigh, we're still starting nearly 1,000 years too late in this endeavor, the director lamented heavily. How much effort and experimentation will it take to explore viable models for wizards and ordinary people to coexist peacefully? We can't expect to accomplish everything revolutionary in one generation, Aiden said with an unexpectedly mature tone. Relax and have patience. There will be capable successors to continue our work. But the most promising successors don't seem interested in taking over my administrative responsibilities, the director replied meaningfully. Aiden looked up to find the director gazing at him with obvious, teasing expectation. I already gave you Oliver's services, what more could you possibly want from me? Aiden said, decisively deflecting the uncomfortable implication. Knock knock. Oliver walked through the door carrying a thick stack of official documents and forms. Who exactly did I get given away to? Oliver asked with obvious confusion, his voice full of question marks. Nothing important. I was just saying I want to give you a special gift, the dragon said smoothly, changing the subject with practiced ease. He pulled out a unique prank device crafted by the twins and handed it over with a casual gesture. A product developed by my entrepreneurial brothers. If you find it useful, you can visit Weasley's Wizard Wheezes in Diagon Alley to purchase more, Aiden added, throwing in a helpful advertisement. Prank devices. Do you honestly think I'm still a child? Oliver protested while nevertheless slipping the item into his pocket and handing the important documents to the director. Are all these valuable prophecy orbs really going to be destroyed? A trace of genuine pain flashed across Oliver's features as he contemplated the loss. It's better than allowing them to pile up lives and create devastating chaos later, the director said grimly, signing the authorization documents one by one before departing with Oliver. Oh right, tonight this entire facility is in your capable hands, the director announced cheerfully. We're departing for the east on urgent business. The director's head poked back through the closing door, and gave Aiden a conspiratorial wink. Several black lines of frustration appeared on Aiden's forehead as the implications sank in. Chapter 303, McGonagall injured, Harry's nightmare, and lies. Chapter 303, McGonagall injured, Harry's nightmare, and lies. Due to the interruption of his occlumency studies with Snape, the pressure of approaching exams, and his complex feelings about his father, Harry's emotional control actually regressed significantly. For weeks, increasingly vivid nightmares flooded his troubled mind with disturbing visions he couldn't understand or shake. However, the looming OWL examinations left Harry no time to properly deal with his nightmares, so he could only bury everything deep inside and try to focus on his studies. On Monday morning, the OWL exams officially began, with the first 2 days covering potions and defense against the dark arts. Without Snape's intimidating presence and deliberate interference, Harry scored quite well in potions for once. During the defense against the dark arts practical exam, after successfully conjuring his corporeal Patronus, he earned excellent marks that surprised even himself. But starting on the third day, things took a sharp turn for the worse. During the astronomy practical examination under the night sky, Harry witnessed Umbridge leading a group of Aurors to forcibly expel Hagrid from the castle grounds. 6 Ministry Aurors pointed their wands directly at the half-giant with obvious hostile intent. My dear Hagrid, you know this is all because of Ministry regulations, Umbridge said with false sweetness, her toad-like voice grating against the night air. Enough, Dolores. You can't do this to him. Professor McGonagall stepped forward courageously, trying to protect Hagrid from the obvious injustice. Enough. Don't you dare call me Dolores anymore. Umbridge shrieked, hitting a deeply buried sore spot. As a half-blood witch, Umbridge had long ago erased her Muggle father's memory and hidden him away in the non-magical world. She had then frantically promoted her supposed pureblood status and finally, riding on Fudge's political support, achieved her current position of authority. Attack her. Umbridge ordered the nearby Aurors with vindictive pleasure. 6 stunning spells were simultaneously cast at Professor McGonagall, but having mastered advanced transfiguration magic over decades of study, McGonagall was not so easily subdued. McGonagall connected to Avalon's ancient power, and moon attribute magic flowed through her, making her body temporarily ethereal and translucent. The 6 hostile spells passed harmlessly through her transformed body, creating clusters of small white kittens that scattered across the grounds. What kind of magic is this? Umbridge demanded in shock at witnessing such extraordinary spell work. Professor McGonagall raised her wand with deadly precision and drew 2 perfect circles toward the attacking aurors. Decades of daily magical research and accumulated magical power flowed through her wand as McGonagall's spell unleashed a massive windstorm. The supernatural gale swept across the grounds and blew all the aurors high into the night sky like leaves in a hurricane. Crucio! Umbridge screamed while flying through the air, her wand tip bursting with malevolent red light as she cast the unforgivable curse. Ugh! Professor McGonagall cried out in agony, unable to withstand the surprise attack from the illegal torture curse. Professor McGonagall. Hagrid's eyes turned red with fury upon seeing this brutal scene unfold. He charged at the falling aurors with berserker rage, knocking each one completely unconscious with single devastating punches from his massive fists. Then he grabbed the dazed Umbridge by her pink collar and delivered several heavy blows to her face, beating her until her features were bright red and swollen beyond recognition. Hagrid! Stop immediately! Harry, Hermione, and Ron rushed over from their observation point. Hagrid, don't kill anyone, or Dumbledore and Aiden will have to spend even more energy cleaning up the aftermath, Hermione said urgently, bringing up the 2 names that could still reach him. You're right. I can't cause them more trouble than they already have, Hagrid nodded with visible effort to control his rage. You should leave quickly before reinforcements arrive. Don't let them capture you. Wait for Aiden and Dumbledore to return and sort this mess out, Ron immediately suggested, displaying unexpected tactical thinking. This sudden strategic insight made Harry look sideways at his friend, wondering if Ron had been secretly replaced by someone more competent. After hearing the sensible advice, Hagrid hurriedly scooped up the trembling Fong and ran into the protective depths of the Forbidden Forest. Let's get all the injured to the hospital wing first, Harry suggested, surveying the scattered unconscious bodies. The others nodded in agreement, using levitation charms to carefully transport everyone present to the medical wing for treatment. Merlin's beard. What in the world happened out there? Madame Pomfrey exclaimed upon seeing so many patients arriving simultaneously, accidentally knocking over her carefully organized medical records in her alarm. Please check Professor McGonagall immediately. They used the Cruciatus curse on her. Hermione said frantically, rushing forward with obvious panic. Great Merlin's ghost. Madame Pomfrey immediately abandoned everything else and ran to Professor McGonagall's side, casting multiple healing spells while administering potions to ease the lingering effects of the torture curse. Professor McGonagall's courageous action caused enormous repercussions throughout Gryffindor House and the school at large. Umbridge's hospitalization temporarily lifted the communication blockade that had isolated Hogwarts, and many students immediately sent urgent letters to their parents explaining the shocking situation. Since Umbridge had illegally used the Cruciatus curse in front of witnesses, a massive flood of angry letters poured into the Ministry of Magic. However, the increasingly desperate Fudge somehow managed to suppress the growing scandal through bureaucratic manipulation. The storm is finally coming, a dragon hiding behind the scenes smiled with quiet satisfaction. Are you absolutely certain this won't cause permanent harm to Minerva? Another aged voice inquired with genuine concern. Professor McGonagall was connected to Avalon's protective power at the crucial moment. I allocated half my computational power to shield her from the worst effects. You could say most of the actual pain from the Cruciatus curse was redirected to me instead. The dragon rolled his eyes at the worried old man. Their whispered conversation remained hidden in magical darkness, unknown to anyone else in the castle. Inside Hogwarts, the examinations continued despite the dramatic events. Due to Professor McGonagall's supposed severe injuries, she was officially transferred to St. Mungo's Hospital for extended treatment and recovery. At the same time, carefully edited medical records were discreetly leaked by a certain influential figure from Nocturne Alley's criminal underworld. The next day, during the tedious history of magic examination, Harry suddenly experienced a vivid vision directly from Voldemort's mind. He saw the mysterious depths of the Department of Mysteries with startling clarity. A familiar figure knelt helplessly on the cold floor, surrounded by sneering Death Eaters who pointed their wands with obvious malicious intent. Sirius! Harry shouted, leaping to his feet directly in the middle of the examination hall. He ran out of the classroom without looking back or caring about the consequences, while confused students and the examiner stared after him in complete bewilderment. Hermione and Ron quickly scribbled the remaining answers on their papers and hurriedly submitted them before chasing after their friend. Harry, what's wrong with you? These are the OWL examinations. Hermione's voice carried deep disappointment and frustration. Hermione, I just saw Voldemort torturing Sirius in my mind. Harry said desperately, grabbing Hermione's shoulders with shaking hands. Harry, calm down immediately, Ron said firmly, stepping forward to separate them while Hermione rubbed her sore shoulder where Harry had gripped too tightly. That's completely impossible, Hermione said with forced rationality. It's only 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The ministry offices haven't even closed for the day yet. A group of Death Eaters couldn't possibly break into such a heavily guarded facility. She took a deep breath and continued her logical analysis. Also, Sirius was specifically assigned to guard the Order's headquarters. There's absolutely no way they could have captured him without someone noticing. But Harry couldn't process any of that reasonable logic. I don't care about your explanations. I have to go save him right now. You're absolutely addicted to playing the hero. Hermione snapped at him with unusual harshness. Have you already forgotten how many times you've put yourself in mortal danger and then needed others to rescue you from your own reckless stupidity? Harry was genuinely shocked by Hermione's sudden outburst and managed to calm down slightly, though his hands still trembled with urgency. All right, let's first use a fireplace to contact Grimmauld Place and confirm the actual situation before doing anything drastic, Hermione said with forced patience. Only then did Hermione nod with satisfaction at this sensible compromise. Ron quickly gathered Ginny and Luna, and they all prepared to act together as a coordinated team. Ron ran off to create a loud distraction that would draw the inquisitorial squad's attention away from their real objective, while Harry and Hermione took advantage of the chaos to sneak into Umbridge's office and access her fireplace. Luna and Ginny were assigned to keep careful watch in the corridors. If anyone approached the office, they would shout, "Weasley is our king," as a predetermined warning signal. Inside Umbridge's pink-decorated office, the enchanted cats on the wall seemed to sense approaching danger and quickly found hiding places behind furniture and decorative objects. Harry stuck his head directly into the green flames of the fireplace, and after a dizzying spinning sensation, his head emerged in the fireplace at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Creature. Harry called out upon spotting the ancient house elf wandering nearby. Oh, it's Harry Potter, Creature said with obvious displeasure, narrowing his bulging eyes. Creature, where exactly is Sirius right now? I have extremely urgent business with him. Harry demanded frantically. Creature doesn't know anything about Master's whereabouts. Master went out earlier today, and Creature was specifically ordered to stay here and not move from this spot, Creature lied with practiced ease. Hearing this devastating confirmation, Harry's heart seemed to stop beating entirely, and he quickly pulled his head back out of the flames with growing panic. But not long after Harry's desperate departure, familiar voices could be heard coming from the second floor of the seemingly empty house. Creature, who exactly were you talking to just now? Chapter 304, Filch's help and going to the ministry. Chapter 304, Filch's help and going to the ministry. Harry pulled his head back from the green flames, his eyes completely bloodshot with panic and desperation. Hermione, I have to get to the ministry immediately. Sirius has been captured. Harry said frantically, his voice cracking with urgency. We're going with you. Hermione declared without hesitation, making the decision for all of them. No, you need to stay at school. I can handle this myself, Harry protested, breaking free from Hermione's concerned grasp as he prepared to leave alone. But Hermione's palm connected sharply with his cheek, the sound echoing through Umbridge's pink office. When will you finally realize that we're partners in this fight? Indeed you are, came a sickeningly sweet voice from the doorway. A limping toad-like figure blocked the office entrance, with inquisitorial squad members behind her pointing their wands threateningly at Ron, Luna, and Ginny as they were roughly forced inside. Harry found himself seized by Umbridge's stubby fingers and pressed forcefully into a chair in the center of her gaudy office. Start talking, Umbridge commanded, looking like a predator savoring her captured prey. About what? Harry replied, feigning ignorance despite his racing heart. Your plan to attack the ministry, and where that deranged Dumbledore and that traitorous bastard Prewett are hiding. Umbridge grabbed Harry by his shirt collar and roared directly into his face, her breath reeking of cough drops and malice. Acting headmistress, why did you summon me? Professor Snape's cold voice cut through the tension as he entered the office with his usual dramatic flair. Oh, dear Severus, I wanted to ask if you still have any Veritaserum available. We have some troublesome little thieves here, Umbridge said sweetly, lifting Harry's chin with the tip of her wand. I'm terribly sorry, but my entire supply of Veritaserum has been completely exhausted, Snape replied with practiced indifference. I used it all on the young wizards that Marietta confessed about. Enough doses for 10 people, as you requested. Snape reminded her with barely concealed satisfaction. Oh, unless you'd prefer me to poison him instead, which I assure you I would be absolutely delighted to do. Using his occlumency skills, Snape created an expression of eager anticipation that would have been terrifying under other circumstances. Oh, that simply won't do, Umbridge said with obvious regret. Things are far too politically sensitive right now. We can't afford to have any suspicious deaths on our hands. Snape nodded curtly and turned to leave without another word, his black robes billowing behind him. Since there's no Veritaserum readily available, I suppose I'll have to resort to the Cruciatus Curse instead, Umbridge announced with casual cruelty. I'm certain dear Cornelius will understand the necessity under these circumstances. She stepped forward and deliberately turned Fudge's smiling photograph face down on her cluttered desk. Drawing her wand with theatrical menace, deep red light began flickering ominously at its tip. Harry, tell her whatever she wants to know, Hermione started to plead desperately when the office door suddenly burst open. Argus. Umbridge looked with surprise at the unexpected newcomer. Filch stood silently in the doorway, his usual hunched posture somehow different, more confident than anyone had ever seen him. Is there something you need? Faced with Filch's uncharacteristic silence, Umbridge continued her inquiry with growing impatience. Nothing at all, ma'am, Filch replied with an oddly respectful bow. Excellent. Now then, Umbridge nodded dismissively and turned her attention back to Harry's interrogation. Expelliarmus. A powerful spell shot out from directly behind Umbridge's position. The disarming charm struck the office ceiling like brilliant lightning, then split into 6 separate beams that knocked away all the wands belonging to Umbridge and her inquisitorial squad members. Everyone present stared in complete bewilderment at this impossible turn of events. A converter. Umbridge's bulging eyes filled with horror and recognition. Come quickly now, Filch called urgently to Harry and the others, and they hurried to his side without hesitation. Filch pulled out a weathered cowboy hat and placed it confidently on his head. A gleaming monocle hung from the outside pocket of his brown leather jacket, giving him an unexpectedly distinguished appearance. This transformed Filch radiated complete self-assurance. No longer was he the bitter old squib who used harsh words to protect himself around the school, but a fully capable wizard who had finally come into his own power. Mr. Prewett specifically asked me to give you his warmest regards, Filch said, his weathered lips curving into a slight but genuine smile. You treacherous. Umbridge snarled, lunging desperately toward her fallen wand. Unfortunately for her, she wasn't nearly fast enough to match Filch's newfound abilities. 6 expertly cast stunning spells struck with perfect precision, knocking out Umbridge and all the other inquisitorial squad members before they could recover their weapons. Filch, how is this even possible? Hermione asked, her eyes blazing with intense curiosity and amazement. Due to the Ministry's strict information blockade, very few people knew about Mrs. Figg's dramatic transformation at the Ministry Tribunal that day. Knowledge about converters remained restricted to only a handful of individuals in the wizarding world, so Hermione was absolutely fascinated by Filch's sudden ability to cast complex magic. Mr. Prewett gave me very specific instructions before his departure to protect all the young wizards remaining at school, Filch explained with obvious pride in his new purpose. Aiden. Harry exclaimed, catching the most important detail. Can you contact him somehow? I'm deeply sorry, but I cannot, Filch replied, shaking his head regretfully. After Mr. Prewett left the castle, he seems to have locked away his prayer words so that even we cannot locate him. Prayer words. Ron spoke up, feeling completely overwhelmed by all this mysterious new information. Well, I still need to properly deal with Umbridge and her associates, Filch said briskly, not revealing any additional secrets. He went back into the office to levitate the unconscious Umbridge with a practiced spell, then headed purposefully toward the Forbidden Forest to dispose of the evidence. The 6 students looked at each other with a mixture of relief and uncertainty, until Neville stepped forward to address the obvious question. So then, how exactly do we get to London from here? I'm grateful to all of you for wanting to help, but perhaps I should walk the rest of this dangerous path alone, Harry said quietly, attempting to brush past the other 5. Dumbledore's army was specifically established to fight Voldemort and his followers. Neville declared firmly, grabbing Harry's arm to prevent his departure. Perhaps you don't have to face this nightmare by yourself, mate, Ron added with newfound determination. Harry considered their words for a long moment, then asked practically, so how should we actually get to London? By flying, of course, everyone replied with matching grins of excitement. They ran quickly to the area where Hagrid kept his tamed thestrals, selected several of the strongest-looking creatures, and took to the skies toward London's distant lights. After a harrowing flight through the night air, they landed near the red telephone booth strategically positioned between Parliament and Downing Street. They even boldly marked, Rescue Mission, on the official visitor badges issued at the heavily guarded entrance. Descending level by level through the Ministry's elaborate security systems, they finally reached the 9th floor underground. They passed through the complex circular hall with its spinning doors, navigated an extremely long corridor lined with flickering torches, and at last arrived at their destination. Harry finally reached the mysterious room at the end of the corridor that had haunted his dreams for weeks. He pushed open the heavy door with trembling hands and discovered countless shelves filled with softly glowing prophecy orbs stretching into the darkness. According to his vivid dream memories, Harry made his way to row 95. He looked desperately left and right but found absolutely no sign of Sirius anywhere in the vast chamber. He should be here. Harry insisted, sensing that something was terribly wrong with this entire situation. But a particular prophecy orb nearby suddenly caught his attention with its pulsing light, and he reached out instinctively to grasp it in his hands. His connection to the collective unconscious was infinitely amplified by the magical artifact, and he heard millions of voices speaking the ancient prophecy through Professor Trelawney's distinctive tone. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. The Dark Lord shall mark him as his equal. But he has power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. While Harry remained completely immersed in the overwhelming prophecy, Hermione's urgent voice called him back to dangerous reality. Harry. Harry spun around to see a black-robed Death Eater approaching them with predatory confidence. The Death Eater removed his silver mask with theatrical flair, revealing the aristocratic features of Lucius Malfoy. You really should learn to distinguish between dreams and reality, Potter, Lucius said with obvious condescension. What you witnessed was merely what the Dark Lord specifically wanted you to see. Lucius continued his villain monologue for reasons known only to himself, then commanded with authority, now give me that prophecy immediately. If you do anything to hurt me or my friends, I'll smash it to pieces. Harry threatened, raising the glowing orb above his head. Ha! Look how quickly he learns to negotiate. What an absolutely lovely child, came a voice filled with dangerous madness from the shadows. Bellatrix Lestrange. Neville shouted with recognition, drawing his wand and pointing it directly at the escaped prisoner. Oh, dear little Longbottom, Bellatrix crooned with mock sweetness. I remember your pure blood too, just like your dear parents. Tell me, how are they doing these days? I think they're going to be just fine. Neville declared defiantly. He raised his wand to cast a spell, but Harry quickly reached out to stop him, recognizing the trap they had all walked into. Chapter 305, Melee and Little Dragon Collecting Prophecies. Let's all calm down, Lucius said smoothly, raising his hand to suppress the mounting tension in the air. Why does Voldemort need me to get this thing? Harry demanded, glaring fiercely at the surrounding Death Eaters. He spoke the name. Bellatrix shrieked, her face contorting with rage. You filthy half-blood. It's quite all right, Bellatrix. He's simply curious, Lucius said, blocking her advance with his arm while maintaining his composed demeanor. The prophecy orbs here have been enchanted with powerful magic by the unspeakables, Lucius explained with obvious satisfaction. Anyone not mentioned in the prophecy who attempts to take one will be driven completely mad by the experience. You're really quite fortunate, Potter, Lucius continued, slowly approaching Harry with predatory grace. Haven't you ever wondered about the true nature of your relationship with the Dark Lord? Lucius's voice became soft and tempting, like a serpent offering forbidden knowledge. All the answers you seek are literally in your hands right now, and all you need to do is give it to me, Lucius said with a cold smile. Attack now. Harry shouted without warning. Stupefy. 6 stunning spells shot simultaneously toward the surrounding Death Eaters. The Death Eaters deflected the attacks with practiced shield charms, but the deflected spells shattered countless nearby prophecy orbs and explosions of silver light and ancient magic. At that moment, at the towering peak of the Hall of Prophecy, hidden in the darkness and covered by supernatural clouds, a dragon crouched, holding a purple crystal ball while cursing profusely under his breath. He wove intricate nets from pure dream essence, dropping them down through the air to catch the released prophecies from the shattered orbs through their mystical connections to the collective unconscious. Then he pulled the captured prophecies upward and carefully mixed them into his purple crystal collection device. Far below, the Death Eaters transformed into streams of black smoke, continuously pursuing Harry and his companions through the maze-like corridors of prophecies. Lucius materialized from the dark mist, reaching out desperately toward Harry's precious burden. Zoltrak. Harry raised his wand with newfound determination, and a brilliant beam of cutting light sliced through the air, striking Lucius and sending him flying backward into a shelf. The spell continued its destructive path and exploded at the end of the passage, causing countless crystal orbs to rain down in a cascade of shattering glass and releasing magical energy. The dragon high above cursed even more harshly but had no choice except to dramatically speed up his frantic movements, terrified of missing even a single prophecy in the chaos below. The group of students scattered at a crucial fork in the pathway, each taking different routes to confuse their pursuers. A trail of black smoke materialized to block Luna's escape route, and a Death Eater's fist emerged from the darkness, striking Luna hard and sending her tumbling to the cold stone floor. Stupefy, Luna gasped, raising her wand to counterattack, but the Death Eater kicked the weapon from her grasp before she could complete the spell. The Death Eater pressed his wand directly against Luna's throat, deep red light flickering ominously at its tip as he prepared to cast an unforgivable curse. But Luna smiled serenely at him and placed her palm against the Death Eater's abdomen. An attack spell exploded with tremendous force, blowing the surprised Death Eater away from her. At the same time, black smoke began rising from Luna's own body as she tapped into abilities that shouldn't have been possible for someone her age. Accio Wand. Luna cast a wandless summoning spell, calling her weapon back to her hand, then immediately hit the stunned Death Eater with a powerful stunning spell. Luna. Neville called out as he ran toward her from behind. Behind him, Bellatrix suddenly appeared like a nightmare made manifest and cast a vicious Cruciatus curse directly at Neville's back. Ah! Neville screamed in agony and stumbled forward, bringing Luna down with him as they both crashed to the floor. In the central corridor, the remaining members of the group continued their desperate flight through the Department of Mysteries. A Death Eater's black smoke floated alongside Harry, and a grasping hand reached out to snatch the glowing prophecy orb from his protective grip. Silencio. Hermione immediately shot out a ring of silver light. The Death Eater's magic was instantly sealed, causing his smoke form to split apart and dissipate. The pursuing Death Eaters behind them witnessed this display of advanced magic and shuddered with new respect, no longer daring to carelessly use apparition in their attacks. At the same time, Hermione flicked her wand with calculated precision, causing prophecy orbs on the surrounding shelves to begin falling in carefully orchestrated avalanches. Each sound of shattering glass made the dragon high above feel his heart bleed a little more. They ran desperately through the twisting passages, finally pushing open a heavy door to discover a room filled with hanging planets that rotated slowly in magical orbits. Ginny looked back at their pursuers, gathered an enormous amount of magical power, and unleashed a maximum strength area attack spell at the Death Eaters flooding through the doorway behind them. My dear sister, oh no, Aiden thought with genuine anguish, feeling like someone had stabbed him directly in the back. The violent explosion toppled multiple shelves holding crystal orbs throughout the Hall of Prophecy, and even more precious orbs crashed wildly to the stone floor below. The Aiden hiding in the concealing clouds had no choice but to reveal his dream nets directly, desperately catching as many prophecies as physically possible while they were still recoverable. At the same time, he infused the hidden power of order from the deeper layers of the prophecies into the Death Eaters' bodies as they passed beneath him. This ancient power normally wouldn't cause any immediate harm, but if they were ever infected by chaos in the future, the results would be catastrophic for them. The Death Eaters dodged the falling debris for several tense minutes and eventually realized that the shattered prophecies and the suddenly appearing nets didn't actually pose any direct threat to them, so they resumed their relentless pursuit of the fleeing students. The chase continued through the planetary chamber, the brain room, and the time room. One by one, Harry's companions fell behind, captured or injured by their supernatural pursuers. Finally, in the death chamber with its ominous stone archway, Harry was tripped by a piece of fallen debris and crashed heavily to the floor. The surrounding Death Eaters quickly formed an encircling formation around him, trapping him completely. They held his captured friends as hostages, making Harry hesitate to take any aggressive action that might endanger them. At this desperate moment, Harry regretted immensely not listening to Aiden's repeated advice to practice occlumency properly with Snape, no matter how unpleasant the lessons had been. Hey, did you really think, or rather, are you so incredibly naive as to believe, that a handful of children could possibly subdue experienced wizards like us? Lucius asked mockingly. He walked over, leaning heavily on his ornate cane, though it was obvious that his leg had been broken during the battle and was causing him considerable pain. The other Death Eaters weren't in much better condition. Some had their noses cut off by cutting curses, others were still bleeding from various wounds, and all of them looked significantly worse for wear. Unfortunately, Harry and his group were still too inexperienced in actual combat and hadn't delivered the killing blows that would have ended the threat permanently, instead giving the Death Eaters opportunities to recover and regroup. Lucius once again reached out toward Harry with growing impatience, commanding him to surrender the prophecy orb immediately. With no other viable options and his friends' lives hanging in the balance, Harry reluctantly prepared to give the crystal ball to Lucius. But then, brilliant white light descended behind them like the arrival of salvation itself, and a wonderfully familiar figure appeared before Harry's astonished eyes. "Stay away from my godson," Sirius declared firmly, then punched Lucius directly in his aristocratic nose with tremendous satisfaction. Lupin, Tonks, Kingsley, Moody, and more Order of the Phoenix members appeared in rapid succession, apparating into the chamber with their wands already drawn for battle. They immediately engaged the Death Eaters in fierce magical combat that filled the air with flashing spells and desperate shouts. Lupin let out an inhuman howl and transformed into a magnificent pure white werewolf, then pounced toward Bellatrix with supernatural speed and grace. Bellatrix was caught completely off guard as his powerful jaws bit deep into her wand hand, drawing blood and making her scream with pain and outrage. "You disgusting werewolf! How dare you try to infect me with your filthy curse?" Bellatrix's eyes immediately turned red with murderous fury. Avada Kedavra. The sickly green killing curse shot toward Lupin like a bolt of death itself. But Lupin easily leaped high into the air with inhuman agility and dodged the lethal spell with room to spare. Then he raised his wand again with predatory focus. Stupefy. The powerful stunning spell struck Bellatrix and sent her flying backward into the stone wall. In front of the mysterious veil of death, Harry and Sirius joined forces against Lucius and the dangerous Dolohov in perfect coordination. Sirius used an expertly cast banishing charm to send Dolohov spinning through the air to crash into a distant wall. Harry took advantage of Lucius's moment of confusion and pain to cast a perfectly aimed disarming charm, knocking the Death Eater's wand away and leaving him defenseless. "Well done, James," Sirius said proudly, fighting with increasing vigor as memories of his best friend filled him with renewed strength. A final stunning spell sent Lucius spinning twice in the air before he crashed heavily to the stone floor and lay motionless. Just then, Bellatrix, who had been lying apparently unconscious on the ground, suddenly sprang back to life with the cunning of a predator. She raised her wand to cast the killing curse directly at Sirius while his back was turned in victory. But then, amber and deep blue heterochromatic eyes suddenly appeared in Bellatrix's tormented mind with supernatural clarity. "Do you really want to kill him so quickly?" whispered a voice that seemed to come from her own thoughts. "Isn't he your beloved brother? Why let him die so easily when there are so many more interesting possibilities? Why not torture him instead, like you did to the Longbottoms? Make him suffer properly." Strange, seductive thoughts welled up from the deepest recesses of Bellatrix's twisted heart, so the deadly green light at her wand tip flickered and extinguished, replaced by deep red light that promised agony instead of death. Crucio. The Cruciatus curse struck Sirius with full force, and he collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep, pain-induced coma rather than tumbling through the veil. At the same time, completely unnoticed by anyone in the heat of battle, the black curtain of the veil of death that had been fluttering ominously toward Harry's position suddenly seemed to shrink back as if deterred by some invisible protective force. "Sirius!" Harry cried out in anguish, his expression of joy transforming instantly into horror and despair. He rushed over and gathered his godfather's unconscious form in his arms, checking desperately for signs of life. "Retreat immediately," Moody commanded when he saw how badly the situation had deteriorated. "Everyone out now." Bellatrix took advantage of the chaos to grab the precious crystal ball from where it had fallen and sprinted toward the exit with her prize. Lupin quickly leaped onto the stone platform, grabbing the unconscious Sirius with one hand and Harry with the other, preparing to evacuate them both to safety. Unfortunately, Harry broke free from Lupin's protective grasp and chased desperately after Bellatrix, driven by rage and the need for vengeance. Chapter 306, Dumbledore vs. Voldemort Duel, Passage, and Anchor. Ha ha ha. Bellatrix's mad laughter echoed through the empty Ministry of Magic atrium, the sound bouncing off marble walls and golden fountains with chilling resonance. "Crucio!" Harry shouted, directly casting the unforgivable curse without hesitation. Bellatrix was knocked violently to the polished floor, and the precious prophecy orb in her hand also fell and shattered into wisps of silvery smoke that dissipated into nothing. Oh! She rolled around in absolute agony, her body convulsing as the torture curse worked its terrible magic. "Kill her for the harm done to your godfather," whispered seductive voices in Harry's ears. "Blood vengeance is perfectly justified," they continued with growing intensity. "You know the spell to end this." Tempting whispers filled Harry's mind as a shadow emerged from directly behind him, and from that shadow stepped a curvaceous woman with an otherworldly beauty that seemed almost hypnotic. Her eyes appeared to have serpentine pupils that gleamed with dangerous intelligence, and her dark hair writhed unnaturally to form small snakes that hissed softly around her face. She gently embraced Harry from behind and whispered seductively in his ear with a voice like poison honey, "Do it, Harry. Finish what you started." Harry shuddered at her touch and violently pushed Sister Tom away, pointing his wand directly at her with trembling hands. Sister Tom waved her hand dismissively, directly knocking Harry's wand away with casual magical force that sent it clattering across the marble floor. "So pathetically weak," Sister Tom said, looking at Harry with obvious disdain and disappointment. Unfortunately for her plans, before she could take any action against the defenseless Harry, brilliant green flames suddenly lit up in the ministry fireplace with supernatural intensity. A long-awaited figure intervened in what should have been a pleasant reunion between Sister Tom and her intended victim. "I really didn't expect you to have developed such particular preferences, Tom," Dumbledore said calmly as he walked out of the emerald flames, holding the legendary Elder Wand with practiced confidence. "And I should mention that the Aurors are already on their way here." Sister Tom looked with obvious envy at the powerful wand in Dumbledore's experienced grasp, then spoke with forced casualness. "Humph, isn't this appearance quite effective?" "It's twice as successful when dealing with those pathetic men in positions of power," she replied with a graceful wizard's bow that somehow managed to be both respectful and mocking. "As for your Aurors, I'll have departed long before their arrival, and you should already be quite dead by then." Sister Tom raised her wand with deadly purpose and fired a sickly green killing curse directly at Dumbledore without any further warning. Both Bellatrix and Harry were pushed away by the tremendous magical airflow generated by the deadly spell. Sister Tom quickly sent the injured Bellatrix through the fireplace to transport her to safety. Harry was pushed behind the massive fireplace to take cover, though he could vaguely see a graceful figure walking purposefully toward his hiding place through the chaos. "Ha ha ha, you're getting old, Dumbledore." Sister Tom laughed with forced merriment. Though she was laughing loudly, her increasingly heavy expression revealed her actual state of mind and growing concern about the battle's outcome. Although gaining tremendous power from chaos had made her gradually less human in her thinking and reactions, she didn't dare throw herself completely into all-out battle with Dumbledore. Because she still needed to guard constantly against someone else lurking in the shadows, someone far more dangerous than the headmaster. A certain dragon. "Your worried expression doesn't tell me that you believe your own words, Tom," Dumbledore said with characteristic calm, then operated behind his opponent with fluid grace. He flicked the Elder Wand with practiced expertise, and the massive centaur statue decorating the ministry atrium came to magical life and began galloping directly toward Voldemort with thundering hoofs. Sister Tom pulled downward with her wand, and a tremendous burst of supernatural flame shot out, completely melting Dumbledore's animated statue into puddles of molten metal. However, Dumbledore flicked his wand upward in response, transforming the spreading flames into a cage of fire that surrounded Sister Tom on all sides. Sister Tom's dark hair suddenly lengthened dramatically, condensing into serpentine shapes that opened their mouths and systematically devoured the magical flames with supernatural hunger. Then she cast another killing curse with vicious intent, and Dumbledore operated away just as the deadly green light passed through where he had been standing. Sister Tom's serpentine hair automatically tracked and aimed at where Dumbledore reappeared, then spat jets of magical fire with deadly accuracy. The flames transformed themselves into a great fiery serpent that lunged forward to bite Dumbledore with fangs of pure magical fire. Dumbledore raised his palm calmly and drew several perfect circles horizontally with his wand above his outstretched hand, his movements precise and controlled. The nearby fountain was completely shattered by Dumbledore's magic, and he pulled all the water upward to sweep toward the attacking flaming serpent in a massive wave. The enchanted water extinguished the magical flames while simultaneously enveloping Sister Tom within a prison of swirling liquid. Magic flowed visibly between Dumbledore's palm and the Elder Wand as he worked his spells. He truly lived up to his legendary reputation as the strongest white wizard, using only basic transfiguration principles to thoroughly dominate Sister Tom in combat. Inside the crushing water prison, Sister Tom began experiencing serious difficulty breathing as the magical water pressed against her from all directions. With no other viable options, she was forced to use early the trump card originally reserved for her eventual confrontation with Aiden. A torrent of black mist erupted violently from her chest, and Sister Tom transformed into a mass of dark smoke that rushed directly toward the hidden Harry with supernatural speed. The black magical mist formed a miniature storm and squeezed painfully through the lightning bolt wound on Harry's forehead, entering his mind through that permanent connection. Then Harry's green eyes were completely overtaken by absolute blackness, his hands raised involuntarily, and two wands flew directly into his outstretched palms. Sister Tom's ghostly phantom appeared superimposed over Harry's familiar features like a mask of evil. "Ha ha ha, Dumbledore," she called out in Harry's voice, though the tone carried her characteristic cruelty. "How exactly will you fight me now? Are you really going to kill this innocent child to get to me?" Sister Tom's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the Ministry atrium, filling the space with the sound of triumphant malice. Dumbledore's consistently relaxed expression finally became truly grave as he contemplated the terrible dilemma she had created. But suddenly Harry's possessed eyes changed from solid black to the familiar amber and deep blue heterochromia that Dumbledore recognized immediately. Seeing this wonderfully familiar sight, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of profound relief. "Hey, you hypocrite," Sister Tom taunted from within Harry's body. "You were ready to kill Harry Potter to get to me, weren't you? Come on then, show everyone your true hypocrisy." Inside Harry's commandeered body, Sister Tom raised both stolen wands with deadly intent. She was fully prepared for what would come next. As soon as Dumbledore moved to eliminate Harry as collateral damage, she could enter Dumbledore's body in that crucial moment of his moral relaxation and weakness. From that point forward, no one in the wizarding world could possibly resist Sister Tom, who would possess both the Elder Wand and Dumbledore's legendary magical abilities. "Well now, Sister Tom," came an amused voice from within Harry's consciousness. "You really do love playing possession games, don't you?" On Harry's island of consciousness, a certain dragon stood up and casually dusted off his platinum robes with practiced nonchalance. "You." Sister Tom's serpentine pupils contracted with recognition and growing horror. The worst possible situation had occurred exactly as she had feared. Sister Tom finally understood that she had walked directly into an elaborately prepared trap. The mysterious boy in elegant platinum robes opened his previously clasped hands with theatrical flair, and countless silver threads flew from his palms like living things. Countless magical nets emerged from the depths of the collective unconscious sea, each one adorned with crystalline water crystals that sparkled with captured starlight. In the swirling black mist that Sister Tom had stirred up throughout Harry's mind, the nets sparkled brilliantly like jewels scattered across dark velvet. Then layer upon layer of the enchanted nets began enveloping Sister Tom's consciousness with inexorable purpose. The crystalline crystals embedded in the nets began flowing like liquid light, continuously pouring their magical essence into Sister Tom's island of consciousness. Countless stolen prophecies stirred up tremendous storms on Sister Tom's mental landscape, forcibly opening a permanent passage from the collective unconscious sea directly into Sister Tom's most protected mental body. At the same time, the countless nets began spiraling and condensing together with mathematical precision, forming a massive anchor made of pure crystallized dreams and prophecies. The anchor followed the newly opened passage and hammered itself firmly into Sister Tom's island of consciousness with tremendous force, completely fixing the passage in place and making it impossible for her to close or defend against future intrusions. Sister Tom, with her consciousness severely damaged by the assault and her mental defenses in ruins, could barely maintain her sense of self and hurriedly withdrew from Harry's island of consciousness. Black mist swept outward from Harry's body as she fled. At that precise moment, Fudge and numerous other ministry officials arrived through the Fleur network. They immediately saw the beautiful woman materializing from the dark mist, their eyes firmly gripped by her extraordinary supernatural beauty that seemed to bypass rational thought. But when the mysterious woman opened her eyes fully, those blood-red serpentine pupils that had haunted Britain for decades were instantly recognizable as everyone's worst nightmare. He's back. Fudge couldn't prevent himself from blurting out these devastating words. Nearby reporters frantically photographed both Fudge and Sister Tom, their camera flashes creating a strobe effect that illuminated the scene with harsh white light. Fudge desperately wanted to make excuses and denials, but it was far too late for damage control. Aiden also withdrew quietly from Harry's island of consciousness. Fudge immediately pointed at him and shouted with growing panic, "Arrest the criminal immediately." But none of the surrounding Aurors moved to obey his command. Their determined gazes were fixed firmly on Dumbledore, clearly showing where their true loyalties lay. Amelia Bones stepped forward at this crucial political moment and gave her own orders with absolute authority. Imprison Voldemort's accomplice, Cornelius Fudge, for treason and collaboration with the enemy. Fudge looked desperately around the assembled crowd, finding only cold, indifferent faces staring back at him. His political career was finally over. Chapter 307, Seizing Power, Changes, and Truth. Ugh, Harry groaned in pain, his voice echoing off the marble floors as he lay sprawled across the ministry atrium. Aiden, I'll take Harry back to Hogwarts first. It will be much safer there, away from all this chaos, Dumbledore said gently, carefully lifting Harry from the cold stone floor. I'll leave the rest of this political situation to you. The low, haunting cry of a phoenix filled the air, and Dumbledore disappeared in a burst of golden flames while carrying Harry to safety. At that crucial moment, Amelia Bones, Barty Crouch Sr., and Ludo Bagman formed a protective circle around Aiden. All three wore identical monocles on their faces, the gleaming lenses reflecting the aftermath of battle. The shadow of the dragon had completely covered this institution that had been inherited for over 3 centuries. What do we do next? Amelia Bones asked with the efficiency of someone ready to take immediate action. Increase the manhunt for Voldemort, begin intensive training for all Aurors, and prepare for the inevitable outbreak of war, Aiden ordered with calm authority that belied his youthful appearance. What about other countries? Should we send warnings to international magical governments? Old Barty inquired, his weathered face showing genuine concern for the broader implications. Just send standard warnings, Aiden replied after a moment of consideration, still wanting to fulfill his moral duty of alerting others to the danger. Also, put all available resources into the upcoming election to secure Ms. Bones' position as minister. And make sure to completely restore both mine and Dumbledore's reputations in the public eye. That Umbridge woman used unforgivable curses twice in front of witnesses. She should be sent directly to Azkaban without delay, Aiden concluded, looking at each of them with meaningful intensity. The assembled officials nodded in understanding, discussed their immediate priorities briefly, and then dispersed to begin their respective crucial tasks. Within hours, the Wizard Daily immediately published explosive news of Voldemort's dramatic return and announced the emergency minister election. When the Daily Prophet reporters finally arrived at the scene with their photography equipment, there wasn't even a scrap of evidence left for them to document. Many readers keenly sensed the Daily Prophet's obvious decline in relevance and cancelled their subscriptions en masse, switching their loyalty to the far more reliable Wizard Daily instead. At the ministry's highest levels, Amelia Bones officially took office as Minister of Magic. She immediately replaced the heads of both the Department of Magical Transportation and the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures with her own trusted allies. From this pivotal moment forward, Aiden effectively controlled the entire Ministry of Magic apparatus. With Amelia Bones securely installed as minister, Aiden promoted the capable Rufus Scrimgeour to head the crucial Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Kingsley Shacklebolt was also promoted to lead the Auror Office, ensuring loyal leadership throughout the law enforcement hierarchy. On the third basement floor of the ministry, Aiden pushed open the door to the Muggle-worthy Excuse Committee office with casual confidence. Arthur Weasley was currently working diligently inside, surrounded by stacks of paperwork and official documents. "Oh, Aiden. What brings you down here?" Arthur asked with genuine surprise, looking up from his desk with obvious pleasure at the unexpected visit. "Of course, to bring you some excellent news," Aiden replied smoothly, adjusting his monocle with practiced elegance. Arthur stared at him with growing apprehension, recognizing that particular expression. And so, the new head of the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures was decided through this informal conversation. Only Arthur's worn, familiar robes and his brand-new monocle seemed rather mismatched, creating an amusing contrast between his modest circumstances and newfound authority. Incidentally, at a certain dragon-specific request, the ministry specially arranged an OWLS examination for said dragon to establish his official credentials. He completed all the required exams in just 2 hours. The only reason it took even that long was because brewing the required potions consumed considerable time due to their complex preparation methods. Returning to Hogwarts with perfect outstanding grades across every single subject, Aiden was in an exceptionally excellent mood. Green flames flickered dramatically as Aiden appeared in the familiar headmaster's office at Hogwarts, the Floo powder still glittering around his feet. Dumbledore and Harry were sitting across from each other in comfortable armchairs near the fireplace, clearly preparing for what appeared to be a serious heart-to-heart conversation. Am I interrupting something important? I can leave right now, Aiden said diplomatically, waving his hand and preparing to make a tactical escape from this obviously emotional moment. But Dumbledore clearly didn't intend to let him off so easily. Harry just returned from the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey pronounced him completely healthy. Why don't you sit down and join our conversation? I'm quite sure he still has many pressing questions that require your particular expertise to answer properly. Dumbledore paused meaningfully, then added with obvious satisfaction, also, congratulations on successfully taking complete control of the Ministry of Magic. Taking control of the Ministry? Harry's eyes widened with shock and disbelief. Yes, the entire Ministry of Magic is now effectively under my direct control, Aiden confirmed casually, settling back into the luxurious sofa and, for the first time in weeks, allowing himself to lazily adjust the cushion behind him for maximum comfort. So wonderfully comfortable, a certain dragon murmured with obvious contentment. Harry's young mind reeled from this revelation. For the first time in his life, he felt like the entire wizarding world was some sort of elaborate makeshift operation held together by luck and improvisation. The Ministry of Magic, such a seemingly important and powerful institution, was now actually controlled by a young wizard exactly his own age. The implications were staggering. Beside them, Dumbledore exhaled deeply, the visible fatigue showing in his ancient blue eyes making him appear far older than his considerable years. Harry, I must first offer you my most sincere apology, Dumbledore said solemnly, closing his eyes as if the words caused him physical pain. Apologize? But why would you need to apologize to me? Harry asked with genuine puzzlement. Dumbledore's lips trembled slightly with suppressed emotion. Finally, as if making a monumentally difficult decision, he spoke the words that had been weighing on his conscience. I shouldn't have deliberately distanced myself from you simply because I feared that Tom might glimpse my strategic plans through your mental connection. I shouldn't have stubbornly insisted that Severus teach you a clemency when I knew perfectly well about the bitter grudge between him and your father. Finally, I shouldn't have hidden the terrible truth that only one of you and Voldemort can survive this war. Because of my delays and poor decisions, today's casualties and suffering occurred. Dumbledore's words carried profound sadness and self-recrimination. At this vulnerable moment, the person sitting before them was no longer the confident, spirited white wizard of legend. His long, painful experiences had made him overly cautious and dangerously hesitant, and this hesitation had created many bitter and unnecessary consequences. Now, before Harry and Aiden's eyes sat only a weary old man confessing his most serious mistakes by the warm fireplace. Tell him about the Privet Drive situation as well, Aiden suggested quietly, nodding meaningfully toward Harry. Privet Drive? This involves the Dursleys too? Harry asked with a surge of familiar anxiety about his horrible relatives. 15 years ago, to deflect Voldemort's killing curse and save your life, your mother Lily cast an incredibly powerful blood protection spell on you at the moment of her death, Dumbledore began, glancing at Aiden before continuing his careful explanation. I utilized this existing protective magic to cast an additional protection spell specifically on number 4, Privet Drive. As long as you return there at least once each year, as long as you still acknowledge the Dursleys as your family, and as long as you still consider number 4, Privet Drive, to be your home, then all malicious magical forces will be forced to stay away from you. Dumbledore revealed word for word everything he had deliberately hidden from Harry throughout all these dangerous years. Now, isn't it your turn to share the truth? Dumbledore said, looking expectantly toward Aiden and indicating that it was time for him to reveal his own carefully guarded secrets. Well, fortunately I just obtained an official unspeakable contract from that crafty old fox at the Department of Mysteries, otherwise this conversation would really be impossible to have legally, Aiden explained with obvious relief. He pulled out a piece of official parchment covered in complex magical symbols and handed it directly to Harry. What exactly is this? Harry asked, accepting the parchment carefully. The ornate text written upon it glowed with a faint but unmistakable golden light. The key to understanding the complete truth about our situation, Aiden replied seriously, interlocking his 10 fingers and looking at Harry intently through the gaps between his palms. If you truly want to know about me and all our dangerous affairs, you'll have to sign this binding scroll first. Fine. I'll do it. Harry declared without any hesitation whatsoever, immediately pricking his finger and letting several drops of blood fall onto the magical contract. Just signing your name would have been perfectly sufficient, the dragon admitted with obvious embarrassment. You should have mentioned that important detail earlier. Harry roared with indignation. After a small but amusing interlude involving cleaning up the blood, Aiden carefully stored the now activated parchment away. All right, young man, how much do you actually know about the Department of Mysteries and what they do there? Aiden asked with renewed seriousness. I've heard Mr. Weasley mention it occasionally. He always said it's completely full of crazy people, and nobody really knows what they're supposed to be doing down there, Harry answered honestly. Crazy people. Aiden thought fondly of a certain fox-eyed individual and laughed out loud with genuine amusement. However, our magical world isn't nearly as simple as most people believe it to be. Or rather, it's never actually been in a true state of peace and stability, Aiden continued, his expression growing more serious as his eyes narrowed with hidden knowledge. Behind him, the translucent phantom of an enormous dragon gradually appeared, as if it wanted to swallow the entire headmaster's office and everyone within it. Looking at this transformed Aiden displaying such an overwhelming supernatural presence, Harry swallowed nervously and prepared himself for revelations that would change everything he thought he knew about the world. Chapter 308, Deep Realm, Tom's Ambition, and Professor McGonagall's Return. First, I must tell you that the Department of Mysteries exists as the last line of defense protecting our world from forces most wizards cannot even imagine, Aiden began solemnly. Inside the warm headmaster's office, Aiden's voice continued to echo off the ancient stone walls as Dumbledore graciously handed steaming cups of tea to both young men. Like the Aurors do? Harry asked after thinking for a moment, trying to understand the comparison. Similar in purpose, but their targets are far more dangerous. They face the legendary Deep Realm Kings. The moment these four ominous words left Aiden's mouth, Harry immediately covered the lightning bolt scar on his forehead as sharp pain lanced through his skull. Hiss! What is that? Harry asked through gritted teeth, his face contorting with sudden agony. In the distant past, wizards discovered they possessed incredibly powerful mental energy that went far beyond simple spellcasting, Aiden explained patiently, watching Harry's reaction with concern. Wizards naturally desired to harness this raw power for themselves, and thus began their dangerous journey of exploring the deepest recesses of the mind. Aiden paused, his expression growing darker. Because their research went too deep and became too obsessive, it ultimately led to the catastrophic appearance of 6 Deep Realm Kings. Aiden casually waved his hand through the air, and the terrifying shadows of hell, folly, entropy, resentment, life, and chaos appeared one by one before Harry like a gallery of nightmares given form. Ugh! When the shadow of chaos materialized with its writhing, incomprehensible shape, Harry clutched his forehead desperately and collapsed back into his chair, his entire body trembling. Enough. Don't be so hasty with your demonstrations. Dumbledore stepped forward immediately, positioning himself protectively between Harry and the horrifying apparitions. But Professor, how much longer can you realistically protect him like this? Aiden asked with gentle but firm insistence. He'll have to face these truths eventually, whether we prepare him or not. And now Sister Tom can already be considered half an incarnation of chaos itself. Aiden's voice grew more urgent. Her chaotic nature perfectly matches chaos's essence, plus she possesses the magical power of an exceptionally skilled wizard. Once she successfully uses chaos to advance even further along that dark path, the victor in the prophecy will be permanently locked in place. Aiden stared directly at Dumbledore with unwavering intensity. After a long, tense silence filled only by the crackling of the fireplace, Dumbledore reluctantly stepped aside. Aiden, please continue. I can handle whatever you need to show me. Harry struggled to sit upright in his chair, his jaw set with determined courage. 1,000 years ago, I personally fought alongside Salazar, Godric, Helga, and Rowena when we once defeated the physical incarnations of the Deep Realm Kings in a war that nearly destroyed the wizarding world. Aiden began his tale with the weight of ancient history. Afterward, we carefully sealed the core fragments of chaos inside the very foundations of Hogwarts itself, using the castle as both prison and guardian. Tom Riddle, possessing Salazar's direct bloodline, naturally had tremendous authority within the school's magical defenses. Aiden's expression darkened with old anger. She managed to touch the protective seal we had left behind and successfully stole a fragment of chaos's core essence. Later, she used her own powerful consciousness to steal a significant portion of chaos's accumulated power, which is exactly why her very name brings such paralyzing fear to people throughout magical Britain. Aiden calmly narrated these devastating past events while Harry carefully memorized every crucial detail, understanding that his life might depend on this knowledge. So what exactly does Voldemort want to accomplish? Harry asked with growing dread. Dumbledore also frowned deeply, looking toward Aiden with obvious concern about the answer. She wants to systematically collect fear on a massive scale and transform herself into a completely new Deep Realm King. Aiden delivered his chilling conclusion. That's absolutely impossible, Dumbledore immediately protested, shaking his head vigorously. Fear is simply a biological instinct shared by all living creatures, while Deep Realm Kings are products of specific wizard agreements and ancient magical contracts. But fear can be artificially created in enormous quantities through systematic terror campaigns, along with new agreements forged in blood and desperation, Aiden replied, his eyes narrowing with dark knowledge. Dumbledore suddenly stood up from his chair with such force that it scraped loudly against the stone floor. She wants to incite a massive massacre across the entire wizarding world. Dumbledore asked with horror, immediately grasping the full implications of Aiden's meaning. Exactly. Aiden interlocked his fingers and rested them thoughtfully under his chin. Then we need to hurry and stop her before she can begin. Harry said, looking between the two older wizards with obvious confusion about their apparent hesitation. The fundamental problem now is that we simply cannot locate her anywhere, Dumbledore explained to Harry with frustrated resignation. It's really far too easy for experienced wizards to completely hide themselves when they truly want to disappear, Aiden added with a casual shrug. Harry also lowered his head, finally recognizing that he was being too hasty in his desire for immediate action. Then Aiden stood up gracefully, preparing to return to the familiar comforts of Ravenclaw Tower for the night. Before leaving the office, he turned back toward Harry and delivered a final warning. By the way, the matter of the Deep Realm Kings absolutely cannot be leaked to anyone outside this room, or the binding power of the unspeakable contract will prove quite formidable in its punishment. Hearing Aiden's ominous words, Harry couldn't help but think of the permanent scars still marking Marietta's face as a constant reminder of magical consequences. Walking out of the headmaster's office with measured steps, Aiden returned to the welcoming atmosphere of Ravenclaw Tower. Just as he arrived, the new issue of the Wizard Daily had been delivered to Hogwarts by a fleet of messenger owls, and the public reputations of all three key figures were finally restored to their former glory. Aiden. Ethan rushed over with obvious relief and gave him an enthusiastic, heartfelt hug. Oh, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost, Aiden replied with his usual warm smile. You, as long as you're safe and back with us. Ethan said emotionally, not knowing exactly what words could express his relief properly. Shouldn't our distinguished Master Prewett properly thank his loyal media ally? Edmund approached from behind with characteristic smugness, hooking his arm around Aiden's shoulder in a brotherly gesture. I'll send you the latest model Firebolt racing broom next time I'm shopping, Aiden replied with a raised eyebrow and an amused expression. That sounds really quite generous, Edmund nodded with obvious satisfaction at this promised reward. So, Fudge has finally fallen from power, and the entire ministry has fallen directly into your hands, Edmund said with renewed seriousness after their brief moment of joking. Aiden replied with a satisfied smile. My God, no wonder my father always said that when a Lestrange senses the changing winds of history, you must absolutely trust his intuition without question, Edmund muttered with something approaching awe. Do your family's intuitions have any particular limitations? Is it simply pure intuitive sharpness? Aiden asked with genuine curiosity about this hereditary ability. No, it's much more specific than that. I had the strangest feeling before all this began, like I was seeing my ideal dream lover when I looked at you, Edmund explained with obvious embarrassment. At the time I genuinely thought there was something fundamentally wrong with my romantic orientation, so I wrote to ask my father about it and finally learnt the truth. Edmund's cheeks reddened slightly. This is our family's unique method for identifying crucial historical crossroads and moments of destiny. Pardon my boldness, but when your Lestrange family's intuition activates like that, is it similar to going into heat? Aiden asked with barely suppressed laughter, having discovered what he considered a fascinating blind spot. Absolute nonsense. This is because we're affected by higher-level magical disturbances in the fabric of reality itself, Edmund began arguing stubbornly, his face growing redder. And what do you mean by heat? This is called intuition activation, nothing more. Just tell me whether this intuition has proven accurate or not. Edmund's indignant protests filled the dormitory with a cheerful, familiar atmosphere as his friends laughed at his expense. Outside the warm confines of Hogwarts, the storm of public opinion continued to ferment and spread throughout magical Britain like wildfire. Because many prominent Death Eaters had been subdued and captured within the ministry itself, the conservative faction's political power was dramatically diminished almost overnight. Large numbers of ministry employees found themselves transferred to new positions, and Amelia Bones thoughtfully established a brand new department where all the displaced personnel were efficiently dumped together. This new department was officially called the Dragon Dung Management Office, much to Professor Sprout's vocal dismay and endless grumbling about the appropriation of her specialty. At the same time, the newly reorganized ministry issued urgent orders for large-scale coordinated raids against known Death Eater sympathizers and hideouts. On Rufus Scrimgeour's strongly worded recommendation, they lifted all previous restrictions preventing Aurors from using unforgivable curses in the line of duty. The metaphorical bullets were loaded, and the approaching storm was rapidly intensifying. Inside the peaceful school, Professor Flitwick had carefully restored the swamp corridor that the twins had magically transformed back to its original pristine state. But he thoughtfully left a small patch of the boggy terrain as a permanent memorial to those two remarkable children who had brought so much laughter and joy to everyone during their time at Hogwarts. Dumbledore ventured alone into the dangerous depths of the Forbidden Forest and successfully brought back Umbridge, who had been unceremoniously thrown to the centaurs by the transformed Filch. He sent her directly to the hospital wing for immediate medical treatment. She appeared to suffer from extremely severe traumatic stress disorder, convulsing wildly whenever she caught sight of someone wearing a monocle or heard even the distant sound of hoofbeats echoing through the corridors. Draco Malfoy was extremely agitated due to his father's arrest and imprisonment once again. He brought his two usual followers to corner Harry aggressively in a deserted corridor. Seeing the hostile approach of the angry Draco, Harry also drew his wand in preparation for confrontation. Preparing to use magic in the corridor without authorization. -10 points from Gryffindor, came a dull, familiar voice from directly behind Harry. The distinctive sound of a walking cane striking the stone floor rang out with authority. Tap tap tap, as if someone was rapidly approaching with purposeful intent. Professor McGonagall. Harry exclaimed with relief upon seeing the newcomer. It was Professor McGonagall herself, who had finally returned from her extended treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital, looking stern but healthy. Mr. Potter, plus 50 points to Gryffindor for your demonstrated courage in opposing injustice and standing up to bullies, the deputy headmistress declared firmly. Her protective attitude and immediate intervention made it extremely difficult for Snape to voice any objections to her decision. Humph, Snape responded with a cold snort of displeasure, then swept away dramatically with Draco and his group trailing behind him like defeated shadows. Chapter 309, Chapter 309, End of Term and Journey Home. On the last day of term, the end-of-year banquet was held as usual. The four houses had been suppressed by Umbridge for an entire school year, and now they were all letting themselves go wild. In the afternoon, Kingsley led a team of Aurors to Hogwarts, preparing to arrest their most wanted criminal, Umbridge. Peeves faithfully kept his promise to the twins, continuously hammering her with a makeshift meteor hammer fashioned from a walking stick. The nearby Aurors turned a blind eye. So did the Hogwarts staff. Professor McGonagall was especially sarcastic, which was rare for her. "Oh my, how can you treat a prisoner like this? Let me loosen the restraints on our former headmistress, She patted her robes absently. "Now where's my walking stick gone? Has anyone seen my walking stick?" From Umbridge's miserable state, it seemed she wasn't any more popular at the ministry than she'd been here. Pure evil, huh? Aiden leaned against the window, watching as they carried Umbridge away on a stretcher. He raised his hand. A silver thread drifted out and attached to Umbridge without anyone noticing. After the last strand of dream weaving was completed, Aiden felt something shift inside him. The dreams that composed his body became lighter. More, closer to the collective unconscious sea. He understood. His potion acting was complete. System. Aiden called out to his old friend after ages of silence. Here. The system appeared. Sequence 2. Collecting data, integrating, analyzing. The system's voice turned mechanical for a moment, then returned to normal. Sequence 2, Insightful Observer. Ritual, perceive the full picture of the world while collecting no fewer than 10,000 secrets from the depths of extraordinary beings' minds. Wait, extraordinary beings. Where am I supposed to find extraordinary beings? Aiden found the flaw in this plan. In this world, what's most abundant are extraordinary beings, aren't they? The system asked back. Oh. That's true. Understanding dawned on him, and Aiden nodded. By the way, the system has already collected the discerner characteristics for the host. If you need to prepare the potion, you can directly use the system's brewing function. The system quietly dropped this bombshell. Hey, won't brewing damage it? Wait. Aiden paused. When did you get the sequence 2 characteristics? When the host was sleeping at Hogwarts, the system extracted discerner characteristics from itself through the castle's ritual for obtaining secrets. Nice. Well done. Aiden gave the system a thumbs up. Walking down from the tower, Aiden spotted Luna walking alongside Harry again. Why don't you go join their celebration? Harry was asking her. I want to try recruiting some people to help me search for Crumplehorn Snorkax. Luna handed him a handwritten notice. The Ravenclaws all seem to be avoiding me. Under Aiden's influence, the outright bullying behavior in Ravenclaw had diminished considerably. But cold violence? Even a dream weaver was powerless against that. After all, humans were creatures full of problems. Listen, Harry. Luna took his hand. I'm sorry about your godfather. For the first time, Harry truly felt Luna's pain. His own relative was just unconscious, and it already broke his heart. What about someone like Luna, who'd permanently lost family? Is there anything I can help with? Harry asked after a moment of silence. How about trying to drive away the Raxperts around you? A gentle voice appeared behind them. Ah. Both jumped. Aiden. Harry spun around, irritated. Can you stop appearing and disappearing like some ghost? Yes, so amazing. Why do you have so few Raxperts? Don't you have any worries? Luna asked, genuinely curious. I do, but I've thrown them all away. A certain dream weaver entered child-teasing mode. Indeed. Worries should be thrown away. Luna nodded seriously. The dream weaver who'd failed at teasing children. After chatting for a while, Luna skipped away, and Harry and Aiden each went to pack their luggage. The next day, at Hogwarts Station. Another year's end. This dark train would once again carry the young wizards on their journey home. Aiden didn't sit with his two roommates, instead turning to look for Ron. For this year's holiday, he was planning a solo journey. Of course, it absolutely wasn't because he was afraid of facing his aunt's roar when he returned. Hey, you're in for it. Ron smiled sideways at him. Mum's been holding back a term's worth of anger. It's fine. George and Fred'll share the fire with me. Aiden shrugged. How are they going to share the fire with you? Hermione was curious. Aunt's wish was for them to get good NEWT scores and then work at the ministry. But now they've directly dropped out and run off to open a shop. Aiden analyzed the situation. Do you think Aunt will be furious with them? Harry imagined the scene of Mrs. Weasley grabbing all three by the ears and couldn't help but smile. Since Sirius fell, Harry felt the whole world had changed. He didn't even care much about Cho's new romance that he'd overheard on the train. At that moment, three sleazy figures crept up from behind the compartment. They stood outside and raised their wands, pointing them at Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Aiden. Aiden had already sensed the three little troublemakers. He'd originally wanted to teach them a lesson, but someone was faster. Malfoy's trio's actions were clearly seen by the DA member sitting in the compartment next to theirs. Neville yanked open the compartment door. More than 10 spells shot out from inside. Hexes and curses intertwined, turning Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle into pig-headed messes covered in pus. Finally, Neville lifted them up, one in each hand, and stuffed them into the luggage rack like oversized suitcases. The train arrived at the station. King's Cross Station was still bustling with its usual chaos. The Weasley family was already waiting early, and behind them a fat figure seemed to be moving around nervously. Moody, Tonks, and Lupin were cheerfully threatening Vernon Dursley not to bully Harry during the summer holidays. Mrs. Weasley gave Harry a tight hug and promised to bring him to the Burrow as soon as possible. In the car on the way back, the atmosphere was terrifyingly tense. Now. Mrs. Weasley's voice cut through the silence like a blade. Shouldn't we have a good talk about our family matters? She swept her death glare over Aiden, George, and Fred in turn. First, Aiden. Can you explain to me what that wanted notice from some time ago was about? Mrs. Weasley began her roll call of doom. Please listen to me, Aunt. Aiden launched into a lengthy explanation. So you see, I've already passed my OWLS, and my grades are all outstanding. He hurriedly pulled out his report card like it was a shield. Sure enough, after seeing this, Mrs. Weasley's mood improved somewhat. After giving Aiden one more look, she turned to scold George and Fred. Chapter 310, Time Reversal and Reunion with Newt. After finishing lunch at the Burrow, Aiden returned to the old Prewett mansion. Sibby, he called for his house elf. Master Aiden. With a flash of displaced air, Sibby appeared beside him. Listen, Sibby. For the next while, if anyone sends letters or comes visiting, just tell them I'm conducting magical experiments. Aiden placed his hands on Sibby's shoulders. A dream slipped quietly into the house elf's consciousness, protecting him from potential mishaps. Yes, Master. Sibby felt shy under Aiden's direct gaze and didn't notice anything unusual. Entering his room, Aiden sealed the entire space with layered wards. The bone church descended, quickly transforming his bedroom into the interior of an ancient cathedral. At the center, a massive clock dominated the space, Aiden's unique creation, crafted using remnants of the Deep Realm King of Entropy. Its function: recording and opening passages to eras he'd previously visited. So I need to go to an era when wizards were generally active, right? When emotions were running high and violently turbulent. Aiden tilted his head thoughtfully. Behind him, a phantom touched his head. Yes. The clock hands turned. Waves of mechanical gears spread outward in perfect synchronization. A strand of golden flame danced at the center as spacetime and causality bent inward under his magic's influence. The surrounding environment stretched backward, and once again Aiden felt that intoxicating sensation, everything under his control. His vision kept pulling back, witnessing the shape of the entire world for the second time. Before he could marvel at the aesthetics of natural creation, that familiar falling sensation hit. He was dropping from the sky. Order reorganized everything around him. Aiden opened his eyes to find himself sitting on someone's office desk. Casually reaching out, he stuck his hand into a nearby pensieve. Prewett and Aiden. Two familiar voices rang out simultaneously. Aiden turned. The Dreamweaver's perfect memory identified the first speaker, Hector Fawley, 5th previous Minister of Magic. The other was his old acquaintance. Newt. Long time no see. Aiden reached out, and Newt simply lifted him from the pensieve like he was extracting a curious creature. Oh, you've grown up. Only 3 months. Newt bounced him experimentally, testing his weight. Hey, you're not still treating me like some magical creature, are you? Aiden complained. Enough. Hector Fawley, who'd been ignored throughout this reunion, finally roared. Playing tricks on me repeatedly. Do you want the Prewett family to break relations with the British ministry? Really? Aiden tilted his head innocently. But didn't the British ministry rely on cheap Prewett alchemical items to maintain its never-setting sun facade internationally? You. Hector got angry for a moment. Then just stayed angry. Nothing happened. Young Prewett friend, could you step out first? Theseus' commander, who'd been working overtime to mediate between his brother and the ministry, offered both sides an escape. We're holding a hearing. Newt'll come out to play with you afterward. Okay. Aiden raised his hand like an eager child, then obediently left. Outside in the corridor, a man in platinum robes waited. Whoa, you guys are impressive. You could even foresee this. Aiden raised an eyebrow. No, your concealment ability's too strong. It's just that arriving in a specific era creates ripples in spacetime. We followed those. The director touched his nose, a gesture that revealed his guilt to Aiden's trained eye. A mischievous smile curved the dragon's lips. Oh, come on. Don't be so distant. We're good friends. Aiden familiarly threw an arm around the director's shoulders. He could clearly feel the older man trembling slightly. Bang. The nearby door burst open, interrupting their reunion. Newt. Newt. Newt rushed ahead with Theseus chasing behind, calling his name desperately. Newt, do you think I like Grimson's methods either? Theseus spread his hands in frustration. Theseus, I don't want to hear your lectures about good and evil. Newt kept his head turned left, avoiding eye contact. You should raise your head and face reality. Theseus grabbed his brother's shoulder, spinning him around. Fine. I'm selfish, irresponsible, evasive. Newt's head swayed randomly as he listed his supposed faults. You know damn well that when the time comes, everyone will have to choose their position. Dumbledore included. No one can transcend this. Theseus released Newt and tapped his own chest with a clenched fist, trying his best to reach his stubborn brother. I won't choose. Newt raised his head to look directly at Theseus. The brothers fell into heavy silence. Then Newt turned and walked away. Newt. Theseus opened his arms. Come here. Quickly. He stepped forward and embraced his brother tightly. They're watching you, Theseus whispered urgently, then watched Newt leave with resignation. Oh, did you forget to bring me along? Aiden popped up on Newt's left with practiced timing. Don't appear and disappear like that. Newt rubbed Aiden's head affectionately. The two protruding dragon horns were somewhat bothersome, but the hair was still wonderfully soft. I need to go home and write a book. The editor's still waiting for me to send the new manuscript. Newt winked meaningfully at Aiden, who immediately caught his meaning. The two disapparated at the next intersection while ministry employees quietly followed behind. On the other side, in Paris, Grindelwald, with help from new followers, had broken free from the magical Congress's constraints. Old followers helped him clear out residents from the Paris stronghold. Green light flashed. 2 coffins were carried out. Phew. Grindelwald exhaled deeply. Indeed, after thorough cleaning, this place has become much more comfortable. He paced back and forth, then approached his subordinates. Take my letter to Credence. Begin his journey. The man in the beret nodded and left. When we succeed, thousands will flee the cities. Their final act will arrive. Vinda Rosier supported her chin thoughtfully. No need to make such a big deal of it. Grindelwald moved among his followers. All we want is freedom, the freedom to be ourselves. Then, to the elimination of all non-magical people. Vinda crossed her arms. Not all of them. We're not that cruel. Grindelwald smiled at his surrounding subordinates. Beasts of burden are still quite necessary. Suddenly, a child's cry echoed from the room. Everyone's faces changed. Quietly pushing open the door, they discovered a baby had been left behind. Grindelwald walked out. Green light flashed once more in the room behind him. Chapter 311, Chapter 311, Dumbledore and News of Credence. Chapter 311, Dumbledore and News of Credence. On the streets of Britain, Newt held Aiden's hand as they strolled happily through the busy district. Behind them, a ministry agent wearing a bowler hat followed closely, trying his best to look inconspicuous. The agent followed closely, then got completely lost in a sudden mist, spinning around and looking in all directions like a confused tourist. Meanwhile, passers-by were curious why this well-dressed gentleman kept making frantic running motions inside a red phone booth. Aiden and Newt leaned against a wall corner, watching the agent desperately trying to find the right direction. Your abilities seem to have become even more terrifying. Newt exclaimed with obvious admiration. You bet they have. Aiden raised his head and licked the vanilla ice cream Newt had bought for him. While the two were chatting comfortably, a disembodied glove appeared in front of them and waved cheerfully. Newt sighed. Dumbledore's come for us. Let's go. Aiden grabbed Newt's hand and gripped the floating glove directly. With a flash of displaced space, they arrived on an empty London rooftop. Dumbledore, couldn't you find a less conspicuous place? Newt looked at the headmaster helplessly. I do enjoy admiring the scenery from up here. Dumbledore turned around with a smile, drew his wand, and cast a powerful fog charm. All of London was instantly enveloped in thick, unnatural smoke. The smoke carried particles from fossil fuels, which Aiden could see with perfect clarity. Then his ice cream got dirty. Looking accusingly at Dumbledore, Aiden watched as the older wizard actually drew his wand and cast a cleaning charm on him like he was some messy child. What the hell? Aiden complained, flames flickering in his small hand as he incinerated the contaminated ice cream. Dumbledore operated all three of them to a quieter small square surrounded by Georgian townhouses. They keep insisting that you sent me to New York, Newt spoke first, his voice carrying frustration. And then you told them it wasn't me. Dumbledore smiled carelessly, like this was all some amusing game. Yes, even though you did indeed send me to New York. Newt's tone grew sharper. You told me the exact whereabouts of that trafficked Thunderbird, Dumbledore. You knew I'd definitely bring it home, and only using Muggle transportation methods. Newt's words came out rushed, clearly carrying blame and growing resentment. My family's always had a special connection with magical birds, you see. There's an old legend. Dumbledore was about to launch into one of his characteristic long speeches, but Aiden cut him off impatiently. When a Dumbledore family member needs help, a phoenix will appear. Your great-great-grandfather had a phoenix that later flew away. Aiden finished what Dumbledore wanted to say with obvious boredom. I've heard this story dozens of times already. I'll tell you the rest another time when we have a proper chance. Dumbledore winked at Aiden with good humor. So this family story doesn't convince me that you somehow knew about the Thunderbird's location, Newt said, his suspicion growing stronger. He was beginning to suspect whether Dumbledore had deliberately arranged for the Thunderbird to be captured and transported to America. But if Dumbledore had extra manpower available, why would he need to send Newt himself to New York? Dumbledore started to speak, but suddenly turned around sharply. A familiar figure was following them through the square. Let's go. He grabbed both Aiden and Newt, preparing to apparate, but was immediately interfered with by Aiden's conflicting magic. Dumbledore cast a puzzled look at the young dragon. No need to run. He can't see us anyway. Aiden explained with casual confidence. Indeed, the confused agent just walked right over foolishly and then walked back just as foolishly, his eyes sliding right past them. The three sat on a nearby stone bench, watching him pace back and forth like a wind-up toy. If he likes following people so much, let him walk more. It's good for his health. Aiden winked at them mischievously. Dumbledore ignored Aiden's antics and continued his conversation with Newt, his expression growing more serious. Credence is in Paris right now, Newt. He's trying desperately to find his real family. I understand that much. Newt nodded grimly. Have you heard any rumors about his true identity? Dumbledore asked carefully. No, nothing concrete. Newt shook his head. I have. Aiden gave a different answer, his young voice carrying unexpected weight. How did you? Oh right, you're from the future. You must have heard this intelligence somewhere. Newt was first curious, then understanding dawned on his face. Not entirely correct. The future doesn't record everything about the past comprehensively. For instance, regarding Grindelwald's plans, we only know, MMPH. Dumbledore first quietly cast a silencing spell, and when it had no effect on the dragon, he directly covered Aiden's mouth with his hand. Aiden looked at Newt and gave him a helpless, wide-eyed expression over Dumbledore's fingers. He's special, but Newt, you'd better selectively absorb information from our young friend here, Dumbledore warned, then released Aiden. Knowing that saying the wrong things might actually harm Newt in the long run, Aiden wisely shut his mouth. Pureblood wizards believe he might be the sole survivor of an important French family. A lost baby from a prominent bloodline. Dumbledore looked at Newt with unusual seriousness, sharing his carefully gathered intelligence. Isn't he Lita's brother? Newt remembered something important, his face lighting up with sudden realization. Shoo. Dumbledore made an urgent silencing gesture with his finger. I know, so we can only discuss this in complete secrecy. I feel like your way of spreading this secret information isn't exactly secret, Aiden complained and was lightly tapped on the head by Dumbledore in response. I can't confirm his exact bloodline, but I know that obscurials are born from lack of love. They're twin-born with darkness itself, with no other possible origin. Dumbledore paused, his blue eyes growing distant. But if Credence has a brother or sister who could potentially accommodate the Obscurus, he might still be saved from his fate. Impossible. Aiden spoke up bluntly to crush their hopes. Even if siblings truly could replace the Obscurial's identity, it just means his siblings become new Obscurials instead. Are you planning to rob Peter to pay Paul? Aiden raised an eyebrow skeptically. Dumbledore shrugged with disturbing casualness. Perhaps we could find examples of two people simultaneously accommodating one obscurus, allowing both to survive the process. With that single statement, Dumbledore had effectively volunteered two wizards as test subjects, which was indeed somewhat unhinged. I didn't expect you to be so radically experimental when you were young, Aiden frowned with obvious disapproval. I've already restrained myself considerably from what I used to consider. Dumbledore adjusted his hat brim, then looked directly at Newt with piercing intensity. In any case, Credence is extremely dangerous in Paris right now, both to himself and to countless innocent others. I'm hoping you can find him before something terrible happens. Dumbledore pulled out an elegant card and handed it to Newt with careful deliberation. This is where an old friend of mine lives. It's heavily fortified with the strongest protective magic and completely safe from outside interference. It can serve as your secure base of operations while you're working in Paris. After speaking, Dumbledore stood up gracefully to leave. Wait. Newt hurriedly chased after him, panic in his voice. The two operated through space, leaving Aiden still sitting peacefully in place. They've banned me from international travel now. If I leave Britain again, they'll definitely arrest me immediately, throw me into Azkaban, and toss away the key forever. Newt hurriedly grabbed Dumbledore's arm, desperation clear in his grip. Do you know why I admire you so much? Dumbledore suddenly turned mysterious, his eyes twinkling with that familiar dangerous gleam. Because among all the people I know, you're one of the precious few who doesn't pursue power and fame for their own sake. You're the type who genuinely struggles with questions of right and wrong. Dumbledore bounced lightly on his toes, swaying back and forth with barely contained energy. I'm happy that you praise me like this, but I promised Theseus I wouldn't. Newt began earnestly but was interrupted. Well, if you don't want to help, Dumbledore said with theatrical disappointment, taking back Newt's card and preparing to disappear with a flash of magic. Come on, Dumbledore, you manipulative bastard. With their former professor gone, Newt was left standing there in complete frustration, knowing he'd been expertly maneuvered. However, a disembodied glove suddenly appeared before his eyes again, holding up the same card with obvious smugness. Newt watched helplessly as the enchanted glove stuffed the card directly into his coat pocket, sealing his fate with typical Dumbledore efficiency. Chapter 312, Newt's Workshop and Jacob's Arrival. Newt returned the same way, finding Aiden sitting on the stone bench swinging his little legs like a bored child. Back already? Aiden looked up at him. Let that poor guy go. Newt pointed to the agent still spinning in confused circles nearby. Oh, I almost forgot about him. Snap. Aiden snapped his fingers. The agent walked straight to the stone bench, Aiden hopped up to give him the seat, and the men just collapsed onto it and fell asleep immediately. Come on, follow me to my house first. Newt pulled Aiden along, heading toward his modest London home. Why do you think Dumbledore can't go to Paris himself? On the walk, Newt and Aiden discussed the obvious question hanging between them. Maybe because he can't directly confront Grindelwald. Aiden quietly shared what he could of the truth. Why can't he? Ugh. Newt felt sudden pressure from space-time squeezing him, making his chest tight. Well, so I really can't get complete answers from you, can I? Newt stopped asking and changed subjects, recognizing the magical warning. Sure enough, the unknown pressure immediately dissipated. What about you then? Why'd you run back from the future? Newt asked instead. To advance. Aiden said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. What's advancement? Newt felt his confusion growing with each new question. You can think of it as a way for me to become stronger. Aiden winked at him mischievously. That makes sense, I suppose. With time travel happening, it's not strange that getting stronger would require going to specific places. Newt thought about it and accepted the explanation. Actually, it was Newt's amazing intuition telling him this was the correct answer, even if incomplete. The two arrived at Newt's house. Clanging sounds echoed from inside. Did your house get robbed? Aiden raised an eyebrow. Newt handed his case to Aiden, quickly pulled out his key, and opened the front door with obvious concern. Inside the room, a whole nest of nifflers were enthusiastically ransacking metal items from throughout Newt's house. One even climbed up Aiden's clothes to his neck, tiny paws reaching for the system pendant. This idea was cut short by Newt before it could be attempted. Otherwise Aiden would have been curious to see what the system looked like stuffed in a niffler's pouch. Heh. A cold laugh sounded in the void. Aiden quickly put away his amused smile. Newt rushed in, grabbing the nifflers one by one like he was collecting escaped pets, then prepared to head into the breeding area he'd set up downstairs. But suddenly came the sound of bottles crashing behind him. He spun around. A determined niffler was struggling to pull the cork from an expensive champagne bottle, its little face scrunched with effort. The tiny creature gave one final tug, pulled out the cork, and was simultaneously blown backward by the champagne's explosive opening. Aiden hooked his wand lazily. The spraying wine stopped mid-air and flowed back into the bottle in reverse. Buntai. The nifflers got out. Newt called, grabbing several more escapees before heading downstairs. Aiden set the champagne properly, sniffed it appreciatively, then magically sealed it. It looked like he could mooch some good wine from Newt for dinner. Following Newt into his workshop, Aiden discovered the inside had been transformed to be incredibly spacious with powerful extension charms. The basement was practically its own ecosystem. At the bottom level, Newt was chatting with a young woman who looked flustered and apologetic. "I'm so sorry, it must have been when I was cleaning the bowtruckle cage earlier that I accidentally let them out." Buntai apologized earnestly. "It's fine, don't worry about it." Newt went directly to tend his creatures. "I've already fed them all, given Pinky his nasal drops, and Elsie's droppings look normal too," Buntai reported efficiently. "Good, then you can head home for the day." Newt hugged several mooncalves and administered their eye drops with practiced care. "Oh, who's this?" "Your child." Buntai suddenly spotted the silver-haired dragon person leaning casually against the railing. "No, look at his dragon horns. That's the unique marking of the Prewett family." Newt explained without looking up. "Oh, sorry." "No worries." Then Newt dived into the water with surprising grace, pulling a massive kelpie as he leapt out in one fluid motion. The entire lake surged upward, flooding Newt's bottom-level workspace. But magically, not a single drop crossed the stone barriers on either side. Newt rode the kelpie to shore like some aquatic cowboy, and Buntai handed him medicine with practiced timing. "If you dare bite Buntai again, you'll be in serious trouble." Newt scolded the water horse, though it nuzzled against him affectionately in response. Suddenly, sounds of frantic rummaging came from Newt's attic above. "What's that?" Buntai looked up with concern. Newt cautiously drew his wand and dried himself with a quick charm. "Buntai, you need to leave. Now. Use the flow network." "Aiden, I need backup," Newt rapidly ordered, his voice taking on the authority of someone used to handling dangerous creatures. The three split up instantly. Aiden and Newt held their wands ready, creeping quietly behind the doorframe like they were approaching a sleeping dragon. But a certain Dreamweaver's broad-sensing field already knew exactly who their visitor was, so he simply tucked his wand away. Safe. Newt saw Aiden lower his guard and knew it was probably fine upstairs. He pushed open the door and walked out boldly. Inside, he found Jacob Kowalski holding some of his pottery, with Queenie behind him tugging at his sleeve like she was trying to hold him back from something. Newt. Seeing his friend, Jacob stretched out both arms and ran over for an enthusiastic hug. "Oh, and you too, little dragon man." Jacob also wrapped Aiden in a warm embrace. "Hope you don't mind, we let ourselves in. The rain outside just wouldn't quit." Queenie took off her coat and Jacob's, hanging them on the coat rack with domestic efficiency. "But shouldn't you have forgotten everything from before?" Newt was genuinely curious, studying Jacob's face. "Hoo-hoo." Jacob laughed happily, covering his mouth. "Didn't work on me, buddy. You said yourself, that potion only removes bad memories. This." He gestured toward Queenie with obvious adoration. "This angel reminded me of all the good stuff, so here we are." Jacob's smile was somewhat strange, and Queenie immediately rushed over to support him as he kept nuzzling against her neck like he couldn't quite control himself. Unfortunately, Newt didn't notice any of this concerning behavior and simply congratulated them. "This is wonderful news." "Not necessarily." Aiden looked directly into Queenie's eyes, and she instinctively avoided his penetrating gaze. "Where's Tina?" Newt stepped outside, hoping to see if anyone else was there. "Ah, but it's just the two of us here. Me and Jacob." Queenie didn't dare meet Aiden's knowing eyes and hurriedly looked away. "Oh." Newt's disappointment was obvious. He sighed softly. "Well then, let me make you all something to eat," Queenie suggested brightly, clearly wanting to change the subject. "Great." Jacob's voice came out strangely drawn out. After a while, Queenie had prepared a sumptuous dinner that filled Newt's kitchen with delicious aromas. She thoughtfully helped Jacob sit down and tied a napkin around his neck like he was a child who might spill. "Teenie hasn't been talking to me much lately." She spared a glance at Newt and Aiden while cutting Jacob's food into smaller pieces. "What happened between you two?" Newt leaned forward at the dining table. "Well, you know, she found out I've been secretly meeting with Jacob. She doesn't like it because of the international statute." Queenie served the food and carefully helped Jacob with the tougher pieces to prevent him from choking. "No dating, no majas, no marrying, no majas, blah blah blah." She swayed her head while cutting, mimicking official rhetoric. "And she seems upset because of you too." Queenie smiled at Newt, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Me?" Newt looked genuinely puzzled. Because you're engaged. It was right there in Spellbound, the hero who captured Grindelwald, Newt's commander's engagement to Leta Lestrange. Queenie waved her wand, and a glossy magazine flew over from their luggage, automatically flipping to Newt's feature page. That's not me getting engaged, that's my brother Theseus who's marrying Leta. Newt explained quickly. Oh, dear. Queenie's expression immediately wilted, and she looked awkwardly at the floor. Chapter 313, Breaking the Spell, Love, and Argument. Well, after Tina saw this news, she started dating other people. Queenie looked directly at Newt with obvious meaning. Aiden picked up the pie Queenie had made and took a bite. Not bad at all. Oh, Newt, never good at communication, fumbled for words like he was trying to catch smoke. He's an Auror. His name's Achilles Tolliver. Queenie's voice carried just a hint of satisfaction. Jacob suddenly grabbed Aiden's hand and burst into laughter. Tolliver. Ha ha ha. Queenie, are you? Aiden narrowed his eyes at her with growing suspicion. Anyway, this trip's very special for us. Queenie quickly interrupted while pouring Jacob a glass of champagne. We're getting married. Jacob laughed and splashed wine on his own face like it was the funniest thing in the world. You put a spell on him, didn't you? Newt thought clearly, watching Jacob's strange behavior. What? I didn't do anything. Queenie grabbed a napkin to wipe Jacob's face, but her hands shook slightly. Sorry, could you please not read my thoughts anymore? Newt shook his head in frustration. Queenie, do you know that keeping someone's emotions constantly elevated can seriously damage their body? Aiden spoke up with clinical precision. Oh, how could that be? We're so happy. Only happy. Queenie looked at Jacob with forced adoration. Newt couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and drew his wand while Aiden waved his hand, summoning his staff in a flash of silver light. Queenie quickly jumped up, blocking Jacob protectively while looking warily at both of them. Please don't do this. Queenie, if you really want to marry him, you shouldn't worry about getting hurt. Newt tilted his head toward Jacob. Maybe we can break the spell and let him speak for himself. And you know, children born through these methods can never feel love properly, Aiden added, his voice gentle but firm. If the child's ordinary, it might be fine. But if they have magical power, the chances of becoming an obscurial or dark wizard increase dramatically. After hearing this, Queenie fell silent. She slowly stepped back, her face crumbling. What are you holding, little dragon man? And Newt, you too, what do you want to do? Ha 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 ha. Jacob in his seat seemed completely disconnected from reality, swaying back and forth. Silencio. Aiden's staff flashed, forming a subtle ring of light around Jacob that sank into his body. Congratulations on your engagement, Jacob. Newt's voice dripped with bitter sarcasm. Wait, what? Jacob blinked rapidly, looking completely confused. What engagement? Newt tucked his wand back into his chest holster, staring at Queenie with obvious shock. Oh no. You wouldn't. But even as he said it, Newt knew she absolutely would. Queenie immediately started packing her things with jerky, panicked movements. She kicked open Newt's front door so hard it banged against the wall. Queenie, wait. Jacob waved desperately at Aiden and Newt. Queenie. He chased after her, stopping at the doorway like he'd hit an invisible wall. Nice seeing you all, by the way. He turned back with genuine confusion. Where am I exactly? London, Aiden said, putting away his staff. Ha. I've always wanted to come here. Jacob rushed outside after Queenie. In the suddenly quiet room, only Aiden and Newt remained. Aiden picked up the champagne bottle and took another sip. Not bad. A bit of sweetness balanced the bubbles perfectly. What you said just now. Newt began carefully. Aiden nodded. Whether it's our wizarding potions or spells, they're all products created under magic's correction of reality. Life created through this direct method of correcting reality can never carry genuine emotions. Newt fell silent after hearing this, picking up his wine glass for a long sip. You're not planning to slip someone a love potion, are you? Aiden raised his eyebrows meaningfully at Newt. How could I? And don't read my mind. Newt shook his head so vigorously his hair flopped. The two continued chatting sporadically while Jacob finally caught up with Queenie outside on the rain-slicked street. Queenie, honey, I'm curious. When exactly were you planning to wake me up? After we had 5 kids. Queenie walked forward with determined steps, dragging her luggage while Jacob chased after her like a lost puppy. Hearing Jacob's words, Queenie spun around and pressed close to him, her eyes bright with unshed tears. What's wrong with wanting to marry you? Wanting a real home? Queenie looked at Jacob with raw sorrow. Okay. Jacob's head turned aside, being careful because he genuinely cared about her feelings. I just want what other people have. Is that too much to ask? Seeing Jacob's evasion, Queenie turned and continued walking with sharp, angry steps. Wait, honey. We've discussed this dozens of times. Jacob quickly caught up, putting his arm around Queenie's shoulder. If they find out we're married, you'll be thrown in prison. I can't accept that risk. They don't like someone like me marrying someone like you. You're a witch, and I'm just a... He gestured helplessly at himself. Whoosh. Queenie made an impatient shushing sound, thoroughly disgusted with Makusa's discriminatory restrictions. But Britain's already making progress. They'll let us be together here. Queenie looked at Jacob with desperate hope. But sweetheart, there's no need to use magic to enchant me. Jacob brushed away Queenie's damp hair and wiped the tears from her eyes with infinite gentleness. I'm already enchanted by you naturally. I love you so much it hurts. But honey, I don't want you giving up everything for me. This isn't giving me a choice in my own life, Jacob tried to explain patiently. But Queenie couldn't understand his meaning. As a legilimens, she clearly saw the retreat and feelings of unworthiness flooding Jacob's mind. You're the one not giving me a choice. One of us has to be brave, and you're just a coward. In her anger and hurt, Queenie said exactly the wrong thing. Coward. Heh. Jacob ran his hand through his wet hair, turned in a complete circle, then faced Queenie again with obvious pain. Equally angry now, he glared at her. If I'm a coward, then you're... He caught himself and held back the rest, but the legilimens had already read the cruel answer from his unguarded thoughts. Crazy. Queenie's eyes filled with crushing disappointment. I didn't say it, Jacob's face looked genuinely innocent and panicked. You didn't need to say it out loud. Queenie closed her eyes, afraid her complete heartbreak would show. That's not what I meant, sweetheart. Jacob hurriedly tried to explain, panic making his voice crack. No, that's exactly what you meant. Queenie picked up her luggage with decisive finality. I'm going to find my sister. Then with a sharp crack of disapparition, Queenie vanished from the London streets. Queenie. Jacob shouted into the empty air, and the sky cooperatively began to rain harder, soaking him to the bone. That's not what I meant. I didn't say anything. His low, hoarse voice echoed mournfully in the rainy night. Back inside, Newt carefully repaired the torn postcard Queenie had destroyed and learnt Tina's current location in Paris. You going to Paris too? Newt looked at Aiden hopefully. Of course I am. Aiden raised his champagne in a mock toast. I'll go pack right now. We can leave soon. Newt immediately ran toward his workshop with renewed energy. Jacob trudged back inside, completely soaked and looking like a drowned rat. Scour jiffy. Aiden pulled out his blackthorn wand and cleaned Jacob up with practiced efficiency. It's not easy being with a legilimens, is it? Aiden studied Jacob with knowing eyes. I really didn't say anything cruel to her, Jacob remained downcast, slumping into a chair. But we can see directly into hearts. Being with someone like that makes you expend way more mental energy just trying to maintain the relationship. Aiden cleaned up Newt's scattered dishes and put them back in the cupboard with small, precise movements. Even knowing all that, you still love her. Aiden tilted his head curiously. Of course I do. Jacob said immediately, his voice gaining strength for the first time since the argument. Chapter 314, Bustling Paris and Departure. Paris, Champs-Élysées. Grindelwald used alchemical tools to project mist he'd collected from the collective unconscious sea into reality. The otherworldly substance swirled upward, and a large mass of black fog appeared in the air, churning ominously. Soon, the black fog contracted, and Credence's face materialized before everyone gathered. Credence Barebone. Poor child, so desperately yearning for family. Grindelwald looked at the projection with theatrical earnestness. But now, where is he searching for his family? Grindelwald revealed a wicked smile that didn't reach his cold eyes. We know where this child is, don't we? Why not just capture him directly? Caro raised the obvious question. He must come find us himself, and he will come. Grindelwald dismissed the suggestion with a wave. The path has been laid out perfectly. He turned his piercing gaze to the prophesied Credence again. He'll follow the path to find us. The clues will lead him here, along with the truth about his mysterious and distinguished origins. Why is he so important to your plans? Caro probed indirectly, though no one noticed the fear flickering in his eyes. Because of prophecy, my dear friend. As nobles whose names were carved in the mirror of Ariste, they possess the ability to stir up storms that reshape the world. Grindelwald walked up to Caro and spoke with quiet intensity. But too many people stand with my old friend Dumbledore. They're natural allies, and their alliance makes wizards favor him by default. I also need to increase my own bargaining chips in this game. Grindelwald placed both hands on Caro's shoulders and asked with deceptive softness, "Would you be willing to kill Albus Dumbledore for me?" Caro lowered his head, whether from fear or unwillingness was unclear. "Do you think he can really oppose Albus Dumbledore?" "I believe he can. There was originally a better choice, but unfortunately, I couldn't defeat him." Grindelwald's eyes seemed to flash with the image of a certain silver-haired dragon person. A trace of regret appeared in his expression, though he quickly snapped back to attention. "And when that time comes, will you still stand with us, Caro? Will you?" Grindelwald turned and left without waiting for an answer, leaving Caro behind with his eyes darting about nervously. Meanwhile, in Paris's magical shopping district, a magical creature escape incident was causing chaos in the streets. On the other side of the English Channel, back in Britain, Jacob dragged Aiden toward Newt's workshop with renewed determination. This man had taken considerable time to pull himself together again after Queenie's departure. He'd immediately decided to drag Newt and the little dragon person along to search for his sweetheart. "Hey, Newt!" Jacob called out enthusiastically from the stairway. "I'm downstairs, Jacob. Coming to find you right away." Newt's voice echoed off the stone walls from the deepest part of the workshop. "Whoa!" A large bird behind Jacob raised its head and stared at him with enormous, curious eyes. Aiden went over to stroke its feathers, which felt smooth and incredibly soft under his fingers. The two made their way down to the bottom level, where Newt was efficiently packing food and medicine for his magical creatures. Various tools were dancing their way into his enchanted leather case with practiced choreography. Newt casually grabbed a piece of paper and scribbled a quick note for his assistant. "I restored Queenie's torn postcard. Tina wrote to tell her she's in Paris right now." "Yeah, so if we go to Paris we can find Queenie." Jacob supported his head with both hands, his face lighting up with hope. Aiden flicked his wand with casual precision, and Jacob's coat flew in from outside to hang neatly on his arm. "Let's go then." Newt closed his case with a decisive snap and picked it up. The three walked out of Newt's house together, heading toward the English Channel with purpose. On the windswept highlands overlooking the English Channel, the three walked side by side through the tall grass. "So, Queenie said Tina's dating someone else." Newt carefully probed for more information, his voice trying to sound casual. "Yes, but don't worry about it. She'll come see you." Jacob puffed out his chest confidently. "The five of us'll be just like in New York again. 2 couples plus me, a single dragon, right?" Aiden rolled his eyes nearby. "You could also find someone. Oh wait, you're way too young for a boyfriend." Jacob made a teasing joke. "I'm a boy." Aiden gave Jacob a firm push, making him stumble sideways. "But that man's an auror." Newt ignored their playful banter and emphasized the important commonality between Tina and Tolliver. "Yeah, an auror. So what if he's an auror?" "Ha." Jacob steadied himself and laughed awkwardly, not daring to look at Aiden after that push. "What should I say when I see her?" Newt continued asking Jacob like he was consulting a military advisor. "It's best not to draft these things beforehand, buddy. Just improvise when the time comes." Jacob waved his hands in front of him dismissively. "My suggestion is, you'd better explain about that Spellbound magazine incident to her first," Aiden complained with obvious exasperation. Unfortunately, the two completely ignored him. "She has eyes like a salamander." Newt began practicing potential compliments. Hearing this, Jacob looked at Newt with complete confusion for a long time before snapping back to reality. No. That won't work at all." Jacob steadied Newt by the shoulders, gesturing with his free hands. "Tell her you miss her terribly, that you traveled thousands of miles to Paris just to see her, that you couldn't sleep thinking about her. Something like that, anything heartfelt." Jacob's voice grew more animated. "Any of those would work perfectly, but whatever you do, don't mention salamanders." Newt's brow furrowed with concentration, and Jacob patted his shoulder supportively. Hey, buddy, look at me. Everything's gonna be all right." Jacob's voice turned gentle and encouraging. "This time we're together, old friend. We'll find Tina, get Queenie back, and we'll all be like before." He gestured toward Aiden. "And we've got the little dragon person with us. He's pretty capable in a fight, isn't he?" Jacob gave Aiden an affectionate pat. "We're here," Aiden suddenly spoke up, interrupting the pep talk. Jacob, who'd still been comforting Newt, looked up at Aiden's announcement. He spotted a suspicious man dressed as a shepherd standing near the cliff edge. "Undocumented departure. We can only leave through him," Newt explained, leading the two forward with obvious reluctance. "Departure in 1 minute. 50 galleons," the man said, his eyes seeming to have a layer of permanent gloom. "Wasn't it supposed to be 30 galleons?" Newt frowned at the obvious price gouging. 30's the standard fare to Paris. The remaining 20's my fee for not reporting Newt's commander's illegal departure," the man smiled smugly. Are we taking a boat? I get seasick really badly, Jacob said, still not understanding the magical situation. All right, analysis complete. Aiden, who'd been crouching on the ground examining something, stood up holding what appeared to be a makeshift portkey stick. Newt, let me take you across instead. We won't use this guy's route. Use those 50 galleons to buy me good food in Paris. Bastard, what did you do? Pay up, or I'll report you for illegal departure right now. The man raised his own stick threateningly toward the three travelers. Stupefy. Newt hit him directly with a well-aimed stunning spell. Whoa, what now? Should we deal with him permanently? Jacob's gaze was already drifting toward the nearby cliff with dark implications. No, just erase his memory properly. Aiden pushed Jacob aside gently and walked toward the unconscious man. He reached out and covered the man's head with his palm. A silver-white thread fell from his hand and merged into the man's skull. That looks somewhat terrifying, Jacob commented with a shudder. That should do it. When he wakes up, he'll just treat everything as a vivid dream. Skilled dream weavers often didn't directly erase memories. Instead, they dissolved memories into dreams and let the person's natural awakening process clear their own memories. Now the question is, what exactly do we do? Newt looked at Aiden expectantly. Do you gentlemen enjoy looking at the sea? Aiden revealed a mysterious smile that promised an interesting journey ahead. Chapter 315, Traces and Schemes. Aiden pulled Newt and Jacob along, diving headfirst into the collective unconscious sea. Whoa, oh, Jacob's screams echoed across the English Channel. Merlin's beard, you're way more powerful than before, Newt murmured on the dragon's back, gripping tightly. Below them spread a gray, misty sea where the entire ocean and islands seemed drained of color. Only the bubbles floating up from the distant islands revealed hints of vibrant life. Jesus, why can't I see anything? Jacob groped around blindly until his hands found Newt, and he finally calmed down. Sorry, Jacob. I cut off your vision to prevent you from directly seeing my true body. The dragon turned its massive head to look at the two passengers on its back. Newt was characteristically straightforward, already pulling out paper and pen to start recording observations. What kind of creature are you exactly? Newt asked while scribbling notes. He casually jotted down, dragon species, can traverse the mirror of Erist, try not to look directly at the symbols on its body, they produce strange thoughts. Aiden sensed that Newt was creating a detailed file on him and couldn't help but be amused. Just consider me a wizard. After all, isn't my current form what wizards tirelessly pursue? Aiden replied with dry humor. I bet those Prewett family members would go absolutely crazy if they saw you, Newt said without looking up from his notes. Aiden, Newt, what are you talking about? What pursuit and Prewett stuff? Jacob asked from his blind world. After flying for what felt like hours, Aiden sensed they were close to their destination. The ripples in the surrounding consciousness sea had begun showing words like snails and French cuisine. Taking the two upward through dimensional layers, a huge dragon shadow flashed briefly over the Seine River, but no one below paid attention. Then Aiden materialized with them by the riverbanks. I don't like that method, but at least I didn't get seasick, Jacob commented after his vision returned. If you dared vomit on my scales, I would have killed you. A certain dragon threatened with mock viciousness. Come on, follow me. Newt led the way toward an ornate statue in the distance. A policeman and an elderly woman stood in front of the monument. Aiden snapped his fingers casually, and the two turned and walked away as if suddenly attracted by something more interesting. The group arrived at the French magical shopping district, bustling with afternoon activity. Revelio tracks. Newt held his wand like a trumpet, spinning as he blew golden dust in all directions around them. Accio Niffler. A particularly talented Niffler was summoned from the case by Newt's magic. Quickly now. Newt urged, and the creature began sniffing around enthusiastically on the cobblestone ground. Nearby, the dragon took the 10 galleons he'd cleverly conned from Newt and headed to a nearby food shop with obvious anticipation. Picardy rolls, flaming pancakes, Lorraine meat pies. After paying with his ill-gotten gains, 4 or 5 paper bags floated obediently behind Aiden as he walked out of the aromatic shop. Outside, in front of Newt, the golden tracking dust had formed into the shape of a huge cat with prominent fangs. This is a Zowu, a powerful creature from the east with tremendous strength and speed. Riding one can cover 1,000 miles in a single day, Newt explained to the fascinated Jacob. 1,000 miles in a day. Holy smokes, that's faster than any train. Jacob responded with obvious amazement. That means it could cross all of Paris in one step. Newt followed the eager Niffler and discovered Tina's distinctive footprints in the dust. Want some? Aiden made a paper bag containing flame pancakes float temptingly toward the two men. But Newt wasn't in the mood to eat at the moment. He was quickly following a magical feather, desperate to find whoever had been tracking Tina. As the three were led by the glowing feather toward a nearby sewer entrance, elsewhere in the city, Queenie entered the imposing French Ministry of Magic building. Unable to find any news about her sister's whereabouts, she sat dejectedly on a Paris street corner, overwhelmed by despair. The mental voices of countless passers-by nearly drove her to complete collapse. Vinda Rosier, who'd just finished stealing a registry of pureblood wizard families from the Paris Ministry archives, thoughtfully patted Queenie's shoulder with false sympathy. Queenie was led away by her into a shadowy alley. With a sharp crack of apparition, they both disappeared. The alley returned to quiet stillness. The next second, a flying feather led three concerned people into the same empty space. Found anything? Aiden asked, seeing the feather spinning aimlessly in the air. No, whoever it was cast powerful concealment magic around here. The feather can't track him anymore. Newt studied the feather's behavior and deduced the situation, then reached out to Aiden with obvious hunger. Give me some of that food. Aiden handed over the perfectly roasted meat he'd bought earlier. Finding a random cafe on the busy street, ordering several cups of strong coffee and spreading out their purchases, they began the patient wait for their prey. On the other side of the city, in a small, run-down house at the end of the Champs-Élysées, Credence, accompanied by Nagini, whom he'd heroically rescued the night before, knocked hesitantly on the weathered door. Are you Irma Dugard? Credence inquired hopefully. Through layers of faded curtains, he glimpsed a half-blood goblin peering out at him. Your name's written on my adoption certificate. Credence crouched down to her level, showing the document. I'm not your mother, child. I'm just a servant, Irma said gently but firmly. Oh, you were such a beautiful baby. Now look at you, a handsome young man. Irma cupped his face tenderly. But Credence didn't notice at all that an old woman who'd been separated from him for over 10 years could somehow recognize a former baby at first sight. With a sudden crack of apparition, Gunnar Grimson materialized inside the house with predatory intent. This fierce magical creature hunter raised his wand without hesitation, and a sickly green curse shot out. Irma was struck by the killing curse, lost her life instantly, and collapsed to the floor. The surrounding house was blown apart by the Obscurial's unleashed power. Grimson's expression turned grim as he quickly surrounded himself with a shimmering protective barrier. Ah! Credence roared in anguish, and black mist shattered the surrounding debris, rushing toward Grimson like a living thing. But the magical shield held firm, leaving the assassin completely unharmed. Seeing that direct magical attacks were ineffective, Credence pulled the surrounding rubble toward himself, constantly crushing and hurling it at Grimson. Grimson waved his wand with practiced efficiency, shattering both the protective barrier and the house debris simultaneously, then vanished in another spatial flash. As the dust settled, Credence stood numbly in the middle of the completely ruined house, staring down at Irma's lifeless body. Grimson operated to a dark bridge underpass where a familiar figure in expensive leather clothing waited. How is the boy progressing? Grindelwald inquired with casual interest. He's extremely sensitive to emotional triggers. Grimson looked somewhat panicked, the recent confrontation had obviously left him genuinely terrified. The ministry would be furious if they knew I'd done this, Grimson said nervously. I understand my reputation precedes me. Listen to me carefully. Grindelwald stepped forward to adjust Grimson's collar with deceptive gentleness. What cowards least want to do is praise the truly brave. The time is coming soon. When wizards rule the world as they should, your name will be revered by all. Grindelwald's seductive words floated around Grimson's ears as he reached out to support the shaken man. You must watch over Credence carefully. Take very good care of him. For the greater good. Grimson's eyes showed sudden determination as he repeated the familiar phrase. For the greater good. Chapter 316, Reuniting with Tina, Capturing the Zowu, and the Allure of Power. Chapter 316, Reuniting with Tina, Capturing the Zowu, and the Allure of Power. Aiden munched contentedly on a Lorraine meat pie, eating with obvious leisure. Really, I recommend you try this, Newt. Aiden raised the flaky pastry in his hand. Unfortunately, the two men worried about their respective women paid no attention to his culinary advice. The enchanted feather on the table kept tapping insistently against the glass cover. When a well-dressed black man appeared at their table, Newt cooperatively lifted the glass. The feather fluttered over to settle comfortably on the man's hat. Good day, sir. Bonjour. Newt spoke some appropriate French, making Jacob's mouth twitch with obvious discomfort. The man saw it was Newt and mechanically turned around, clearly wanting to leave. Sir, wait. I want to ask if you've had any contact with my friend. Newt carried his case and walked around in front of the men. Seeing they outnumbered him 3-1, the stranger had no choice but to stop. Gentlemen, Paris is a very big city. If you don't mind. The men gestured vaguely, still wanting to escape. My friend's name is Tina Goldstein. She's an aura from Makusa. Newt looked meaningfully at Aiden. If she's missing, the ministry'll definitely send people to look for her. So we'd better report this to the French ministry and have them send more people to search, Aiden added smoothly, raising his eyebrows at Newt. Besides, I heard there's a wanted obscurial from the American ministry wandering around here recently. Jacob put on an expression of having everything under control and nodded with exaggerated profundity. Is she quite tall, with black hair? The men thought for a moment and began carefully describing Tina's characteristics. Very serious, Newt said immediately. Very beautiful, Jacob added simultaneously. I think I might have seen her last night. If you don't mind, I can take you to find her. The man gentlemanly tipped his hat. Excellent. Newt nodded eagerly. The men led the three through several bridge piers, finally arriving at a grimy sewage treatment discharge area that reeked of industrial waste. Newt and Jacob walked ahead anxiously, while Aiden deliberately stayed behind the guide. Aren't you worried about your companions? The men didn't turn around, but his voice carried obvious tension as he attempted casual conversation. Nothing to worry about. Newt's very capable, Aiden replied with a knowing smile. You'd better go up and take a look. Maybe you can lend them a hand. The man pushed his hat nervously. This guy was obviously terrible at lying. Aiden didn't even need to use his abilities to see the urgency in his subtle movements and body language. Indeed, you make a good point. Aiden nodded and followed up. Tina. Newt called out, seeing the woman lying unconscious in the closed sewage treatment room. Tina stood up slowly and looked at the three visitors with obvious surprise. Newt. Expelliarmus. Suddenly a spell disarmed Newt, sending his wand flying. At the same time, the grated door of the sewage treatment room slammed shut with magical force. Tina and Jacob immediately pressed up against the metal bars. I'm very sorry, Mr. Scamander. I promise that after Cretans dies, I'll release you. The man said with his head bowed to the imprisoned group. Wait. Tina tried desperately to call out to him. No. He covered his eyes in anguish and collapsed. Rescue missions aren't easy, are they? Newt smiled wryly at Tina through the bars. Oh, this is a rescue mission. You made me lose my only lead. Tina stepped forward angrily. Ignoring the couple's heated argument, Aiden walked over and casually pulled Jacob aside. What are you? Jacob turned around in confusion. Aiden placed both hands on the thick metal grating and applied steady pressure. Crack. The reinforced metal bars were torn apart like paper by his inhuman strength. Ha! Newt. Jacob's face lit up with joy, then he turned to call the arguing couple. Hey, lovebirds. Newt and Tina quickly rushed to Kama's unconscious side. Tina efficiently retrieved both Newt's and her own wands from the defeated men. You just said you need this person, right? Newt asked Tina hopefully. Yes, he knows where Cretans is, Mr. Scamander. Tina looked at Newt with barely perceptible resentment in her dark eyes. Hearing Tina's deliberately distant address, Newt looked at her with obvious hurt and disbelief. The two stared at each other in awkward silence, until suddenly the thunderous roar of some fierce beast came from the street above. This must be the Zowu. Newt lowered his head and picked up his wand and case with renewed purpose. Go up and see what's happening. Aiden tilted his head. Yes, all three replied simultaneously. The four climbed up the stone brick stairs together, with Aiden and Jacob supporting the semi-conscious Kama between them. However, because of the dragon's insufficient height, most of Kama's weight ended up hanging on poor Jacob. On the busy street above, a massive beast with an enormous body, thick muscular limbs, colorful striped fur, and a whip-like tail was enthusiastically crashing into passing cars with destructive glee. Aiden, help clear the scene. Newt called out urgently. Hold him for me, Jacob. Aiden released Kama without warning. This made Jacob lose balance instantly, and both men tumbled to the cobblestones. Snap. Aiden snapped his fingers with practiced ease, and dreams immediately enveloped the surrounding area like invisible fog. All the ordinary people felt as if they were suddenly dreaming and fell peacefully asleep where they stood. Their memories would merge with the induced dreams and be naturally discarded by their brains along with the dream content when they awoke. A skillful memory-clearing method that caused absolutely no harm whatsoever. Newt pulled out a cat teaser. Shaking the enchanted toy, it made crisp, magical tinkling sounds that echoed through the street. The Zowu's massive pupils dilated immediately, staring with laser focus at the cat teaser in Newt's steady hand. Newt moved slightly to the right, and the enormous beast's head tilted right. Then Newt moved left, and the Zowu obediently tilted left like a gigantic, deadly kitten. Newt slowly backed away step by step until he stood directly behind his open case. He released his grip, and the bell tinkled musically as it fell into the magical container. The Zowu pounced with surprising grace and dived in after it. Newt immediately stepped forward and sealed the case shut with a satisfying click. At that exact moment, the address of Dumbledore's safe house also began glowing on the parchment in his pocket. Several French aurors arrived at the chaotic scene. Seeing unconscious muggles everywhere and 3 suspicious foreign wizards, they immediately used white barrier charms to enclose the entire area and raised their wands threateningly. Report. Northernmost side of Champ Elysis, another wizard attack on muggles incident. The leading auror immediately sent out a call for backup. Aiden. Newt shouted desperately. Working on it, working on it. Aiden's familiar staff materialized in his small hand, and a perfectly aimed Zoltrak spell shattered the barrier like glass. Then Newt dodged the incoming stunning spells with practiced ease, grabbed Aiden and the others, and disapparated from the spot with a sharp crack. Meanwhile, back in Britain, Travers, the intimidating head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, stormed into Hogwarts with his team of enforcers. At the school gates, Professor McGonagall, still quite young at this time period, directly blocked their aggressive advance. This is a school. What do you think you're doing here? Travers smiled coldly and waved his hand with casual authority. 2 burly aurors stepped forward and roughly held Professor McGonagall back. I am the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I have the right to go wherever I want, whenever I want. The intoxicating allure of power was fully displayed in that arrogant moment. However, the reason Travers could be so completely unscrupulous was also because he'd once led wizards heroically into World War I. Eventually, several famous war heroes had followed his leadership and joined the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. So perhaps, from another perspective, in the wizarding world it could also be called the dangerously charming power of authority. Chapter 317, Dumbledore Bound and Dumbledore's Comfort. Travers barged into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom with his team, rudely driving away all the students with aggressive gestures and barked orders. Dumbledore sat calmly at his desk, completely surrounded by aurors in an encircling formation. Though they were powerless against Grindelwald, they had the audacity to surround Dumbledore, who could easily match Grindelwald in magical combat. Newt's commander is in Paris. And so is Prewett. Travers confronted Dumbledore directly. Is that so? Dumbledore smiled slightly, his tone remaining pleasantly conversational. Stop pretending. We know you sent them. Travers lifted his chin with obvious superiority. If you had taught Newt, you'd know he's not exactly an obedient child. And Prewett, how could I possibly command someone like him? Dumbledore shrugged with an innocent expression that fooled no one. Travers threw a thick book across the room. Dumbledore casually hooked his finger, making the book float smoothly toward him through the air. Have you heard of the prophecy of Tycho Dodinus? Travers shook his cloak dramatically and turned around with theatrical flair. I read it during my student days. Dumbledore opened the book with mild interest. A son cruelly banished, a daughter heartbroken. Travers began reciting when Dumbledore interrupted him. Yes, I know the prophecy. Dumbledore closed the book and looked with obvious worry at Leta Lestrange standing nearby. There are rumors that this prophecy refers to that obscurial. They say Grindelwald wants a follower of noble birth. I've heard the rumors. Dumbledore interrupted him for the second time, his voice growing more serious. And wherever this obscurial appears, Mr. Scamander always goes to protect him. Furthermore, you seem to have established quite a small international intelligence network. Travers, twice interrupted by Dumbledore, grew visibly angry and brought up the accusation directly. But what he didn't realize was that his reactions were all within the expectations of the accomplished legilimency master seated before him. No matter how long you spy on me and my friends, you won't find anything that works against you, Travers. My goal aligns perfectly with yours, to oppose Grindelwald. Dumbledore sighed with genuine helplessness. But I warn you, your oppression and political violence will only push your potential supporters toward the opposition. Grindelwald seeks the power of prophecy, and you seem to be helping him achieve exactly that. I have no interest in your warnings. How should I put it? I simply don't like you. Travers spoke his mind with brutal honesty. Heh heh heh. Dumbledore was genuinely amused by this blunt statement. But you are currently the only wizard who can oppose him effectively. The purebloods waver, the Prewetts are restless. Now only you remain, Dumbledore. I need you to oppose him. For some reason, Travers managed to make his desperate request sound forceful and commanding, perhaps that was his particular charm. I cannot. Dumbledore, sitting casually on the desk, looked vacant and shook his head with obvious weakness. Is it because of this? Travers waved his wand, projecting flickering shadows of young Dumbledore and Grindelwald from decades past. I know you were once as close as brothers. Travers smiled coldly, watching the dazed expression on Dumbledore's face. Closer than brothers. Dumbledore made the relationship perfectly clear. Will you oppose him? Travers gritted his teeth, pronouncing each word with extreme clarity and barely contained rage. I cannot do it. Dumbledore still shook his head with finality. Fine, since you've already chosen your side. Travers shook both hands in frustration. Silver restraints crafted by skilled goblins suddenly locked around Dumbledore's hands with metallic clicks. From now on, I want to know every single spell you use, double the surveillance on you, and you're forbidden from teaching defense against the dark arts. Travers panted heavily, whether from fear or anger remained unclear. Lita, you have another half hour, then we must leave for Paris. Travers called out sharply and left the office first with angry strides. The other Aurors followed obediently, except Theseus, who walked last and lingered near the doorway. Theseus, if Grindelwald calls a rally, don't try to stop him. And don't follow Travers's assignment to go to the scene, if you still trust me. Dumbledore tried his best to warn Theseus with careful words. As a wizard who had walked deeply on the path of understanding the mind, Dumbledore understood exactly what Grindelwald wanted, to stir wizards' emotions and fulfill the prophecy through manipulation. Travers's violent opposition could very likely become the trigger for the prophecy's explosive eruption. But bound by the unbreakable vow, Dumbledore couldn't directly warn them and could only convey crucial information as subtly as possible. Theseus turned and followed the others, silently noting Dumbledore's carefully worded warning. In a quiet classroom at Hogwarts, Lita Lestrange was reminiscing about darker times from her past. Opening her old desk, she could still see traces of the cruel bullying she had once endured carved deep into the wood. Hearing familiar footsteps behind her, Lita quickly closed the desk with a sharp bang. Hello, Lita. Dumbledore wanted to make gentle small talk with her. Was I really that kind of bad student? Lita was suddenly curious about what answer she would get from this famous teacher. No, you were an extremely intelligent student. Dumbledore tried to gloss over the complicated truth. I said bad, not stupid. As a true Slytherin, Lita immediately heard the careful evasion in Dumbledore's diplomatic words. I never thought of you as bad. Dumbledore squeezed a bit of air from his nostrils, seeming to hum thoughtfully. Then you're the exception. Everyone else thinks I'm bad. Lita immediately refuted him, just like she had during her rebellious school days. And they're quite right too, I am indeed vicious. Lita, I think those terrible rumors about your brother Corvus might have made you. Dumbledore tried to offer comfort. No, you don't understand, unless your brother died too. I lost my sister. Deep sadness welled up in Dumbledore's ancient eyes. Did you love her? Lita was shocked by Dumbledore's sudden, raw candor. I didn't love her enough. Dumbledore exhaled slowly, as if seeing himself putting down his wand when Grindelwald left all those years ago. But, Lita, it's never too late to let yourself find peace. Dumbledore could only offer some hard-earned experience as someone who had walked this painful path. Some say confession is a release, that it can lift a terrible burden from one's shoulders. Hesitation appeared clearly in Lita's dark eyes, but she quickly buried it again behind her usual mask. For years, regret has dwelt heavily in my heart. Don't let it become your inner demon. Seeing that his gentle comfort was proving ineffective, Dumbledore could only end the conversation there. Meanwhile, in Paris on the Champs-Élysées, Queenie had been troubling the local residents for many days since being picked up from the street in her desperate state. She thought it was finally time to bid them farewell and continue her search. Unfortunately, the person who walked confidently through the door was Gellert Grindelwald himself. Queenie drew her wand and pointed it directly at him with trembling hands. You stay right there. I know exactly who you are. Queenie, I'm not here to hurt you. Grindelwald's throat seemed to have many people echoing his seductive words. Every word and phrase was carefully chosen to be provocative and compelling. I hope you can come with me, to a world where we're freer to love. Grindelwald's hypnotic voice slowly drew out the promise. Queenie panted with obvious distress, and the wand in her hand was easily pressed down by Grindelwald's superior magical force. Chapter 318, Nicholas Flamel. With a flash of displaced air, Newt followed the card's guidance and brought everyone to a house adorned with an eye symbol. An eye symbol. Aiden looked at the strange marking outside the house. He could sense this was a special alchemical tool with very powerful magic attached to it. It could ward off all malice directed at the house's owner, and there was something familiar about this rebounding aura. Resentment. Aiden's eyes widened in recognition. The owner of this house had so brazenly cut off a piece of a deep realm king and processed it into a magical tool to hang outside their front door. Come on, Aiden, stop spacing out and hurry inside. Newt urged impatiently. Everyone entered the room together, and Newt couldn't wait to open his case and dive straight in. Oh, for heaven's sake. Tina sat to the side and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Hey, Newt, buddy, Tina's alone up here. Maybe you want to come up and keep her company. Jacob felt this teammate was really too much for him to handle. Aiden went upstairs, where a pale old man who moved slowly heard the commotion and opened his door to come out. Friends, hello there. It's been decades since anyone has visited here. The old man smiled warmly at Aiden. Aiden removed his hat, placed it respectfully on his chest, and bowed to him. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Nicholas Flamel. A Prewett dragon person. Who are you planning to wage war against this time?" Nicholas asked with obvious curiosity. "No, I've come back from the future. You should have foreseen my arrival and had someone bring me the emerald tablet." Aiden pulled out a book from his pocket, the emerald tablet he had transcribed from Edmund's notes. Such opportunities are rare indeed. "Come, let's have some tea together." Seeing Aiden produce the ancient book, Nicholas felt genuinely pleased and excited. He led Aiden to a door and pushed it open with careful reverence. On the other side of the door lay a vast grassland with perfect sunshine and gentle breezes. A small cobblestone path extended from the door to a charming courtyard where an elderly woman appeared to be sitting peacefully. After spending considerable time walking the winding path with Nicholas, the three sat down comfortably in the sunlit courtyard. "This is my wife, Pernelli." Nicholas introduced her with obvious affection. "Pleased to meet you. I am Aiden Prewett." Aiden nodded respectfully to her. "So, did you bring that thing?" After the polite pleasantries, Nicholas immediately became excited and eager. "Of course." Aiden opened his hand, and a pink philosopher's stone lay quietly in his palm. "Why is it pink?" "Well, at least it was successfully passed down." Nicholas first frowned in confusion, then seemed genuinely relieved. "So where did you extract the life force?" Pernelli asked Aiden with professional interest. "I can travel through different timelines. This philosopher's stone was created during the earliest Goblin Wars." Aiden replied smoothly. However, this was a deliberate lie. In reality, Aiden had not actively collected the goblins' life force at all. Rather, during his battles with them, the Bone Church had automatically seized their life force without his direct intervention. Afterward, Aiden had carefully reprocessed the life force according to the emerald tablet that Nicholas had given him. For some unknown reason during this complex process, the blood-red stone had mysteriously turned pink. "I theorize the reason your stone changed color might be that you used too little of Hell's component, but that's not the key point here. What's the next target? You've conquered the Philosopher's Stone, one of the 3 supreme achievements. Which of the remaining 2 is it?" Nicholas rubbed his hands together eagerly, somewhat excited by the possibilities. "Artificial humans." Aiden revealed the answer without hesitation. "But artificial humans involve a very serious problem." Aiden crossed his hands and rested them thoughtfully under his chin. "Emotions, or rather, complete minds and souls, right?" Nicholas immediately identified Aiden's core dilemma. "Yes, the soul issue is secondary. The key is the mind itself. As wizards, our minds carry our own will, making them very prone to infecting and distorting our creations. Unless we can find a powerful mental entity that carries absolutely no will of its own." Aiden cupped the tea that Pernelli had poured for him and took a contemplative sip. "You mean folly?" Nicholas understood exactly which target Aiden was referring to. "What are the odds of success?" Nicholas became genuinely interested as well. "You're not planning to go capture him right now, are you?" Aiden saw Nicholas's eager expression and felt concerned. "Well." Nicholas scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. "We've already captured him in the future. I believe when conditions are right, we should be able to begin proper experiments." Aiden reassured him calmly. "What a pity I won't live to see it. But at least there are still successors continuously embarking on this path." Nicholas suddenly felt somewhat comforted by this knowledge. "Well, I'll go make you something to eat." Pernelli stood up gracefully and walked toward the door. "I'll go downstairs and check on things first. You two take your time strolling." Seeing the two seemingly running and walking with all their might toward the door, Aiden decided to go ahead first. Downstairs, Newt had already dealt with the Zowu's magical chains and was now working carefully with Tina to remove parasites from the unconscious Kama. Newt handed the squirming parasite to Jacob, who grabbed the tweezers with a thoroughly disgusted expression. Just then, Aiden came down from upstairs. "Oh, Aiden, look, squid tentacles." Jacob showed the parasite to Aiden with obvious revulsion. Then the parasite in Jacob's hand suddenly became extremely active as if it had detected something, struggling desperately to pounce toward Aiden. Aiden stared in confusion. "What the? Dragon parasite, keep it away." Aiden directly breathed out dragon fire in pure instinct. He froze the parasite into harmless ice shards, incidentally freezing half of Jacob's body as well. "This is a water dragon parasite. You shouldn't bring it near Aiden." Newt wiped his hands with a cloth, wanting to warn Jacob, but it was already too late. After some considerable commotion, Jacob sat on the sofa wrapped in thick blankets like a bundled infant. Achoo. Jacob sneezed violently. Aiden's staff emitted warm, healing light to gradually restore Jacob's body temperature. "Sorry about that, instinctive reaction. That was such a large parasite after all." Aiden apologized sincerely to Jacob. "Forget it, it was my fault too. I really didn't know, achoo. Jacob pulled out a tissue and wiped his nose thoroughly. All right, I need to go report to the ministry. Tina stood up decisively and started walking toward the door. You didn't mention fire salamanders or anything like that, did you? Jacob looked up with obvious concern. No. Newt stood frozen in place like a statue. Then hurry, achoo, hurry and chase after her. Jacob was so anxious he nearly stood up despite his condition. Only then did Newt snap to attention and quickly chase after her. That guy really. Jacob looked at Aiden beside him with exasperation. Looks like Tina's path to love is destined to be rocky. Aiden raised his eyebrows meaningfully at Jacob. What do we do now? Jacob asked helplessly. Oh, the elderly gentleman upstairs has invited me to dinner. Would you like to join? Aiden asked courteously. I shouldn't. Jacob had just started to decline when his stomach's loud growling betrayed his true feelings. Come on. Aiden waved his staff with practiced ease, directly dispelling the remaining cold from Jacob's body. Chapter 319, Lunch, Grindelwald's Plan, and Infiltration. In Nicholas's safe house, Aiden sat in front of a black, paste-like substance that seemed to defy the laws of physics. Jacob lifted a spoonful high with a spoon, and the paste-like substance kept escaping from the utensil like it had a mind of its own. Nicholas, what is this? Aiden's eyebrows drew together toward the center, slightly raised in obvious concern. You know, I am merely immortal, not imperishable. Please forgive us two old folks who are over 600 years old. There are not many foods that we can consume anymore, but I recommend you try it. After all, this is something Pernelli researched, and it actually tastes quite good. Nicholas scooped up a spoonful and put it in his mouth with practiced ease. Aiden also took a spoonful and put it in his mouth under Jacob's incredulous gaze, his expression remarkably neutral despite the substance's unusual appearance. Perhaps it was too much to ask Jacob, a skilled pastry chef, to eat this questionable substance. Aiden pulled out the food he had bought earlier from his pocket and handed it to him. Oh, you brought your own food. Mrs. Pernelli emerged from the kitchen. My friend is American, there are some foods he is not used to. Aiden showed an innocent smile that could have charmed a dragon. Oh, that is my oversight. Do you need me to go buy you some other food? Pernelli looked at Jacob with genuine concern. I will eat this, thank you. Jacob choked slightly on his words, then looked up and smiled with forced politeness. While everyone was dining, a crystal ball nearby suddenly began to flicker with mysterious light. Oh, it is actually reacting. I thought this thing was broken. Nicholas started to get up and retrieve it. Aiden directly used an Accio spell to bring the crystal ball smoothly to the dining table. The crystal ball emitted a weak glow, and shadowy images began to appear within its depths. Oh, I think I have seen this thing at an exhibition, a masked fortune-teller woman. I gave her money, and she helped me predict the future. Jacob waved the flame pancake in his hand and pointed at the crystal ball with obvious excitement. Nicholas, did you reverse engineer a prophet's magical circuit and install it into the crystal ball? Aiden saw through the secret immediately. This took me a very long time, but fortunately I do not lack time. Nicholas was somewhat proud. After all, impressive achievements should be shown to peers for maximum recognition. The crystal ball's image began to frequently flash an eagle statue with ominous significance. Jacob even saw Queenie's familiar figure in the swirling visions. Oh, Queenie. He immediately rushed to the crystal ball with desperate hope. Queenie, baby, wait for me there. Jacob tried to call out, but the person in the image paid no attention to his pleas. Where is this? Jacob looked up at Nicholas with urgent need. The Lestrange family mausoleum, also Père Lachaise cemetery. Nicholas answered him with gravity. Oh, thank you so much. Jacob grabbed Nicholas's hand with a crack that made both men wince. Ooh, both exclaimed simultaneously. Sorry, I have to go first. Jacob quickly grabbed his luggage with frantic energy. Aiden, help me watch Mr. Squid Tentacles. Jacob pointed toward the sofa, but it was already empty. Never mind. Jacob shook his head and immediately rushed out the door. Wait, do not go to the cemetery. As a wizard who had lived for 600 years, Nicholas naturally knew what cemeteries meant in prophecies, but unfortunately his warning came too late. Jacob had already left. Young Prewett, you must stop them, or many people will die tonight. Nicholas looked at Aiden with serious intensity. Nicholas, what exactly does Grindelwald want to do? Aiden wanted to gain some wisdom from the 600-year-old man and asked for his experienced advice. He plans to integrate multiple Deep Realm kings. Nicholas dropped this bombshell revelation, then slowly began to explain the terrifying implications. The Lestrange family, ambitious beyond measure, once tried to meddle with the power of the Mirror of Erist. However, those who play with prophecy will eventually be played by prophecy, which brought upon them an extremely tragic destiny. Tycho Dodanus. Aiden murmured with recognition. I suspect Grindelwald wants to get his hands on the Lestrange family's child, then use the prophecy already affecting him to leverage an even greater prophecy. Combined with his own spreading of hatred and slaughter, he should be seeking the power of the Deep Realm King's hell and resentment. Nicholas snapped his hand bones that Jacob had accidentally broken back into place while explaining the dark magic. Seizing the power of Deep Realm Kings, then using the order brought by prophecy to counter pollution, this is truly madness. Aiden frowned deeply with genuine concern. If he succeeds, the protection of the Mirror of Erist will fail completely. Then the Deep Realm will fall toward the real world, and a new Deep Realm King, Madness, will rise from the earth itself. Nicholas put down his spoon and used wandless magic to pull ancient books from the cabinet to himself. Of course, all this is based on the premise that we do not resist. Aiden also finished the food on his plate and stood up, preparing to leave. Inside the room, Nicholas opened a book where a female figure appeared in the portrait with an urgent expression. Just as Dumbledore said, Grindelwald has appeared, and he wants to touch the Deep Realm. Nicholas looked worried, his tone also uncertain. Then you must go, Nicholas. The woman in the portrait said with firm conviction. What? I have not fought anyone for 200 years, and there is already a Prewett family child who has gone. Nicholas stepped back nervously. Nicholas, the Prewett family attitude is quite ambiguous. We cannot completely trust them, so we can only rely on you. We trust you. After the woman finished speaking, she ended the communication. Outside, black curtains shrouded all of Paris as Grindelwald summoned his followers with dark magic. Grindelwald is summoning his followers. He must have found credence. Tina looked at Newt with growing alarm. Tina, we need to go to the French Ministry of Magic. There should be records there. Newt grabbed his case and pulled Tina along to hurry on their way. After Jacob left Nicholas's house, he anxiously ran toward Père Lachaise cemetery, but with a flash of space, Aiden appeared in front of him and stopped his desperate advance. What? Jacob looked at Aiden with complete confusion, extremely anxious at the moment. It is too early to go now. What you saw at Nicholas's was a prophecy. Queenie will not appear until the time comes. Let us go find Newt first. Aiden explained patiently. Okay. Jacob calmed his anxiety slightly and followed Aiden with reluctant trust. Aiden reached out his right hand to grab him, and with a flash of space, swept Jacob into the dimensional void. Outside the French Ministry of Magic, the surrounding tree branches sent someone wanting to enter. They extended thick vines to form an elevator, with Newt and Tina standing outside waiting. Newt pulled out a potion and poured it into his mouth with practiced efficiency. Oh, polyjuice potion. Tina recognized the smell immediately. Newt's face began to contort painfully, and soon he transformed into another person entirely. This is my brother Theseus. He is an orer and also a hugger. Newt winked at Tina with his new face. The two ran to the elevator and entered the ministry with purpose. On the other side, the British Department of Magical Law Enforcement Group had already arrived at the French Ministry of Magic. Lita saw Theseus walking in and asked, "How is the situation?" Grindelwald has summoned his followers. There will be a rally tonight. They suspect Credence is your brother. Theseus asked Lita directly. My brother is already dead. Lita raised her voice with painful emphasis. I know, but the records here might reveal something. I will help you search. Theseus left without looking back, determined to find answers. Chapter 320, Escape and Heading to the Cemetery. I am going to arrest every single rallygoer, and if they resist, kill without mercy. Travers swung his hand fiercely with obvious aggression. Sir, with all due respect, if we do this it will provoke massive resistance. Theseus tried to persuade him with diplomatic reasoning. However, Travers, who believed firmly in force, did not want to hear his opinion at all and said viciously, "Follow orders." Theseus sighed heavily and leaned against the railing with obvious frustration. Suddenly, he noticed his own face seemed to be among the crowd, a grey windbreaker, a familiar case. The tilted head, the hunched walking posture, Theseus's eyes widened immediately in recognition. Newt saw his brother and quickly pulled Tina into a small alley for cover. Tina, I am guessing you cannot disapparate inside the ministry, right? Newt twisted his neck, and his face began to writhe as the polyjuice potion wore off. No, why? Before Tina could finish, Newt's face returned to its normal appearance. The ministry's alarm was instantly triggered, and Newt and Tina began running through the corridors. Ripples appeared in the space around them as two figures emerged from the collective unconscious sea into reality. Hey, Newt, good afternoon. Aiden greeted him casually. Newt. Theseus burst out from around the corner with determination. Run. Newt pulled everyone along as they fled through the ministry halls. Stop right there. Theseus chased them around the circular corridor with official authority. So this is your brother. Tina asked while running breathlessly. I mentioned in my letters that we have a very complicated brotherly relationship. Newt shook his head with obvious understatement. So he wants to kill you? Aiden raised an eyebrow with curiosity. It happens often. Newt smiled at him with resigned familiarity. The four ran through the middle of the hall, with porters pushing luggage carts from both sides about to block Theseus's pursuit. Enough. Theseus threw out a Petrificus Totalis spell with practiced precision. Tina casually cast a Protego charm, deflecting the petrification spell as nearby luggage carts froze midair. He should really control his temper. Tina waved her hand backward dismissively. Theseus was blasted away, falling onto a rolling chair with his hands bound as he slid helplessly into an office. This is the most glorious moment of my life. Newt smiled and continued running forward with obvious satisfaction. Aiden led them in psychological invisibility, swaggering confidently into the French ministry's secure archives. Tina, about the engagement. Newt wanted to explain the misunderstanding to her. Oh, should I congratulate you? I am happy for you. Tina raised her wand and cast a Lumos spell with forced brightness. No, please do not be happy for me. I do not mean. I mean. Newt was tongue-tied with nervous confusion. He means it is Theseus who is engaged, not him. And can you two please figure out your relationship? We bystanders are having a hard time waiting. A certain dragon directly interrupted, and Jacob also showed a knowing smile. What? Why would I be with him? The corners of Tina's mouth turned up slightly despite her protest. You two like each other but do not dare say it. Come on, I have been listening to your thoughts all the way. Aiden spread his hands with obvious exasperation. Newt and Tina looked at each other and lowered their heads in unison with embarrassment. Tina walked over and rubbed Aiden's face hard. Do not listen to my thoughts. So, neither of you is willing to give the other a chance. Jacob spoke up and pushed both of them gently together. No. Two voices appeared in perfect synchronization. They looked at each other and smiled, reaching out to hold hands with newfound understanding. Click. The archive door suddenly opened with ominous timing. Lita Lestrange walked in with purpose. She waved her wand, and the surrounding cabinets sorted themselves out, making way for a passage. The cabinet holding the four of them floated all the way to Lita's position. The book storing the family registry had been lost, leaving only a cryptic note that read, "If you want to know the truth, come to Père Lachaise cemetery tonight." After reading the letter carefully, Lita was about to leave, but caught sight of a bowtruckle out of the corner of her eye. Revelio. Magic surged powerfully, and the file cabinet in front of Lita began to spin rapidly. Hello, Newt. Lita smiled at him with genuine warmth, then looked at Tina with curiosity. Out with family members. Lita pointed at Aiden and Jacob with her chin. Then they heard the low, threatening growl of felines approaching. The administrator of the French Ministry archives walked in with several large black cats at his heels. What are those? Tina asked with obvious concern. Those are Matagots, spiritual creatures. The French use them to guard the ministry, though they do not usually attack people. While Newt was explaining, Lita directly raised her wand and cast a stunning spell without hesitation. The Matagot was hit, did a backflip, and split into 3 separate entities. Unless someone actively attacks them. Newt's explanation was still a step too late. Oops. Lita exclaimed with genuine regret. Roar. The Matagots roared and pounced with predatory fury. Whoosh. A breathing sound came from Aiden. An ice storm covered the several Matagots, freezing them and the administrator behind them in crystalline ice. Crack, crack. The Matagots began to break free from their frozen restraints with determination. Quick, run. Is there any way to leave here? Tina asked urgently. Apparition is forbidden here. Lita replied with frustration. Do any of you get seasick? Aiden suddenly asked with mysterious intent. Jacob raised his hand but was ignored by everyone else. Then they felt the ground suddenly sink beneath them, and all 5 fell directly into a gray, misty space that defied natural law. The sensation of falling enveloped everyone until they crashed onto hard, cold scales. Where is this? Lita looked at the gray world around them and questioned with obvious bewilderment. This is where all creatures' minds converge, the collective unconscious sea. A huge dragon head turned around and looked at Lita with ancient wisdom. Seeing the dragon head, Lita immediately cast a spell with instinctive fear. But in the sea of consciousness, how could a wizard's mental power compete with the observer? With Aiden's consciousness surging, storms rolled up around them, directly dispersing the spell Lita had cast. Oh, Lita, do not attack him. He is on our side. Newt quickly went up to stop her. Aiden. Although Tina had never been to the sea of consciousness, she recognized him by his distinctive heterochromatic eyes. How is that, beautiful? The dragon's head shook with obvious narcissism. Tina could not help but reach out and touch it. The coolness from the scales entered Tina's arm through her palm. A bit cold. Tina commented with gentle observation. The dragon became proud and would not let them touch any more. Turning his head, Aiden flapped his wings toward Père Lachaise cemetery with purposeful direction. Bursting out of the sea of consciousness again, several figures directly crashed into Yusuf Kama. My God, Aiden, can you give us a warning before you land next time? Jacob got up and twisted his aching waist with obvious discomfort. Did I not tell you we had arrived? Aiden floated in the air and spread his hands innocently. It is proven that riding dragons feels terrible. They are a group of creatures unsuitable as mounts. Newt muttered while frantically recording in his notebook with scientific dedication. Hey, I am still here. Aiden wanted to rush up and give him a hit. Ahem, let us get down to business. Newt hid the notebook in Tina's hands, and Tina immediately stuffed it in her coat. Helplessly, Aiden could only shake his fist at Newt with a mock threat. Chapter 321, Mystery of Origins and Trap. Yusuf. Lita looked at the person on the ground and went over to help him up with obvious concern. Lita, my little sister. Yusuf Kama looked at Lita with tears streaming down his eyes. So he is your brother, then who am I? Credence stepped past Nagini with desperate urgency. You are actually still alive, how peculiar. After the deep. Cough cough, after the New York incident, how did you survive? Aiden went over and patted Credence, his back was quite solid and real. I escaped with a small part of it. Credence extended his hand, and black liquid flowed visibly through his blood vessels. Merlin's beard. Aiden somewhat wanted to take the person before him back for careful dissection. All right, I do not care about that. Now tell me who I am. I do not want to live without a name, without origins. Just tell me my story, and then you can settle the grudge between us. Credence looked at Yusuf Kama with intense determination. Your story is my story. Yusuf Kama glanced at Lita meaningfully. Our story. No, Yusuf. Lita shook her head, begging him not to tell the painful truth. My father was Mustafa Kama, a descendant of pure Senegalese blood, skilled in powerful spells. Yusuf Kama came to the center of the cemetery and began to narrate with solemn gravity. My mother, Lorena, was also from a noble family and very beautiful. A man, from a French noble family, desired to possess her. Lestrange cast the Imperious curse on her, abducted her, and attacked me. The last time I saw my mother, she died in childbirth giving birth to a baby girl. Yusuf pointed at Lita with accusation. You. My father was filled with hatred. Before he died, he made me promise to kill the person Lestrange loved most. At first, I thought this would be a simple task. After all, he only had one relative in the world, Lita. Yusuf Kama hesitated, and Lita spoke with a downcast expression. Continue. He never loved Lita. Within 3 months of my mother's death, he found someone new. Until he had a son, this man who knew nothing of love poured all his heart and soul into you. Yusuf Kama drew his wand and pointed it directly at Credence with murderous intent. When he learned that the heir of the Kama family was hunting his son, he panicked. He hurriedly sent you to America, cared for by a half-blood goblin. Your magical power was so weak that I could not track you. But fortunately, today I can personally fulfill the Kama family's destiny. Yusuf Kama had his wand pressed against Credence's throat threateningly. So I am Corvus Lestrange. Credence closed his eyes with resignation. No. He is not. Lita shouted desperately. Yes, he is. Someone pulled him from the water. Think of your Lestrange family prophecy, Tycho Dodinus. A son cruelly banished, a daughter heartbroken and despairing. A warrior returns for revenge, taking wing from water. Yusuf Kama waved his arms dramatically. Look, now everything is complete. The heartbroken daughter. He pointed at Lita. The banished son, taking wing from water. He looked at Credence. The vengeful warrior. He finally pointed at himself with obvious satisfaction. I do not know if you have noticed, but your prophecy order is wrong. A young voice pulled Yusuf Kama out of his own delusional world. Impossible. Yusuf Kama became somewhat manic with denial. Buddy, the Tycho Dodinus prophecy is exclusive to the Lestrange family. From the materials I have encountered, the entire prophecy was the result of heavy interference by the Lestrange family. So the targets the prophecy refers to must all be members of the Lestrange family. So, do you notice the inconsistency in this prophecy? Aiden looked at Yusuf and patted his back with gentle correction. So the vengeful warrior should not be me. Yusuf could not quite believe it. Exactly. Aiden shrugged with casual certainty. Impossible, you must be lying to me. You want to exonerate him, right? Yusuf pointed his wand at Credence again with renewed fury. Enough, Yusuf. Stop deceiving yourself. He is not Corvus. Lita rushed out, holding her family tree with trembling hands. Corvus is dead, killed by my own hand. Lita opened the book, and a sapling grew from it with magical light. My father had a strange family tree. Men's names would appear on it, women appeared as flowers. At the top, Corvus Lestrange's name appeared in glowing letters. Back then, my father sent me and Corvus to America together. Irma pretended to be our grandmother. On the ship, Corvus would not stop crying. I switched him with the child across from us. I swear I did not mean to hurt him. But the woman holding Corvus, her boat capsized, and she and Corvus sank to the bottom together. Lita dragged out the secret she had buried in her heart for years, collapsing to the ground as if her spine had been removed. Lita, I know you did not mean it. It was not your fault. Newt comforted her with gentle understanding. Newt, there is no monster you do not love. Lita turned back with bitter self-awareness. Do you know who that woman was? Tina asked with practical concern. I do not know. Lita shook her head with genuine regret. So my origins remain unknown. Credence clenched his fists with growing frustration. Oh, I might know a little. Aiden raised his hand with casual confidence. You, came 5 voices in unison. Who am I exactly? Credence rushed over and grabbed Aiden's shoulders desperately. When I was helping Newt separate the Obscurus from your body earlier, I discovered a huge Othala rune in your bloodline. Aiden waved his wand, and the surrounding light flew over to Forma, floating above everyone's heads. Because of my mentor's influence, I have some understanding of their family's alchemy. From this, I reverse-engineered a little information. Aiden pinched his thumb and forefinger together. You mean? I might be from your teacher's family. Credence grasped the information with desperate hope. Yes, my teacher Albus Dumbledore. I speculate you might be a descendant of the Dumbledore family. Aiden revealed the answer with certainty. Then you. Credence wanted to ask more, but the cemetery's stone door suddenly opened with ominous timing. Queenie. Jacob happened to be right by the stone door, and he was the first to walk in with obvious joy. Come on, let us see what surprise Grindelwald has prepared for us. Aiden also walked in with grim anticipation. The circular venue was filled with wizards who had come to listen to Grindelwald's persuasive voice. A fanatical atmosphere was surging through the crowd. Only a few hundred, not enough. Aiden walked while stealing the secrets hidden in these wizards' hearts through his supernatural abilities. As the secrets accumulated, Aiden gradually began to sense their connections to the collective unconscious sea. So this is where the observer's ability to perceive all secrets comes from, Aiden thought with growing understanding. Chapter 322, Speech and Plan Completed. In the center of the cemetery, Jacob finally found Queenie among the gathering crowd. Let us go, baby. Jacob looked at Queenie with deep concern, gently cupping her face in his hands. Oh, honey, we should stay and listen to what he has to say. At this moment, Queenie, already bewitched by Grindelwald's persuasive influence, did not want to leave at all. She was intoxicated by the grand vision he had painted. Outside Père Lachaise Cemetery, a large group of Aurors was positioned and ready for action. The British Ministry of Magic was launching a cross-border arrest operation in France with unprecedented boldness. Torquil Travers was completely immersed in his own smugness over the power he had seized through political maneuvering. He completely failed to notice that the French Ministry of Magic, their century-old rivals, had actually permitted their armed forces to enter the French homeland to arrest criminals. Although it appeared to be a typical example of international wizarding-friendly cooperation on the surface, what was the underlying reality? Grindelwald walked from the dark stone passage into the venue, and the surrounding wizards began cheering and jumping for him with fanatical enthusiasm. But what no one noticed was that in the crowded corner of the cemetery, a man in platinum robes and a boy with dragon horns stood side by side, observing everything. So you are just watching him manipulate public opinion like this? The director was somewhat surprised by Aiden's passive stance. And what exactly are you and that old fox Dumbledore planning? I remember you are not much younger than Dumbledore either. Aiden raised an eyebrow with amusement. He is in his 40s, I am just 30. Wait, you almost led me off track, why do you all speak in riddles? Aiden looked at him with an amused expression, thinking of how this man had acted like a riddler the last time he borrowed the regression pendulum. You are really too young. Wizarding society has been repressed to the extreme by the statute of secrecy. Even if Grindelwald did not appear, there might be Tom, Tim, or other such people to stir up conflict. Aiden picked at his nails while scrutinizing Grindelwald with an evaluating gaze. So Dumbledore and Grindelwald are working together. Several exclamation marks seemed to appear above the director's forehead in shock. They used to be, I guess. I estimate this plan was completed by the two of them together, but Dumbledore later withdrew or changed his mind for some reason. Aiden maintained his previous posture while speculating calmly. A plan devised by the two strongest wizards of our time. The director's voice trembled slightly with the implications. Why do you look like the sky is falling? You are the director of the Department of Mysteries. If even you are like this, how can you expect your subordinates to pull themselves together to fight against the deep realm? Aiden patted his shoulder reassuringly. The director shook his head, calmed himself down, and focused his gaze on Grindelwald in the center of the venue. Grindelwald stepped onto the stage with theatrical confidence, opened his arms wide, and the wizards below cheered and applauded with increasing fervor. My brothers, sisters, my fellow wizards, your applause is not for me, but for yourselves. One had to admit, Grindelwald was extremely skilled at speeches and stirring hearts with carefully chosen words. He immediately aroused all the wizards' emotions at the opening, making the wizards go wild for him with passionate devotion. Your presence here today is for the longing and faith in your hearts, to explore a completely new path. Grindelwald raised his hand toward the surrounding wizards with mesmerizing authority. Some say I hate muggles, those without magic, but I do not hate them. I never fight out of hatred. In my view, muggles are the majority, just a group of people different from us. They also have value and should not be disposed of casually, but they should be treated specially. Grindelwald's words were full of disdain for the statute of secrecy while maintaining a veneer of reasonableness. Magic is a miracle that blooms only in a few souls. Think carefully, my friends, what kind of world will we create? And please remember this one thing, we live for freedom, for truth, for love. Grindelwald beckoned to Vinda Rosier, who brought him an intricate alchemical device. If we do not rise up to resist and realize our ideal world, this will be the consequence. Grindelwald took a deep breath from the alchemical device and exhaled forcefully. Smoke enveloped the entire venue, and vivid images began to appear in the swirling mist. Countless Muggle soldiers fought with firearms, aeroplanes, cannons, and tanks, which were developed one after another in an endless cycle of warfare. Tens of thousands of people were displaced from their homes, and finally the sun's radiance bloomed on the ground in nuclear fire. This is what we must resist, this is our enemy. They are arrogant, greedy for power, existing like beasts. Before long, they will turn their weapons on us. Now remember my words, do nothing, stay calm. The Ministry's Aurors entered the venue, and Grindelwald narrowed his eyes with calculated satisfaction. Did you anticipate that Muggle technology would develop so rapidly? The director turned to ask Aiden with genuine curiosity. Killing has always been humanity's most effective means of progress. Why do you think our magical technology has advanced by leaps and bounds? Abandoning cumbersome but powerful ancient magic in favor of efficient, economical modern magic. Aiden looked at the director with knowing insight. It is to pursue the most efficient and quick killing. The director frowned with grim realization. Yes, this is humanity's inherent flaw. Do not look at Grindelwald mocking the Muggle authorities, how much better can our wizarding authorities really be? Aiden pointed with his chin at Travers walking in, his expression from eyebrow to eye corner revealing nothing but disdain and mockery. The two just watched this Torquil Travers, who viewed magic as might makes right. In a sense, Torquil and Grindelwald could be seen as the same type of people, they both viewed violence as the only means to achieve their goals. However, they both forgot that this was an idealistic world, where mental resistance was far more powerful than they imagined. And Aiden maliciously speculated that perhaps it was precisely because of the existence of this idealistic divine couple, Grindelwald and Dumbledore, that made Travers so disgusted with both of them. And now, the first believer in violent authority would soon meet his doom, because the trap had been carefully set. Aurors, welcome. Grindelwald opened his arms as if seeing old friends arrive. Fellow countrymen, although they have killed many of my followers and imprisoned and tortured me in New York, this is only because they, like us, are people who pursue truth and facts, but have temporarily taken the wrong path. You will be angry, and you will desire revenge, this is also natural. With Grindelwald's seductive words, the fury in a witch's heart was completely ignited. She slightly raised her wand, but the aura was faster, a green flash shot out, and the witch fell to the ground lifeless. At this moment, Aiden felt emotions of desire for retribution, complaint, and tit-for-tat revenge surge in the collective unconscious sea. In the desolate courtyard of the first layer of the Deep Realm, Hell's power was continuously strengthening with each act of violence. It wanted to break through the boundary between illusion and reality and descend upon the object of the wizard's prayers, Grindelwald. However, the radiance of prophecy suddenly appeared, capturing and dividing Hell, compressing it into a sphere of pure light. A hand holding a wand made of elderwood appeared in the Zeroth layer of the Sea of Consciousness, the Mirror of Erist. With a flick of the wand, Hell's power was instantly captured and entered the arm. The entire process had not the slightest impact on the real world, while Aiden felt Grindelwald's magical power begin to expand geometrically through this supernatural absorption. Chapter 323, Chapter 323, The Great Fire of Paris and Nicholas Takes Action. No. Newt shouted, but it was too late. The Auror who had cast the killing curse had already fled, and Grindelwald pushed through the crowd to reach the fallen woman's side. Take this young warrior back to her homeland. Grindelwald gently closed her lifeless eyes with reverent care. But what he did not notice was that a niffler had quietly burrowed into his arms and stolen an ornament containing blood. Go, my fellow countrymen. Disapparate and leave. Go tell the world that I was not the first to resort to violence. Grindelwald's voice, enhanced by Hell's power, carried extreme persuasiveness that resonated in every listener's mind. The wizards raised their heads and transformed into streams of black smoke, leaving the cemetery in waves. When the wizards departed, only Grindelwald and his few loyalists remained in the venue, along with the British Ministry's Aurors. Capture him. Theseus murmured with grim determination. Grindelwald raised his wand and pointed it in a circle around them with a theatrical flourish. In an instant, the circular ground around them burst into flames, a magnificent yet terrifying sight that defied natural law. The flames were like wild beasts, clawing and spreading in all directions with supernatural hunger. The scorching temperature seemed capable of burning the very air itself, and the raging fire illuminated the entire cemetery with ghostly light. Flames licked at the stone bricks, reducing everything to ash with relentless efficiency. The firelight shot skyward, dyeing the dome a ghostly blue that cast eerie shadows. Grindelwald stood at the center of the ghostly blue flames, like a demon god controlling hellfire with absolute authority. His face showed no trace of fear, only firm dedication to his twisted ideals. Join me, Aurors. Grindelwald opened his arms to them with false welcome. Then pledge to me your eternal loyalty, or death. Grindelwald's voice seemed to come from a distant place, yet also seemed to have many people echoing him, layering the voices into an otherworldly chorus. Only here can you find freedom. Only here can you truly know yourselves. Some of the surrounding Aurors were visibly tempted, while nearby Caro tried to cross through the flames but was burnt to ash instantly. The remaining Aurors hesitated, with some desperately wanting to disapparate and escape. However, the flames around Grindelwald automatically lunged at them with predatory intelligence. The flames originating from the Deep Realm King, Hell, interfered with spatial magic itself. When the Aurors attempted to disapparate, they broke through the spatial protection and were incinerated by the supernatural fire. Follow the rules, children. Grindelwald laughed with chilling amusement. Credence stepped forward with desperate purpose, but Nagini held him back protectively. Sensing Credence's inner anxiety, Grindelwald smiled with paternal satisfaction. Credence. Newt called out to him, wanting to run over, but was blocked by Grindelwald's wall of flames. Credence stepped into the flames without hesitation, and Jacob, seeing this scene, hugged Queenie tightly in desperation. Queenie, you must wake up now. Jacob shook her with increasing urgency. Jacob, he is the answer. Queenie's voice was as soft as breathing, barely audible. No, no, no. Jacob shook his head frantically. Come with me. Queenie broke free from Jacob's protective embrace. But Queenie faced Jacob's thoughts and disappointed expression with growing conflict. Grief, fear, and worry erupted in Queenie's heart, and she shouted at Jacob, come with me. You are crazy. Jacob looked at Queenie with great sadness and disbelief. And Queenie, as if receiving some kind of final answer, stepped into the flames without looking back. No, Queenie, do not. Jacob reached out desperately to hold her back, but the flames nearly singed his outstretched hand. Queenie cried out as she stepped into the supernatural flames, and Grindelwald reached out to accept her, sending her away to safety within his circle. Grindelwald walked out of the circle of flames toward Lita with calculated intent. I know this young lady, Lita Lestrange, despised, unloved, mistreated. Grindelwald reached out and helped Lita up with false gentleness. Brave lady, it is time to come home. Then, rows of silver threads gathered together, weaving a mystical clock behind Lita with intricate precision. Click. The clock's minute hand twisted backward, and Grindelwald's sea of fire was instantly frozen in place. One flame broke away from the fire and was fixed midair like a photograph. Grindelwald reached out and touched it, no burning sensation, no harm at all. Time. Grindelwald immediately recognized the source of this peculiar power. You see, Mr. Grindelwald, pursuing freedom is a beautiful thing, but your actions seem somewhat contrary to your promise not to stir up hatred. A young voice appeared, and the sea of flames directly separated to both sides, making way for Aiden to reach directly in front of Grindelwald. Young Prewett, you should understand, this is revolution. Bloodshed and sacrifice are inevitable. Grindelwald seemed already accustomed to this argument, after all, he was a legendary wizard firm in his ideals and beliefs. He could not possibly be swayed by Aiden's few words, so confrontation between individuals ultimately returned to violence. Aiden reached out and pushed with supernatural strength, sending Vinda Rosier flying. The alchemical item storing prophecy in her hand crashed to the ground and shattered. The surrounding flames shook more violently, breaking through Aiden's temporal seal in one explosive go. I did not expect that. Aiden showed an embarrassed smile. Grindelwald waved like he was conducting a demonic orchestra, pushing the flames toward Aiden with deadly intent. At the same time, the flames split off a thin stream to attack Lita and Newt's group with calculated precision. Disperse. Aiden raised his wand with a flick, and the power of the silencing prohibition spread out, relieving the three from immediate danger. Grindelwald directly cast a killing curse with murderous intent, and Aiden flickered away through dimensional space. Lita and Theseus were pulled by Newt to disapparate and escape the supernatural inferno. I hate Paris. Grindelwald, left in place, stood upright, leaning on a cane with aristocratic poise. Then he disapparated and vanished into the night. Outside the cemetery, Yusuf Kama escaped with Nagini, while Tina pulled Jacob out to safety. Hell's flames, catalyzed by prophecy, reacted violently, with dragon shadows appearing in the ghostly blue fire. Nicholas also arrived at the cemetery's perimeter at this crucial time, his white hair blown by the air compressed by the supernatural flames. With a flash of space, Aiden appeared beside him breathlessly. How is the situation? Nicholas asked with professional concern. He has completed integration with Hell. The Department of Mysteries plan should have begun. Aiden replied grimly. Nicholas nodded and said nothing more, understanding the gravity of the situation. The surrounding wizards moved toward Nicholas and Aiden's direction while using finite incantatum to disperse the gathering fiend fire. Everyone, form a circle and stick your wands in the ground, or all of Paris will be destroyed. Nicholas commanded everyone with absolute authority, and they immediately formed a perfect circle. With Nicholas as the center point and the wizards as the circle, an alchemical matrix capable of connecting everyone's spells was designed by him through centuries of experience. Finite incantatum. 5 voices spoke in unison. Everyone channeled their spells into Nicholas's alchemical matrix, with Nicholas serving as the hub to regulate the flow of magical power. Finite incantatum. Aiden raised his staff, and vigorous orange flames flowed into Nicholas's matrix with tremendous force. Instantly, the matrix's power spread from the ground, enveloping the entire Père Lachaise cemetery in a powerful finite incantatum spell. Nicholas had the wizards stick their wands in the ground, borrowing the Earth's ancient magical power to fight against the Deep Realm King's supernatural influence. At the center of the cemetery, more flames erupted with renewed violence, forming dragon after dragon of pure fire. The dragons flapped their wings trying to break through Nicholas's defense but were steadily suppressed by his centuries of accumulated power. The collision of flame against flame continuously produced explosive sounds that echoed through Paris, and the dragons were slowly surrounded by orange-yellow flames. They changed direction and began rushing toward the sky in desperate escape. But in the sky, a vigorous silver dragon was flapping its wings, waiting for them with patient determination. The silver dragon opened its mouth and breathed frost at the fiendfire dragons with devastating effect. Thus, through their combined efforts, the fiendfire retreated back into the cemetery, and all the surrounding openings were sealed with stone slabs. Frost descending from the sky formed thick ice layers on the outer side of the stone slabs, and the great fire was finally stopped. Chapter 324, Return to Hogwarts and Arrival of the Prewetts. The great fire receded, and a group of people sat on the open ground catching their breath after the harrowing ordeal. Nicholas patted Jacob's shoulder comfortingly, while Nagini hid in the corner weeping silently. Theseus, after you return, you must hide Lita. If she appears before the world again, following the prophecy, Grindelwald will once again covet her power. Aiden looked at the two holding hands and reminded them with serious urgency. They looked at each other and nodded emphatically to Aiden, understanding the gravity of his warning. Austria, Nurmengard Castle. Credence looked out the window dejectedly, his face a mask of uncertainty and pain. Queenie and Grindelwald hid behind the door, observing him carefully. Without turning back, Grindelwald quietly asked. Is he still so afraid of me? You need to be careful. He is still uncertain about his choice. Be gentle. Queenie told Grindelwald with genuine concern. Then he approached and told Credence about his origins and Dumbledore's betrayal. He picked up the young bird Credence had been raising and burnt it with supernatural fire. Then a phoenix was reborn from the flames with magnificent beauty. Credence was completely certain of his identity, and in his anger, he cast a spell that blasted apart a distant mountaintop with devastating force. The news of Grindelwald's activities in Paris quickly spread throughout the entire wizarding world. The British Ministry of Magic's provocative offshore interference behavior completely enraged the International Confederation of Wizards. This left the British Ministry of Magic in a state of complete diplomatic isolation. As the person directly responsible for this incident, Torquil Travers bore all the blame and was unceremoniously kicked into Azkaban prison. As the hero who prevented Paris's total destruction, Newt had his travel ban lifted and his honor completely restored. His brother Theseus was promoted to head of the Auror office and secretly married Lita in a private ceremony. Jacob returned to America with a heavy heart and cut off all contact with Aiden's group, unable to bear the painful reminders. Outside the gates of Hogwarts, the remaining group waited for the local powerhouse entrenched here to appear. Dumbledore walked toward them with steady, measured steps. Newt and Aiden stepped forward, and Newt pulled out an ornament containing blood from his coat with careful reverence. This is a blood pact, is it not? Newt tilted his head curiously. You swore not to fight each other. Dumbledore looked at the blood pact for a long time, unable to recover from the sight of it. His eyebrows twitched once with visible emotion, and he reached out to grasp the blood pact with trembling fingers. For Merlin's sake, how did you? Before Dumbledore could finish speaking, he saw the niffler that Newt pulled from his coat with obvious amusement. Oh ho! Dumbledore smiled with genuine delight. Grindelwald always overlooks the power of the weak. Newt smiled with quiet satisfaction. Dumbledore raised both hands toward Theseus behind him with a meaningful gesture. Theseus raised his wand and twisted it, shattering the silver restraints on Dumbledore's hands with precise magic. Dumbledore turned his wrists with obvious relief, put his hands on his hips, and looked at the blood pact floating in the air. Can you destroy it? Newt asked with hopeful anticipation. Perhaps. Dumbledore said with a thoughtful sigh. He grabbed the blood pact and walked toward Hogwarts with purposeful strides. Oh, by the way, Aiden. Dumbledore suddenly turned his head with characteristic mischief. What? The dragon, who had been enjoying the drama, was suddenly called upon. Some people want to meet you. They are already at Hogwarts. Dumbledore winked his left eye at him with obvious amusement. Who? The eyebrows that had been raised a second ago now slid toward the center with growing suspicion. His furrowed brow looked like it could crush someone with its intensity. Oh my, it really is a dragon person. An elderly lady rubbed Aiden's horns with fascinated delight. Indeed, looks quite healthy too. An old man patted Aiden's chest with clinical assessment. Let us check the reproductive. A young woman approached and was about to strip Aiden's pants with scientific enthusiasm. Hey, that's enough. Aiden breathed out dragon breath to cool them down. Oh, he can breathe dragon breath too, he seems to be an ice-type dragon. A man came up behind Aiden, held his head, and rubbed it with obvious pleasure. All right, Darren, stop playing. He is about to get angry, and do not blame us if you get bitten later. The elderly lady reminded him with practical wisdom. Another old man stepped forward and introduced himself to Aiden with formal courtesy. Hello there, strange dragon person. We are members of the Prewett family. I am Quinn Prewett. This is my wife, Fetty Prewett. Darren Prewett. The person who had just rubbed Aiden's head also spoke up cheerfully. Hey there, I am Alida Prewett. The woman who had previously tried to strip Aiden's pants also introduced herself with unashamed directness. At this moment, Aiden's mind was racing with profanities. He finally understood why Dumbledore had been evasive with him. Prewetts, what do you want with me? Although Aiden already knew perfectly well, sometimes it was better to play dumb, maybe he could fool his way out of this situation. To take you back to continue the bloodline, of course. Fetty's words were shocking in their bluntness. Look, this is my son, handsome and wealthy. This is my daughter, elegant and charming. How about it? Are you not tempted? Quinn opened his mouth like a practiced salesman hawking his wares. Wait, even if you want an arranged marriage, what is the meaning of bringing a man here? The dragon could not help but complain with obvious confusion. Ah, are you not? Darren was about to speak when Aiden directly froze him in place with a breath of dragon fire. Oh, so you are a boy. Fetty stroked her chin with newfound understanding. Then if you thought I was a girl, why bring your daughter? The dragon continued complaining with growing exasperation. Oh, I originally brought her in case you liked girls, it is always good to have a backup option. Alida said with a smile of pure practicality. At the same time, she leaned close to Aiden and obsessively touched the dragon horns on his head with obvious fascination. Oh, look at this degree of bloodline activation. You must have experienced unparalleled battles. You bunch of war maniacs. Although they might be his ancestors, Aiden still had to complain about their single-minded focus. All right, let us go. Come back to the Prewett family. We will definitely be able to have many healthy babies. Alida directly grabbed Aiden, preparing to drag him away with determined enthusiasm. Ahem. A savior appeared at the perfect moment. Everyone, did we not agree beforehand to just meet once? What are you doing now? Dumbledore stepped out with diplomatic intervention. Are you going to stop the Prewett inheritance? Dragon blood began to stir, and all four people simultaneously drew their wands and pointed them at Dumbledore with threatening intent. But you should consider the person's wishes, should you not? Aiden snapped his fingers, the crisp snap echoing in everyone's hearts, calming their agitation with supernatural influence. There are dragons who refuse to reproduce. Is there something wrong with your bloodline? Quinn looked at Aiden curiously with obvious confusion. Do you not spend all day just fighting and making babies? Aiden's impression of the Prewetts had completely collapsed under this revelation. It is not strange. Due to the influence of dragon blood, our reproduction is somewhat more difficult than ordinary families. Alida shrugged with matter-of-fact acceptance. Forget it. Let me show you. I cannot stand your strange traditions, and besides, I cannot leave descendants in this era. Silver threads appeared in Aiden's hands with practiced ease. He cast out a large net, pulling all the Prewetts into a dream simultaneously. Chapter 325, Eastern Lands. TL note, Eastern Lands is China. So yeah, I have changed it and will be changing Zhang Qingrui to Wang and Zhang Xian to Yao. In the dream, Aiden took several people to observe his experiences. After some trembling, the group woke up. I see, Quinn Prewett stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then we were the ones who disturbed you, Darren said, leaning against the wall while organizing the information he had just received. Don't you plan to change the future? Aiden read their firm thoughts from the sea of consciousness. Of course not. If changes in the future cause your disappearance, that would be a huge loss. Fetty narrowed her eyes with determination. So you're all mad people, Aiden sighed deeply. But it's such a pity that you're not from our era, Alida said, hugging Aiden and nuzzling his dragon horns affectionately. In any case, we understand the situation. During this wizarding war, we will remain silent and follow your will as our guide. Quinn made the decision, representing that the Prewetts had placed their bet. That's good news, Dumbledore, who had been eavesdropping nearby, extended his hand to Quinn with obvious relief. Quinn shook it firmly. The Prewett people came hurriedly and left hurriedly. At this moment, in the office, Dumbledore and Aiden sat facing each other across the desk. Something you need? Aiden could tell from his expression that he definitely had a favor to ask. Grindelwald is plotting for the power of the Deep Realm Kings. I hope you can make a trip to the Eastern Lands. Dumbledore looked at Aiden seriously. The Eastern Lands? What do they have to do with it? Grindelwald's ideology shouldn't be able to invoke the descent of life, right? Aiden raised an eyebrow questioningly. However, because the Eastern people have sealed the Deep Realm Kings in the real world, all sorts of strange creatures are always being born on their lands, Dumbledore explained patiently. He raised his wand and waved it, filling the classroom with a large amount of swirling mist. A creature with a sheep's head, wolf hooves, a rounded top, and a colorful body, and standing about 4 meters tall, emerged from the magical mist. Qilin, Aiden recognized the creature immediately. Yes, the Eastern people cleverly merged their wizarding culture with secular culture, forming a unique totem worship system. This resulted in magical creatures born on their lands having the ability to affect everyone's consciousness, Dumbledore explained with obvious admiration. Everyone. Even ordinary people would be involved. Aiden suddenly realized what those people back in the Eastern Lands had accomplished. Yes, it sounds strange, but they did achieve it, wizards leading ordinary people forward together. According to legend, in their ancient times, many wizards participated in ordinary people's wars. Wizards left great influence among ordinary people, and their secular regimes were basically established with wizards' help. Under this model, their wizards can be said to have the best integration with ordinary people in the world. Dumbledore took a long breath, his expression showing clear envy. So next we're going to the Eastern Lands. Aiden tilted his head. Not we, just you. Dumbledore looked at him and winked his left eye playfully. Aiden clenched his fists in frustration. Helplessly taking the ticket to the Eastern Lands, behind him Dumbledore stood with a black eye on his left side, smiling and waving at him. Taking the ferry, after drifting on the sea for a full month, Aiden arrived at the land of luxury and decadence, the great port city. Busy commercial districts and colorful nightlife filled the streets. At this moment, the port city was a place where tradition and modernity intertwined in fascinating ways. Aiden wore a proper little suit, and people around couldn't help but cast curious glances at him. His brow furrowed slightly, magic surged, and a confundus charm formed above the crowd. Soon all the gazes focused on Aiden disappeared. Isn't it a bit rude to use magic carelessly on our territory, foreign practitioner? A young voice appeared behind Aiden. Just a small trick. After all, Eastern people's nature of loving excitement might cause us trouble, right, Master Wang? Aiden replied fluently in the local tongue. Aiden turned around to see young Wang standing behind him with his hands folded formally. The fluent local language made Wang pause for a moment in surprise. Foreigners who speak our language so fluently are rare. Are you interested in our country? Why don't you stay? I can recommend you to join our order. Wang became much more enthusiastic, raised his eyebrows, and started recruiting eagerly. You people all like to do this, Aiden observed wryly. Obviously this familiar approach and familiar recruiting talk reminded Aiden of that fellow from the Department of Mysteries. No need, Master Wang. I have no plans to become a monk, Aiden smiled politely. Our order doesn't forbid marriage, you know. Wang had an expression like, you'd be at a loss if you missed this opportunity. Let's talk about serious matters. Do you know that Grindelwald is coveting the Qilin? Aiden became serious. How do you? Oh, you're a Prewett, that's not surprising. Wang first frowned, then relaxed with understanding. Come on, follow me back to the temple first. This matter still needs to be reported to my master for him to decide, Wong said, reaching out to teleport with Aiden. No need, I'll do it myself. Aiden dodged, then transformed into a guardian spirit and followed beside Wong. Hey, you Western things are just flashy, Wong shook his head dismissively. He took a step forward, and the surrounding space began to rotate like black mist, with everything spiraling to form a magical passage. When the black mist dispersed and the power of order reassembled matter, the two had arrived at an ancient temple complex. Wait, how do you know our spatial compression technique? Wong raised an eyebrow suspiciously. You taught me. The corner of Aiden's mouth curved up slightly. What? Smack. A sharp tap interrupted Wong's words. You brat, teaching sect secrets to outsiders, an elder appeared suddenly. He was the old man who had previously fought against resentment in the Deep Realm, and also Wong's master, Yao, the current Grand Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Grand Master, Aiden performed a formal bow respectfully. Don't call me Grand Master, call me Master. Come on, let's go to our Founders Hall right now to complete the apprenticeship ceremony, then give you a proper name. Tomorrow you can stay at Dragon Tiger Mountain to cultivate, the elder said, grabbing Aiden and preparing to rush to the main hall. Wait, Grand Master, this junior really has no intention of entering the monastic life. My worldly ties are not severed, so I cannot cultivate the true way. Aiden's face was almost scrunched up as he waved his hands repeatedly. Then you learned Dragon Tiger Mountain's secret techniques, so you should give an explanation, the elder said, seeing one plan fail and devising another. Is it a secret technique? Isn't this something I learnt and improved from the divine beast Zhou? I remember quite a few people outside know it too. Aiden narrowed his eyes. I don't care. You admitted it yourself, you learnt it from my disciple Wong, the elder put his hands on his hips stubbornly. Then he cast a threatening look at Wong, who shook his head in response. All right, Master, stop fooling around. It's time to talk about serious matters, Wong interjected. You, rebellious disciple. The elder glanced at him angrily and turned to walk toward the main hall with dignified steps. Chapter 326, Qilin and Eastern Arrangements. TL note, warning. This chapter is about Chinese bullshit magic. So you're saying that Dark Wizard wants to target our Qilin? The Grand Master's face was full of surprise. According to the information I heard from Dumbledore, yes, Aiden nodded. Pfft. Wong beside him couldn't help but laugh. It's impossible for them to touch the Qilin, so you can go back now. The Grand Master also suppressed his laughter and waved his hand dismissively. Wait, don't you care? That's the Qilin we're talking about. Now it was Aiden's turn to be surprised. Ha 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 ha. The two began slapping their thighs and laughing heartily. After a while, Wong had laughed enough and came over to pat Aiden's shoulder. Buddy, that's the Qilin, the earth element Qilin that guards the center. Wong was doubled over with laughter. You mean the Qilin has no physical form? Aiden finally realized. But they did find evidence of a sheep-headed, wolf-hooved, round-topped beast in their intelligence. So that's fake. A smokescreen you put out. Aiden raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I told you this child has wisdom. Why don't you join my order? You'd make a great next Grand Master. The Grand Master stroked his beard thoughtfully. As he spoke, the Grand Master glanced at Wong, who pretended not to see his master's look and turned his head away. Sigh. The Grand Master let out a long sigh. My position as Grand Master isn't some terrible burden. Why does everyone avoid it like the plague? The Grand Master shook his head helplessly. The frustrated Grand Master waved his hand and threw both of them out. The hall door slammed shut with a bang. Hey, that old man. Wong fell to the ground, covering his backside. While Aiden performed a nimble flip and landed steadily. Let's go, Aiden said. Where to? Wong was somewhat confused. Take me to see your smokescreen creation. Aiden casually waved his hand and pulled him up from the ground. Wong again used spatial compression with Aiden, arriving in a mountain forest. In the bamboo grove, it seemed wizards were already fighting. Aiden looked closely and saw it was Newt and Grindelwald's subordinates. Aren't you going to help? That person seems to be your friend, Wong muttered. Let him learn a lesson, or Tina will nag me again later. Aiden directly pulled out a chair and sat down. Oh, interesting, Wong looked very intrigued. Tina said the reason Newt dares to go adventuring everywhere so recklessly is because I always clean up after him. She told me to give him a good scare next time he's in danger so he'll learn his lesson. Aiden helplessly pulled out a coconut ice cream. Oh, just like our womenfolk. Give me some too, Wong extended his freeloading hand. Aiden shared some with him, and the two watched Newt play chase in the bamboo grove while holding a specially made Qilin. Finally, during an apparition, Newt's protective spell was broken by Credence. Seeing it was Newt who had always protected him, Credence didn't strike hard, he just knocked him out with a stunning spell. Then the Qilin in Newt's arms was taken away. Is it really okay to just let them leave with the Qilin like this? Even if it's fake, aren't you afraid it will trigger prophecy in your country? Aiden turned to ask. It's already been triggered. They say a great calamity will appear in a few years, Wong sighed. Many people will die. Aiden's hair covered his eyes, making his expression unreadable. Political cycles, it can't be helped. It's for civilization to endure. Wong looked up at the starry sky. The cosmic secret ritual. Aiden murmured. Where did you learn that name? Wong's previous dejection was instantly scattered by shock. I have an extraordinary relationship with the unspeakables, and don't you communicate before constructing various rituals? Aiden looked at him strangely. Whoa, so you're the next director of the Department of Mysteries. No wonder you know these things. Wong relaxed again. No, Aiden raised his hand somewhat awkwardly. Damn it, the Department of Mysteries wouldn't leak our situation everywhere, would they? Wait, how did they bypass the contract? They didn't all defect, did they? Wong's state of mind could be described as full of ups and downs. My name is on the unspeakable stone, Aiden's words reassured him again. Brother, I'm begging you, don't torment me like this. If something happens to my heart, I'll definitely come back as a vengeful spirit to haunt you. Wong threatened. While the two were chatting, Newt nearby also woke up and struggled to crawl back to the dying Qilin's side. The Qilin used all its strength to give birth to a second Qilin, then collapsed with dilated pupils. Newt held the baby Qilin, leaning against the Qilin's embrace. A wyvern flew out of his suitcase, wrapping Newt and his case with its long tail and carrying them away from the scene. After the dust settled, Aiden and Wong entered the scene. Oh, crude Westerners, making such a mess of our place, Wong kept shooting accusatory glances at Aiden. Ha, 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 a certain dragon whistled and turned his head away. The dead Qilin on the ground slowly turned into a piece of dead wood, with tender green shoots growing on it. Life. Aiden watched this scene. Yes, this is a counterfeit we crafted with life essence. But some of its abilities are genuine, Wong nodded. Aiden narrowed his eyes, his heterochromatic pupils penetrating the boundary between illusion and reality. On the collective unconscious sea, a pair of heterochromatic dragon eyes opened, scanning the entire area. Finally, their hidden secrets were completely revealed before Aiden's eyes. What a scheme. Aiden clapped his hands, applauding them. Actively spreading news about the Qilin and having some domestic wizards turn to Grindelwald to increase the Qilin's credibility. At the same time, deliberately letting the Qilin give birth to two offspring, triggering their struggle over destiny and leadership. Thus sharing part of your great calamity with others. What a brilliant scheme. Aiden looked at Wong with burning eyes. Don't look at him anymore. These were all this old man's strategies. After this incident ends, I will take all responsibility and resign in disgrace. An aged voice came from behind the two. Master, Wong looked at him with concern. But the Grand Master ignored him, instead focusing his gaze on Aiden. So, what will you choose? Report me or watch everything happen, foreigner. Golden lightning flickered in the depths of the Grand Master's eyes. Aiden closed his golden pupil and looked at the two with his blue pupil. Then he turned and disapparated away. Why did he leave? What does he mean? Wong was confused. Learn well, the Grand Master knocked Wong's head hard, then used spatial compression to leave. Chapter 327, Chapter 327, Return and Blood Pact. At the London Underground station, Dumbledore gripped the handrail and made his way through the crowded platform to a quiet cafe outside Downing Street. Inside the cafe, Dumbledore stirred his coffee with deliberate slowness, watching the cream spiral through the dark liquid. A man in an impeccably tailored suit materialized beside him. Is this a cafe you come to often? Grindelwald asked. No, perhaps not so often, Dumbledore replied with a faint smile. Grindelwald sat down, and a waiter brought him a cup of coffee without being asked. Dumbledore spread his hands, revealing the ornament wrapped around his wrist. You wore this around your neck for so many years. Close to your heart. Grindelwald glanced at it, then returned his piercing gaze to Dumbledore. Sometimes I imagine I still feel it there. How does it feel around your wrist? Perhaps we could free each other, Dumbledore said, sitting up and leaning closer to Grindelwald. The silence stretched between them, heavy with decades of unspoken pain. Dumbledore glanced away, reaching for his coffee cup as if seeking refuge in mundane ritual. Our Muggle friends certainly talk a lot, but I must admit, they make excellent coffee. Hearing that Dumbledore wanted to break the blood pact, Grindelwald was unwilling to entertain the thought. He picked up his coffee and took a sip, looking around the bustling cafe. What you're trying to do now is too dangerous. Dumbledore looked at him with grave intensity. This was originally what we agreed to accomplish together. When it came to their shared ideals, Grindelwald showed no fear of Dumbledore's gaze. Because I was too young then, too. Dumbledore's head shook slightly. Unwavering. To me, to us, Grindelwald's eyes began to show aggression. No, I participated only because. Dumbledore paused, the words heavy on his tongue, because I once loved you. Yes, the corner of Grindelwald's mouth curved up slightly. But that's not why you participated. You proposed it, that we could reshape this world, that it's our birthright. The two fell into tense silence, and the atmosphere between them grew thick with unspoken history. Can you smell it, the stench? Grindelwald's voice seemed to be squeezed from his lungs. Are you really going to betray your own kind for these animals? The surrounding environment began to turn pure white, reality bleeding away at the edges. With or without you, I will destroy their world, Albus, Grindelwald said, his lips pressed into a thin line. Enjoy your afternoon tea. Grindelwald stood to leave, but the pure white cafe around them had already caught fire with supernatural flames. Damn. He set fire to it. The Deep Realm King's flames scorched the dragon weaving the dream, forcing Aiden to sever the burning pure white threads connecting them. Aiden brought Dumbledore back from the dream to reality with a sudden jolt. See? I told you I couldn't persuade him. When the time comes, we'll gather more people, find a place to surround him, and bury him, Aiden said, going over to pat Dumbledore's back. The blood packed on Dumbledore's hand coiled even tighter, as if alive. On the other side of Europe, at Nurmengard Castle, Grindelwald woke from his dream on the sofa. A dream. Prewett has this ability too. I want him more and more, Grindelwald muttered, rubbing his temples. With a flash of displaced air, Credence led 3 people through Nurmengard's imposing gates. Grindelwald pushed open the door, saw the bag in Credence's hand, and smiled with satisfaction. Go down, Credence said, bowing his head slightly and instructing those behind him. Grindelwald took the bag from his hand and pulled out the Qilin inside with reverent care. I heard it's special, Credence said. It's not just special. Look. Grindelwald leaned back slightly so Credence could see the creature in his arms. See its eyes. These eyes can see everything, truth, lies, virtue, vice. When the Qilin is born, a new leader will rise and change the world. Grindelwald looked at the Qilin in his arms with deep, almost paternal affection. Its birth will change everything. You did well. Grindelwald adjusted the Qilin in his arms while reaching out to touch Credence's face. Credence took a step back, somewhat fearful. Go down, Grindelwald said dismissively. Then, in the empty square, Grindelwald looked at the Qilin expectantly, hoping it would choose him as its destined leader. However, the Qilin kept turning its head away. Grindelwald's expression darkened with impatience. Holding the Qilin in his arms, Grindelwald slit its throat with practiced precision. The flowing blood connected to the Deep Realm, borrowing the power of the most ancient Deep Realm King, life itself. He saw Dumbledore's shadow in the crimson puddle. Grindelwald bit his lip hard enough to draw blood. Inside the castle, Queenie covered her mouth in horror and quietly withdrew from the doorway. Hogsmeade. Newt rushed to the Hogshead Inn with Theseus in tow. Pushing open the door, they saw a thoroughly drunk dragon complaining loudly to Aberforth. Your cups are too dirty. You have charms, but you're just lazy. The dragon held up his cup and cast a scouring charm on it with exaggerated precision. Aberforth sighed helplessly. After all, he had tricked the boy into drinking, so he could hardly throw him out now. Renervate, Newt pulled out his wand to sober Aiden up. But when the spell landed on Aiden, it was twisted by his innate magic and couldn't take effect. You're here for my brother, aren't you? Aberforth looked at Newt and Theseus knowingly. We're here for Albus Dumbledore, Newt said. He hoisted Aiden up and pulled out his notebook to write, don't let him drink. He is my brother. Upstairs, turn left, Aberforth said, stopping his attention to them and continuing to wipe glasses with methodical precision. Did Newt tell you why he brought you here? Dumbledore asked in the upstairs room. Should he have told me? Theseus looked somewhat confused at Newt, who was still fussing over the swaying Aiden. No, Dumbledore laughed softly. Renervate. He pulled out his wand and cast a more powerful spell on Aiden. Ugh, the dragon shuddered and came to his senses abruptly. Some things, Dumbledore wants to talk to you about, Newt said, waving his hand vaguely. Dumbledore stepped forward and pulled out the blood pact to show Theseus. Do you know what this is? What Newt got in Paris? I don't have much experience with these things, but I'm guessing, maybe some kind of blood contract. Theseus said uncertainly. Yes, Dumbledore fixed his gaze on the blood pact with visible pain. Whose blood is inside? Theseus asked carefully. Mine, and Grindelwald's. Dumbledore displayed his inner vulnerability without his usual mask. So this is why you can't fight Grindelwald. Theseus waved his hand in sudden understanding. Yes, and likewise, he cannot fight me, Dumbledore said, still looking at the blood pact. Can I ask, why? Theseus widened his eyes with effort. Love, arrogance, naivety, take your pick, Dumbledore said with bitter self-deprecation. We were young then, both wanting to change the world. This vow ensured we wouldn't change our minds. Dumbledore's smile was somewhat sweet but overwhelmingly desolate, the memories of one summer connected to his entire later life like chains. Chapter 328, Contact and Going to America. If you fight him, what will happen? Theseus asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Dumbledore didn't speak. He simply raised his hand, fingers trembling slightly. You must admit, it's beautiful, he said softly. If one tries to violate it. The blood pact on his wrist began to emit a crimson glow, pulsing like a living heartbeat. With a sharp whoosh, the blood pact tore itself from his hand and flew toward the wall, drawn inexorably in Grindelwald's direction. At the same moment, ethereal chains began spreading from Dumbledore's hand, crawling across his entire body like serpents of light. You see, it will know, Dumbledore said, his voice strained. The chains tightened around his hand with crushing force, causing his wand to clatter to the floor. Albus. Newt reached out desperately. Look, it can sense the betrayal in my heart, Dumbledore said, his expression twisted with anguish, though whether mourning Grindelwald or himself remained unclear. Albus. Newt's anxiety escalated as the chains spread faster. They had already reached Dumbledore's neck, wrapping tightly around his throat like a noose. A hand reached out from behind him and pressed firmly against his back. Silver threads materialized, taking control of the blood pact's chains while simultaneously suppressing the turmoil raging in Dumbledore's heart. The blood pact flew back into Dumbledore's hand, and the chains dissipated into wisps of smoke. This is already the lightest consequence. Dumbledore turned back to face Newt, his eyes haunted. Although this is young people's magic, you've seen it, powerful magic, irrevocable. Dumbledore walked forward slowly, staring at his sister's portrait in silent contemplation. You can't do anything either. Theseus cast his gaze toward Aiden, hope flickering in his eyes. People from the main Prewett family have all been here. What can I, a magic novice, do? Aiden shrugged with deliberate casualness. Besides, this thing isn't ordinary. You too invoke the power of the Mirror of Erist, right? Aiden looked at Dumbledore with a knowing gaze. The weight of a pureblood family surname. The dragon clicked his tongue in wonder. By the time I discovered these connections, it was too late. The Dumbledore family was placed on the scales from the very beginning. It's all karma, Dumbledore said, closing his eyes against the weight of history. Wait, Aiden, what are you talking about? I don't understand, Newt said, nudging Aiden insistently. Once, during the First Goblin War, the Wizards' Council organized the famous 28 families of Europe at the time to jointly hold a ceremony. We placed our names into the Mirror of Erist, voluntarily becoming conduits to maintain the world's order. With a casual wave, Aiden projected the scene of the ancient ceremony held at the Wizards' Council. Dumbledore watched the projection thoughtfully, his expression unreadable. So your families have deep connections with the Mirror of Erist. Then what about prophecy? Theseus asked. When prophecy activates, its power needs to transition from consciousness to reality, and we families are the transmission lines that channel this power, Aiden explained, hooking his finger. A gray sea and planet appeared before everyone, the image magnifying to show wizards with glowing threads connecting them, passing back and forth between the sea of consciousness and reality. So Albus used this connection to make a contract with Grindelwald. Newt said, understanding dawning on his face. No wonder you purebloods always have such prestigious status. The ministry must know your situation, which is why they let you expand, Theseus said, spitting the words with disgust, though whether directed at the ministry or the pureblood families remained unclear. That's not the point. In any case, we can't forcibly break Dumbledore's blood pact. It doesn't matter if these two fools die. If anything goes wrong with the Mirror of Erist, that would be catastrophic. Then those things below would surge up, and you and I would both be sinners who destroyed civilization, Aiden said, spreading his hands. But isn't what Grindelwald wants to do now precisely to let the deep, the straightforward Newt almost let it slip, but fortunately Aiden covered his mouth in time. What? Deep what? Theseus's confused gaze darted between them. Anyway, don't ask too many questions. When the time is right, we'll tell you, Aiden deflected casually. Then he ushered Newt off with Theseus. Aiden came downstairs and saw Aberforth contacting someone through a mirror, his weathered face illuminated by its silvery glow. Looks like you reached him, Aiden said, raising an eyebrow. What do you plan to do? Do nothing, Aberforth said, gripping his glass tightly enough that his knuckles whitened. You said it, don't regret it, Aiden said, pulling open the door and disapparating away. Aberforth remained in the room, staring quietly at the mirror amid the raucous noise of other wizards. United States, 5th Avenue in New York, outside a small bakery workshop. I thought the reinforcements Dumbledore sent would be. Lally Hicks paused, sizing up Aiden with obvious disappointment. More mature, but forget it. At least it's one more helper. I know you're currently scheming about Jacob, but I can't appear because he recognizes my face, Aiden said, spreading his hands. Oh, a legilimens too. By the way, why aren't you at Hogwarts at your age? Lally Hicks, Hogwarts charms professor, looked at Aiden with sharp scrutiny. I'm French, I attended Beauxbatons. Bonjour, Aiden said, showing a charming smile. Then Lally grabbed his face, pinching his cheeks. Don't think I don't know the great name of Prewett, Lally said, her grip changing from pinching to rubbing, then releasing Aiden. She organized her books while walking toward the street corner. Well, since you can't appear, then hide well, Professor Lally said, waving her hand dismissively. As you wish, the observer said, cleverly hiding in the blind spots of consciousness. Impressive, Lally praised. Then, with superb acting skills, she lured Jacob out of the shop and invited him to come to Germany together. No. Jacob raised a frying pan and pointed it at Lally like a weapon. Please, at least let me finish talking, Lally said, chasing after him. I said I wanted out. Stop pestering me. Jacob said, pushing open the door and locking it hard. My therapist also told me wizards don't exist. What a waste of money. Jacob shouted the last word as if startled. You know I'm a witch, right? Lally said, casually grabbing a pastry from Jacob's shop. I'll have some too, Jacob, a dragon said, leaning casually against his side. Oh, help yourself, go get, Aiden. Jacob said, startled for the second time. Aiden didn't respond, skillfully taking several paper bags from the shop to pack the bread. You should know what I went through in the wizarding world, so please, leave my life, Jacob said, opening the door and pointing outside. Meanwhile, the dragon was surprised to find he didn't have any dollars. He pulled out a few galleons from his pocket, wiped off the magic on them, melted them into gold bars, and handed them to Jacob. Forget it, consider this my treat. Just go, Jacob said, wanting to return the gold bars. But you're not willing to give up, are you, Jacob? Aiden said, not taking them back. Unwilling about what? Jacob said, still playing dumb. Queenie Goldstein. The dragon's heterochromatic eyes became even deeper, possessing a hypnotic quality that made people unable to look away. You still love her, and there hasn't been a day when you don't think about her. Jacob covered his ears, but unfortunately the Dreamweaver's words couldn't be blocked by covering one's ears, they echoed directly in his mind. Chapter 329, Journey to Berlin. See, you can't deceive your heart, Aiden said, patting Jacob's stomach. Oh. Jacob deflated and waved both hands in surrender. I'll go get my coat and tidy up the shop. Jacob ultimately couldn't resist his inner desire and decided to set out with Aiden and the others. Aiden and Lally exchanged knowing glances. Lally raised her wand and adjusted Jacob's clothes with a flick, transforming his baker's apron into respectable traveling attire. The interior of the shop began organizing itself automatically under the effect of magic, chairs stacking themselves, counters wiping clean, and pastries floating into boxes. The rolling door fell with a metallic clatter, the lights winked out one by one, and the ordinary man dressed in a blue windbreaker was ready. Thanks. Call me Jacob, Jacob said, extending his hand. Call me Lally, Professor Lally replied, shaking it firmly. So, ready, the dragon asked, taking a bite of bread. What? Both said simultaneously. Ah. They screamed as a sensation of falling struck, and the two felt as if they were plunging into an abyss. When they opened their eyes again, they had arrived on a moving train, the rhythmic clatter of wheels on tracks filling the air. I fell for a full 5 minutes. Jacob said, having landed awkwardly on the sofa, glaring viciously at Aiden. 5 seconds, actually, but who's counting? Aiden replied innocently. Jacob. Newt rushed over and hugged him warmly. Quite a novel experience, Professor Lally said, also having fallen down beside them with far more grace. Oh, Mr. Scamander. Professor Hicks. Finally meeting you, both said in unison, smiling. The two greeted each other familiarly, like old friends who had corresponded for years. Theseus, what's the situation at the ministry now? Lou or Santos? While dragging Newt to introduce everyone to Lally, Aiden found a comfortable seat and settled into chat with Theseus. The correct way to put it is they don't plan to take sides. The last Grindelwald incident scared them badly. However, everyone privately thinks Santos has a better chance of winning, Theseus said, shaking his newspaper with obvious disdain. Seeing that Newt hadn't introduced him, he deliberately coughed twice. Oh, right, this is my brother Theseus. He works at the ministry, Newt said, pointing casually. In fact, I'm the head of the Aura office at the British Ministry of Magic, Theseus corrected, pointing at himself with exaggerated dignity. Aha, looks like I need to make sure my wand registration is up to date, Lally said, lowering her head slightly with mock concern. Newt walked to the corner, glanced at Buntai, who showed an understanding expression and also moved closer. I think everyone must be curious why we're all here, Newt began. Dumbledore understands this, so he asked us to relay a message, Newt said, waving his hand vaguely. Let me explain this. You're still unclear about prophecy, Aiden said, taking over from Newt. Exhaling a puff of smoke, an image appeared showing Jacob falling in slow motion. Wait, what? Jacob stared at the smoke, his foot slipped, and he tumbled to the ground exactly as shown. Do you understand now? This is prophecy, Aiden said, hooking his finger. Jacob sat up again, looking dazed. You mean prophecy is a kind of magic that uses our own attention to push ourselves toward a certain outcome? Lally asked, her professorial instincts immediately grasping the concept. So Grindelwald possesses the ability of prophecy. He can very effectively induce us to make things develop according to his arrangements, Aiden said, nodding at Lally. Wait, how do we confuse someone who can see the future, or rather, can arrange the future? Jacob asked, placing his frying pan on the counter. No need to be confused. We just need to use arrangements to counter arrangements, Aiden said with a knowing smile. Counter prescience, Yusuf Kama said quietly. Or arrange many plans simultaneously, Lally added, nodding. Newt pulled out a wand from his pocket. Dumbledore asked me to give this to you. Jacob looked at the wand, bewildered. Is this real? Yes, made of snacky wood. The wand core is Aiden's hair. He said it can be used to cast spells, but neither Dumbledore nor I have tried it, Newt explained. Jacob took the snacky wood wand with trembling fingers, holding it like a sacred relic. Want to try? Aiden asked, raising an eyebrow. How do I try? Jacob's eyes refused to leave the wand. Repeat after me, Wingardium Leviosa, Aiden said, and the people around looked at Jacob with obvious interest. Wingardium Leviosa, Jacob recited carefully, and his frying pan simply floated up like that. Wow, it's flying. Did you all see that? Jacob showed off like an excited child discovering magic for the first time. Merlin's beard, you can actually make a muggle cast spells? Lally asked, looking at Aiden in disbelief. No, he's just using my magic. To truly make them wizards still requires time, Aiden said meaningfully. That's still remarkable, Newt said, patting Jacob's shoulder. Oh, right, this is for you, Theseus, Newt said, reaching his hand into his pocket. Teddy, please let go, Newt muttered, tugging hard at something in his pocket. With a pop, he pulled out a tie from his pocket. Oh, that makes sense, Theseus said, looking at the golden badge on the tie. Also, Lally, how's your book? Newt asked, pointing at the book in her hand. As I said, a good book can take you around the world. Can I ask who made this thing? Lally asked, weighing the enchanted book in her hand. Right beside you, Newt said, using his head to point at the dragon teasing the Niffler. The dragon turned back and flashed Lally a brilliant smile. Kama, Newt said, opening his palm toward the man. I already have everything I need, Yusuf Kama said, waving his hand dismissively. So this is our team to deal with the most dangerous wizard of the century, Theseus said, putting one hand on his hip and waving the other dramatically. A magi-zoologist and his assistant, a professor, a pureblood family member, a muggle pastry chef with a wand. And a child who hasn't graduated yet. Hey, we still have you. At least your wand works better than mine, Jacob said, pouring himself a drink. Draining it in one gulp, he couldn't help but laugh, and the others in the compartment joined in, the absurdity of their situation suddenly striking them all. The train belched black smoke as it pulled into Berlin Station with a screech of brakes and a hiss of steam. Ordinary people around were carrying their luggage through the crowded platform, while in secret countless wizards had prepared for the group's arrival. Kama, Theseus said before the door opened, calling out to him. Stay safe. Yusuf Kama nodded solemnly and walked out into the bustling station. Bunty walked behind Newt and grabbed the case containing the Qilin from his hand. Remember what Dumbledore and Aiden said, no one can know everything, Bunty said, looking at Newt seriously, then disappeared into the crowd with the case. Exiting the station, the group walked toward a sealed wall covered in peeling advertisements. Wait, isn't the road ahead blocked? Hey, Newt. Jacob called, confused by the confundus charm, watching the others disappear before him. Keep up, Aiden said, pushing Jacob toward the wall in front of them. Hey hey hey. Jacob waved his arms frantically. At the moment he was about to collide with the wall, what greeted him wasn't pain but a very natural passage through. The bricks rippled like water, and finally, the group arrived at the German Ministry of Magic. Chapter 330, Theseus captured and Dumbledore's arrival. I assume we're here for a reason. Theseus asked. Perhaps next, we need to attend a tea party, Newt said, turning back with a wry smile. Wizards continuously raised their wands, shooting red fireworks into the sky, bursts of crimson light that crackled and popped overhead. Germans, slightly fanatical. The turmoil in the collective unconscious sea made Aiden uncomfortable, like static electricity crawling across his skin. But if he stirred up a storm to cool things down now, the intense conflict would allow even more terrifying prophecies to take shape. Theseus greeted people from the German ministry ahead with practiced diplomatic charm. Meanwhile, Aiden pulled Lally and Jacob into hiding in the blind spots of consciousness, where they simply vanished from sight. Theseus started to turn back, but there was no one behind him anymore. Realizing something was wrong, Theseus immediately covered for them. "Won't them gathering here affect order?" he asked casually. Helmet glanced at Theseus and curled his lip dismissively. "There are silencing charms inside anyway, so there's no impact at all." "Thanks for your hard work," Theseus said, putting on his hat and walking inside. Inside the hall, the magnificent decorations, gilded columns and crystal chandeliers, clashed strangely with the crowd tangled together around political interests. "So what exactly is our purpose for being here?" Theseus whispered, quietly leaning toward Newt's ear. "We need to convey some information to them," Newt replied. Theseus followed his gaze into the distance, where a middle-aged man in a black windbreaker walked in with a commanding presence. From the people around greeting him deferentially, one could learn that he was the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Vogel. Before he walked onto the platform, Newt pushed through the crowd to get beside him. "Mr. Vogel." Hearing the call, Vogel turned around and smiled when he saw Newt. "Merlin's beard, if it isn't Mr. Scamander," he said, dismissing those around him with a wave. "Mr. Vogel, I bring a message from an old friend." "It's very urgent," Newt said, leaning toward his ear. "Do what is right, even though it is not easy. He told me to find you tonight, and it's very important that you hear these words." Someone behind Vogel reminded him, "It's time, sir." "Is he here, in Berlin?" Newt asked, lowering his voice. "No, of course not." Vogel first looked at Newt, a smile curving at the corner of his mouth, but it didn't reach his cold eyes. And Newt's heart sank like a stone. "Since the world outside is burning, why did you leave Hogwarts?" Vogel asked. Hearing these words, Newt looked up and stared blankly at Vogel, realization dawning. "I think I should thank you, Mr. Scamander." Then Vogel ignored Newt's stricken gaze and walked onto the platform with measured steps. "Oh no. Lally, take Jacob and leave," Aiden said, sensing something was wrong. "Why?" Lally hadn't reacted yet. On stage, Vogel, representing the International Confederation of Wizards, declared Grindelwald an innocent man with sweeping rhetoric. "The German ministry has completely sided with Grindelwald." "Run quickly," Aiden said, waving his wand. Several aurors who rushed over were knocked unconscious on the ground before they could raise their wands. Lally grabbed Jacob and left using her enchanted book, vanishing in a swirl of pages. Meanwhile, Theseus wanted to arrest Grindelwald's remnants but was knocked unconscious and dragged away by people from the German ministry. Newt tried to push forward to snatch back Theseus, but Aiden had already pulled him away with apparition, the hall dissolving around them. While Aiden led the group into hiding, dealing with pursuit from Grindelwald's subordinates across the rooftops of Berlin. On the other side, in Hogsmeade, Dumbledore was having dinner with his brother in the quiet warmth of the Hog's Head. This was her favorite, just like she always craved Mum's cooking. "After all these years, I've only now realized what she craved was peace," Dumbledore said, looking at the food in the dishes with a smile that was either nostalgic or melancholic. "I know, Albus. I grew up with you. What you saw, I saw too." Aberforth interrupted him directly, his voice sharp. At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside. "We're closed." "Can't you read the sign on the wall, fool?" Aberforth shouted. But the knocking continued persistently. Dumbledore walked over and opened the door. The visitor was Professor McGonagall, her face tight with concern. "Good evening, Albus. Sorry to interrupt your dinner, but regarding Berlin," Vogel declared Grindelwald innocent and confirmed his candidacy, Professor McGonagall said, her worry evident. Dumbledore chatted with McGonagall in low tones, while Aberforth behind him walked to the mirror and wiped off the writing on it with a cloth, his movements deliberate. "I need someone to substitute for my class tomorrow. Could you?" Dumbledore requested. "I will, but Albus, please." McGonagall started to speak when he interrupted her. "I know, I'll do my best," Dumbledore said, giving a perfunctory response. But Professor McGonagall pushed open the door of the Hog's Head wider. "Good evening, Aberforth," Professor McGonagall said pointedly. "Good evening, Minerva." "Very sorry for calling you a fool," Aberforth said without turning back. "Apology accepted." Professor McGonagall was quite satisfied and watched as Dumbledore closed the door. Inside the house, Dumbledore packed his things, put on his coat, and prepared to leave. "I'm sorry, our dinner must end here," Dumbledore said, walking to the counter. "Off to save the world again?" Aberforth asked, staring at the mirror in a daze. Saving the world requires better people than me to accomplish, Dumbledore said with a faint smile. But behind Aberforth, mist appeared on the mirror again, swirling with urgent energy. He glanced back, then turned away. Don't ask. Dumbledore said nothing and pushed open the door to step into the wind and snow. Germany, a street corner in Berlin, inside the Ministry of Magic. Newt, Lally, Aiden, and Jacob, the four were searching the Ministry for Theseus's whereabouts, moving through corridors with careful stealth. That's the guy who took Theseus away last night. Newt said suddenly, spotting a familiar face. Aiden followed his gaze and directly cast a mind-flaying spell, freezing Helmet in place like a statue. A virtual persona infiltrated Helmet's sea of consciousness, and Aiden obtained the information he wanted, sifting through memories like files. Newt and Jacob rushed forward to grab him, but were driven back by walls that suddenly changed, stones shifting like living things. Damn, we didn't catch him, Newt said, kicking glass at the street corner in frustration. No, we've already obtained what we need. Theseus is hidden in Erkstag prison, Aiden said, organizing Helmet's memories. But didn't that place shut down years ago? Newt asked, his eyes widening. Newt, Lally said, interrupting his continued questioning. A pair of black leather gloves waved at them from around the corner. They followed the gloves and discovered Dumbledore behind a stone pillar, partially hidden in shadow. Albus. Newt greeted him with obvious relief. You've already got Theseus's location? Dumbledore asked, patting Aiden's head affectionately. Should we break in? Aiden asked. No need. Let Newt go find Theseus. You go to the German ministry's banquet tonight, entering as a Prewett, Dumbledore said, patting Aiden's shoulder. He brought out a large bag of coconut ice cream from his coat. Putting an undetectable extension charm on a hat is a good idea, Aiden said, giving him a thumbs up. Dumbledore snapped his fingers, and the group began to act separately, disappearing into Berlin's streets with renewed purpose. Chapter 331, Uncle-Nephew Battle and Banquet. At a post office in Berlin, Bunte went in carrying the case to mail it, her footsteps echoing on the marble floor. Meanwhile, Yusuf Kama also joined Grindelwald's team with apparent sincerity, his face a mask of devotion. Grindelwald extracted Yusuf Kama's memories with clinical precision, but being insufficiently proficient in the power of memory and thought, he didn't realize that skilled occlumency masters could fabricate memories to deceive any legilimens. What Grindelwald never expected was that his own legilimens had already developed a disloyal heart. With multiple factors working together, Yusuf Kama successfully infiltrated Grindelwald's inner circle. On the streets of Berlin, the pale-faced Credence appeared like a ghost from the shadows. In the sky, a burning phoenix flew by, and the phoenix's damaged body seemed to symbolize that Credence's life was coming to an end, feathers falling like dying embers. It's you, Dumbledore said, remembering Aiden's warning and showing him a kind smile. Do you know what it feels like to have no one? Credence's voice was equally warm, deceptively so. However, behind this warmth was hidden untold suffering that threatened to crack through at any moment. You're the one who sent messages on the mirror, Dumbledore said, walking to the middle of the road with measured steps. I'm a Dumbledore, and you abandoned me. Similar blood flows through our veins, Credence said, his voice beginning to tremble. The phoenix flew across the ground in a trail of fire, and the cement-paved road began to crack beneath its passage, spiderwebbing outward. He didn't come for you, he came for me. Credence began to charge, fury radiating from him. Surrounding buildings and ground were all shattered, fragments hurtling toward Dumbledore like deadly projectiles, while he also fired a spell. Bang. Dumbledore raised his hand with a shield charm, deflecting Credence's spell. The surrounding bricks and stones were shattered by the deflected magic, raining down like hail. At the same time, fragments carried by the Obscurus's power also reached Dumbledore in a deadly swarm. Dumbledore raised his right hand, and a grey spell spread out like rippling water, directly dispersing the gathered fragments into harmless dust. With an apparition, Dumbledore pulled away from Credence, appearing 30 feet distant. At the corner of the street, the black-red Obscurus swept up more building fragments like a tide rushing toward Dumbledore with devastating force. Credence raised his hand and pressed down. The Obscurus brought fragments from the sky, pouncing towards Dumbledore like talons. Dumbledore raised his hand with a repelling charm, sending the fragments flying into the sky in an explosive burst. As bricks and stones fell around them like rain, Credence also ran in front of Dumbledore with inhuman speed. He reached out to grab Dumbledore's shoulder, pushing him backward continuously with raw strength. Feeling the Obscurial's magic invading his body like poison, Dumbledore disapparated away. Credence followed closely. The two exchanged spells on a tram, blowing up the entire bus in a spectacular explosion of glass and metal. However, it wasn't until the passengers on the tram mysteriously vanished that Credence realized he had fallen under Dumbledore's control. They'd never been real. Opening his eyes again, surrounding things rapidly turned black like ink spreading through water, and Dumbledore held his wand against the back of Credence's neck. No matter what he told you, Credence, the substance of things is often different from appearances. The scene began to contract. Dumbledore brought Credence into the Mirror of East, the boundary between worlds. Credence pushed away Dumbledore's hand, holding the wand like a dagger and stabbing toward Dumbledore with desperate fury. "My name is Aurelius." "He lied to you," Dumbledore said softly. Dumbledore flickered around at extremely fast speed, his form blurring. "Igniting your hatred." Credence pounced, but Dumbledore had already appeared 5 meters away, untouchable. Credence sprayed black magic from his hands in wild arcs. Dumbledore raised his hand and dispersed his magic with practiced ease. In the world of the Mirror of East, this magic that couldn't be controlled by Credence's will couldn't deal with Dumbledore. Here, the mind was everything. Credence flew backward, and the obscurus in his body was also knocked out, separating from him like smoke. Credence floated quietly on the water surface, and the phoenix sang a dirge and flew away into the gray sky. "What he told you isn't the truth," Dumbledore said, slowly walking over and crouching down. "Who am I exactly?" Credence asked, his eyes red-rimmed. "You are a Dumbledore. We're very sorry you suffered so much." "We didn't know of your existence then," Dumbledore said, looking genuinely regretful. He took out the deluminator and drew away the surrounding light, revealing they had been in a dream woven by Aiden all along, reality reasserting itself. The appearance of the deluminator allowed the dream to recognize the signal and return them both to reality. The two looked at each other and parted on the street, as if the intense battle moments ago had never happened, just another secret in Berlin's shadows. At night, wizards fanatically gathered around Grindelwald like moths to a flame. Vogel stood calmly on the high platform. Other high-level members of the Wizarding Confederation approached him and asked with obvious concern. "You proposed letting him participate in the election. But he wants to wage war. War won't just destroy the Muggle world, it will destroy our world too. Of course, this is the wizard's will. When he becomes a candidate, then let him lose. Once the dust settles, those who support him will have nothing to say," Vogel said, leaning close to them and explaining with condescending confidence. And Grindelwald, seeing the scene from the high platform, also smiled, a predator watching prey walk into a trap. At the banquet, Aiden changed into a proper platinum-colored robe, spreading his wings and folding them behind him with an audible rustle. His dragon horns were painted golden with shimmering paint, and a long, powerful tail behind him swished from time to time with serpentine grace. "Wow, you're not human," Jacob said, seeing Aiden in this outfit, immediately misspeaking. "You're not human," Aiden replied, giving him a withering eye roll. "Not bad looking, little Prewett brother," Professor Lally said, wanting to rub Aiden's face again, but he swatted her away with his tail. "Let's go." Aiden took the lead, directly pushing open the ornate doors and walking in with a regal bearing. The dragon person's presence was powerful, causing everyone to involuntarily turn their gaze toward him, whispers rippling through the crowd. "Prewett. A new dragon person. Have they also prepared for war?" The wizards in the hall discussed amongst themselves in hushed, urgent tones. Ignoring their stares, Aiden found a seat and sat down with deliberate casualness. Jacob and Lally followed him like two loyal guardians flanking their charge. At that moment, a man with dark, sunken eye sockets, holding a constantly rotating glass of red wine, walked toward Santos with predatory intent. Lally grabbed her wand, preparing to intercept him. But Grindelwald's people had already controlled the entire venue with silent efficiency. Santos hadn't yet discovered the danger approaching him from behind. "Jacob, it's time for your performance," Aiden said, patting his shoulder. With a gentle push, Jacob waved his arms and stumbled toward Grindelwald's table like a puppet on strings. "Assassin!" Aiden shouted, his voice cutting through the ambient noise. At the same time, his wand waved under the table, and Jacob, as if controlled, raised his wand and aimed at Grindelwald with trembling hands. "Heh!" Grindelwald laughed, genuinely amused. "Stupefy." A stunning spell actually shot out from Jacob's wand in a blaze of red light. Grindelwald was hit by the unexpected spell and flew backward, crashing into a decorative column. "Oh boy, future him will definitely love this," Aiden muttered, wiping his monocle clean. Aiden hooked his finger, and Jacob immediately raised his wand, drawing circles toward the sky with exaggerated movements. More and more rain and fog sprayed from his wand, and the entire scene was swept by the artificial storm, chaos erupting. Grindelwald's subordinates could only carry the unconscious Grindelwald and hurriedly leave the scene in disarray. Click. The banquet hall door opened with ominous timing. Aurors rushed in with wands raised, full of misplaced momentum. "Queenie." Jacob's eyes turned red watching his beloved woman leave with Grindelwald's followers. Yusuf Kama pulled up Queenie and walked backward toward the exit. The retreating Queenie also secretly used magic to fling a chair at the Aurors, buying them time. "Let's go, Jacob," Lally said, throwing out her enchanted book. It formed a shimmering bridge in the air, pages fluttering like wings. Aiden stood up, pretending to flee hastily. Aurors raised their wands at him and fired spells that crackled through the air. But in reality, several auras were pointing at each other, firing spells under Aiden's subtle mental manipulation, and soon all the auras were lying unconscious on the marble floor. With elegant, unhurried steps, Aiden, Jacob, and Lally calmly left past the fallen auras, 3 figures disappearing into Berlin's night. Chapter 332, Return to Hogwarts. On the other side of Berlin, Newt pushed open a chained door in an abandoned subway station and descended into the basement, the rusty metal groaning under his weight. After handing over his wand and numerous magical creatures to the suspicious guards, he carried a visiting lamp into the depths of the prison, its flickering light casting dancing shadows on the damp stone walls. Twisting awkwardly, following the prison's keeper through narrow passages, Newt entered the deepest section of the facility. "Are you here to rescue me?" Theseus hung upside down in a cave, his face flushed from the blood rushing to his head. "What are you doing?" "Edge mimicry technique. I was trying to integrate with them in a non-violent way," Newt explained, gesturing at the scorpion-like creatures surrounding his brother. After carefully letting Theseus down, the two twisted their way toward the exit, moving cautiously through the dark tunnels. However, just as they were about to reach the outer passage, Theseus accidentally stepped on and killed a keeper, one of the scorpion creatures guarding the prison. The two brothers looked at each other as tense silence erupted around them. But before the keepers could riot, something far worse happened. The visiting lamps in their hands suddenly went out, plunging them into darkness. "I'm guessing that's not a good sign," Theseus said quietly. From the depths of the prison, a massive scorpion tail rose up and struck fiercely toward them with deadly precision. "Run!" Newt shouted. The two brothers shuttled through the tunnel at breakneck speed, the scorpion tail continuously smashing through stone walls along the way, sending debris flying. At the same time, the hooked barb at the tail's tip shot scorching venom that sizzled against the stone. After a harrowing chase, Theseus found himself cornered against a dead end. Fortunately, Newt's loyal bowtruckle picket found him in time with his wand clutched in tiny wooden hands. But Theseus was caught by the scorpion tail and began being dragged backward into the consuming darkness. Accio tie. As Newt leapt forward desperately, he used the summoning charm on Theseus's enchanted tie. Both brothers were pulled together and transported away by the emergency portkey. The belatedly arriving administrator laughed contemptuously after seeing them dragged away by the scorpion tail, but then his visiting lamp also flickered and died, leaving him alone in the dark. Outside Hogwarts by the lake, with a nauseating twist of space, Newt tumbled to the ground with Theseus landing heavily beside him. The two stood up hand in hand, brushing off dirt. The scorpion tentacles still clinging to Theseus opened their mouths at him with threatening clicks. "Whoa," Theseus said, shaking off the tentacles forcefully. "Fiend fire." Ghostly blue flames erupted, completely incinerating the writhing tentacles. "This thing has extremely strong regenerative abilities. Letting it spread to nearby areas might cause serious contamination," a young voice said. "Aiden," Newt said, walking forward with obvious relief. "How was it, Theseus? How was life in Erkstag prison?" Aiden asked, his heterochromatic eyes curving into crescents, showing obvious pleasure at their predicament. "You knew all along we would enter Erkstag prison," Theseus said, putting his hands on his hips indignantly. "Grindelwald and I each acted as pushers to change certain things. Grindelwald used Vogel and Cretans to pull the German ministry to his side," Aiden explained, leading them toward Hogwarts' towering gates. "And you used Theseus's disappearance and Prewett's involvement to force the British ministry to enter the game, right?" Newt said, roughly guessing the political machinations. "Wait, why can my disappearance force the British ministry to take a position?" Theseus still didn't quite understand the implications. "First, we Prewetts represent the violence that ends wars. From the moment I appeared publicly, it signaled that the Prewetts have already taken a stance supporting Dumbledore," Aiden said, leading the two up the castle stairs as he explained. "Second, Theseus, you're a real power official of the British ministry. If they can arrest you just like that, it sends a dangerous signal to the pure-blood lords in positions of influence. They understood that Grindelwald is a madman who will destroy the old rules, so they all followed suit to protect their interests." Aiden tapped Theseus's stomach with a rolled newspaper for emphasis. Passing through the gates into Hogwarts' Great Hall, Dumbledore had been waiting patiently, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. Jacob sat at the dining table chatting animatedly with Slytherin students, while Lally was enthusiastically recommending her advanced charms course to interested students. "Newt, why did you come back so late?" Lally asked, finding it strange seeing Newt arrive separately. "It's a long story. We ran into some trouble." Then the two cast meaningful gazes at Aiden. "You didn't tell her?" "No," Aiden answered Newt with his eyes alone. "Speaking of which, we also ran into trouble," Lally said, pointing at the newspaper in Theseus's hand with concern. The two spread out the newspaper, and the front page prominently read, "Jacob Kowalski assassinates Grindelwald," in bold letters. The accompanying photo showed an unconscious Grindelwald being carried away by a panicked crowd. Some unscrupulous audience member with a camera had captured the perfect shot. Jacob, Aiden called to Jacob in the crowd. He smiled and said goodbye to the children at the table, completely unaware they were Slytherin students, and cheerfully took some sweets they'd offered. I'm an assassin, Jacob said proudly, tilting his candy bag toward Aiden, wanting to share the treats inside. Dumbledore at the end of the long table waved at them, and several people walked toward him with purposeful strides. Oh, do you want some? Those Slytherin kids gave them to me. They taste pretty good. Seeing Aiden eat some without hesitation, Jacob offered them to the people ahead. Thanks, but I don't like cockroach clusters. For other sweets, I recommend honeydukes in Hogsmeade, Newt said, straightforwardly exposing Jacob's unwitting consumption of the infamous treat. Jacob glared angrily at the sniggering children behind him. Do you still want them? If not, you can give them to me, Aiden said, reaching out his hand without objection. They're all yours, Jacob said decisively, glad to be rid of them. Well done, all of you, Dumbledore said, encouraging them warmly. And congratulations. Congratulations. Theseus asked, not quite understanding. Of course, Professor Hicks and Aiden stopped an assassination, and didn't you come back alive from a supposedly inescapable prison? Dumbledore said, giving Theseus's chest a friendly punch. But Albus, forgive me for saying so, hasn't everything returned to square one? Theseus asked, hastily stuffing his belt into his jacket pocket, then putting his hands on his hips. Actually it's worse. Grindelwald has been officially permitted to participate in the International Confederation of Wizards election, Dumbledore said, shaking his head with obvious disappointment. What? How was that accomplished? Theseus asked, turning his head in confusion. Vogel chose the easy thing, not the right thing, Aiden replied bluntly. The political forces of the German ministry and British ministry reached a tense balance, with other countries watching from the sidelines like vultures. Although the Prewetts entered the game, our reputation for violence isn't exactly reassuring either, so under unbalanced public opinion, Grindelwald gained the right to be elected. As Aiden narrated the political situation, Dumbledore raised his wand, and surrounding smoke enveloped several people in swirling mist. Mountains appeared from the smoke, and the magnificent building in the middle seemed to materialize before everyone's view, accompanied by ancient, haunting songs. Bhutan, Newt murmured with recognition. Correct, 3 points to Hufflepuff, Dumbledore said, crossing his arms with a slight smile. That's where some of our most important magic originated, and also where the election will take place. He won't win, right? Theseus asked hopefully. Hard to say. A few days ago he was a wanted fugitive, and now he's already transformed into a legitimate candidate for president of the International Confederation of Wizards, Dumbledore said, pressing his lips together grimly. So democratic election is better, like in our United States, Jacob said, straightening his suit proudly. Jacob, if we go by public opinion, actually most wizards now support rushing out to destroy the ordinary people's world, Aiden explained patiently. We're the villains? Jacob asked, feeling like he'd taken the wrong script entirely. No, but at least we're the faction opposing war, Dumbledore said, looking at him with serious intensity. And sometimes, that's the hardest side to fight for. Chapter 333, Tragic Prophecy and Dumbledore's Past. Let's go. I still need to visit my brother Aberforth. We agreed to have dinner together tonight, Dumbledore said, putting on his coat and walking toward the door with measured steps. If you need anything, go find Minerva. Dumbledore has a brother? Lally asked with obvious surprise. Several people looked at her and pursed their lips knowingly, saying nothing. That evening, the group gathered at the Hogshead Inn, the warm fire crackling in the hearth. Professor McGonagall sat behind Aiden, rubbing his face with obvious delight, her fingers gentle against his scales. Such a nice feeling. I hope I can have a child like you someday, Professor McGonagall said, smiling with genuine happiness. Professor. Aiden wanted to warn her, but in what capacity should he do so? The weight of future knowledge pressed against his tongue. What's wrong? Professor McGonagall asked, slightly curious at his hesitation. You know I'm a seer. If you believe in my third eye, please stay away from venomous tentacula on the day happiness arrives. Originally Aiden wanted to directly warn her about her husband's fate, but the Dreamweaver's eyes saw through the collective unconscious sea with terrible clarity. He saw the storm that would arrive because of his words, how prophecy itself would twist and reshape reality around his warning. If Aiden spoke of future events now, they would inevitably become self-fulfilling prophecies. Facing the expectation of the collective unconscious sea, Aiden forcibly swallowed the words about to escape his lips, tasting bitter regret. He also understood why those prophets who could foretell the future were always so frustratingly vague. I will, Professor McGonagall said. By her expression, she didn't seem to take it to heart, dismissing it as youthful fancy. Letting her continue rubbing his head affectionately, Aiden felt a mixture of conflicting emotions churning inside him. On the other side of the room, Dumbledore's group were still exchanging pleasantries near the bar. Miss Barebone, I trust my brother hasn't been inhospitable. Dumbledore asked, taking off his coat and hanging it carefully on the rack. No, he was very warm, Bunty said, placing her hands politely in front of her and answering with serious sincerity. That's good. Accommodation has been arranged for you in Hogsmeade, and Aberforth will prepare a delicious dinner for you. Dumbledore patted Aberforth's shoulder and turned to walk upstairs. Bang. Aberforth pulled out a pot of gruel and slapped it harshly onto everyone's plates with a heavy spoon, the sound echoing through the inn. Theseus picked it up cautiously and tasted it. I've never tasted such ugly-looking food, he said diplomatically. Aiden had already scrounged a proper meal from Hogwarts's dining hall before coming, so he spent his time chasing the Chelan around playfully, his tail swishing with obvious enjoyment. The Chelan, thoroughly harassed by Aiden's persistent attention, had no choice but to run to Jacob for protection. Whoa, little guy, can you let me eat in peace? Jacob said. Faced with the Chelan's endearing behavior, he had to reach out his hand to gently block it. She's a Chelan, Jacob. She only shows her friendliness to those pure of heart, so she's very popular in the wizarding world, Newt explained patiently. Pure of heart, huh, Jacob said, looking pointedly at Aiden and raising his eyebrows. But how does she know if someone's heart is pure? She bows to the pure of heart. But no matter who someone is, their heart will contain some darkness. Therefore, for a very long time, we used the Chelan to choose leaders, Lally explained to Jacob thoughtfully. Actually, for a very long time, Eastern wizarding traditions held precedence in international magical affairs. They'd established the first comprehensive magical systems, so Western wizards largely deferred to their frameworks, Theseus said, still cleaning the unappetizing food from his plate and complaining casually. What about now? Jacob asked, crouching down to share his food with the Chelan. That unified system collapsed, civil strife and ideological divisions, allowing European magical communities to assert their own approaches. Both traditions began competing for primacy. This ideological conflict spread from Wizards' collective consciousness, the mirror of East, into reality, spawning figures like Grindelwald and Dumbledore, Aiden explained with unusual gravity. And from behind, he reached out and caught the Chelan, which immediately began trembling in his grasp. Wait, what do you mean by spawned? Newt asked, suddenly feeling chills run down his spine. This relates to an Eastern secret. I can't tell you everything. But at least 70% of the responsibility for how powerful the things at the very bottom beneath the mirror have become is ours. The Eastern people are responsible for dealing with another one, which is hard enough as it is. Aiden sighed deeply. His golden pupil glanced at Newt, and with a flash of otherworldly light, Newt suddenly saw the rioting situation in the 5th and 6th layers of the Deep Realm, Chaos incarnate. Damn it, we must stop them immediately. The Deep Realm King rampaging through New York, wizards being decomposed into particles before his horrified eyes, those nightmarish memories were still painfully vivid. Newt jumped up and rushed toward the loft stairs. On the way, he caught sight of words formed by swirling mist on the mirror hanging on the wall. What's wrong with him? Theseus asked, thoroughly confused. Who knows? Maybe he saw something disturbing, the dragon said, smiling mysteriously. So mysterious, Jacob muttered, continuing to tease the Chelan and complaining good-naturedly. In the loft, Newt heard the muffled conversation between Dumbledore and Aberforth through the thin walls. Aberforth stood up abruptly, pushed open the door, and walked downstairs with heavy footsteps. Newt stood hesitantly at the doorway. Albus, that boy, Credence, he's a Dumbledore. Newt asked carefully. Yes. On the night Gellert and I broke up, they said a girl was pregnant. Aberforth sent her away for her safety. It's a pity. Credence should have grown up surrounded by the Dumbledore family's love. With him, our lives would have been so different. Dumbledore sadly lowered his gaze, and Newt felt himself infected by the profound sorrow radiating from the older wizard. Now he's dying. The Phoenix came to find him. The feathers it left turned to ash, showing his time is terribly limited, Dumbledore said, walking to the portrait of his sister with slow, measured steps. Just like our sister, Ariana. She was an obscurial. Like Credence, she never learned to control her magic properly. What happened to her in the end, Dumbledore? Newt asked gently. That night, Gellert and I were preparing to leave. Aberforth disagreed strongly. We had an argument and raised our wands in anger. I don't know if it was my spell that. Dumbledore gripped the space between his brows forcefully, overcome with raw sorrow that seemed to age him decades. Dumbledore, I don't know if this can comfort you, but perhaps it spared her some suffering, Newt said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. Oh, Newt, there's no need for kind lies. Don't disappoint me. Honesty is your greatest quality, even if it can sometimes be heartbreaking, Dumbledore said with a faint, sad smile. By the way, Dumbledore, Aiden said the Deep Realm is, Newt started to speak when Dumbledore immediately stopped him with a raised hand. He waved his wand with practiced precision, and the loft door automatically closed. Multiple silencing charms layered themselves over the entire second floor like invisible walls. What did he say exactly? Nothing with words. He directly showed me a memory. The fifth and sixth layers of the deep realm are rioting violently, Newt said, looking deeply troubled. Dumbledore, will we have to face those things again? It's already inevitable. Gellert has already obtained part of the Deep Realm King's power. If we're to stop him, we'll definitely encounter those entities again, Dumbledore said, his voice heavy with resignation. He also felt the crushing weight of conflicted emotions, duty warring with ancient affection. Forget it, let's not talk about this now. Our friends downstairs are also tired from their journey. You should go keep them company. Dumbledore patted Newt's shoulder with fatherly affection and sent him out, closing the door softly behind him. Alone in the loft, Dumbledore stared at his sister's portrait, lost in memories of choices made and prices paid. Chapter 334, Going to Bhutan and Truth and Falsehood Hard to Distinguish. Austria, Nurmengard Castle. Outside, wizards frantically shouted Grindelwald's name, their voices echoing off the ancient stone walls in a deafening chorus. Standing before the castle's towering gates, Grindelwald extended both hands to welcome their fervent cheers, basking in the adulation like a dark messiah. Yusuf Kama stood blankly in the crowd, his face carefully neutral. Grindelwald stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder with deceptive warmth. You came here not to betray Dumbledore, but for your own pure heart. Prove it to me, Kama. Grindelwald walked into the castle with measured steps. Inside Nurmengard, they had used powerful magic to transform the interior into a giant pool, the water's surface reflecting torchlight in dancing patterns. Alchemical runes were carved deep into the stone bricks, glowing with otherworldly light. Grindelwald entered the pool holding the dead Chelan, its lifeless body limp in his arms. Episki, renervate. At the same time, the alchemical matrix beside him blazed to life, continuously injecting the deep realm's corrupting power into the Chelan's body. The Chelan, itself a life form forged by the Deep Realm King, life, began twitching again under the enhancement of the Deep Realm King, Hell's dark power. Good, Grindelwald murmured, holding the resurrected Chelan in his arms like a precious trophy. Watching Credence walk toward him, he continued instilling his twisted ideology. This is what makes us special. Hiding our power is not just humiliation to us, but a sin against our very nature. At this moment, Grindelwald's heart swelled with grand ambition. He believed wizard civilization would definitely move toward a more glorious future under his leadership. However, the deep realm itself was power abandoned by civilization, corrupted strength rejected by the natural order. Could using it to lead civilization really lead to the future? Grindelwald placed the Chelan on the stone bricks, but in the water's surface, another Chelan's reflection mysteriously appeared. What no one noticed was that at this precise moment, Grindelwald's channel connecting to the sea of consciousness was already covered with silvery white threads, like a butterfly caught in a spider's web, completely unaware of being slowly paralyzed. That's another Chelan. There was another Chelan that night. Grindelwald said, looking sharply at Credence. There shouldn't be. Before Credence could finish his protest, the water suddenly erupted upward. Grindelwald's hand reached out from it, grabbing Credence's face with crushing force. You've disappointed me twice already. Do you know how much danger you've put me in? Flames burnt in Grindelwald's eye sockets with supernatural fury. Last chance, understand? Find it. Grindelwald released his grip. Credence slid down the wall to the ground, gasping desperately for breath. Look again, Grindelwald commanded coldly. In the Hogshead Inn, Newt searched everywhere for the frolicking Chelan, moving through the cluttered space. Oh, little one, there you are, Newt said, finding the Chelan hiding behind a chair. He picked her up gently. The Chelan licked Newt's face twice affectionately. Newt carried her carefully into his magical briefcase. Bunty took the case away, while others were notified to gather on the castle's 8th floor for final preparations. On the 8th floor, an open room seemed to welcome the group's arrival with ancient magic. Inside hung a colorful clock that ticked with supernatural rhythm. What is this place? Theseus asked quietly, looking around in wonder. The chamber left by Founder Ravenclaw, Aiden introduced, his voice echoing slightly. The surrounding magic gently brushed against Aiden's face like invisible fingers. He could even sense himself sleeping in the collective unconscious sea. I trust you've all received the admission tickets Bunty gave you. Dumbledore asked, walking out from the shadowed side of the room. Only with it can you enter to observe the ceremony. Dumbledore walked to Newt's side, pressing his shoulder reassuringly. How about it, Newt? Can you tell which is your case? No, Newt admitted, shaking his head. Good. If you could tell, I'd be worried, Dumbledore said, putting on his gloves with careful precision. Kind of like a gambler's 3-card Monte shell game. Jacob offered, waving his hand. Seeing the confused expressions of the surrounding wizards, he felt his face flush. Muggle sleight of hand. Jacob, you should realize this thing was originally meant to simulate wizard magic, Aiden said, handing him a coconut ice cream to ease his embarrassment. To get our rare little friend, Grindelwald will stop at nothing. In any case, as long as by tea time the Qilin and all of us are still alive, we'll have succeeded, Dumbledore said, hanging up his scarf properly. By the way, 3-card Monty doesn't usually involve deaths, Jacob said, putting his hands forward nervously. That's an important difference. Jacob, you and I will go first. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the clock began spinning rapidly with magical energy, apparently functioning as a portkey. By the way, can you tell me about the advantages of 3-card Monty? Dumbledore asked, extending his hand to Jacob. Jacob picked up the case hesitantly. Dumbledore pulled him, and they were transported away in a swirl of displaced air. Good luck to you all, Bunty said, smiling encouragingly from the side. The others also picked up their cases and were transported away one by one. When Aiden opened his eyes, he found himself on the eastern side of the Himalayas, completely alone on a windswept ridge. Damn it, Dumbledore, what were you thinking? The dragon's lonely cry echoed through the mountains, swallowed by howling wind. At Bhutan's mountaintop palace, Vogel was proclaiming carefully crafted words to the assembled crowd. His face was transmitted through magic to every corner of the wizarding world, projected on enchanted surfaces. Almost every country's Ministry of Magic had sent their attention to this grand gathering, watching with political interest. We and the leadership haven't forgotten, this is a divided world. New conspiracies every day, new whispers every hour. These whispers have only recently appeared, and now with a third candidate, there's only one way to make us certain which of these three is trustworthy. Vogel's proclamation seemed neutral on the surface, but actually every clause was carefully designed to favor Grindelwald. He walked inside with dramatic flair and brought out the Qilin with reverent ceremony. Every wizard knows that the Qilin is the purest creature in our wizarding world. Let us revisit the ancient legend and have it lead us in choosing a leader worthy of such power. Vogel's calculated smile and the Qilin's innocent face were displayed to audiences worldwide. In the town below Bhutan's palace, Dumbledore led Jacob through narrow streets crowded with wizards. Suspicious wizards behind them began quietly drawing wands and following at a distance. Using the chaotic marches of various supporters, Dumbledore shook off the followers at a corner with practiced ease. Where do we go next? Jacob whispered anxiously. I'm very sorry. I must leave you now, Dumbledore said, tilting his head toward him apologetically. What? Leave me? Jacob said, startled by the sudden abandonment. Yes, I need to meet someone, Mr. Kowalski, Dumbledore explained, removing his scarf. He tossed it at a nearby threshold, and it transformed into a shimmering curtain of magical concealment. Don't worry. You don't have the Qilin. If you encounter trouble, you can throw the case away anytime and run. Dumbledore patted Jacob's shoulder reassuringly. About to leave, he suddenly thought of something important. He leaned back toward Jacob with sudden intensity. One more thing. I hope you won't mind, I suggest you should stop doubting yourself so much. Jacob wanted to argue, but a Legilimens master's penetrating gaze pierced through his self-deprecating thoughts. You possess many qualities that ordinary people find difficult to have, a brave and complete heart that refuses to compromise its integrity. Perhaps afterward you can find Aiden. He can give you some help. Having said this, Dumbledore disapparated and vanished with a soft crack. Jacob scratched his neck thoughtfully, revealed a genuine smile, and walked forward with surprisingly light steps, carrying the case with newfound confidence. Chapter 335, The Dragon Climbing the Mountain and the Exhausted Phoenix. At the top of Bhutan, an intense battle was beginning to unfold, while deep in the Himalayan forest, a dragon was unhurriedly climbing from the back mountain towards the royal palace at the summit, his claws scraping against ancient stone. Damn Dumbledore, when I get back I am definitely going to pluck out every last one of your beard hairs. Using his tail to hook the briefcase, his sharp claws digging into the mountain stone, Aiden was like an oversized lizard scaling a wall. The entire mountaintop was wrapped in peculiar protective magic that shimmered in the thin mountain air. Meanwhile, all wizards' attention was focused on the summit, making the collective unconscious see extremely chaotic, waves of conflicting emotions crashing against his consciousness. Combined with the protective magic's effects, both flying and apparition would be instantly detected. Left with no choice, he could only use the most primitive method to climb this towering peak, claw over claw. When will this ever end? The dragon's wailing was destined to attract no one's attention in the howling wind. Almost at the top, hang on a bit longer, Lally encouraged from above. Due to his long-term lack of exercise, Jacob had already started gasping for breath, his face flushed red. Seeing his distress, Lally could only stop and wait for him to catch up. I have climbed more mountains today than in my entire life, Jacob panted, hands on his knees. Unfortunately, as soon as the three stopped to rest, they were surrounded by Grindelwald's acolytes materializing from the shadows. Their cases were seized roughly, and seeing this, Jacob also threw down his case and fled with surprising speed for someone so winded. The wizards present paid no attention to a fleeing muggle. After all, how much of a threat could someone without magic possibly pose? Helmut, director of the German ministry's Aura office, stood in the middle with 3 cases placed carefully before him. 2 acolytes immediately moved to destroy the cases. "Wait, check first to make sure the thing is inside, idiots," he snapped. 3 acolytes stepped forward cautiously and opened the cases. Unfortunately, one contained bread, one contained books, and another contained Quidditch equipment. The acolytes turned their confused gazes to Helmut, who drew his wand, wanting to interrogate Lally and Theseus. Suddenly the cases erupted into chaos. Blood jars burst out from inside, knocking down several acolytes with sickening thuds. Numerous book pages exploded outward, and monster books hidden in the pile jumped out to bite the acolytes with snapping jaws. Most spectacular was the bread Dumbledore had cast a doubling charm on. It rapidly multiplied, filling the entire street in an avalanche of baked goods. Lally and Theseus seized the opportunity to pull out their wands, stun the acolytes guarding them, and disappear into the panicked crowd. Jacob, swept up in the mob, suddenly felt someone take his hand and pull him into a shadowed corner. "You know it is dangerous for you here, right?" Queenie said, looking at Jacob with obvious worry while staying alert to her surroundings. "You know, Dumbledore told me I have a complete heart, but I think he was wrong, because my heart still has a place for you," Jacob said, smiling radiantly, the warmth of love radiating from his entire being. "You do not understand. I only escaped temporarily. They will soon." Unfortunately, Queenie's warning could not be finished. They were already surrounded by advancing acolytes, wands raised. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Newt had already reached the summit, breathing hard. A spell struck him from behind. A woman named Henrietta Fisher claimed to be sent by Dumbledore, her voice honeyed and convincing. Under the enchantment, the dazed Newt handed over his case to her without question. At the summit, the election had begun with great ceremony. Theseus and Lally, guarding at the mountain's foot, encountered Yusuf Kama arriving with a group of acolytes. The 2 groups confronted each other, and just as tensions reached breaking point, their leader suddenly turned traitor. Yusuf Kama used a powerful spell to overturn the ground behind him while simultaneously dealing with the remaining acolytes in swift succession. Theseus and Lally exchanged knowing smiles and turned towards the suspension bridge swaying in the wind. "Why so slow?" Theseus asked, tilting his head slightly. "Restoring memories took some time," Yusuf Kama said with dry humor. The 3 arrived at the palace and rendezvoused with Newt in the crowded courtyard. "Where is the case?" Theseus asked urgently. "Gave it to Dumbledore's person," Newt replied, still distracted. Lally noticed Newt's condition wasn't right and hurriedly broke the enchantment on him with a sharp counter-curse. "Oh no." The awakened Newt immediately rushed out of the crowd, shoving through wizards. The long stone stairway stretched before him like an insurmountable barrier. Newt caught up to Henrietta, but she revealed a cruel smile and handed the case back to Newt. It simply turned to dust and scattered through his fingers like ash. At the top of the palace, Vogel began his carefully rehearsed closing statement. "Each person represents a unique vision for how we should shape our world and the non-magical world. Now, let me proceed with the final ceremony, the Walk of the Qilin." A monk-robed figure carried the Qilin reverently up the steps and placed it on the ceremonial platform. The Qilin's image was projected worldwide through magical mirrors. In the eastern lands, an elder sitting in a grand chair smugly stroked his beard. Just as planned, he thought. As expected, under Grindelwald's subtle manipulation, the resurrected Qilin bowed deeply to him. Vogel immediately stepped forward to host the ceremony with theatrical flair. "The Qilin has seen benevolence and brilliance. It seems our new leader has been born, Grindelwald." Woohoo! The acolytes below began cheering wildly, continuously shooting green fireworks into the sky that burst like poisonous flowers. Grindelwald stepped forward with measured confidence, signaling the acolytes below to bring Jacob up. This couple would serve as perfect examples after his ascension to power. Vinda Rosier pressed her wand against Jacob's back, sending him roughly to the high platform and taking away the snacky wood wand from his trembling hand. "This is the one who tried to assassinate me. This muggle tried to unite with a witch, pollute our bloodline, create forbidden families, and reduce our numbers," Grindelwald proclaimed, his voice carrying across the assembled crowd. He raised the snacky wood wand high. "He wants to steal our magic, make us weak like his kind. He is not an isolated case, my friends. There are tens of millions of muggles thinking of doing the same thing. And we, against these vermin, will only employ one method." Grindelwald threw the snacky wood wand contemptuously to the ground and raised the elder wand with terrible purpose. Petrificus totalis. Miraculously, the wand on the ground automatically jumped up and produced a shield charm, deflecting the petrification spell in a shower of golden sparks. "How is this possible?" Grindelwald said, narrowing his eyes dangerously. "Crucio." Grindelwald's powerful magic, amplified through the Deep Realms enhancement, incinerated the Snackywood wand on impact. But just as the spell was about to strike Jacob, hexagonal crystal barriers suddenly unfolded before him like blooming flowers. Who is it this time? Grindelwald roared with fury. Crack! At the cliff's edge, a dragon claw grabbed the stone wall railing with crushing force. A nimble figure flipped up with inhuman grace, crouching on the stone railing like a gargoyle. Strangely, no one could see his face clearly, it seemed to shift and blur. Oh, the stones on the way up were a bit hard to climb. I am not too late, am I? Dragon wings spread wide, dragon horns gleaming, the Prewett appearance was unmistakable. Aiden extended his claw and grasped the air, pulling Jacob towards him with invisible force. You Prewetts! Screech! Grindelwald's words were interrupted by a phoenix circling in the sky above, its cry echoing across the mountains. Nirvana ashes from the phoenix fell on his face like burning snow. Credence walked out from the crowd with faltering steps, pointing an accusing finger at Grindelwald. He is lying to you all. Then he pointed at the Qilin with his other hand. This creature is already dead. It was resurrected and manipulated by Grindelwald using dark magic. Credence walked towards the crowd, wanting to warn them, but his remaining life seemed insufficient to support this final act of defiance. Finally, he collapsed weakly to the ground, and Newt rushed up to support him, cradling the dying man in his arms.